2017. We're here on Stream C, taking a look at our second match of the day. Virtus.pro facing off against Digital Chaos. I'm Lyrical, joined as well by Merlini. And we're taking a look at a bit of an interesting one. I'm excited. Ooh, I'm hearing pause sounds. That's different.
Doesn't look like it's paused.
Okay, well, we're good to go. But yeah, Silencer first pick overall for DC. We've got a very different region battle going on here. Obviously, these teams are somewhat familiar with each other, at least in passing. What are you expecting out of this game?
Well, we have Silencer first pick. That's already a little bit strange. DC, I think, are underrated. I wouldn't put them at, like, top 4 of the team, but I think they can give any of the top 4 a good run for their money. Virtus.pro, widely considered one of the favorites going into the group stage and the tournament overall. We did see them a little bit recently where they had their notorious stint of picking a ton of heroes, but for the most part, Virtus.pro actually don't pick that many heroes. Yeah. They pick Ursa, Troll, Magnus, Disruptor, I would say, a ton. And a lot of Ogre for solo, Ogre Dazzle for him. So I want to see where Virtus.pro is in their drafting. If they are going to go way outside of the box or reel it back in when times were around Kiev Major.
You know, it's funny because people always point to the Summit and how they played it with all these different heroes, and it felt to me like that's more indicative of this other thing that we were talking about, where last night I asked, are they the most self-confident team at this event, the ones that believe the most themselves? And it was more like, we can beat anybody with whatever heroes we want. We're that good. It felt like that was more what they were trying to prove there. And I'm wondering if that might end up coming back to bite them later, if there's a strong strat that they encounter, and we'll see if Silencer is going to be the answer. You know, I'm wondering, like, maybe Bat Rider also fitting in with this could be strong since we have the Drow already taken.
On the side of Digital Chaos?
Yeah.
Maybe. Bat doesn't aid too much with... I do like the Drow versus this opener from Virtus.pro. I think Virtus.pro is a team that can crumble a lot in the early game. They actually sometimes don't have very strong early game. They have very strong mid game and late game, I think. But early game can be especially weak. And their tower defense is awful right now. It's really, really terrible. Like, these heroes struggle a lot versus the Drow Ranger. Faces Void is very farm dependent, and he also just isn't able to get up in Drow Ranger's face. He needs time, and he's also ulti dependent too. Drow Ranger doesn't care about that. You just run at towers very easily.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly there's global silence, but that's like the cherry on top normally, because they're still going to have all that damage as long as they keep building into other ranged heroes as a part of this as well. Enigma taken out of the pool, and now also the Nature's Prophet. Do you need to start to draft really to protect the Drow Ranger also, since Silencer is only really tool to do that is global?
I mean, well, they still have a ton of other picks, and it depends on what their mid laner is a lot. I think like mid laners like Puck, I think they work very well with the Drow Ranger because it's a ranged hero, firstly, and secondly, you actually get a decent amount of right clicks off on Puck, and thirdly, you can keep heroes from getting to the Drow Ranger. That's the most important part about playing a Drow Ranger strat, is preventing heroes from rushing the Drow. And Silencer's not bad. Like, yeah, you can just global after Faces Void ulti, or right before Faces Void ulti, ideally, but that doesn't always happen. And then just as they're running away, then you can go ahead and kill them. So I wonder what kind of lineup Virtus.pro to go for right now. This is because the draw pick just came out for them. What do they want? How do they want to handle this? Nature's Prophet is good at just making things chaotic. Like you're actually fast paced, so you can match the tempo of the Drow Ranger, and you can also I think it's not terribly easy for Drow Ranger to deal with the NP tree in very early game, so you require supports.
It's going to be an Earth Spirit taken, and now a Clockwork. Immediate answer. I'm assuming that that's going to be for Bulba. It's sort of, you know, his hero quintessentially, but certainly, you know, if they want to take into the offlane, that could work as well. But the Earth Spirit, it reveals a lot, and as you mentioned, still not great D-push. Good team fight. Kind of rough on the dealing with keeping those lanes pressured.
It shores up their lanes though, and they can also gank their Drow Ranger with it. Oh, yeah, the problem is the Clockwork pick came out immediately after, and yeah, Ogre is seen as a pretty strong roamer, but Clockwork is, I would say, stronger than both of these heroes at the moment. Batrider coming out for Virtus.pro. One very, very good way to deal with the Drow Ranger. Just high ground is almost impenetrable. The Faceless Void Batrider, as long as they have their decent items. So now they're going to reel it back in a little bit, not putting the pressure on them to push the high ground early. Shadow Fiend to hit that skills throughout the entire game. And the Clockwork SF, many expected it to be patched out, but it has not been. And it will continue to wreak havoc on those mid laners that depend on... It's a close matchup, I would say. But one of the best mid laners, Abed, yeah, maybe even better, I would say. I don't know. That's tough. I would say probably Abed's better mechanically in the early game, but no one's generally more solid in the late. But I mean, no one's still very mechanically skilled.
I mean, this looks like the quintessential DC draft too, though. You have all these heroes that are enabling Abed to kind of go off in this game. He's going to be a Shadow Fiend starting with around like 12 to 15 souls, and then also Drow Ranger aura on top of that. What do you even pick to try and deal with it? Do you need to like a lean or something?
Well, I think firstly you need to keep on the Silencer. If Silencer gets big, you're going to have a really tough time. Because you're not going to be able to like kill him at the start of the fight, and he's going to be able to do a lot of damage and position himself well for global. And Shadow Fiend, you kind of just have to accept he's going to have a lot of fun. He's going to have damage from Clockwork Souls, and he's going to have a lot of damage from the Drow Ranger. So, like, how do you outlane like a 80 damage Shadow Fiend in the early game? You're just not going to be able to. So, I mean, they do have a good anti-BKB piercing control, or BKB piercing control in the Faces of Void Ultimate and the Batrider Ultimate. So that's already pretty good. I think they just need, right now, just a right clicker in the mid lane to synergize with Bloodlust. Trying to think of the heroes that would be good for them. Shadow Fiend would probably be pretty good for them themselves. TA is like okay, I would say. Actually, TA is pretty good here. I wouldn't mind TA so much. I'm trying to think of any other heroes that are good right clickers in them. Because you want Bloodlust. You don't draft Ogre without a hero to blood. Sniper's already been banned.
You don't think Lena's something where it's just more attack speed on top of attack speed?
So you get diminishing return.
Yeah.
So I also don't like it that much versus a lean. Think of what else. I guess Storm's okay, but it's not that great with the Faceless Void. I don't know. It's hard to think of ranged, good right clickers that can synergize well with Faceless Void. I guess maybe okay, they banned TA, so that one's out.
Oh, is that a Forev win range, or is that a Bulbul win rate?
They'll probably see what the matchup is in the top lane.
Yeah.
But I would prefer the Clockwork, I think, to...
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think Wind Ranger's that great of a roamer.
Could you, like, dual lane them together, I guess, too? Oh.
Oh, Viper's a good matchup. Versus SF. It's okay, I would say, one-on-one. It's about, I would say, maybe even just a tiny bit SF favored in the early game, but Clockwork plus Drow will just make this early game very difficult. So it will be 4Ev support and Boba. Wait, yeah, okay, sorry, offlane Wind Ranger. Yeah, I think Wind Ranger needs levels a lot more badly than the Clockwork does.
Well, game number 1 soon to be underway. Virtus.pro facing off against Digital Chaos here in the first game of Group B. International. I think that we're the quickest since that LGD Fnatic game finished up pretty quickly. And yeah, are you thinking that the DC have what it takes here against what I'm sure is the favorite in Virtus.pro?
I personally like DC's lineup a decent amount more. It's just the Wind Ranger I have a big question mark about. There's a ton of ways to deal with it. Like the Silence is really good, the Batrider's pretty good, and you don't want your Wind Ranger to be poor to the point where she might as well have been a support, and I'm worried that's what's going to happen to 4Ev this game. She does have Drow Aura, so I guess that kind of makes up for it. So that's the only hesitation I have with choosing DC over Virtus.pro. But Drow Ranger, it looks like a pretty good Drow Ranger game. Yeah. Drow lineup game, rather.
I'm really interested to see if if Wind Ranger's going to be able to bully the Ogre at all with that extra damage that you were talking about. Because that would be normally the way that you play one of these like ranged offlaners with Drow Aura, right? Is you punch the support, force them back, and then you're secured a decent amount of levels and everything else. But Ogre is obviously known for being hard to bully around. He's a big bad bruiser.
Yeah, I don't know if you want your Ogre over there though to deal with the Wind Ranger. You want him to deal with the SF. Right,
oh,
that's the hero that you actually want to keep down in this early game. So normal cog shenanigans coming out in the early game. I'm trying to do my prediction quickly. Who's going to get a lot of kills?
It's got to be Abed, right? I don't know. No one is also just a monster.
Most kills in the first 10 minutes.
9 souls here for Shadow Fiends. I think you used to be able to get up to 18. It's not super easy though, because then you have to like sacrifice a bounty rune potentially. And I love this play by VP. This is like the big classic thing that's been going on against Shadow Fiend Clockwork is you try and roam in and kill him as he's going for the bounty rune. But it looks like DC sort of prepared for this. They brought 4 heroes to try and protect Abed.
And, ooh, it looks like they were going to try and approach from the south, but they are approaching from the north. Bulba is going to go up in front.
Trying to man the front of this. He will have cogs. Abed is there. He's going to walk forward, get scouted out by all of them. Bulba ended up walking back away. Can he separate them? He is going to be able to, but the jump forward and Abed possibly going to die. Fairy Fire keeps him alive, but he will have to head back home. Now can no one get out of here? Not going to happen. Dubu drawing first blood. -2 for that Viper. We'll see if they can block off Solo as well. Bulba gets the body blocks, getting all that movement speed from the boots, and DC striking first. 2-0 to begin.
Whew. They didn't even kill Abed. He did have to use a Fairy Fire, but he already has 15 souls, so he's okay with that. And no one already died in the mid lane. I believe he did give up some intel, and it looks like 2 heroes have given up intel. Silencer stating at a whopping 38 seconds into the game.
Now we'll see if they can get Mason. The roll-in was a little bit slow. I'm not sure if he dropped a boulder there, if he even wanted to. He just wanted to get into lane and punch me a few times, but it is sort of a little bit of a weird dynamic now, because it's Mason left alone for the moment since they had to go and protect the Shadow Fiend, but now he's back in lane. Do you expect no one to have a really rough time in this matchup from this point forward?
Not too much, because they don't, like, how do you actually kill him? You need Clockwork to wrap around behind, and Clockwork is showing in lane. So he should be okay for a little bit of time. If Viper ever really feels scared, Shadow Fiend can just, or he can just run back. It's not like Shadow Fiend can stun or slow him. It's mostly just all on Bulba. And looks like Ogre is going to be sitting around the mid. And I would say more on the top lane is where we want to look. Is Pasha going to be able to put pressure on Mason? Because Mason, do not want Drow Ranger to get level 6 early, because that's going to make your problems even worse.
As it stands, I mean, Abed is hitting for 99, or rather 89 damage at this early point in time in the game. It is quite hard to deal with. But that being said, no one here, 5-4 so far, and that's kept Abed back at least for the moment, with the creep wave going to be pushing in a little bit, I believe. They're doing a good job of keeping it there, even though there's the 2 range.
Still 90 damage, though.
Yeah. They're pushing him back again. This is not the easiest thing in the world, and Bulba's going to have to come back here again to help him.
Yeah, he's a self, so he's fine. And yeah, this lane should, I would say, be a wash at this point. No one doesn't have any mana left, so Abed can actually maybe pull ahead a little bit in CS. Pasha is getting a lot though out of this top lane. He doesn't really feel scared at all.
It is going to be Lil heading down to get the bounty rune, so he's alone for the moment, but even still able to stay here and you know, make sure that he's getting levels in spite of it. Bottom lane, 1v1 matchup, Forev versus the Faceless Void. It seems like, for the moment, Forev's been able to handle a pretty decent time of staying away from the Faceless Void and just dealing little bits of chip damage to him.
Yep. I was thinking about other offlaners that are ranged, and it's really only just...
Abed dead? What? Oh man, that's really not good. He just got ran down.
The double slow?
Yeah.
The 1-1-1. Oh, there goes both of his souls. Now at 9.
But other offlaners you were saying that could have been good in that situation?
Yeah, it's really just Puck, but they first banned Puck. So that's pretty much the only 2 offlaners that you can see with the Drow aura.
And I mean, it does feel like it's going to be okay for the moment, at least. He's level 4, having himself a decent time and topping the CS charts, about 6 ahead of that Void. I I mean, it's still looking like it's a pretty decent start at this point for DC. It's just that Abed is still sitting only at 7 last hits for himself.
Yeah, he is just kind of just sitting at tower, not really doing that much.
I don't know, is this like a problem? Like it feels as if he's missing a couple of these CS that aren't like fully contested, or is it just that it's how scared you have to play against Viper?
I think the Ogre had a big part to do with it. He like kept pulling the wave back towards his side, in the position of the creep wave would have forced Abed to come down into the into the river, which just never really where you want to be.
Oh, more damage going in. Lil is chasing Mason down, 4 stacks on top of him, and DC going to lose their carry. It looks like Pasha will die, so that's a +2 for Newbee. Currently sitting with 6 stolen intel. Boba also did get a haster, and he might be trying to wrap in here in a little bit. But looks like he has to wait for that perfect opportunity, and now maybe is that moment. He's just worn off. He can't get in there in time.
They definitely need Bulba to make some more moves. He did a really good job of preventing the first blood happening, but he is not really doing a good job after that of making sure that Abed gets his farm, and he's trying to stack right now, it looks like, for Shadow Fiend. And that's really, I would think, the best move for him, especially with the creep wave in this position, and with that observer ward placed by Solo, there is very little room to gank no one.
Looks like also Lil is showing up here. They will spot out that means there's a ward up on the high ground. I don't even know if Lil dropped a boulder for that one. Like, as soon as they realized what was happening, he just decided to give up on it and scout out that there was a ward, there was a ping, and might even go to deward that in a little bit.
Yep. Now Viper's almost 6 too, so he can threaten solo kills on SF all the time now. Just needs to TP scroll on Abed to feel a little bit safe.
Down bottom, Solo and Lil, this dynamic duo of like melee supports, they keep on moving around and sort of forcing whoever is there back and away. Looks like Forever was just going to the shrine, still saving that point for the moment and getting the maxed out power shot. What's really going to be like the goal of Forever in this game? Is he just like a lane pusher and a eventually tower taker? Does he have to be DPS?
Wind Ranger with Drower is always DPS. I mean, he does have that long duration stuns though. They don't actually have that much lockdown in their team, so he can have those long duration staples that you need.
Oh, the stun silence. Okay. Trying to get out of there. Yeah, and he'll make that escape. So good decision there. He'll power shot Solo as well on his way out. Does have 9 stick charges as well.
Right now, I think the Wind Ranger's main job is just to be a pain in the ass to the Void. Like, Void can't really go on a Wind Ranger. Anytime you go up to him, he's just going to wind run. And even if you want to Chronosphere him, you have to worry about the instant cast Wind Run coming out before. So, like, but you need to disable it at some point, or else he's going to land a shotgun and you're going to die. So it's not easy for him. And on top of that, Ramsey has to deal with 2 other forms of silence.
Oh, nicely done there. Can he get out? They're trying to chase in for this one. He will not have time lock for another 7 seconds, but Lil is there to keep his carry alive. We'll see if they can power shot. Not quite on the mark. That means that Ramses will escape.
Mason tanked up a few hits just so he could keep that siege creep alive. That was worth half his HP, it looks like, and is it going to be enough to keep the tower alive? That flame break.
They wanted to do it. It's taken and dealing a good bit of damage here, but oh, it looks like they're going to have to back out yet again. Pasha making sure that they aren't able to take that tier 1 tower. So we're about 7.5 minutes in. It's only been 2 to 3 as far as the kills are concerned. And in terms of net worth, it's Virtus.pro with a slight lead, but it does feel like, at least for the moment, DC are coming up on a timing when they can maybe start to group together and burn through these towers. Do you think that that's sort of the look, the way the game needs to go for them?
Not when SF at this poor. Look at the net worth on SF. He's half Vipers.
Jeez.
Yeah, so they need stacks for him to catch up. and ideally some Dragonkin spawns on the side so that he can just triple raise those and get back into the game. Because right now he's poor. He did have 90 damage at the start, but it has not been enough to even come close to dealing with Viper in the early game. So yeah, he has jungle time. There's a triple stack there, but unfortunately no other stacks for him. They really need these T1 towers so that SF can buy some more time.
So is what we're learning here that an ogre in a lane is worth more than like Clockwork, Hogs Abuse, and Drow Ranger Aura, or is this just no one sort of outplaying Abed, do you think?
I think it's just Viper being one of the best lane dominators in the game.
Okay.
So that hero is dreaded in any matchup.
People talk always about how they don't like playing it, but I guess if you come away and win a lane that hard, it's you like winning more than you like not playing Viper.
Yep. Sure. It might have been a misclick in the mid lane too. Look at this observer ward inside the middle of the river.
Oh.
He might have meant to place a sentry ward there, and then instead they have. It looks like a misclick because they already have an observer on the high ground, and you generally just don't place wards inside the river.
Yeah, normally not. That's not the way that Dota's usually played. Oh, VP.
That's the funniest thing when you're like playing with someone newer and you're like, okay, we need vision on top rune, and then they just place a ward on top of the rune.
Yeah. Oh, I know. And, well, you can see up top here too. It's going to be a quick kill. Wind run got off, but when you bring 4 heroes like that, it's going to happen. I mean, I think I placed. There's one time where I accidentally placed 2 sentries, but it actually turned out they were 2 observer wards.
Uh-oh, Bulba.
He's in trouble too. Solo, no point up and no mana currently for Fire Blast, so that will be the Clockwork escaping. And Dubu actually is going to scout out Pasha. This would be a decent kill for him, getting a nice little bit of intel again. He's starting to burn down a little bit low, but the juke around the trees means they will not find him. Pasha getting away with one there.
It's clarity. Or sorry, his Trankles are still up too, so that's good. Ramsey's getting a lot of time. Looks like he might be able to get this top tower down. I mean, he's getting a lot of damage on it. This is the Faceless Void who had a really rough early game. But now he's number 2 on net worth. Ramsey's solid performance.
Very happy with that one for sure. It is SF caught up a little bit. He's still, you know, a decent chunk, about 1,000 gold behind the Viper. But there are other heroes that are sort of making up for that as well, and it is Drow Ranger 6 that's online now as well. So the extra damage coming in to all those heroes will make this jungling a little bit more rapid.
We still need a lot more farm on SF. He's getting particularly lucky with the spawns. He has a lot of magic resistance creeps, but no one has felt no pressure this game. He just sits in mid and just right-clicks the SF with impunity. No one even thinks about touching him.
And has that health talent as well, so he's in at 1,700 HP as well as 9 armor on him. He is very hard to deal with. Bottom lane though, maybe going to be something to happen, and Pasha has shown up to help out the Earth Spirit. Is he going to end up dying to that Arcane Curse? It does look like he's going to end up going down to Dubu, but Mason too might be the one that ends up falling. Frev trying to find something in return. He will have another power shot in 3 seconds. Can he actually manage to find Pasha? He's going to shoot one off, and instead they'll chase after Solo. So they do get out on the Bat Rider. They only end up losing the 2 supports.
Looks like Drow Ranger wasn't able to spend all her gold before dying, unfortunately, so Mason will be set back a decent amount from the death. And with that, Pasha should be able to get his Bleak right now. He didn't die in that last skirmish. That's great for VP.
Yeah, really great. And, you know, he's a hero that has a lot of other damage on the rest of his team, I would say, particularly no one at this point. So, you know, he can find those pickoffs with the Blickdagger. Sometimes you run into issues where the rest of your team doesn't have that damage. Solo gonna place down a couple wards, get fantasy points for all those people out there.
Heck yeah.
Doesn't quite find Mason though.
Who'd you put in your fantasy lineup?
I don't know. I think I put Cuckoo in. Although for supports, yeah, I don't remember. I'll have to check in between games. That's the real meta though. Figuring that stuff out. Nobody from Group B, because they have 2 games versus 3 games for all of Group A. Ooh. Thought that was going to be a roll-in, but just trying to clear through the trees, make sure that nobody is scouting over there.
He thought that they had a reserve ward in between the T1 and T2, and they saw Bulba running up, but he almost ran up the cliff, but he just backed down at the last second. Looks like Dubu placed a ward, and they know exactly where it is. And Bulba trying to scout a little bit with the Rocket Flare, and we'll also see where Virtus.pro is.
vision. Solo coming in. Tried to see if they could make something happen against that SF, but it looks like for now DC just going to give up the tower. They don't want to fight if they know that they're going to end up losing the engagement. Hold off, get yourself some more farm on that SF, and then take the fight that you want.
Looks like Radiant closed the blast doors.
Yeah, no one is crushing these towers though. Max Nether Toxin.
Are they going to be able to force a fight here? Got a lot of heroes in the area. Oh, that was a nice play. Ends up breaking the Blink Dagger. He will have it back up again in a second, but the Shackle onto 2 as well. Might be able to find 1 kill here and just get out. We'll see if it's indeed going to be the case or not. Bulba instead is just going to have to be the one that ends up falling. Ramsey's going to be able to run him down. But, you know, you'll take that gank. Get the rest of the team out of there.
They did blow global for that though. And Wind Ranger was unable to connect on that last power shot, going for the super risky build on the Orchid first. This is a Mason special himself. I think he likes it. Might have influenced Forev a bit.
What's the thought behind this build here? What's the big play?
Probably deal with the Void, I would say. But they already have multiple silences, so it's overlapping fit on silences. Secondly, it gives you no defensive ability.
Top lane also, they found Abed, is going to get chronoed mid-animation, ends up dropping. So Lasso and Chrono used, but it's big for another hefty blow to the Shadow Fiend. He's still far behind, but you do see that there's like...
Bottom lane?
It's not incredibly far behind. All right, nice pick off there. Frev's going to end up going down. Bulba trying to see if he can kill off no one. Mason almost dead as well. He is going to end up being able to find that kill, but died afterwards. Help indeed.
That was a 4v1.
Oh my
and
god.
He killed 2 of them.
So what you're saying is that no one's pretty big right now. Hard man to take down.
They just don't really have the damage without SF there. Drow went for Lance first. Lance is okay on Drow if you're actually hitting towers, but there's still a lot of towers up. And I don't think they're strong enough to just straight up push like that. But it is useful for Pyke. Pyke extremely useful against Face's Void. And I don't know. I still see Viper being a big issue. I like Silver Edge a lot versus Viper. You get rid of corrosive skin, and you also just limit his damage output. And you can actually kill him super easily without poisoning your entire team.
And they will have Global up again, but like you said, if they do end up, you know, being able to find that Viper, we saw what happened last time. Granted, that was without Global, but a lot of these things don't really matter that much because they're all passives anyway, so he doesn't care about Global Silence.
Nope.
So DC, again, searching for an answer. In your eyes, what's that, like, item? Because Shadow Fiend's also going for a Dragon Lance, and that's just sort of more stats, right? Does he need to, like, wait for a BKB or something like that before he's able to fight? Or some other big damage item, possibly?
I don't think he can wait for BKB.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what other item you go. I say Silver Edge, but Shadowblade is going to even be a long time coming, let alone a Silver Edge. So I don't think that's the item to wait for. What other things are we talking about? Wind Ranger, I guess, is going for Orchid, but I actually don't foresee Orchid making that big of a difference. It might get like 1 or 2 kills at the start, but Face's Void already going for Manta style. He knows he's up against Global Silence and at least 1 other Silence in the Drow Ranger, so he's kind of already well protected, I would say, against the Orchid.
Alright, well, DC did just spot that the Ogre TP'd in bottom, so they realize they're not going to be able to make a defensive rotation with the Ogre at the very least, and they're going to try and wrap around, see if they can find somebody else, and Pasha would be a pretty tasty pickoff. It looks like if they want to, they could go for that Arcane Curse. No, he blinks away! They scout it out. Oh, and that would have been a big moment if DC could have found that pickoff. Still might have been tough since he was under tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Jump forward, Pasha, he's gonna pull back in. The Wind Ranger, Global Silence is there, so they won't be able to chrono afterwards. And, well, never mind. They chrono him immediately after the Global Silence wears off, and now that's gonna be Forev brought down. One of the best D-push tools, and VP immediately running towards the Roche pit.
I thought this Wind Ranger was going to pay off a lot more for them considering their early start. But I think going for the Orchid, like even a mech I think would have been pretty useful for a team so they can actually have more team fight and not all die to the Viper. But I think the Orchid is just, it's it's too one-dimensional in that it's trying to deal with the Faceless Void, but it can't even deal with the Faceless Void. I mean, maybe a fast Bloodthorn would actually be okay, because everyone critting sounds okay, but the problem is you just die. Yeah. You just get lassoed, and they had to blow global immediately, and then you have no mobility after. You can't actually run in and out of the fights at ease. Maybe when you get level 20 with the invisibility on the wind run.
And I mean, the other thing is, it's not even, you're still going to have to commit global in a little while to deal with it, because Void is going to have Manta style soon. So even dealing with him is not going to be particularly easy. Orchid alone is not enough. It does definitely feel like DC do not have that many options available for them, but VP, you know, they've been looking really solid and constantly making the right rotations, good reads.
They buffed up their Viper. I think that's a big difference between VP and DC this game. They look like they were about to get SF off to a really good start, preventing his first blood, giving him a lot of souls with the Drow aura, and then in the mid game he just completely falsified and is unable to do any damage at all.
And this is, like, you know, quintessential too. You can just stay down here in the lane and there's nothing that they can do to really touch him. The nice part about Wind Ranger here is, you know, the low cooldown, the 4 mana regen. You should be able to keep the lanes pushed out. But Pasha now with the 4 staff used, caught back up again with the Blink Dagger, the roll in from Lil, the stun, the kick, the kill. No one on a killing spree. I mean, you sort of take those deaths though, right? Like, I don't know. It feels like there's just no other way to do it. You have to keep the lanes pushed.
Ideally. I'd say there are better ways, like power shouting from the fog, arcane curse from the fog, using Drow aura. There are a lot of ways I think they can do it without feeding away deaths. I think if it's a support, it's okay, but Wind Ranger, you need items on her. Well, maybe not Orchid, but other items. The thing about Orchid is, like, it has to be like the perfect setup too. Like, potentially you could Orchid a Bat Rider before he lassos on top of you, potentially, but that's really high risk, as opposed to things like Maelstrom, Blink, which is a pretty safe build. Blinkins, I think it holds some value this game too, so you don't get lassoed. Like, these are pretty good items that are generally just very safe. Like, you're not gonna get you're gonna get value out of the item even if you die. For like Orchid, you're not gonna get value out of it if you die, and it's I think I kind of foresee his game being shut down too. I honestly don't see where it's gonna go now that Ramses already has his Manta style, and even if he's super afraid of the silence, he can still go for BKB, right? And I don't think he really needs to, but if he just wants Pasha, or sorry, no one to do all the damage, why not?
Totally. Well, certainly it's a tough situation to be in right now for DC. VP for them, it's going to be tier 2 towers across the map that want to be taken next. You still have the Aegis for another 2 minutes. Do you think that they are in any rush at all to try and, like, go for a quick tier 3 tower, or do you just go around and finish off all the tier 2s?
Well, you know Wind Ranger is going to be useless. You know SF had a really, really tough game, and you still have very good anti-BKB. But they're far enough ahead that they can at least knock on it. They still have the Aegis for quite some time. Viper sitting at 2,400 HP with Strength Dread.
And he also went for the Agi talent too, so it's not like he's lacking a ton of damage. The Sanj is there, the Hurricane Pike, and
he has plus 50 agility.
Yeah.
Look at his stats right now. It's incredible how much damage he does right now.
And he also is going to have Bloodlust there, maxed out by Solo. This is just, it's so hard to deal with. They're actually salving him while he's taking the tower damage to try and make sure that he doesn't drop too low. Tower gone, and DC, they smoke. What are you going to do at this point? There's nothing left. He has the Heaven's Halberd done now. They want to try and kill him off. Still another minute before Roche ends up going down. They are going to be able to get off the Orchid and the Global Silence, actually, keeping him back for the moment. Jump forward. Chronosphere is down onto 2. Can they kill them all off? There's the Magnetize. It spreads around a little bit as well. The stun, the silence. It's all gone wrong for DC in this one. Requiem of Souls comes out. No one is low. He wants to die here, actually. And the Raise is going to help it happen as the Aegis is going to be taken back. And the first lane of Barracks down at 22 minutes. GG, they don't want any more. DC got crushed in that one.
Wow, SF just didn't seem like he had a place in the game. I thought he was actually going to do decently well versus the Viper, especially given the start, but yeah, that was a 20-minute stomp. Looks like VP is as strong as always.
Yeah, VP really, really good.
Also, Forever just threw away his early lead with that item built.
I mean, I think under the right circumstance, maybe, but like you said, it was tough. And anything else that really stuck out to you in that game that we might need to look for going forward?
Let's see. We're seeing a consistent theme of safe laners being left alone, and they are being taken advantage of. Mason died a fair amount this game because he did have the Earth Spirit.
Dire team ban.
Dire team ban. Dire team pick.
Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back again to the International 2017 Stream C. We're going to be taking a look at game number 2, Digital Chaos facing off against Virtus.pro. I'm Lyrical, joined as well by Mr. Merlini. Oh man, we're seeing a silencer again. Do you think DC have a different plan, something else up their sleeves? It's looking really similar so far.
10 seconds remaining.
They won't let the mid lane get crushed.
Okay.
If I bet has a bad game, you're gonna have a bad time.
Man stands ready.
Dire team pick.
Well, a different opening for Virtus.pro. Now here's the real question. Do they do the same thing they did at the Summit and never play the same hero
No,
twice?
It's not worth the money is way more than the prestige of doing
10
that.
seconds remaining.
Okay.
Let's just put it that way.
Fair enough. Well, they're starting it off at least in somewhat similar. It's going to be a Darkseer and a Sven. Certainly a strong combination, and they can follow it up with a lot of different teamfight heroes depending upon what they need.
Silencer's really bad at stopping this Sven.
Queen of
Wow.
pain.
First phase quap. Now, this is something that we saw more often happen in Southeast Asia in the TI qualifiers. They would take one of Quap or Lina because they were like two of the strongest laning heroes in the game, and then they would basically give up the other. Do you think that that's still viable at all? Like, what's the worry in picking a Quap this early?
5
You get
seconds
Viper.
remaining.
Okay.
Dire team ban.
So is that the ban now? Do you ban out Viper? Viper
I
Razor?
think they should, considering what happened last game. Okay,
Yeah.
they immediately banned it out, so that's good.
Radiant team ban.
Razor is not good. Razor's, I think, actually Quap's one of his worst matchup. Who else is good? Lina, I would suppose. I don't know. You don't necessarily have to focus on the mid lane that much. I also think they rendered the Silencer fairly useless too.
10
When Silencer has to
seconds
blow global
remaining.
defensively and nothing happens, you're also going to lose it. So
5
that's kind of what
seconds
happened to them.
remaining.
Like, they need to use it to save someone from a lasso or something like that. But right now, it looks like they're going to run at you. They have Warcry, they have Surge, so they're going to have heroes all up in your face all the time. And you need some sort of like a combo breaker, some sort of distance maker in the team fight so that you can create space in between your range heroes and these melee heroes. Or else they're just going to do way too much damage. People are going to leave, people are going to get vacuumed in.
Well, we'll have to watch and wait. And
Like BKB Enigma. That's a hero that stops people from running it.
okay.
You will get destroyed.
What about something like a Wyvern? We've been seeing that happen occasionally. BKB Pearson disable, good against right-click lineups.
I don't like it because of a Sven. Sven's Warcry renders it very, very useless.
Radiant
You
team
don't really want to rely too much on that. So Clockwork, I think, is more along those veins of, like, you have Cog. Cog causes a lot of issues for the need a lot of mobility in the team. If you can't bypass the cogs, you need a link, and it's going to slow down your game a lot and just overall make maneuvering.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, conceivably, they could still end
5
up doing,
seconds
you know,
remaining.
another type of big initiation offlaner as well if they wanted to here. Like we could go back to something like we saw in the first series, a Centaur. Ooh, a DK take-in. More of the same type of style from Virtus.pro. Again, somebody that just slowly whittles people away. Whittles away towers more often than not with his ulti.
Yeah, here you want like heavy magical damage. So like AA I would think would be really good. You have the spell amplify and you have the ulti. However, they already have both their supports most likely. So what other like I also think Batrider for themselves would actually be pretty good here. To kite the Sven, BKB piercing disable, like 0 physical damage coming out from that hero. So very good versus heavy armor. Lineup. Also, pure damage is useful. Timber Saw might be worthy of consideration, although it would struggle a lot versus the Disruptor, I would say, for the game. But good pick. Mason likes Weaver a lot. He plays Juggernaut sometimes. Two heroes are off. Plays Slark, not good. I'm trying to think of any other heroes that because Mason needs a hero right now. They're not gonna get the last pick, so. Okay.
You said that this would be another good thing.
That's fine for them. I'm still worried about Mason's pick though. Like you don't want physical damage. They've already committed very heavy for physical mitigation. Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with BKBs at some point, but you still need some sort of magic damage.
10 seconds
I guess
remaining.
Luna's pretty good. I like Luna a lot actually.
That could be pretty interesting.
5
Yeah,
seconds
it's a decent
remaining.
amount of magical damage there as well.
Mirana might not be that bad too. I like Mirana a lot because it kind of fits their theme, their lineup of keep away with damage from afar, ranged magic.
He's played Veno a decent amount too. Bristleback is another one, which might not.
Don't
It's
like
not good
Bristleback.
against Sven, so
I guess Veno is all right. I think it might just struggle in the. They haven't picked what hero yet.
10
Lil could
seconds
also be
remaining.
playing Sven. I haven't seen him play support Sven before.
the ultimate. He'd turn it back around on him, think he's going there in the safe, and it's all gone wrong. I mean, Batrider's already a great answer for Sven, so in a carry role, maybe that is the turnaround that they want to do.
Yeah, they typically don't save Lil's hero for last, though.
Well, a lot of time left on the bans for Digital Chaos. What really like messes with their draft? Is there a certain type of hero that does?
Messes with who's?
With
DCs?
DCs, like stopping the pressure that they can throw out, or? Well, I guess it's just going to come out right now, and it's going to be the Lifestealer, another classic, one of his most played heroes.
Team pick.
Lifestealer bad, yeah. He's like all physical. It's tough. Very tough matchup for him.
They have global as well, so it's like great initiation. You know, you jump in there, you global. Maybe you just don't go on the Sven and you try and find pickoffs instead.
Yeah, the thing is he can work out his whole team, and they have
5
Darkseer
seconds
too. Like
remaining.
Darkseer is
Yeah.
really good at like stopping a jump on someone.
Guardian Greaves builder too.
PL has been banned. They do expect the support carry last. I think Slark's actually pretty good. But I'm trying to think of other matches that are good versus Weaver or Batrider. Weaver is also pretty good here. Those two are probably the most common pickouts versus Batrider. We see Jug sometimes, but Jug also not bad. I mean, any of those anti-Batrider safe laners seem here.
Yeah, left themselves very open. I mean, that's the thing that's cool about this draft too, is that like it feels like Quap needs to roam around a lot, so DK is going to have pretty free reign to push mid and then eventually take that tower when she leaves. So as long as you pick somebody survivable, they'll be good to go.
Accurate.
Yay!
Who's it gonna be? Maybe they want. I think they want more of a melee hero though, because I think when you have Darkseer, you want to make use of the Ion Shell, so heroes that can like get in there, up close, personal. Slark and Jug I would prefer. Also because Jug can build Manta. I think he holds extra value because you are silencer.
Or like Blink Abyssal late game against Quap too.
Yeah.
That type of style. I like that a lot. Jug sounds great. I mean, Ramses has a huge hero pool though. And it still could be Lil hero.
Could be Troll too. Troll's also pretty. He's not a good matchup versus Batrider, but he owns Lifestealer. Like Lifestealer would be useless, but not so good versus. I think Bat's actually the. I think Forever is very proficient.
LVP getting down to the wire here. Maybe not so confident. Maybe it was the PL that they were hoping to take in that last pick. But as it stands, it is instead going to be the Nyx Assassin.
Okay, so they have swapped it up. It will be Ramses, Sven. I mean, Sven, Gary, I suppose more expected it that it would be Ramses hero last. Wait, that DC banned out last. Pulling the old Swapperoo, the anti-Nyx, and the anti-Quap.
Yeah, that's pretty great, and obviously against the Batrider, it's amazing. I don't know. Do you like the pick? Do you think that they do enough early? Like they have kind of setups for Impale with Glimpse back and stuff, but what's your thoughts? Whose draft do you like more?
Trying to think about it, like if I didn't see the, I would say if I didn't see the teams, I'd probably like VPs more. I think Lifesteal was gonna struggle a lot to damage. Nyx much of the time. Nyx is a support role. And then Pasha is also going to have a really good time, I think, because how does Silencer zone out a Darkseer? I don't think you can.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Well, game number 2 getting ready to begin. DC versus VP. And still the favorites to take this one, I'm assuming for most people all around the world, are VP, who have just proven to be so hard to deal with, and have also put together a really strong draft here in this one. So Bulba, he's going to lay down one of these wards over here to the side. Get a nice little block off on that camp. And we will see if they're able to make it happen. Big early movements. Last time around, it was the clockwork that was important to make things happen mid, with the Ogre also babysitting that Viper. Where do you see these supports rotating to and roaming it, or is that even going to happen in this game?
Just babysitting mid.
Yeah.
I don't really think you can roam too much. Disruptor's mediocre at roaming. Nyx Assassin, mediocre too. I think maybe both of them combined, but I think they just want to make sure this Batrider has a really tough game. Like, you don't want him to get BKB this game. Like, you want to prevent that, not at all costs, but you just enough pressure on him in the early game so that you slow down his blink, which will slow down the mid game, and then slow down his BKB.
Okay.
Because Nyx will destroy them. Nyx and Darkseer. That's a great combo that they have. And on top of that, they had the Disruptor Static Storm. But all of this gets countered by BKB. Ooh, smoke early from Solo to place the Observer Ward in the middle lane. And then perhaps to get that chicken kill. Is he going to be able to do it?
Oh, dream. This would be such a great way to help out his mid laner. And we'll see if Abed is actually, he is bringing something out right now, and they're not going to be fully expecting this. He's going to be going for the block instead on this Queen of Pain. Oh no, the chicken. I think it is going to be going down here if he scouts it out in time, and we'll see if he can get the range on both hits. 1, 2, goes down, and that's a salve as well.
Nice play from Solo. That is some value out of your smoke. I really dislike it when some teams in early game, they don't buy the smoke early, because smokes are so valuable in competitive play, and starting the cooldown immediately at the start is really good, and starting the cooldown at the start and getting a chicken kill and a good Observer Ward down, that's a dream.
Yeah, all the above. No one did get pushed back by the Cogs, which means that he's going to be low on mana through these first couple of waves until he gets that bottle brought all the way out. We'll see if Bulba can get a courier snipe too, not likely. But yeah, it is just going to be a little bit pushing back and forth here, as Lil has moved into the mid lane to help out a little bit more.
Well, Abed's lane secured, at least for a little bit. I said that last game, and he got demolished. Oh, let's not jinx Abed.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't good for him last time around. And for Ev, he's also being sort of bullied around a little bit here by Solo, that still are able to keep that Batrider back at least a little bit. And they're keeping the pressure on no one. You know, making sure that even though he's got the help from Lil, it's not the easiest time in the world.
What pressure, says his 18 goes in 1 south.
That's true. He's got a hell of a lot of regen.
That's the way to do it.
Dragon Blood. Okay, so babysitting mid going on. No one actually...
He's fine.
Okay.
He was sacrificing his HP for CS, which is completely fine when you have that much regen.
I always get so nervous when I see those health bars get down low, particularly with a blinking hero like Quap, but with only level 2, it would have been pretty big death there, probably jumping into tower range. Pasha able to get a good amount up top as well. 6 CS for him so far in this off lane, and it's not quite the same level of kill potential here as you see in the bottom lane with the Silencer.
Bat's still one.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And that was with Solo starting off in mid lane at the very early levels, which is generally when you would expect him to be able to get level 2, but it's like with that TP down to the bottom lane, he's been doing a very, very good job. Solo
coming in, taking him down. First blood drawn by Ramses. Kinetic Field and Thunderstrike, more than enough to punish that Batrider.
That's one of those weird moments that you actually would have wanted to skill Flame Break instead. He was up in the air. He was flying because of Firefly, but he actually couldn't move at all. He couldn't cliff people because of the Kinetic Field. So if he pushes back the Sven, maybe he can get a kill. I haven't seen that build before, but I think in this one particular instance, it would have been better.
Okay.
But I don't even know if it's worth the sacrifice not having Firefly at 2, because then he can't even jump, which is what Forever is doing.
Yeah, it's such a tough lane, and you might even end up seeing one of these other heroes rotate in. It looks like Bulba is going to try and do whatever he can in this lane and pick up some levels, which is probably the right thing to be doing. But even he's going to have some trouble as Solo keeps on throwing out that Thunderstrike. Mid lane, it's Abed who's been left kind of completely alone at this point, but he's having a decent time. Although, as I say that, he's going to get caught out. Does have Blink and a Salve, but is holding on to it for the moment.
That's right. Not even a chance of contesting 4-minute room.
Bulba battery assaulted is going to be running down Solo at least a little bit for the moment, but with Forev only level 2, will not have any way to push him back in again. Ramses does have another stun here, and with the kinetic field already laid down, he threw it onto the Batrider, almost can connect onto him. He's so low HP, 35 in fact, but we'll be able to make the escape. Close call.
Yeah, surprised he went for the bat there, but Forever has a little bit extra speed.
Well, mid lane, Quap continuing to max out the dagger. I don't know. What do you think about this, since it's kind of no one constantly staying topped off on regen anyways?
Well, then you have zero pressure, and you can't outlast.
I guess so.
The thing is, you can't outlast it Quelling Blade. That's a big problem, I think, in this matchup for him. Like, yeah, you might have equal damage. Dragon Knight actually at 67 and Abed at 78, so Abed has 11 more damage. But with Quelling Blade, no one should generally win out on the CS score. And you need pressure from someone. Boba coming in. There are a lot of heroes.
Yeah, battery assault pulling him back in there, although the stun came out. That does mean that no one will escape. With the 2 rotations mid, not bearing fruit for DC.
What a player no one is. How do you not die in that situation? And look at a CS now.
Yeah. They also spotted the smoke movement coming in from Dubu and Bulba, and they're actually going to run right into him. Solo can get the pullback if he wants to. He only has 1 point in glimpse, a little bit outside of range, actually. So that does mean that Bulba will make the escape, but now you have the 2 heroes mirroring their rotations, and DC, they're going to end up being pulled back in yet again. Can Forev stay alive long enough for the rest of his teams to get here and get in range? It looks like the answer is no. The cogs connect onto 2. But that's just going to be more farm for Ramses. They're just not really able to make stuff happen with these heroes like you were talking about. It's kind of hard with them.
And no one is actually just so good, though. Like, his build, I think, at the start, kind of won him this lane. Remember when people always used to just buy, you know, you get pulled a couple of tangos, whatever, and then you bring yourself a Salve? No one didn't do that. He had 3 sets of regen. So, like, Quap, yeah, you can spend all your mana harassing him, but then no one's going to come out ahead on CS, which is exactly what he did here. That's the thing. This dude is just so experienced in the mid lane that he knows all these matchups inside out. He can go for these different sort of builds. And, I mean, it doesn't sound like that big of a deal, right? Having 3 sets of regen at the start. But I think in this particular matchup, especially with the way that it started with Clockwork just manhandling him and burning all his mana away, he should have had a way more difficult time. But right now, whacking on a tower. Tower's at half HP. Look at this guy.
Dragon Knight player through and through, making it work. And even forced the Queen of Pain out of lane. So everything coming up right now, Virtus.pro. Is there any lane that's going like really good? The Lifestealer is still getting decent CS for himself. Is that something that, you know, is sort of what DC need to fall back upon? Mason,
well, they don't care about him. They have the Dragon Knight armor and they have the Sven armor. So like, yeah, and they have Surge to even kite the open wounds if he even wants to cast it. So I didn't like the pick at the start, and without their other cores doing well, like without the Batrider lasso for the Infest Bomb, how are they going to get kills? And with Queen of Pain not dominating the mid lane, I mean, she's not doing poorly, but I wouldn't say she's doing well. She's kind of in that in-between phase. 5.5 out of 10.
It looks like the Batrider too is trying to go back for the drum, so it's going to be a long time before that Infest Bomb comes out, or at least a brace, you know, going in for the Tranquils. But we'll have to wait and see. About 7.5 minutes in, 2-0 is the score, but it's really the difference in net worth that's pronounced at this point, shooting almost at that 4K mark.
I think also the tower HP too. Like mid is at half HP, bottom tower is 2/3 HP for Digital Chaos. So they're going to start losing objectives very soon, and they need time. Batrider needs to get his Blink Dagger, and Quap needs any items that she can get. Veil pretty much, I would say, is imperative in this game actually. Yeah, she needs the armor, and they definitely need more magic damage versus this lineup. So yeah.
Well, maybe something can be made of it down here bottom. They're bringing in Boba. A good Cogs pushback, actually, is going to be able to keep Forev alive for the moment, and we'll see if they can find any more. Ramses is there as well. He's in the area right now with the battery assault, but they don't quite have level 6 yet on Forev, only level 4. And so all they can do is keep him alive while mid lane, more action of Bruin. The catch was almost there. Abed taking the DOT, but it's not enough to kill him off, and he had the 12 stick charges anyways.
Well, I think that might be his lost tower, though.
Yeah. No one going to push the tempo. He has stick charges too. Could have popped them to breathe fire and maybe push this out a little bit quicker, but they'll still be there in time, I'm pretty sure. They want to come and contest, actually? They'll keep their tower alive for now.
I bet actually didn't go all the way home. He just got a bounty rune.
I used those stick charges too while dropping everything, it looks like.
Excellent. Yeah, he needs to stay around in this mid lane. Tower's at a quarter HP and just constantly goes low. But there's still a little bit of time up on Dragon Knight, but I don't think he's going to be able to get that last hit on the tower. Midas on Lifestealer. Whew.
All right. We're doing it. I mean, if you need to catch up, right?
Oh, he's not behind.
Yeah.
I think I do like Midas versus the Darkseer. You can just instantly Midas his creep and not have to deal with the Ion Shell with Ice. But it does slow your game, which is already a little bit slow. I guess he's maybe trying to match the timing of Batrider, which is kind of cool. Like, you don't want to go Armland, like, oh, I'm ready to infest, and then Batrider's like, I need Blink Dagger in about 1,500 gold, and I'll see you in about 5 minutes. And he's like, okay, well, I could have just farmed for another 5 minutes with my Midas. So, yeah, makes sense.
Okay. We did see, Surge forward, looking for it. Do they realize?
Oh, that would have been...
Oh, no!
That would have been the Midas, too. That would have been devastating.
Yeah, look at this. They placed down an Observer Ward in the mid lane here to try and see if they could snatch it off, and then over here as well in the jungle. But now, with Mason on top of Pasha, he'll always have Surge to get away, so doesn't really need to be that concerned.
I wonder if they rolled low in their damage.
Maybe, yeah. Oh no, this is going to be Queen of Pain dead most likely. Solo is there, and they pull him back in. They will pop the glyph right now for the tower, but I don't think they have intentions of saving this.
I think so. Don't think you can.
Forev still 1,000 gold away from his Blink Dagger. Like we talked about, the Midas is done for Lifestealer now, so he's going to start to accelerate a little bit more in terms of his gold. And I guess that it is really just waiting for that Blink and Infest Bomb before any type of big play comes out for DC. But is Clockwork, like, I guess the other hero that can maybe find like a wraparound and kill? I don't know. It's tough.
On who?
I guess that's the problem.
Disruptor is not even vulnerable because he can just glimpse him back.
So what's VP looking to do now then? They've taken the first tower.
Get Nyx 6 is first. Once they get Nyx 6, they can open up the map a little bit more. I would say they can probably make another attempt at the Batrider before he gets his Blink Dagger, or they could just farm up with Mask of Madness Fen. That's also a pretty good option for them because he is excellent at taking out stacks. And look at this stack. It might be like a 6 stack. Wait, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only a 4 stack right now. So let's see if he gets a stack off. It's definitely not going to.
Only a 4 stack. What are you guys doing? My goodness. Oh, he is going to finish it off now, and it looks like they actually didn't keep Nyx around to get those levels. He's down bottom. where a lot of DC is, and Solo actually is going to scout out Newbee, as well as Bulba. The glimpse comes out. He was able to trap him in the Cog Zone with the Flame Break pushback. This might be another +2 for Newbee, and something going right for DC. Much needed.
First kill of the game.
Hey! It's been a really slow-paced one.
Yeah. We have -1 side, a Batrider on the same side who doesn't really have any items. Then you have a Sven on the other side, so kind of expected, I would say. But let's see what is going to happen soon. Dark's here has mech if he wants to buy it right now. Sven doesn't have Blink Dagger, but I say once Sven gets Blink, they can actually start making moves. Dragon Knight has Armlet completed, so he's going to go. So this is when the game's about to start to heat up. Don't you worry, Gabe.
Oh, baby. Well, there's one thing. They already find 1 kill, and Newbee did end up getting the intel for that, but he's going to pay for it. They find another pickoff here. Ramses with the Echo Saber newly completed. So a 1-for-1 exchange.
I noticed that Ramses really likes the agi treads. He likes that attack speed. Over double dipping into the strength for the God Strength. It's pretty unusual.
Oh God, we'll see if it pays off here. Abed. Ooh. Man, look at how much damage he took. And that wasn't even with God Strength used. It's just running at him with a stun.
Making him live a life of fear, man.
I guess there is a little bit of maybe some mentality issues in there as well. You sort of make sure that people know you're always going to be coming at them.
I mean, really, what did they use there? Just wall. Yeah, I don't really think they need walls to win teamfights right now. They're pretty far ahead. So I think it's a good statement to be made.
Yeah.
You also like make them blow shrines when they don't really want to. Like I've been use that top shrine in the fight, or to heal up from that. So would you trade a wall for shrine? That's pretty good.
Yeah. A lot longer cooldown on the shrine, that's for sure.
And the tilt aspect.
There you go. Always underrated. Well, no one. DD Rune on the Dragonite with that dragon form enabled. The tower did not stand a chance, so 2 tier 1s taken. And still, Sven continues to farm away. Everything is going good for VP here. I don't really see what it is that DC can do until they get those big items up. And
Blink's almost up, though.
They're almost there, yeah.
It's just a problem because they don't have the infrastructure to also deal with the Nyx Assassin. How do you deal with it when your supports are broke and your cores are broke?
Yeah. Well, and not only that too, but maybe that initiation fully gets turned back around as well with the Nyx Assassin there, and having Spike Carapace to just interrupt Batrider.
That would be sick. Okay, here they go. Forev, let's see the smokes. It's time, buddy. It is time.
Now, VP, are they going to put themselves in a position to get picked off too? Because if they're all together, it still feels like this net worth advantage could be kind of hard to deal with. And Pasha does have that mechanism completed, and he is TPing up top. This could be a tough fight for DC nonetheless, in spite of having those initiation items.
They know something's up, though. No one's showing on the map at all. They have pretty deep wards, too, and they use a scan to cover mid. So let's see. Is Low going to be able to pop the smoke? He actually isn't sure which direction it's coming from, but he knows it's coming from either the north or just south of that.
They're walking forward again. Bulba is there. The smoke breaks at least once. They drop down a ward, and now a sentry as well. So they are going to have eyes on Lil in just a second. We can see if they reveal them there.
Let's look at Batrider though to the top side.
Oh, he's looking, he's waiting. He wants this one badly. No one is going to be there. Abed as well. They jump forward, catch onto him as well. Global follow-up. It's the perfect initiation. Is it the perfect target, though? Can they kill off no one? The answer is yes, and now Ramses left with nowhere more to go. Static Storm is down. VP, they're going forward. Bulba being the one who's going to sacrifice himself slightly. Already taken down again. Another vacuum back in for Rev. Is he going to be able to get out now? They're going to surge away. VP do not want to take this fight if they can avoid it, and Pasha might be the one who gets left behind. Open Wounds is there. Quick couple right clicks and the kill. DC back on the map.
Excellent angle from approaching the Dragon Knight right there. That was really well played by them because they kind of, excuse me, they feigned a maneuver from the south because you saw the Clockwork move up forward to place a ward. So when they're up in that jungle area, you expect him coming from the trees right above him just because it's very unusual for them to be separated that far out. And then what they actually did was, yeah, they feigned the maneuver to the south and they wrapped around north with the lasso, and they weren't actually ready for that. Supports were way too far away. Yeah, they needed to interrupt the Quap combo. You can't stop the lifesteal. He's already raided. So the only thing they can stop is the Quap from getting all her spells off. He was able to.
Yeah, and it was enough to blow him up, showing that there's still decent damage on DC when they have all those ultis online. As far as VP is concerned, is that something that you need to be pretty concerned about at this point? Like your Dragon Knight dying? I didn't quite see what the interaction was with his armlet, if it was on at that time or not, but...
No, he was able to get it off. I think what he might need is a hood or a BKB, which it looks like he's going for. Just some way so he doesn't die in the front line. But the problem is, if he builds tanky, then they'll just go on Ramses. So... What the... Big back. Be a shrine?
Maybe? Rev is checking it. They know it's coming. Oh, man, if... That was so close, so low. He actually does get the glimpse, though, and there's the Static Storm, and it pulled the Lifestealer in as well, so he's going to be stuck in this also, and can they catch him out? Can they kill him off? He's going to get the Rage TP away. That would have been huge.
He almost got vacuumed. That was so close.
Well, and now, taking this fight without Firefly, without Lasso available, a lot harder for DC. They will have hookshot. Maybe Bulba can go for a snipe here. Pasha is trying to be that gatekeeper. Looking for the angle. Lil going for the impale. Pump fakes as well. They might scout him out. They wrap around. Lil is there again to break it out. And Bulba off to the side, jumps in. Can he get it? He's already down. Aegis is on the ground as well, but no one picks it up. And Bulba is going to drop. Sonic Wave comes out as well. They're able to get that lasso down onto one. That's no one still in a little bit of trouble, but do they have enough damage? Dire is here. Abed is out of mana, and Lil able to make the escape. He's back in again for one. That's solo down as well, and no one. Can they kill him off twice? With the surge away, I think the answer is no. But DC, they strike back in a big way.
Still a pretty good fight for them. Nice play by Bulba. He went so far around. He kind of suspected that they might have a ward over there with the way that he was moving. He went so far to the left side, and there were two heroes trying to block his hook shot.
Yeah. 2 heroes. That's really impressive, definitely.
Yeah, that was a very nice play from Bulba. Set it all up.
Oh, Lil actually getting slowed down by the Ghost there for a second.
He has Blink Dagger already? And Arcanes?
He had that for the Roche fight.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, he's farmed. He did get a solo pickoff. Bad.
Yeah. Oh, Pasha trying to run away from there. Can he make his escape? Bulba's chasing him down pretty swift, pretty quick. And is going to be able to catch him. Push back. VP losing another. Never mind. Ramses comes in mad as hell and takes him down. Oh, man. That's a pretty big guy.
Hello, Mech.
It was looking so good for a second there, but Sven hit very hard, 10,000 net worth on him, and has that Blink Dagger done, and well, about halfway to the BKB as well.
BKB is going to be an issue. A big issue, I would say.
It looks like Abed actually is going to be going for the BKB as well, and Solo pulls him back in for the Static Storm. Can they get the rest of these heroes here in time? Ramsey shows up, blinks in. Do they have the counterplay, though? It's actually going to be Forev lassoing Ramses, trying to make sure he escapes, and well, he's getting pretty aggressive. Is going to be pulled back in. A vacuum and a stun from no one. Forev still able to live for this for the moment, but no, in the end, that Thunderstrike was too much.
The end.
Dead. Yeah, it's it keeps on being like these very scrappy little engagements, and it always feels like Virtus.pro maybe a little bit more mobility, maybe a little bit more just like you were saying, ability to turn a fight around with like that Dark Seer and Mechanism and Vacuum and all that.
BKB number 1.
So how big of an issue is this? What's the sort of order of operations of the fight now? Like it's still going to be no one like sieging the tower, right?
The order it'll be similar, except DC are going to try to kill them before they get their BKBs off, and VP's going to try and stop them from killing them before the BKBs off. Like drop Static Storm, drop your do the counter initiation with Vacuum Wall. So am skeptical of DC's chances to actually kill them before the BKB comes out, especially if Warcry's up. I think that top fight, something smart that Ramses did also was pre-cast the Warcry. Normally you cast it reactively because it's not that high a uptime.
Oh, Lil. Again, really good play for Smoke. But precasting the Warcry, making sure that the fight would go well with high armor on all their heroes.
Yeah, before the lasso comes out. That's the important part. If you don't get your spells off before lasso, you're just going to die. Especially, your armor, it's not like passive.
Oh, nice hook there. Able to thread the needle and make his way around the Batrider. So no one's going to be pulled in again for the moment. They do have Lil in the area, so her pump faking that. And the BKB finally comes out, as well as the surge away. So one charge of it down.
You could tell that he didn't want to pop it. It's like, I don't want to pop it. I don't want to pop it. Okay, I'd rather pop it than be dead. Which is the right mentality.
You like the Deso pickup for Lifestealer as well? Sort of the answer to the Warcry in a lot of ways.
He's still well in the positives though with Warcry. Warcry has 20 armor. Deso not even close to that. So it does help with killing the supports. And it does help bursting them in that time frame before they pop BKB. I think that's the most important part about Deso.
You also have Dubu, who's picked up a medallion, so there's more minus armor here to try and at least make things slightly better. But again, making all of that happen onto one hero, it feels like you're investing a lot into them, and if it doesn't work, then the rest of the team fight's just over.
Yes.
But yeah, how do you need to sort of wait for like that next Aegis to come back around for VP now, or what's you still think they feel pretty comfortable just pushing down each of these lanes?
Just push down each of these lanes and let Nixu's thing. Nixu's not died yet this game, so that he's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's moving around the map elusively, popping smokes, getting vision on heroes, getting easy solo pickoffs when he can, and just setting up generally very well for his team. And Lil is, I would say, probably the most important player for their team right now. Like him being able to make sure that his cores get farmed by where he leads. Like look at where he's scouting right now. He's like out in the back looking for a potential wraparound angle from the lasso and the Lifestealer bomb that they've been doing. But now he's just, okay, DC are just a bunch of wusses. They're going to sit inside the base because they don't want to lose the game right now. And VP are like, okay, well, we need to get more advantage if we can while they're still stuck in there. But he's scouting out from the potential wraparound angles from DZ because the fight could go really well for him. Blink lasso into tons of burst, like from Quap, before the BKBs pop off. That's the dream. But if he gets his eyes on the Queen of Pain, or it stuns her before her BKB, let's say, or if he gets his eyes on the Batrider, this fight could go so well for him.
Global comes out. Oh, Bulba the hook shot in the perfect timing. They're able to find those two heroes, and Ramsey's waiting to jump back in the vacuum wall. The stun's there a little bit late. He's actually able to find the lasso for Rev, making the plays to keep his team alive. If they win it, this would be such a big combo for them. Mason is going to be dropped down, though. And Abed managing to get out for the moment. Can he escape Pasha? It looks like the answer is yes. That could have gone so much worse for DC.
Well, their cores were sitting back. That's the thing. They almost set up with a big Darkseer's vacuum wall into Stormbolt combo. That was really close, but Forev was even on the lookout for it. He lassoed the Svennis immediately as soon as he blinked in, but still, they had to blow, what, 2 ultimates, I think, at the start to kill those 2 supports, which was pretty good, but they still did get some spells off.
It was also a Disruptor buyback in the midst of that. Yep. So
Solo does that a lot, but that's fine. He has GPM talent. Whatevs.
Nice. Good stuff. Yeah, it did show again also the power of Darkseer Greaves in that, being able to stay get out of the global and then return the damage in kind, get the turnaround happening. BKB charges down to 8 seconds here as well. When those charges do start to get down to the 5-second mark, is that something to be pretty concerned about for Virtus.pro, or is it like enough burst damage that it doesn't really matter?
If Quap gets bigger, it's a problem, because she's the one that can actually kite them. But right now, she's not big enough to really matter that much. He can still kill people in 5 seconds, that's for sure.
Back to Rev. Jace was coming from well. Still aren't really able to do much more than take down those tier 2s. Roche respawning in 2.5 minutes now, so a relatively long respawn time. What you said when Quap gets big, like is it we're waiting for Shiva's guard, or is it like this Lincoln sphere that's enough? Does she need to actually like output a lot of damage, or just stay alive for a long time in the fights? That's the bigger concern.
She just needs to be threatening. Threatening means killing people before BKB, or being able to blink on the back lines and kill the disruptor in the Nyx without being able to do it, without having to expend that many spells. Like, there's many ways she can be threatening. She can hit level 25 and just be a tank. That's also a pretty good way to be threatening as Queen of Pain. So yeah, annihilating the supports, or just being unkillable while doing enough damage, which is 25, or like, you know, if she gets like a Scythe or something like that, or Orchid, they can kill the Nyx very fast. The fight. If she gets a Lincolns, she doesn't have to worry about these 2 targeted stuns coming out from the Sven and the Dragon Knight. Yeah. Look at Lil, he's right there again. He just knows exactly where they're coming from.
They also scouted out that the ward just got taken there, so they realized they're all in that spot, and well, they might be actually going for this. No one with the Hasterin is walking in. Dubu not going to get caught there. And it looks like the rest of DC retreating back home. Make sure that they're all fine and dandy.
They think that Roche is up right now, though. Or it could be up. VP are playing them.
Yeah, I guess that's the nice part about Clockwork, too. Making that scout happen constantly. And this is leaving a good amount of room for Abed to also farm up and the lane push. How close is that lifestealer to the AC? He's only 1,400 gold away.
Yeah, he's actually starting to hit pretty hard. His Midas has paid off for him, I would say. It's been a relatively slower game for him, so he hasn't like died. Like there wouldn't have been a fight where if he went another item instead of Midas, they would have won the fight. I think that's kind of the ultimate test for the Midas. It's not how many times you used it, or if it paid for itself back in whatever amount of uses or whatever amount of time. It's would you have won a fight, a big team fight, with a different item instead of Midas?
Okay.
And he's passed that test. Midas test. It sounds like some sort of chemistry thing.
I love that.
Will it turn to gold if I touch it?
Well, certainly not turning to gold right now is going to be Silencer brought down. He
gold
is
for
dead.
another team.
That's true.
He passed the Midas test.
The chemistry Midas test to the Silencer. He actually doesn't have buyback. So now your tier 3 tower is starting to get hit as DC. Scary stuff indeed. They're going to TP back with the lifestealer as well. And it looks like VP going to be more content to just go take down Roche and not push the envelope.
So they only use Dragon form, but it'll still be up for a pretty long time. So pretty much everything up on both sides. Oh, oh, wait, they just used God Strength for Roche. But here they go.
Yeah, that just got scouted out as well. Dubu's in the area. They have Global as well. Walking forward, they get the stun though. There's the Global Silence that comes out to try and turn it back around. Boba hook shots in, able to catch onto one. Forever is going to eventually be brought back down. And now Ramsey's hitting hard on top of all of these heroes from the Dire. DC is going to drop the blink away. We'll keep that Quap alive for the moment. But 4 other heroes dead for DC. Great fight for VP.
Pacha got all his spells off, and no one. Great blink there to get that stun on the Batrider. Again, you see the problems of Batrider not having BKB. They had that great early game preventing him from getting his BKB. You can see it on his quick buy next, but it's 30 minutes in. It's about the time that you want to have a BKB. But instead, he has, like, look how slowly he, like, went into the fight. He was, like, super scared. Nyx could have been on top of him. He could have gotten blink stunned. He could have gotten glimpsed back. He could have gotten vacuumed even. Like, all these things are just so problematic for the Batrider when he doesn't have a BKB.
Yeah. It really is tough, and that's why it was such a great last pick of that Nyx Assassin. Man, and I'm sort of struggling now to figure out, like, where's this next item that you're going to be getting, because, like, DK is going to have a halberd, and now you also don't have, like, the right clicks from the lifestealer as much. That's going to make the difference if it's, like, a 5-on-5.
Well, the AC's canceled out by Sven's.
Yeah, that too. Well, Shiva's guard for the Quap.
Quap 25 is the next stage.
Okay.
Then they can outlast the BKBs. Right now they can't. Like, their whole team just got slaughtered inside the BKB. So get the 25 on Quap. Try and survive until then. But it looks like the high ground push is coming right now. They have to deal with this. So lassoing into the T4s is generally the play, but I actually think they have enough armor that might not even be enough.
Yeah. 300 health talent as well for DK. Didn't go for the GPM. signal that they want to try and end this game right now. They've already thrown the medallion on him. The wraparound call has come. Can they actually even do anything to this DK? And if they drop everything on the Aegis, what's left afterwards? Bulba, Forev looking for that opening. They want to try and separate, make sure that that Static Storm doesn't come out, and they have caught the Disruptor. No one manning up against Mason. He jumps inside of a creep, keeping himself away for the moment. Sonic Wave is already out as well from Abed. Is he going to end up dropping down? Already so low, but the blink away does come, and no one starting to fall as well. Bulba is keeping that little bit of distance. He was disarmed for the moment, the Lifestealer, but now he's turning to fight, trying to bring down Ramses, trying to see if they can finally find something for themselves, and in fact, it is going to maybe beat him dying. He is going to instead take down Bulba from the right clicks. No one's back up. The Impale comes through. VP making it happen, but they have lost 3 as well. We'll see if DC can clean up here at the very end as Nyx Assassin. Yule Scepter to keep himself alive. No one turns. He's still hard to kill off. Well, it looks like is going to get the TP out.
Wow, how do they not lose additional heroes there? They did have the cheese, but it was on the Darkseer, not the Sven. So Sven had no Aegis and no cheese, and he actually was caught in a really bad place because of where Disruptor is. They went in to try and save him, but not enough. Not enough items right there. A cheese pop would have maybe even been like 2 sets of Rex right there.
It sort of had that feel of a fight that was teetering on the edge of just like swinging one way or the other, and they kind of ended up, I mean, obviously a DC big win, taking down the Sven, but still they did end up losing the range racks. About as best you could hope though, right?
Yeah, they had to use a lot of their shrines, and they were fighting right underneath the shrine. So Quap survived that fight too. That's pretty important for her, that she was able to blink in and survive until her next one. That's very bold, and she does have a lot of armor, but Sven is mega farm right now.
Pasha there, trying to catch the Bat Rider, but doesn't end up happening. Solo and no one together on a warding mission. They'll maintain some good vision. And with no Aegis, I mean, VP, do they take time to have a little bit of pause and get into their next items, or you just go again?
Shrines first.
Okay.
Yeah, their BKBs are getting a little dangerously low. You mentioned earlier whether or not it would be an issue. And it will be an issue if Quap continues to scale. Quap, surprisingly, has only died 1 time this game up on Abed, but he's still quite a bit of ways from level 25.
Well, take a look. Like you said, those shrines are fallen. There's actually no one right in front, and he is going to go for the stun immediately. Dubu is here as well. The global comes out, and actually the turnaround, they have Lifesteal here as well. Bulba is able to separate them on the other side, and it's actually going to be Disruptor dropping the Static Storm onto a BKB'd Abed. He's alive for the moment. Lifestealer is still being contained, though. Can he get away? It's not going to happen. Forever is going to fall also. They do have buybacks if they want to use them. I don't know if VP want to push the envelope. Actually going to jump forward and catch Quap. Is the stun going to be enough? No. Quap is able to blink away. And Cheese Eaten, that's the play now. They want to make sure that they take this other lane of barracks, or rather the melee barracks. Buyback. Bulba, hook shot on cooldown, 20 seconds. And no way for him to get there, so they force the buyback on the Bat Rider and then retreat back home.
Oh no. Dreams of a BKB.
Cheese for a buyback on Bat Rider, that's pretty worth it, yeah?
I'd rather have BKB than neither of those.
Okay.
So I don't think worth it. That was a bait by them. They thought they could kill the Quap because they have a lot of stun. They just had a simple 4-step, I guess, and global stun really prevent that from happening. And Sven was attacking the shrine, which DC were well aware of.
Right. Dubu now has been able to build into a full Solar Crest also, which I don't think there is an answer for at this point. Abed, they're waiting. The stun comes out. I don't think that they can kill here. Maybe with actually the DK showing up, but no, Abed's just going to pop BKB and blink away. Safe play.
Speaking of 5-second BKBs.
We'll have that Maelstrom at least. He said still no death. I mean, the next Roshan, if you don't end the game there, is that where things get a little bit testy for VP, or are they going to be pretty comfortable fighting even into the late game?
I think fairly comfortable. They still have room to grow on the DK, and DK's 25 is also really, really good. But they are looking to end the game right now. As you mentioned, with the health talent versus the GPM, you know they're going to try to end the game very quickly.
This is pretty big. DC knew that they were there. They dropped this ward down in vision of the sentry, and so they were able to stay back, make sure they didn't get picked off. No one gets open wounds, but no damage dealt, so we can blink away. Power still, or rather, Barrick still standing. A good stun comes out, breaking it out. Bulba jumps in as well. He's in a little bit of trouble. Abed's jumped into everybody, and, well, might need to blink away in a second since he's already being slowed down. They don't find the secondary stun. No way to do it through that BKB.
I think that was a big mistake by Mason. He didn't kill the Observer Ward with the Rage. That Observer Ward gave no one the vision to stun him as he blinked in.
Oh, no, and now a triple kill for Ramses. Yeah, they're just blowing him up, and with no buybacks online, what was looking like on the verge of a comeback has been crashed back to reality. 16,000 net worth lead in Griming as it's a second lane of barracks and maybe even a third.
Better game for them this game. One of the problems with playing as VP, you don't exactly know what heroes are in what position. So the last pick, Nyx, did render this Batrider fairly useless. I would say even more than Carapace. It was his vendetta, just running around, popping the smokes, making the fights incredibly difficult for DC to take. Also in Ruin. Ramses in particular, I think, played very well, and no one had, his tower sieging tactics were spot on.
I want to see if you keep...
Okay, so that was VP versus Digital Chaos 2-0 victory. That was easy for VP. So, if you want to join Immortal giveaway today, before today's matches, there will be a giveaway. So, just stay subscribed on this channel. And there is only about 20 subscribers joining giveaways, so it's a great chance to win Immortal free. As you can see here, I will just show you some Immortals. There are some treasures, so we are going to open these treasures, and one of them is going to be your Immortal. Okay, so we're moving on. iG versus TNC. Game number 1. I hope you have a good day, and I hope you will enjoy International as I am.
Seconds remaining.
Dire team ban.
Okay, enjoy.
Radiant team ban.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire
From a beautiful panel to a beautiful casting pair. I'm Toby1, joined by the most miraculous Cinderin, as we're going into the International 2017 Day 1. Stream A, Game 1.
Yeah, this is a great match to kick everything off. Very excited to see both these teams. I think, in my mind, two teams that have a chance to go very far. So I love. As the panel was talking about, they seemed a little bit uncertain who, or at least divided as to who the favorites were. I believe Blitz, who favored TNC in this particular matchup, and kind of the rest was a bit more on the E train. I think they hit the nail on the head though with the playstyle we're going to see. Maybe a bit faster than well early on, and EG generally as a team seem to be fairly slow at getting into tournaments. That's something we should never forget. The classic lower bracket team that has a slow start against TNC generally does well in the beginning. So See what form they're in here from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm wondering if EG do actually bring that kind of form. TNC for me, like when I was going through the list of teams who, you had that list of who is going to create an upset, who is going to be that team which you don't know if they're going to win or not. TNC is one of those ones that flagged up.
Guess what? EG will just go. A hero like Alchemist could still be an option for a guy who gets lassoed and then pull him back out. So now they have quite a bit puck favored. It used to be.
Going to beat down towards the Rubik 1-4-3.
They might have thought Veno was a bigger threat, but
Veno would have caused a lot of problems for the Batrider,
yes,
more than anything else. And so what is our last one? It's going to be the Faceless Void. So they go for Teamfight Lockdown. A little bit of trouble though doing damage into Chronosphere targets.
yeah, so when you pick Void with a melee core, one of two things needs to happen. Either the Chrono needs to be placed very well so your melee hero can hit the targets in the Chrono on the edge, or you use Chrono as a control tool that the carry then plays around. The reason Lycan and Void actually don't have the worst synergy ever, you're thinking like, oh, I Chrono someone, but Lycan can't hit. Lycan can hit everyone else, because he can really quickly maneuver around the Chronosphere or play the numbers game, where if 2 or 3 heroes are stunned, Lycan is very powerful in fights. He wins almost every single man fight just by virtue of being ridiculously strong at that phase in the game. And he can run down the supports. So if you Chrono the cores, then Lycan will get 1 or 2 kills during that Chrono. And the rest of the lineup killing the Chrono. So there's a lot of other heroes that deal damage in Chrono. Queen of Pain last.
So she'll be heading towards the mid, and that wraps up the TNC and EG lineups. Queen of Pain, like, it gives them their burst damage, but is she really going to be able to win out against a puck? It's an old-fashioned matchup, the Queen of Pain versus a puck.
It's different now than it used to be a year or 2 ago. This lane in my book is quite a bit puck favored. It used to be like considered one of the true 50-50s almost. But I think in this patch the puck has maybe a 10% farm advantage in that lane if both players play very well. You win like 60-40 maybe, and it's simply by puck has better damage and has better sustain in the lane by being able to dodge attacks with phase shift. You can counter out the Shadow Strike, and of course your ability to push the wave is better than Queen's if it comes to that, so you have a higher chance of getting runes because you have 2 spells that can nuke out the wave and better mana economy in general. I don't know if this was the right choice, picking this Queen of Pain. They're picking it into Kunkka, who's considered a decent counter. If X marks the spot to put back, she can get messed with quite a lot by time dilation. And Lycan is one of the few carries that can actually catch you after your blink. So I think EG have the tools here. I kind of favor them a bit as far as this draft goes, because they solved the problems that they have with.
Yeah. I'm still interested to see how TNC set the pace of this game. You talked about TNC playing a fast game against EG. Their lineup will allow for that. If Queen of Pain's early rotations work out, if the Juggernaut finds himself useful with rotations, then maybe that's the other question we should probably start asking. When do the cores really start causing problems for Evil Geniuses? When does the Juggernaut actually start his rotations? Where is his first impact he's looking for? Is it to go into the tier 1 tower up on the top lane? Is it meant to be to rotate to the bottom lane and try and shut down Arteezy? How does TNC keep EG on the back foot?
I think their lineup is very, very momentum based, so it's very fitting, right? I don't want to call it a hit or miss lineup, but it's one where if you don't get stuff done in the first 10 minutes, I feel like it falls flat a little bit. So they've put themselves, in that sense, a little bit on a clock to perform actions, but at the same time, their lineup is also really good at doing it. At night time, you have Night Stalker and Batrider playing together. The Rubik can rotate for ganks. You have 2 strong cores to gank for. The Batrider is a really good hero to gank for at night time. The Queen of Pain can definitely find kills with patience. And then it just comes down to, okay, do TNC perform this early game well enough that they built the advantage they need? We talked about, I think it's fair to say EG's teamfight is just vastly superior, and their late game I also like better, just because this is not the best Juggernaut late game, I think. Doesn't fare that great against Lycan, and especially not against Void. Hard lockdown is generally a very good way to go against Jugger, which might have been why TNC banned the Beastmasters.
This also feels like one of those games too when like the Juggernaut is for once alone without the Magnus buff up, without that big burst flash farm that can come from him. Like when you look at the drafting and like just the item progression for him now, do you still want to try and go for that carry Juggernaut? And what is the progression? Do you go for the farming items? Do I dare mention the Battle Fury Juggernaut and piss off everybody in the world?
I was thinking the same thing, if you should go farming oriented. But I don't think that's the way you farm with Jugger this patch. I think you go Mask of Madness. and then maybe you go into a Maelstrom. Like if you play very farm heavy, and then later on you can
or
play that Massive
TNC.
Madness.
They're going to try and contest that top bounty rune, pick him up, throw him away with the telekinesis. But then the focus target, it is going to be down towards the Rubik. 1437's on the run. Is there enough pressure from SamH and Tims? There isn't in time to kill off Crit, but the sticky napalm is there, making it difficult for Crit to escape. One more punch from Tims will do the work. The SamH is taking significant amount of damage. First blood goes the way of EG. And as far as the bounty rune goes, TNC did at least claim 3, so it's a small reward for the first blood that they lost.
And that first blood gold went to Crit, and then he died immediately after. So he actually didn't gain that much because he lost some of it in. Yeah, that's a pretty even trade overall. Very curious to see how this mid lane plays out. I think this, yeah, Sumail is already starting to very good control. Help from Tims will be coming in. Mel has successfully already created a double wave. This is a concept that we're going to be seeing a lot of this tournament. Since the mid lane was changed, so there's an extra creep, you can just dominate your opponent by pushing really hard and then having so many creeps under the tower that you can freely go and hit the opposing hero and limit his ability to get CS. Mel right here with this double wave. You see they have to yield immediately. There's just way too many creeps coming in, and realistically Cuckoo is going to lose a lot of creeps here if Sumail plays it right. He did not on that one, or that one, but that one.
Underneath the tower does make it hard. Made it a little bit harder for Cuckoo as well when he's fighting inside the trees, but Tims, this is the reason why he's here. This is the reason why Night Stalker is a fantastic pickup.
Oh,
and a
nice.
blink forward! Sumail may be in trouble. Cuckoo's going deep, but a little bit too deep. Underneath the tower, he'll burn the salve, but so does Sumail.
Yeah, that's a good howl by TC as well as an insurance policy there, but nice aggression coming out from Cuckoo there, seeing an opportunity to pounce on it. I think this is how you want to try to play against Sumail. If you get the chance in mid, you want to try to pressure him because else it goes the other way. Sumail is not that kind of passive mid player that'll just sit by and trade farm unless he has to with his hero matchup. So if this amount of pressure they're putting on the puck is very good for TNC here in the mids. Sumail has to play a bit passive now. He will get a second salve coming in, but they're successfully giving Cuckoo a good lane now. This rotation. The question is what it costs, because obviously that means the Night Stalker can't help top or bottom. Well, Universe is having a really good time against this Juggernaut.
Yeah, he's able to find a lot of levels. They were trying to do something about it, like the telekinesis grabbed into spin. That was after he time walks. The Universe did take considerable amounts of damage from that.
Mid lane.
Yeah, Cuckoo, X marks, torrented, support's coming in. Tims is on his way, so is the Courier, and they turn around, just punch into Zai. Cuckoo has to retreat back out again. He'll burn yet a second salve now for that mid.
This will be... I think this is a good opening game to just see how the mid lane is going to be played this tournament. This lane is the biggest lane of Dota simply because of the extra creep now. There's going to be a lot of emphasis on...
Oh, Crit. Get out of here, Crit. Top lane, he's being fireflied up. Sticky napalmed at 4 stacks. All that Firefly needs to do is get on top of him once more. But the Centaur Storm, it keeps Artesian Zai controlled. Crit will die, and SamH will get a solo kill trying to contest the dire pull on top lane.
Man, if he would have killed another hero in that Firefly burn, Zai dropped pretty low as well.
Sumail is on the wrong side of the tracks. One range creep's able to find him. Tims will be there. Quick blink forward. Cuckoo's going to find the kill. Sumail finding himself stranded behind the tier 1 tower and getting punished on his way out.
This early game is looking very good for TNC, not just because of the kills, but also the amount of farm that the Juggernaut is getting is very nice. They've managed to create a pretty 50-50-ish situation in that mid lane. Very important, as we The only hero who's suffering a bit as far as CS goes is SamH, but he just found that kill, so he's also looking okay. And I think TNC's game plan now has been executed well enough that the first night time, now that Night Stalker's level 3, is going to be really dangerous. EG need to be careful not to hemorrhage too many kills right now, as Tims just got twice as strong as he was.
I'm interested to see like which lane 2 he tries to gank up. You talked about his options to go for that silence to start with, and he went for the 2 Void and 1 in Hunter of the Night. Found himself an Illusion Rune. So you've got at least that nice burst damage in the cripple, but what you don't have is the control. So Universe can time walk out. Puck will be able to Illusionary or back out. But you've got different methods of escape available for Evil Genius' cause on the lanes. And then, of course, it's a Lycan.
Yeah.
You're not going to gank the Lycan.
The silence point for Tims is going to be very valuable. It looks like he's actually prioritizing that as well. He's like sticking around in the bottom area, getting levels together with the Rubik. We don't that often see supports just playing together. Okay, now he's going to leave. He's waiting for a ward. This level 4 for NS, very nice for Tim. get. He knows where Universe is now. Wonder if he's gonna try to mess with him a bit. Yeah, okay.
So he can ward, he can leech, but there's no gank. And EG, you asked them not to hemorrhage at this point. They're hiding on the map from TNC. There are no options on the field for a gank to come in from Tims. Instead, Samael's trying to get aggressive in mid. The torrent! He'll be able to connect. He's got Blink, but doesn't have the time. The stun from Zai followed up perfectly. Now Samael in trouble. Rotations from Tims as well as 1437. The telekinesis grab will hold him in position. The 1437 will find the kill. And while Queen of Pain is dead, the supports get the revenge.
That was a really nice setup there from EG though. Like kind of baited the Queen to not. You don't really want to blink there against the puck, and then Zai with a nice torrent. But TNC just as quick on the counterplay as well, coming in with those two supports. And at the end of the day, it's a fairly even trade. TP's being used obviously does matter, but for a hero like I actually don't think Nightstalker even TP'd. I think he just ran over there and read that that was the play that was coming in. 1437 assisted. Easily worth it for them. Are spawning. Top rune will be to, I guess, Samael. No, actually, Zai is just going to take that one. Go. Good torrent in mid. Will set up his X. Good harass coming out on Newbee here.
Meanwhile, on bottom lane, they're trying to actually go onto the Faceless Void. I say trying, succeeding. Faceless Void will die underneath the tier 1 tower. So 1437's rotations on point. We're expecting that to come from him, but it's the fact that Tims is always there with him. The support combination of TNC rotation. You know, it actually feels very reminiscent of LGD International when 1437 used to play for them. Like that quick movement, the two of them just move together and you just find the kills. Yeah, Zai's trapped between the tower. 1437's come in. And the Observer Ward sees all. The Torrent will be able to connect on 3, but Zai can't get out of here. Cuckoo, Sonic Wave commits. Samael jumps over the top. They'll have to trigger off the Shrine. Samael cannot battle against that level of regeneration. He does get the silence off, but Void is still there. Samael will get punished, trying to find the kill on the Queen of Pain. Even Raven TP'd in to help out in that one. And TNC now 7-2 on the board, 7 minutes in.
Very minor gold lead, though. This isn't that bad for EG's lineup, as we talked about earlier. Oh, it's Universe instead as well. I mean, it's starting to hurt a bit,
yeah.
But I think it's expectable that EG's lineup will fall a little bit behind on kills early on. It's about, do the right heroes get the gold? Are they getting their key items? I think most worrying thing for EG is that Samael's game is going the way it is. He has 3 deaths, barely out farming the Queen of Pain here in terms of CS. Okay, actually like 10 ahead now. On net worth, they're fairly even when Puck definitely wants to be ahead.
They're on the hunt. Oh. They're coming in for Cuckoo. With the smoke gank maneuver, Zai can't get in range. They just came off the back of killing the Bat Rider on the top lane, so at least they're slowing down his initiation, that Blink Dagger that Sam H is desperately trying to reach.
Find crit now. Who finds who, though? I think Sam H is in a lot of trouble. He's going to die here, more than likely.
Yeah, you've already got that little hit coming in from the Fortune's end. Torrent to follow up. Can't TP out this one anymore. And even with the Firefly, he's burning Zai down a fair chunk, but it doesn't matter when Arteezy can move over and Zai does find the kill on that Bat Rider once more.
This is very interesting. We've not really been looking too much at Lycan so far, but Arteezy is going for Necronomicon, and this build on Lycan has completely fallen out of favor as of late. We've mainly seen Lycans go for more of a combat-heavy build with just damage rather than this split-pushing approach or the mana burn, obviously, that Necronomicon gives. Most Lycans would be going for a build along the lines of Mask of Madness and Armlet, and then into a BKB. But I wonder what makes him favor the Necro book here, if it's if there's a specific reason he wants that mana burn, or that it is just the game plan. All right, guys, we're going to try to split a bit more here. This is not what I was expecting.
If they feel like
in this game.
If they feel like they need to have more power in the team fights, Necro will provide that. You get a little bit more push out of your lineup, and I suppose you get 2 more minions to give you your vision.
Mid lane Samael.
Yeah, real issues. Cuckoo going down underneath the tier 1 tower. 1437 and Sam H are nearby, and Samael now. He's got an Orb available, but telekinesis to pick up. They're trying to stack him up as high as possible before they battle this, but Samael trying to go against everybody. Starts his TP. Sam H was moving away. Samael will survive. Understanding no more stuns, no more control, and no more ways to kill him in time.
You really need to be on your A game when you're playing against Lycan when it comes to these moments. It's very deceptive sometimes what you think you can get away with and what you actually can. And I would say in general, the team that has the Lycan will have that little bit of extra advantage. Even if both teams are thinking about it, they obviously choose when to use that Howl. And it definitely gave Sumail a little bit of an edge in that fight. Nobody died after the Queen, but you could tell TNC were like hesitating, can we kill him, can we not? And then the Howl comes in, and then he gets to play it safe after. Got out.
And Cuckoo's just wishing he could pop Sumail at the moment. The fact that he was able to just get the Shadow Strike off, the Scream as well. Sumail doesn't have his Shrine of Verbal for another 190 seconds. An eternity for Rapaku has to now burn all of his bottle charges. Meanwhile, everyone else can just move back to their farm.
This is going to be an attempt mid, I think. He's going to pop Darkness into silence.
Perfect Scream, Sonic Wave, and Sumail gets obliterated. Zai tried to help out. His Torrent was in a good position. He just wasn't ready for an Invis Tims.
I think they might have not got the Howl off in time either. He died really fast. Tims didn't even cast the Darkness before silencing. He just put the silence in the nuke on him instantly, and then they blew him up with the Sonic. So, nice kill. TNC.
And TNC instantly turned this into something favorable. In fact, it may be even more favorable. Conker,
die.
the Firefly up. There's your lasso. They're thinking about cliffing him, but they'll put him on the ground so Juggernaut can find it. The Chronosphere from Universe. It'll catch his teammate, but he's trying to buy time. Omnislash Chevelle from Juggernaut starts his spin. It instantly goes into the TP. They want to bail out this one. Tims fly up. He doesn't actually have ability to TP out this one, and you'll have to jump up to battle him. It's Universe versus Tims. Who is king of the hill? Right now, Universe needs to get more time logs, or else he won't get it. Tims is the king of the hill, surviving. EG, they wanted something in return, but they'll lose their offlaner as well. All they wanted to do was stop the tier 1 tower from dying.
Well, they did that.
I suppose Sumail can now kill him. There's consolation prize. Sumail's able to get enough money to have his veil.
Damn, that is such a high value. 600 gold. 11 minutes in for Sumail. Very good for him, but of course, yes, EG defended the tower, but they're going to lose a full tier 1 top because Arteezy rotated down and can't protect the lane. And this bottom tower is not long for life anyway, I think, for TNC. Their natural nighttime is kicking in 3 seconds. They know there's no Chronosphere for a full minute. And I think they're going to keep on the aggression. The question is if they're going to go bottom or focus more on the top area and try to get the tier 2. So far, so good. Taken 2 tier 1 towers. The mid tower especially at this point. Quite surprising. Sumail doesn't generally lose his tower this fast. Has been put on a lot of pressure.
This is TNC's fast gameplay you're talking about. Raven, TP out of the bottom lane getting attacked. I instantly want to push in the top tower. Every tier 1 tower has taken damage, and EG playing reactionary, defensive chronos. Like, we can get Sumail a kill, but only after they've lost 2 heroes and Nightstalker cliffed himself. Like, it seems like very, very hard work for EG, even though they do have the 2nd and 3rd highest net worth heroes on the map. The Juggernaut is still getting further and further ahead of this Lycan, and we're not feeling the influence yet of Arteezy, but also isn't that something we're expecting? Like, when you go for a Necro build, you're not going to say, hey, I'm going to really get in the mix of the fight straight away.
Oh, bottom lane.
They're going to find an opening. It's Universe, actually going to be false promised, and Sam H having to run away. Time delay is making it difficult, so is the Torrent and the Orb and the Rift. Everything they've got, ship included. Throwing down towards the Batrider, and Arteezy gets himself involved. Necro books, as well as Wolves, diving into the tower, looking for 1437, moving back to his tier 2 tower. The Dream Call catching out Tims. Nightstalker once more can die. Not worth as much money this time for the Sumail double kill. But while this is going on, Raven is taking the tier 2 tower up on top lane. EG are forced to fortify. And TNC are not going to lose anything apart from their Batrider and their Nightstalker here. For a full 5-man rotation from Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, this play from EG is worth it if they also get the tower, but they simply don't have the resources anymore. And like you said, they lose the tower. So in my book, this is still good for TNC, what just happened. Overall, losing a couple heroes is obviously not ideal, but when you're trading 2 heroes to defend and get a tower at the same time, I like that trade. Good for them. And you're right about the Lycan. Like, it's hard for him to get very involved with this Necronomicon build, and at the same time, he doesn't farm as fast as if he had another build. I was wondering if we were going to see him max the Wolves early just because of this vision, but he actually doesn't have them maxed until now. He went for a 2-2-4 build and just now took the 2. And I think EG are identifying that the problem is they don't have as much information as they would like. And they picked Lycan in part for that information. Now it's finally going to start flowing in.
Here comes TNC once more. The Dire will scan up, and, well, at least one does ping as the Juggernaut going into the Dire scan.
Very good read.
Those TNCs a little bit further to the north who scanned up. Right on top of the farming position, but they were 5 seconds too late. But now you can see the pressure applying from TNC. They've taken all the towers on the top lane outside of the base of EG. They turn their attention to the bot lane. Observer ward is down. The vision game is just perfect for TNC. You're flagging it during the drafting phase that EG were going to have troubles with this.
Yep. Looks like this tower will fall and be denied at least this time by EG. So still a very close game right now. No major advantage apart from towers. If you look at the gold advantage that TNC have, if they lose the amount of towers that they've claimed, they're actually behind on gold. So there's like unclaimed gold on the map for EG back, but they need to set up that team fight that allows them to get this bottom tower, and it seems pretty difficult for them right now. Always scary to go into this kind of Night Stalker lineup at this time.
Especially now the Batrider has a blink dagger.
Yep.
With his
It's
blink
not
up,
easier now.
I don't think they actually know about it. I'm not certain if he came in range of either of the Dire Observer wards. But you can see them trying to prepare. In fact, yep, there you
This
go.
could
The
be a
smoke
very good smoke.
out of range of both of the Dire Obs, and they're coming for a gank. But what do they see? Right now, Crit's on a warding mission.
See some mail.
Yeah, they saw Samael in mid. They may even get lucky and get the right timing to pick off the courier. Here comes Sam H. Orb already used by Samael, trying to use it to push the lane out. But now he doesn't have it. Silenced up, controlled up. The spin damage combining with the silence, Puck will pop. And that is a nice spree to end. Raven gets more money. And Samael having more issues with item progression.
Cost them the tower though. If you make the smoke movement and you target the puck in mid, EG know that, okay, in order to kill this puck, you're going to need to bring 2 or 3 heroes, and they instantly turn it into an advantageous play for them getting the tower bottom. So I think TNC originally with that smoke weren't intending on going for puck, but maybe trying to wrap around the bottom push that they felt like EG were going to apply. And then they got tempted to go for puck kill, I want to say, grab that core. And maybe it was still for the better. Maybe this bottom fight wouldn't have that well.
Yeah, and they got space for farm time too. Cuckoo has now finished up his Veil of Discord. He was farming up the top lane that entire time. Raven was having the time of his life as well. So yeah, you lose the tier 1 tower, but I'm still wondering, like, this is a lot more efficient timing. You're talking like unclaimed gold on the map. Right now when EG, every time they 5-man it up, all that unclaimed gold, the distance won't be as much once EG do claim it.
No.
In net worth.
What big items do we have coming in? The Juggernaut finished his Manta style. Very good timing here from Raven. Queen of Pain Veil, as you mentioned.
Level 3 book is up.
He's getting a Void Stone, so I'm guessing we'll see might be just a Yule next against the Puck Silent. Hey, also nice against Xmart, correctly. And on the EG side, Necro 3 is done. Puck with Blink Veil. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So no really big new items, I would say, apart from that Manta style for Jugger, which makes a huge difference in this game because he can get out of Puck Silence now and guarantee a spin, more or less. Right, so
they want to go.
Let's go Roche.
There is no Observer Ward around here. Apart from the Dire side, they have one sitting in front of the pit. But TNC actually have no vision around Roshan. They moved most of their wards. In fact, they've just got that one defensive ward inside their own jungle. But their aggressive vision has actually disappeared. They lost their Observer Ward on bottom lane. It timed out. So right now, TNC, for all the vision game we were praising them for, there's a small hole. They've only just put the obs down, but it's too late. EG is already in the pit, taking Roshan, and unless Tim's takes to the skies at the moment, they won't realize it in time. In fact, it's already too late. EG, they have Roshan.
This is a very good play call from them. Alright, the moment it turns to day, we're just going to go in and use our Necro Book and use our Lycan to take this Roche. TNC would have contested that if they knew. I'm pretty sure they would have tried to mess with them with the Batrider and the Jugger and the Queen, even if Night Stalker is weak.
They checked too late. Like, the Manta Illusions were going up from the Juggernaut as well. But yeah, just 5-10 seconds behind EG.
Yep. This gives EG a nice little power play here with the Lycan Aegis. Not the best Aegis carrier as such, but...
Oh, they just smoked on the Dire Obs.
Still an advantage.
4-man smoke on Dire Obs. Does EG do anything about this apart from evade?
Try to take the fight. If they have the Aegis to play with, so they could bait in the Arteezy Lycan and try to get a team fight around. That looks like exactly what they're going to do. Yeah,
and there's the Observer Ward. So 1437 will see him. They do, however, see the rest of the heroes behind with the Dream Call, catching 1437. Raven, he's out. They're going to sacrifice the Rubik here. They do not want this fight. But they did get some aggressive wards down. Raven, trouble. There's a wolf on his tail at the moment, trying to body block up. And Arteezy, he does it perfectly. Blocked up one avenue. Raven doesn't even think he can get through the second, and he will be brought down. A huge kill on the Juggernaut. And the Evil Geniuses lose absolutely nothing. And they may even get a little bit more. I say that, they just lost a courier. Small value lost.
That's the Aegis right there. You could see the mental game that happened when that smoke broke. TNC move up, they see the Lycan with the ward they drop down, and they're like, we can't go on this guy. And then they just want to disengage, but the mobility of EG's heroes able to net them 2 nice kills there, especially the one on Juggernaut. Very important kill. Slow him down as he was having a great game so far. Just death. And EG can maybe turn some pushing. They're looking to group up here in mid. Wolves already in 3 seconds to be summoned. The Necrobook's still a bit away, but I don't think TNC want to fight this.
There's no Sonic Wave. Like, she used it to kill off the courier.
Man,
so
it's nighttime with Howl. They're not going to kill this Lycan twice.
Yeah, all 1437 can do is try and push him back. I suppose 1437 got Howl. It's not a bad buff up.
It's actually a very good steal when you have Night Stalker in your team. It's one of the best spells that Rubik can have this game.
And right now, EG, they don't seem to be too dissuaded by the fact he's got it. They take the tier 1 tower in mid. They're rotating as a full group to bottom. Once again, TNC is doing this split kind of pressure. Back up towards top lane. Samh is up here, trying to find that farm to get him towards his BKB. Queen of Pain still working on the Yule Scepter, 120 gold, 110 gold away now. And Raven will have to take up the mid, still trying to work on his Maelstrom. But this is a lot of heroes to commit for a long time from EG. Is this bottom tier 2 tower really worth it? You send Sumail now up to the top lane to defend. Are they still okay with this trade-off when you've got the Aegis Immortal? Is it more of that we want to fight, so we're going to force them into it?
I think it's more of a feeling of necessity that if they start splitting up, they're playing into TNC's lineup with this Bat Rider, Queen of Pain, Night Stalker that are innately a lot better at skirmishing than team fighting. So EG are just willing to sacrifice a little bit of farming efficiency to not give away kills. And at the end of the day, should be probably getting this bottom tier 2 tower, or maybe not.
They're pressuring Arteezy. Yeah. They're only pressuring him though. There's no real attack because they know that's pointless, right? You go onto Arteezy, he's either got Aegis or he's going to get false promised.
Yeah, he's not going to die.
Yeah. So all you can do is just dissuade them, slow down the lane, continue to add pressure up on top lane, which is what Raven is doing. He's back in to pressuring that top lane to make EG wonder, like, what happens if we keep this going? A tier 2 for tier 3 tower damage? Is that worth it for them? Cuckoo amplifies up Arteezy once more, blinks away. Starts to scream as Howl on Howl. There goes your Sonic Wave committal as well from Cuckoo. With a scream, you might be able to pick off at least the Necrobooks.
That's actually
so they've
really
lost their
nice
push, and it's Sumail on top lane, chasing after Raven, who's already starting his spin TP out. So they hold their tier 2 tower on bottom lane TNC, and do some chip damage to the tier 3 tower on top.
I really like that Sonic Wave cast. I think most players wouldn't have gone for that, but he identified that if he casts all his spells in succession there, he kills off the Wolves and the Necrobook, and that's probably going to stop EG's... And it did, because they're pressuring top at the same time. That Sonic Wave might have looked like a waste, but it defended a tower and it forced TPs to pop, so... Play from Cook. Read on the situation. Pipe finish now on Night Stalker. Very nice item. This is a build you're going to be seeing more in this tournament. Night Stalkers used to go for Aghanim Scepter almost exclusively, but teams have identified now that it might be a bit of overkill on vision. Of course it's nice to have the vision, but you already have vision advantage just by it being nighttime, and then instead you can have a better team fighting impact. The problem of the Ags was that you give vision and that's it. Now he's giving them team fight presence by being able to pipe up the team, having magic resistant aura, and just contributing that way. You're generally going to see this build or the Solar Crest.
And he's doing
first
both.
Item, and sometimes even both, yeah. And very standard. Could have maybe considered a Halberd this game. There's 2 good targets, both the Lycan and the Void. Void right now doesn't matter too much. Yeah, I like this choice of items a lot. I think the Pipe first is the best choice.
Judging by the speed of this game, TNC, the more towns they take, the more these fights continue, the more money they're going to get. They're looking for Raven. Universe going to Chronosphere him up. Samh nearby. Blink Lasso just controlling on Sumail. Torrent still doing his work. Raven into the Omni Slash. The creep wave soaks up a fair amount of the jumps, however, and Sumail keeping hot on his tail. So is Arteezy. You're separating him up, and when Raven hits the ground, torrented up, he will fall. Sam H also in a world of hurt, getting time locked over in the tree lines, trying to juke it out. He's lost his Firefly. He needs to blink away, but the urn, he jukes it! He went down into the small little corner on the left, moves down, can blink away. Actually, not even blinking, just goes for the raw TP out to safety. They will still lose the Juggernaut, but TNC, it could have been a lot worse for them.
That was really nice damage to get out. The question is if this push was like this movement from TNC was likely to succeed. I think at this point they need to realize that these fights are not gonna go their way if they set them up like this. They need to get the jump. If the first engage of the fight is this, where they get the jump on the Juggernaut with a chrono, it's really difficult for TNC to come back in the fight. And they did a lot of good countermeasures. Sam H jumped in on the puck and locked him down. They even stole Howl and used it with Rubik, I believe. But still, it wasn't enough.
Universe, hard to chase him when you've actually got that sticky napalm on him too.
Tims needs to be careful with this gem. It's getting max rooted here. They're gonna chase him down. If Sumail finds him here, this is really big.
He can't get close enough. Range. Sam H is also playing guard duty.
Tims has to be really good.
And both these teams are desperately trying to scramble towards that one dire obs. Can't believe there's actually gone full duration with the Jam of True Sight on the Night Stalker, but sitting in mid lane.
It's not a place that Night Stalker crosses too often. Generally going to be playing around the two sides of the map and inside the jungle to, you know, control bounty runes, try to find the aggressive wards on the hills and whatnot. So sometimes these quote-unquote obvious mid wards can actually work very well against a hero who is looking for the more, you know, intricate spots. And as you said, EG do get full duration on it. Now it's expiring though, so they're actually completely blind on the map, except for the creep they have pushing in. And that becomes increasingly important right now. This is danger time.
And so when we actually look to see where Crit puts down that Obs ward, where does EG feel they need to see more than anywhere else? They've only got the one available at the moment.
I think the Roshan should be the priority right now.
Well, he is back up and running. With the Assault Cuirass freshly onto Arteezy. They have a lot of armor, a lot of tank, a lot of team fight, which they want to push with.
Yeah.
But having the insurance of the Aegis lets you push harder.
This is a very nice luxury to have by playing together with Oracle. I think if Arteezy was not with Oracle, he might have considered a BKB as his secondary item, but he feels like he has enough protection from his lineup that he can go straight in for a very aggressive damage item. And of course the defensive, it's not strictly aggressive, he didn't go Deso, but it's a nice hybrid item, let's call it that here, that gives him really powerful stats in the fight.
A tier 3 tower's taking damage again for Evil Genius. It's now down to 50% of his HP. This is that pressure from TNC. So I'm wondering, like, just how hard does EG and how fast does EG have to push in order to stop this continuously happening from TNC?
They need to get an Aegis. With the next Aegis, they can go high ground, and EG push fast. Their lineup is fast with this AC Necro build. If they successfully find a key pick here into Roche, we're looking at maybe next daytime that they will try to claim Elena Barracks.
Well, they're looking for the pick. Smoked up, moving through mid. Best target right now is Cuckoo grabbing that 28-minute rune. He's just farming up. They need the control, and there's your blink into a Chronosphere. It's perfectly done from Universe. Support on the way. Tim's going to be nearby, but they've already lost the Queen of Pain. Tim's will start his TP out, and they're going for Roshan. They burnt Necro books as well as Wolves, so they really want to make the most out of this. They're going in for Roshan. Look at that haste rune from Sumail.
TNC just going to give this away?
Sumail's coming up for 1437.
Yep.
1437 is trying to add pressure towards the tower. Okay, now Sumail's actually keeping back. Sam H, flying over, blinks in. Lasso going to grab Universe. Remember, they've got no Chronosphere to work with. Underneath Roshan, who's already down to 1/5 of his HP. Support will arrive. Raven blinks in. He was almost looking to steal off Roshan. They had to trigger off the pipe. What'd you end up getting stolen? Okay, it's just going to be ripped for the moment, but 1437 hit by the torrent with the X to start it off. That'll do the work. They're looking for more. Tim's Dream called up. Omni Slash nicely hitting on almost all the heroes from EG, but the damage being distributed perfectly, meaning the Crit finds himself a double kill. And so far, TNC haven't found anything yet. Crit actually gets himself a triple kill, throwing out the nukes. They're trying to lock down Cuckoo. He got X'd. He'll quickly Yule Scepter up, however. Dispelling it off means he doesn't get hit by the torrent combination. Roshan is still alive, but EG, they will shrine up and go in once more.
That's a very big win for them. Very, very big win. They got the Queen buyback. They lost no heroes, right? They didn't have a single casualty.
Yep.
Buyback from Night Stalker. Did they steal his gem too?
They have the Gem of Truth set over on crit now.
Yep, so they stole the gem as well. This is like the more or less the biggest win you could imagine. I thought TNC were going to get a good fight out of this when they bought back the Queen so late because the Necro book was expiring. EG had been using a couple of cooldowns, but they still held together very nicely there. And the problem that TNC are facing right now is that they just don't have enough damage. They're not killing the heroes. They're playing into Howl, Mech, and False Promise. And you see this Omnislash jumping, and he's getting some nice split damage out here, but immediately has to play defensively. Goes into the spin, scared of the Ghost Ship, and this fight is already over at this point. No one from EG is even faced. They also have the Ghost Ship. Like, there's just so much sustain that TNC have to get this jump where Batrider lassos and Juggernaut comes in at the same time. And what started it all off was in that Roche pit. They blink lasso the Void, and the immediate X counterplay from Zai just makes that fight a walk in the park.
So there's the question. Maybe the answer to why EG are always grouped up the way they are. They understand that how TNC do the fights is perfectly kind of when they are there as 4 as 5.
Yep.
TNC want these individual pickoffs. And the only person who seems to be a little bit further out of position is Sumail. But he's a puck with a Yule Scepter. He's got a lot of get out of jail free cards as this puck.
He's going to be almost impossible for them to get the Lincoln. Batrider didn't go Force Staff. He feels like he has to go Link into straight BKB. So Sumail with this Link hits in about 1,000 gold will
Zai
very difficult to deal with.
looking for a kill right now. They're going to put down the sentry ward 1437. He actually did a defensive torrent. But he'll ends up losing his life, so there's the pickoff EG was looking for. They got Aegis Immortal, they want to push in. And the line is being done. Arteezy will go through the bottom lane and attack the tier 3 tower while the rest of EG are assaulting the tier 2. And this time around, TNC's push on the top lane is not adding enough pressure. Raven is on his way up. They can soak up the wave pretty quickly here if they want to. And maybe they can actually force EG into a bad trade-off position. But you've still got Necrobox. Okay, everyone's coming back. And they may look for bottom. The lasso, Sam H, he caught out Arteezy. They've got the Yules up now on puck, breaking him free of any kind of extra control. Tim's still in the neighborhood. Arteezy gonna try and fight this one. Crit is nearby. The Dream Coil, it catches 3 at the moment. BKB already expended from the Batrider. Welcome to your 10-second effectiveness of the BKB. It ends up with your Night Stalker dying and you not killing the Lycan. In fact, Sumail going back in once more. Not being controlled. But EG bailing out of a lot of those TPs that stop TNC from pressuring further.
EG are building a really big advantage at this point. This attempted split push from TNC top, they actually had a very good read on it. They were starting to hit the tower, and they got out of there just in time before Universe blinked in for the Chronosphere. If that Chrono connects, this could have been a complete disaster. Instead, it's like a minor inconvenience. I think their Night Stalker, they obviously lost nothing on their bottom tower at the very least, but still the map just feels less and less available to TNC. Now 8,000 behind on the gold. The key items coming out now. Finally, there's a Shiva's Guard here in the Queen of Pain, but the problem is you just got this feeling that she's still going to be very hesitant to go in. There's just so much damage and control and sustainability in EG's lineup.
She's trying to go on to Zai. X marks the spot. You still got the screen, the Sonic Wave available. Zai gonna let the ship fly, but you're also to protect the Queen of Pain, but cannot protect her from the Chronosphere. Orb damage, you got the Rift to follow up as well. Silence cannot blink away, and that is 86 seconds now without the Queen of Pain, and EG still itching for a push. They got the Aegis Immortal available for another minute and probably 20 seconds, so decent amount of time for EG to get the job done.
This is a lane of barracks if TNC can't get anyone to TP home fast enough. Raven's going to try through the mid lane, but he needs to chew through an entire tier 2. So do EG top, but they're a little bit faster than this Juggernaut, let's put it that way. So they're already going to reach the base now. 1 full minute to play with.
They didn't even burn Necros,
and they know
Wolves,
there's no
or
buyback.
Howl. Like, all of these things are available right now for Evil Geniuses. Arteezy will burn all 3 of them in one big go, and that tier 3 tower, it doesn't stand a chance. Universe goes in deeper. Sam H again has to defensively BKB the Chronosphere, does split up the fight a little bit more. The Dream Call holding in TNC, so Arteezy just does a lap around the Chronosphere to come in for the extra kill. There's a hit onto the Batrider, and TNC, they've lost control of this game now. Evil Geniuses taking the top racks. But what do they get in return here, TNC? You bought back on the Batrider. You're looking for a kill. At least Tim doesn't get hit by the boat, but they jump in once more. Blink, the time dilation. You're going to get hit once more by the Torrent. And TNC, they've lost too many heroes. That one pickoff on the Queen of Pain has now just avalanched into this EG advantage.
Yeah, they can probably claim Megas here. They didn't lose their Aegis or their Cheese, I believe, in that exchange. No, they still have both.
Yep.
Just gonna head straight down to bottom. And the key piece of information for EG here is that they know Queen. Oh, wait a second, they're gonna go in.
Oh, this is really problematic. Maybe with the Omni Slash, Universe can time walk off so much of the damage. Zai will go down, but the Batrider, he caused a lot of confusion. The issue is Raven. Manta, break free of the silence. They still need to kill off Arteezy. He's in dog form. You'll set him up. Cuckoo wants more control. They got the screen. 1437. He's got nothing to really give. The blink forward. You can time walk into the Fade Bolt, reduce that damage, but Universe, now the cheese gets triggered. Samael's back into the fight. The Dream Call will control him. TNC will push in the envelope, but right now, EG are delivering the death letter to their families. TNC, they've lost 2 lanes of racks, and the third will be pending in a couple of minutes when EG's ready to push once more.
That's how fast the game can almost end when you get the right kill at the right time. EG with that kill on Queen was so big because it's not just that they're killing a key core, but it's that they know for sure that she doesn't have buyback based on when she bought back for the Roshan fight. They still have the Aegis. If Queen buys back in that Rosh fight right before they claim the Aegis, you know for sure that I still have Aegis, so there's no way she has buyback. Unless you've timed it perfectly, then you obviously know exactly
Oh, Chrono! Universe, he got him! The Torrent from Zai, they knew exactly where Raven was. Just trying to relieve a little bit of the pressure by pushing out mid and then the spin TP. Normally you're pretty good as a Juggernaut to get out of that one, but TNC, they realize it's over. GG, they've lost their Juggernaut, they still have no Queen of Pain. And Evil Geniuses, thank you Samael for deleting all of your items and probably destroying everyone's fantasy points.
Does that matter? I don't think it matters.
I actually don't know. Either way, Evil Geniuses, a solid victory, even though TNC definitely showed their early game prowess. Words! Pro and West.
Yeah, it just got to this point where it got too difficult. TNC played their strength early on, as you mentioned, but
okay, guys, so that was the first game, EG versus TNC. EG going for a victory in a first game. So there will be a Immortal giveaway today before the first match starts, 1 hour before it starts. So for all today's subscribers, so there is only about 20-25 subscribers, and you can win Immortal like easily if you are subscribed. So yeah, there will be opening of this international treasure, and what we open we will give to a random subscriber that subscribed today. Okay, so enjoy the game too, and this is Ogreboy. I wish you good luck on a giveaway.
Dire team ban.
Still not Weaver's time lapse. We've got higher maneuverability from both Weaver as well as Puck. Hard to lock down heroes, but TNC also has some really good lockdown. So it's from both sides. Both teams have really good synergy and counter against each other. It's all about execution.
And I think TNC are digging into their reserve pool a lot here because they want to figure out what they do in case it's a Drow. And I think they might be picking ahead.
It's a Tinker.
Tinker?
Of course it is. This is TNC. Of course it's a Tinker for Cuckoo.
That is, it's probably with the thought in mind that, okay, if they go Drow, we want to be able to hold our towers. Tinker is a pretty good hero against Drow in the sense that you have March of the Machines. Drow lineups want to like go together and push towers. There you go. And then you can put March of the Machines. You have the laser. G's lineup doesn't have like the best catch for him. You have the Puck that can maybe find Tinker, possibly get caught off guard by a swarm. But apart from that, not the easiest kill. Now what TNC desperately need is some sort of physical damage because they have like zilch right now, and there has to be something that allows them to still get in on this Drow. I mean, it's one thing that you can stall it, but you need to kill Drow. You can't just let her stand there and like, I'm just going to march with the machines for 3 minutes and they're not taking the tower. Not how it works.
Well, do you get like some of the older counters? Like, do we look at Spec as one of the other?
Spectre is an option.
Other one counters. You can go to Life Stealer to work with the SK.
could be a
10 seconds
choice.
remaining.
You could look toward something like Phantom Assassin as well. I don't know how much Raven plays that. I think Phantom Lancer has a place in this game as well. A hero that Drow simply can't deal with. You jump in with all the illusions and she can't kill them. The only really good AoE damage they have is the Puck, which is pretty good, but the PL will outscale it eventually. And it's a lot less greedy of a pick than Spectre in my book, where you have stronger laning presence, you are able to join fights more frequently and earlier. Haunt got nerfed really hard. There's actually a PL ban for EG, so they were expecting that and will last pick the Mirana for more than likely Sumail with this Drow aura. This also means that EG have no frontline whatsoever in their Drow lineup, and that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Maybe they can get away with it because they have Oracle to protect with, but there is the Silencer. I'm actually not that sure for EG because of this Mirana pick. Frontlining is not going to be easy when you're playing into Global and a Batrider.
But if you get that 5-second arrow, that's why I'm wondering if this is actually a Zai Mirana. Rotate with him and then let the Puck for Sumail go mid, let the Weaver go offlane.
Universe offlane Weaver?
Yeah, Universe offlane Weaver.
Yeah, could be.
Because who's really going to be controlling him properly? Like the SK closing distance on Weaver, as long as you can keep the vision up, you should be fine. TNC, we're going to see the last piece of that puzzle, and it is actually the Phantom Assassin you mentioned. Someone had to close the distance between the Drought Ranger and bring the heavy amounts of physical damage, and now they've got that. Damn, Cuckoo set looks amazing.
The Tinker?
Yeah.
I like the PA.
It looks like Robocop, but like Tinker. Okay, maybe Gadget.
I like this PA set as well. These outfits are pretty cool. And then for some reason Drow has purple leaf as shoulders.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. What is that?
I don't know.
That doesn't seem right. It's like she just stole. Well, you know, like a big thing about like Drought Ranger's items, and she's like she steals everything.
Yeah.
Because she just picks up all the crap off the ground.
Pat in the woods.
Hey, would you want to wear something like that?
No.
Probably someone just got and said, this is a fashion crisis, throws it to the ground. Drought Ranger's like, I'm a fashion crisis, I'll take this.
Actually, it does look like a fashion crisis. So I think in this game I favor TNC a lot more relative to last game. I don't know if they're favorites on this draft-wise, but I like their chances better just because of the way their lineup matches up against EG's and the fact that they don't have a front line. If TNC's lanes go well and they have these key items come out, the Batrider, Blink Dagger, and both PA and Tinker have farm, I actually think EG are going to lose this one late game. I think the Radiant lineup is extremely powerful at team fighting this time. They solved that problem by having both the Sand King and the Silencer. They have good lanes, and EG's lineup is very one-dimensional, I want to say.
You're not going back for this, are you? Is he going to try and deward? He's going to deward the Sentry Ward and keep his Observer Ward alive. They're going to spend another 100 gold on this to try and stop the block.
Very nice.
And that started up nicely from 1437. He knew exactly, but he couldn't attack high ground. He didn't see up the hill, so he had to walk all the way around to attack it. I was going to say, man, that's a really great win for TNC. Now they can open up their pull. And now your off lane would be more scared, but...
I think what TNC should do is they give Raven this rune. He buys a sentry immediately.
How about Tim's and Sam H can just kill off Arteezy?
Oh, that's another way of getting gold, I guess.
Yeah, Arteezy. You try and turn around when he's gone for he's already gone for the precision aura. That's going to happen when you're running a 5-range lineup.
Yeah, this rune is TNC's. I think they're gonna get 3.
Yeah. No, Crit's gonna try and contest it as well.
He is gonna regret that. Oh, Tim's.
He didn't cut through. He ran around, and now, well, where's your Burrow Strike? It's gonna be 3 runes again to TNC. That's how last game started, but this time around, First Blood will go the way of TNC, okay, and there's nothing Arteezy can do about it.
He held the stun the whole time and used it as a finishing move when they didn't even need it. That's pretty funny. All right, anyway,
guaranteed, man. There's no KSing in a team game.
Why not? Why not get the kill on the Sand King? I mean, I think it's arguably better to have it on the Sand King so he gets fast tranquils.
Oh, Zai, he found the courier. They tried to send it around the corner. Tim's Burrow Strike to try and cancel the attack, but it's the salve that was moving in towards middle lane for Cuckoo. He wanted to be aggressive against Sumail, and now they both have exactly the same thing. They're both double stacking. Cuckoo's running the Ring of Rosie, and Sumail's keeping the creep wave closer on his side.
Yeah. the players are going to try to avoid what we saw in the last game when I mentioned the double waving. Want to prevent that from happening. So you're going to run in these like weird circles to not get completely outnumbered on creeps. Sumail has still managed to set up somewhat of a like 1.5 wave here. And Cuckoo will be pushed into his tower, but this is not too bad. Like, this is definitely manageable for the Tinker.
Zion 1437 beating the crap out of each other. Raven would love to attack into him, but a quick Shikuchi away, having that early Blightstone makes Zion's harassment actually quite difficult. Not to mention he also blocked up the pull that 1437 was attempting.
Did you just say Shuki?
No.
Good.
No. I hope not.
No, you didn't. I just remembered. You had like this full year where that spell was called Shuki.
You're not allowed to actually start putting those thoughts in my head. You meant to help me, Cinder, and not give me bad ticks for TI. Like, that's the worst thing ever.
Here comes Shuki.
Oh, Shikuchi, damn it.
Oh, a nice fast dagger there from Raven. Will break the clarity of Zai. So far, so good for the laning for EG, though. They're getting very good CS on both the Drow and the Puck. Mid lane is a bit contested once again. Tims is securing Cuckoo a good start on the Tinker. And as it looks right now with Cuckoo's skill build, he is doing the aggressive killing route with 2 in laser and 1 in missile. No marches just yet. Might still see him go the march route after this, just having a bit of an early harassment build in lane. But it's very telling. His next skill points will be very telling for TNC's read on how to play this game, because I think both builds in this game are viable. One is, we think we're going to get pushed by Drow, I'm going to get March, and the other one is, we think we're going to be better at fighting than them early on, and we can just kill them before they take our towers if we max our nukes. Gonna see what he chooses to go for. Top rune, crits.
Yeah, crits on the run from Tims. Meanwhile, Sumail as well as Zaya teaming up on Cuckoo, and they've got the damage. It's so much negative armor when you've got the Swarm plus the Blightstone.
Swarm, Blightstone, Drow Aura. And Tinker has no defensive play, except lasering a hero. That's a pretty big problem in this game when you have these 2 mobile ranged heroes for the Dire in the mid lane that like to just be able to at least get away somehow. Has to rely on protection from his teammate, and Tims was not in the right position to save him from.
I still want to flag a bigger issue. It's the fact that Universe once again is having a great offlane. Zai with the falling completely messed up the equilibrium, but it's that bonus damage that he's had early on that's allowed him to go 18-5. He's got more CS than Arteezy has managed to achieve. Like, and this is against like the safe lane PA, who's now 13-0. You managed to catch up a little bit underneath the tower. And, well, okay, there goes Zeiss. I did do something about him now. Cuckoo has the nukes, and Tim's had the Burrow Strike.
Yep. Weaver has to be a little bit careful in the mid lane. The amount of burst damage that the Radiant Duo has in there is really high. But this is something we've seen a lot of times from EG. They put Universe off lane.
No, that's not going to work out. Not so there.
They put Universe off lane on this Puck, and then he has either Drow or Maiden or both auras. There was a lot of games like that, I think, in the Kiev Major. And then they start out with 1 hero in his lane to help him get a head start. And they get a very farmed Puck as a result. And that's what Weaver accomplished in the first 2 minutes, just helping out Universe getting the start, and then he went in to get that kill I made earlier. Universe, nice defensive play, getting away from that harass. Forcing a salve out of Raven here as well in this wave.
SMH is really trying to get up in the face of this safe lane of EG. As much pressure as possible.
He's gonna get a decent amount up here. This safe lane of TNC is, or sorry, of EG is not that strong. The Drow is one of the weakest heroes in the game until level 6. And oh, that was actually a kill.
Yeah, Zai as well as Universe once again. Like right now, they're not even getting like the huge amount of bonus damage. There's only 10 bonus damage coming in from the Puck, but catching him out. Again, try to get in the way. Like 1437 throwing his body in the line, so Zai cannot continue to creep pull and take the farm away from Raven. But Raven can't survive this. He's out of consumables on the safe lane. He needs more life.
That's a big problem for him. There's only 1 tango coming in from Sound, so he has to buy something. The Die thinking about it, cutting the wave, and top lane damage. So. The interesting thing about this game is that every core in the game is having a decent amount of farm. Like, nobody's actually sacked.
That's actually a nice play. Phantom striked himself forward, so he got hit by the Orb of Universe, but Zai wasn't able to finish him off. Tim's also started his TP in very quickly. 1437's here, and they're going to finally secure. In fact, they may actually just have to give the farm to Tim's. Yeah, they're sending Raven all the way back home. This killer Phantom Assassin is just getting gimped so hard.
That's not too bad if you look at the CS. Like all the 6 core heroes are doing fairly well. I mean, Raven would obviously like to do better than this, but given the circumstances, I think 25 CS at this point against this lane is pretty respectable. And he would like to have more, of course. Like it's not the perfect game, but as far as the CS goes, EG have a lead of about, I guess, on average, like 5 CS across their cores, and a bit of a gold lead here, but it's to be expected when they run a draw lineup like this. What really is going to make things come together is the first couple of fights, especially that the Batrider manages to set up for the Radiant. If they work, then this gold lead of EG will not be sufficient.
Raven's trying to kill off Crit, rotated up towards the top lane. Arteezy with just the level 1 Gust, dissuading Raven, but the lane change up. Let's see how long it lasts for. You've already got Zai here. Raven needs someone to jump back out to. They TP'd in to help out, but it was Sam H who went to the shrine. He didn't actually go all the way in, but Crit and Arteezy have come out so far to try and fight Raven that maybe Sam H can capitalize. Tim's moving up too. They see him thanks to the Dire Observe Ward. Arteezy completes his TP out to safety. Zai, Chikuchi will get him away to safety, and Crit, well, he dies for the cause.
It would have been 2 kills for TNC if there was a dust on the Sand King. I think he's going to buy one soon. After that, it's going to annoy him that Zai was just able to freely run away there. Either him or Sam H might see pick up a dust of appearance. Currently just flying out another healing salve for Raven.
They have to give him something. Like, top lane is the best place for him. At least TNC could do, like with 1437 on the bottom lane, he can soak up some levels, do some harass range against the park, but he knows he can't contest it. Not until Cuckoo has BTs. Then the dynamic of this game can change.
Yeah, that's still going to take quite a while. Male in this mid lane having a good time. Generally, I would say this is a...
Kuchi just got burnt from the Weaver. They've got a 3-second window now to catch out Zai. Lasso's available. They're going to commit it, but the Dream Call from Universe trying to counter off the gank. Zai, he's able to Kuchi himself away to safety, and Batrider will fall. Is TNC being aggressive, but underneath the Tier 1 tower. They get punished, and punished hard.
They got the tower down low, they forced 2 TPs, and EG have 2 low heroes, and all they got was a kill on Batrider, which was definitely needed. If EG didn't get a kill there, that wouldn't have been very good for them with that nice 3-man call from Universe. But yeah, good play from both teams in my opinion. They forced the rotation out of, TNC forced the rotation and put pressure, and EG respond very quickly and salvage the situation.
You got the puck off bottom lane, Raven has more space to farm up.
Yeah.
You've still got Cuckoo getting more and more space as this Tinker in mid. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the sacrifice, the aggression and the rotation from EG was all worth it. Kim's Observe Ward down. Not sure if Crit knew what happened. 1437 starts his TP out. He goes all the way home. He ain't taking any chances.
Mid lane here. I still think this is going to be very crucial. The Tinker's BOTs are important. And Sumail and the Mirana, I think this is generally a fairly Tinker-favored lane, but the Drow Aura makes a very big difference. And in addition, there's been quite a bit of chaos in here. The Courier being sniped level 1 is actually the reason. We haven't really talked too much about that, but that was the 1k gold lead EG had, was the Courier snipe. Though, mid lane Sumail sitting in Invis.
Yeah, but there's a sentry ward. It's just a little bit further to the north. It sees Zai coming in, so Cuckoo knows he has to back up, but the arrow from Sumail and the Starfall damage, binding with the swarm of Zai.
Very nice kill.
Allows for a very good kill. So the timing of it was perfect. He's hitting it now 1600 gold. Really trying to get the BTs. Sam H.
Universe is taking a lot of damage from this flame break.
With the curse as well, 1437, the damage. They need more. They don't have it. Puck gets home.
First went Soul Ring. Puck. I think that's the first time I've seen that. So generally what he does is he goes treads and then into straight blink. Looks like he wants to solve some mana problems. We've seen Raindrop being the solution in the past. Raindrop +1 can often take you pretty far. But in Soul Ring you definitely will not have those mana problems to push out waves. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do it. Maybe it's been happening recently in games I haven't watched, but Soul Ring on Puck don't go hand in hand in my book. That's very...
Does seem like an odd combination, especially when you have like the natural regeneration. It's basically got 5 a second.
It makes a lot of sense. I play a lot of Puck myself, and often you find yourself without mana. But usually the way you go around it, as I said, is that you get a raindrop and then into Yules after the blink, but it still takes a long time, and maybe he's just been testing this out, where if you go Soul Ring, you can farm so much faster that after 10 minutes it's paid for itself. And then it's better than going for the blink. Perhaps.
1437. Just going to go for a quick curse over on side. Universe going to orb himself away to safety as TNC. They brought 4 heroes
they
to
didn't get
bottom
the
tower,
deny.
and they still don't get it. The catapult too strong.
Arteezy activated the Drow Aura, and that range creep, or that siege creep, just did 100 damage in one shot. And they were not ready for that.
Oh, Cuckoo. He's not ready for this. At least he has his BT, so even if he dies right now, which he definitely does, he still has his BTs available, but Samael going for more. 1437 burns the shrine. Sam H was thinking about coming into it, into the regeneration area, but now this just allows EG to look for a third kill, going one after the other. Universe was going to be safe. The lasso just cannot control anything when Crit's nearby.
And as I mentioned before this game started, if TNC get through the laning stage well, they're going to have a really good chance. This laning stage looked okay 5 minutes ago, but now it's starting to really hurt. They've lost 2 towers, they've lost multiple heroes. Top 3 on CS are EG's heroes, and EG are only going to get more and more key items now. So I think this laning stage didn't go well enough for TNC. That doesn't mean they can't come back and take some good fights here, but it's going to be a bit of a struggle. They might need to buy time, but I feel like with every minute they're going to get more and more out farmed and get picked off. So it's a bit of a tricky situation they've put themselves in here.
5k behind, approaching 6k. At least the experience is only 2,000 in favor of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, it's the courier snipe has such a big
the
impact on
arrow,
this
the
game.
observer ward, Samael just saw it perfectly. Tim's had no idea what hit him until it literally hit him.
Samael is playing without Moonlight Shadow.
Suppose when your team doesn't need it?
I guess so.
This isn't no Heroes of New Earth team. We don't have to Moonlight Shadow at level 6 without attacking.
I think the Moonlight Shadow is, you know, it's also an aggressive tool. Use it to find ganks, set up arrows for yourself, but so far in this game hasn't needed it. And of course, if you go for this build, you have a really high damage advantage versus WoW.
Well, everyone else is happy about that. 44 damage is being added to every other hero on EG at the moment.
He didn't take a talent either. Skilled arrow over 150. But yeah, the Drow is doing great. And usually what we've seen teams do against EG, if they run their Drow, that they try to contest the Drow's lane and shut down Arteezy so that the team doesn't benefit so much. But then the other 2 lanes generally go well. And TNC's approach in this game was different. More focus on their safe lane and mid lane, and so far that has not paid off at all as they were hoping. I'm still waiting for TNC to try to make a move. Like, they finally have all of their abilities online that they should want to have. They have Global Silence, Sand King Stun, Epi, they have Lasso with drums, but they're not finding a play.
No, they've been here before. Like,
they're finding Tinker.
Yeah, bottom lane, back to the tier 2 tower. Zai's nearby, and the laser at least going to stop him from killing him off.
Oh, Universe is so close to coiling there.
Man, they actually need that Aghanim Scepter. Like, everyone needs to be blinded in this game. At least they're using Regeneration Rune as bait. Samael, hello! Threw the arrow up, looking for a target. They go for the curse. 1437 doesn't have mana. Now he does for the Global Silence, allowing to find the kill onto Samael. Sam H will take it for the 451 gold. And they'd love to get a little bit more. The tier 1 tower appears to be their target.
Oh, Universe.
Yeah, he's managed to find one. Burrow Strike from Tim's missed time. He was looking to catch Universe mid-jaunt away. But Universe, Dream Call, holds Tim as well as Sam H in position. Crit, not finding any opportunity. They don't have Reveal against the SK, allowing him to go for another Burrow Strike. You do have the silence from Universe, at least allowing... Okay, no, there it is. The lasso is not allowing for anything. I was going to say, allowing Sam H just to watch everything going on.
Yeah, EG are dropping the ball a little bit there. I feel like they didn't need to lose anyone else than just the Mirana. And TNC get more than what they came for. They got 3 kills, almost got the tower. And the Mirana kill in itself was really good, but they're going to be feeling very happy with what they just accomplished there in the last minute. Pretty much knocked EG's advantage in half within 30 seconds.
It's that point where you feel like you found nothing. You smoke gank, you go through the entire jungle, you get observer wards down. It's like the consolation prize to a smoke. Then you wait for Tinker to actually have a crack at him. Yeah. But then you find the 3 kills around the baited Samael.
Yeah.
At least EG do have good aggressive ones. So they're watching SamH pretty closely. He's rapidly approaching his own Blink Dagger, setting it now at 1900 gold, and EG have been very good at shutting down those heroes that are looking for those critical items. Originally it was keeping the BTs of Tinker down, then they just turned their attention towards the Batrider.
Sumail, oh, just barely missing that arrow on 1437. He was AFK, so it missed. He was literally standing still. There was an arrow flying right next to him. He didn't see it at all. He just stood there and it's like, oh, that's fortunate.
Synderen's guide to avoid arrows. Take hands off keyboard and mouse.
Stand still. It's the classic thing with, you remember, Sing Sing used to play a lot of Mirana back when he was playing competitively, and he said it's way harder to hit arrows in pubs than in competitive because I have no idea what these idiots are doing. But this time it's the other way around, you know? And it's just next level the bottom. You just stand still and he arrows and you're like, oh, there's an arrow.
My prediction skills are meant to be amazing. You've got Sumail, like, you think at the moment from TI6, his prediction arrow was absolutely perfect, and... Yep.
Can't predict if your enemy takes his hands off the keyboard.
Yep.
Good.
But you add the RNG.
Let's try to catch up a little bit on items. So Raven went for a Vanguard build this game on his Phantom Assassin. Felt like he needed to tank up. This makes the hero very tanky. He has 150 health talent and a Vanguard, as well as the wand to go. So tanky and sustainable against this this dire lineup. Building in toward the Deso. Actually, we might need to wait with the rest of the items.
They Moonlight Shadow.
A big moment. SamH could make a big play here.
The smoke is broken now. They don't have detection. Moonlight Shadow will wear off in 2 seconds' time, so they Firefly up. The Sentry Ward is down, so they found their target with a False Promise. Allows Sumail to bail out of this one. The Dream Call making sure Senking has to stay exactly where he is. He has his epicenter available, but EG don't lose anybody. A quick Sandstorm. Zai, Burrow Strike away. Tim's on the run from him. He has enough damage. Of course, he's got a frickin' Drow Ranger behind him. So Zai, Shikuchi's forward. They want trigger off the shrine, and they're going to get it. Universe jaunted himself into the middle of all of TNC. They're bailing out of the shrine.
Oh,
the arrow will connect onto Tim's. He knew what he was going to do that time, but no one from EG is close enough, or is he? Zai. You know he just wants to slip through the back lines and find somebody, but with Universe down, maybe think like a second thought about it.
That was a bit of a pretty scrappy fight, but at the end of the day, I think TNC come out slightly ahead there. They get the mid tower. They lost their silencer before he even got global off, so that fight could have been a lot better for them if he got that spell off. But EG still, you know, managed to at least get a kill on their way out.
That Shadow Blade being put to use already as the Batrider Tim's, the Burrow Strike. It'll save SamH. He went down to 60 HP. The Global Silence combining with the Epicenter. They turn around onto Drow Ranger with the Flame Break. She'll burn from this, or will she? The damage to keep her alive. She'll stay alive. Okay. No, here comes another Sentry Ward. Cuckoo with his TP forward. Finds the kill onto Arteezy. Crit did everything humanly possible with no false promise.
Toby, I think he's gonna die. Oh, it actually takes longer than I thought. Maybe he's fine.
Man, get the bug off that 1437. It's the infestation. Ravens going in. The silence is there from Universe with the lasso. Quickly from Sumail. Support is there. Crit this time around. He had the false promise to break it. But you've lost Sumail. You're losing more. Maybe Raven. This is his time to shine. Needs the vision once more. Zai fighting at Invis. Cuckoo brings him the support. March the machines to give the cover fire. PA still trying to get the bug off him and get rid of that negative armor. Zai running through the march of the machines. Revealed for half a second and gets rocketed to oblivion. EG! Ouch. Man, you're calling the other fight scrappy. That's scrappy do right there.
That was even more scrappy. Okay, Silencer did die, Toby, so that was the important part.
Critical loss.
Saw it coming. Saw it coming when they went on him. He was definitely going to get into a 30-second fight, die in the middle of that. But
he got Global Silence off GG.
I thought he was going to die really fast, but actually a very nice counterplay there from TNC. So 1437 ran to the left, and they were chasing him with both the Mirana and the Weaver, and if both of them get like 2 attacks off, he just dies. But there was a very quick Stifling Dagger from Raven to slow down the Mirana, and then they counterplayed and turned it around very nicely. And at the end of the day there, EG, again, not really getting as much out of it as they would have hoped. Their gold lead is now down to 2K, and most of the time when we see EG have like this 5 or 6K lead with their Drow strats, they keep it. They roll with it, they extend it, and then they end the game at around 25-30 minutes. This game, that's just not going to happen. I don't think EG can break the base that early, and they need to play for plan B.
But this was the problem you're talking about, the drafting phase. That's why you were favoring TNC a little bit more. And while, okay, no, bottom lane's not going to be a fight.
Are you sure about that?
Well, I'm surprised Sam Asian. He doesn't have lasso. It's on 5-second cooldown. He doesn't want to fight into it.
Oh, there's many EG heroes here.
Yeah, Blink Taker just arrived. Tim's run away, but no! Universe, not only will he get the kill, he'll take the courier with it. Blinking forward, finding the pick.
Is that the Tinker Ward that set all of that up? I think
It was the Tinker Ward.
Yeah, that's not really what you put it for, but you know, nice.
You'll take what you get.
Yeah.
But it's still the underlying problem you're talking about. The fact that EG just don't have that frontliner. Like Zai is sort of becoming it, but he's spending most of his time invis running around, trying to do the damage. But you don't have that big pop damage yet from EG.
He needs to be so careful. There's no hero on the Dire that can just go in with confidence. And it's because of the Global Silence. If Global Silence wasn't in this game, I think EG would be playing very differently. But they can't just run in their Mirana, for example, and just try to go for a kill knowing that there's going to be a false promise. The moment you commit into a fight, you're committed, and you're not getting out again. Then you need to have the stronger firepower. I think it's going to have to mainly come from this Arteezy Drow that is closing in on Silver Edge, and then maybe start opening up on the PA. Take her out first. Good scan from the Radiant. They're reading this movement very well. And might be looking for a counterplay. Everything is ready on both sides for a fight.
Samael, the leap forward, needs to hit the arrow with the Dream Coil. Okay, that's where you use your magical burst damage to find the kill.
And that Tinker Ward has provided so much value. I think it just got panned out by Sam H. He's like, you know what, guys? We just lost.
Wait. Are they going to realize that Roshan's being done? Does PA have a look inside the pit? Roshan's so low. Raven's walking straight past it. Now Roshan gets triggered. He'll realize it. The Burrow Strike, it catches two, including the Chikuchiing Weaver. Wow. Arteezy is away.
What a snipe,
Support is there.
Yeah, if there's one thing EG aren't lacking, it's physical damage. They can kill Roche pretty damn fast with a Crest, Swarm, and this Drow Ranger right-clicking. And Zai's going to be more than happy to die for the cause there.
Do you like the Silver Edge from the Drow Ranger?
Yeah, I do. It's strictly because of the PA, I think. And it's good enough, I think. Like, the Shadow Blade often provides the value that you need, but in this game, the upgrade is valuable enough to go for it straight away, I think. It's going to give them a chance to kill that PA. As you talked about, they have the burst. They just need to be able to control him a little bit.
Really good scan from EG. They scanned just north of Roshan, looking for the rotation from TNC, and they pinged on two heroes. Already understanding the Tinker was in the lane and the SK was hovering around because they didn't have Orc. They back up and hold near the tower where they have just a little bit more reinforcements, babysitting Arteezy more than anything else. But now if EG want to attack, there is still that aggressive Observer Ward. Of course, Mr. Invisible Arteezy just walks straight underneath
Raven,
it.
I don't...
They see Tim's again. This is how Tim's died last time on the top lane. Hiding in the trees, thought he was fine, but the Dire Vision, the Observer Ward just sees where the SK is preparing his attack.
They really want to fight this? TNC are sticking around. If Samael shows on this bottom wave, they could go for a play. EG are splitting up now. They're pinging him out. This is a dead puck if they see it.
Yeah, such a long way, but it is still a Yule Scepter on the puck. He just blinked. He orbed.
He's dead if he is.
Question is, can he phase shift in time? He's able to do so. Global Silence. He's got the Yule Scepter available as well. Breaking free. Universe into the phase shift. Not only does he bait out the gank, he'll escape the gank, and Global Silence got burned for it. Bottom lane TPs are kicking in. Tims gets the Burrow Strike out, looking for the kill over on Zai. Rocket Supply forward. They saw which way Zai went. He went north. But there's no follow-up. In fact, Tim's just going into a different angle. It's to the Mirana. The Burrow Strike in. Arteezy. The epicenter is out. They dust him up, so the reveal is on Arteezy. A gust creates a little bit of space, but not enough. Double sentries being planted down.
Aegis.
Yeah.
Oh, they stopped the TP out from Tinker. That's really big.
Cuckoo's got nothing left to fight with. 1437 can curse all he wants. Cuckoo kills himself on the edge of the Dream Call. The PA can do the work. Arteezy will fall. Both the sentries actually paying off. Now they turn their attention towards Zai. False Promise cannot protect him from the damage output that this PA can do. And they're looking for more. It's crit. Raven will have himself a double kill. Tim's the Burrow Strike. Barely missing Universe. They could have been all dead. But EG will escape with Universe as the sole survivor of the EG war.
That is a really, really big game for especially the PA. Look at that gold swing for him. 1,200 gold gained there for the PA, 800 for the Sand King, and in comparison, EG's heroes barely gaining anything. Just a little bit of gain for the puck, but TNC. This is getting scary now. I feel like TNC are leading the game, and you're looking at the gold and it's like slightly EG favorite, but their game plan is just not working out well enough. And that could have gone even worse for them. If Universe isn't there with that very clutch coil on the Tinker, I think they would have been destroyed that fight. It would have been 5 for 1, 5 for 2 maybe. So Mel just has to be very careful. This time again he gets caught by the lasso with leap off cooldown, or on cooldown rather. That's right. He didn't have it. He just couldn't really do that much in that fight on his Mirana.
Die. Stalking. Finding an invis rune. If he really wants to do anything about Tims, if he has a little bit of extra help. They don't have that long range arrow. Crit's the only one who's nearby. So yeah, it looks like this is just going to be him trying to leech an Ancient. But Cuckoo is getting into a better position. Time and time again. Blink as well as BTs.
I think the
hard to catch him out.
Yeah, he got the lens. You generally get lens on Tinker when your next item is the axe. Sometimes you can get it with Dagon, but I think the most common build-up is this exact one where the lens comes before the laser axe upgrade, and then you focus a lot on just getting laser on 2 heroes every single cast.
I just broke the smoke. They had that smoke for a grand total of 0.5 seconds. And he's still got the Observer Ward down. They burned a Dust Charge. So the Obs Ward will remain. And TNC waste initiation time.
Still going to get the tower, though. I don't think EG has any interest in defending something like this. It's hard right now. Raven, by the way, building into Manta style. Oh, they're going to hesitate.
The scan pinged. It
Yeah.
actually clipped onto Zai, who was just a little bit further up on the left. So they're very, very worried about an EG initiation.
Bit of the scan actually kind of working against them there. They were totally fine, but they don't have the information, and gives EG a little bit of extra space to work with.
You see how defensive they are with their Obs and Sentry? Like they put both the Obs and the Sentry inside the lane on the bottom. So they're looking towards the tier 1 tower, looking for Drow Ranger to come in with that Silver Red to move in and just attack. But it doesn't happen. Now they take the tower, and EG have continued to farm up the jungle in the meantime.
Raven's going to move in, start dealing damage to the tier 2 here. Puck gets caught by Sam H here. This is pretty bad for EG. They don't have Oracle in any position to help. I think, yeah, they spotted each other there actually. But Sam H has kind of made a perimeter here that EG aren't interested in coming into, so they're going to go for the top tier 1. They will get it. Teasy takes a beating though.
But at the same time, the tier 2 tower's gone. So yep. tier 1 and tier 2 for a tier 1. You'll take that trade, especially with the Tinker on the field. This is more space for Cuckoo, more money for Cuckoo. He's now 100 gold away from having that Aghanims.
Damn, so strong.
Yeah. It's a Phantom Assassin. Deso, Manta, and Vanguard. I'm not certain how they kill him.
They have to...
And if they even focus him, like, do you focus a different target in the fight?
PA is the biggest kill they can find, I think. But it's also one of the harder ones. They need the Silver Edge attack to break Blur, and then they need to hit a stun. The problem is their reliable stun is Dream Coil, and that doesn't last for...
1437 may die here. He's a little bit out, but at the same time, Martisi being initiated on that Blink Burrow Strike. He's the bigger kill. Starts his TP. They need a crit, and with the damage they have, it will be enough.
Oh!
Woohoo! Ah, goodbye, Universe!
Oh, I love playing this hero.
You just love the Grave of Swords.
Oh!
Another hit, Zai!
It feels good just to watch it, you know?
Time-lapse this.
Yep, he will. But too late.
Yeah, he's still taking the damage. He didn't want to go back into that horrible area. If he waited half a second longer, he might have been able to kill off the courier.
Alright, Raven, slow down. Don't crit on every attack, then you won't have it for the fight.
Yeah, because he can control that. Just put down the Lucky Charm for a second.
This is kind of funny. You look at Crit, and he has 7 urns on the Oracle, but he just can't use them in the fight because heroes are getting bursted too fast. Like, he doesn't really get to heal people up. It's very uncharacteristic to see this many charges on an urn in a competitive game. It happens quite a lot in pub games where you're not watching your economy with it. Doesn't have many of this urn.
Maybe he's got to put on the Tinker every time he sees him, but...
Yeah, that's pretty good, but he's never going to be in range.
Yeah, the range is the issue. Phantom Assassin are going to be on the run and evade the attack from Zai. Alright, Roshan is up in about 10-15 seconds.
Both teams can kill this very fast. PA, one of the best heroes at killing Roshan. innately wants to go for minus armor. That's the crit, has the evasion, so she can just solo it. Even with just this 10% lifesteal talent can easily solo out a Roche here. And
now
EG, they need to make a move now.
That Abyssal's so close for Raven. Like, they're actually going to have straight lockdown control now, too.
Got the bat.
Yeah.
This guy is going to kill everyone if they don't get him under control.
There goes the arrow. They're inside of Roshan. The PA illusion's on its way into. They deal with it quickly, committing Rift as well as some decent abilities. He's already triggered off his aura. And Tim's, well, wait for the timing. Roshan is low, Stifling Dagger goes in, Rockets as well, Roshan killed by the dive, and the epicenter, TNC, lacquering it on top of Evil Genius. Arteezy, Chris trying to keep him alive, maybe it was enough heal, we'll see if he does pop or not. He doesn't, he's back to full life. They had the buyback from the Weaver, they need to win this fight, but Raven, he's in the thick of it, looking for the crit, damage will fall, they'll lose the Gem of True Sight, the Burrow Strike creating a little bit more space here from Tims, they need a little bit more here, TNC, they haven't done it just yet, 1437 will fall, is there buybacks? You've still got Tims as well as Raven, this two-man Basher army, killing off Evil Geniuses, Raven with the ultra kill, and Evil Geniuses committing heavily into that.
Yeah, they bought back both the, what's that?
It was just Weaver.
So they bought back the Weaver, but they dive 5 heroes. Who even got the Aegis in that mess?
I honestly, like...
Aegis was on Sumail, and he died again. The cheese is also used.
Cheese was consumed.
It might have been Arteezy who had it. He got healed to full.
Cheese was consumed by Arteezy.
Yeah. But in spite of that, so they had Aegis, cheese, and a buyback, and they lost the fight. That's pretty bad. But of course, like the positioning EG are in to take that Roche is a huge gamble play. I think it was the right choice to try to go for it. But if they get caught like that, 3 or 4-man laser twice, epicenter, 3-man burrow, you're just not winning that fight. But they kind of had to do something. They felt like the game was slipping away.
Are they going to force this? The Burrow Strike! The Sentry Ward was down. They saw him with a fresh Abyssal Blade the front lines. Zai is gone. That's a dive back for him, and Cuckoo's looking for more. Crit has to false promise himself, allowing them to lasso Universe, bringing him down. And the bottom racks, it was Evil Geniuses that helped TNC fall apart. Now the shoe is most definitely on the other foot. And they get another Blink Burrow. Crit will fall. Arteezy trying to be the cannon under the tier 4 towers. They will actually bring down Sam H. The PA into the back lines. The laser, the rockets, the bash. Arteezy will fall. And EG will lose a second lane of racks guaranteed. The question is, how much longer do they stick in this game? Do they believe they still have what it takes? The Dro lineup has failed.
Yeah, it's pretty much failed at this point. I mean, it's still possible. I don't think they should GG out. There is a chance of getting a fight that they win. And the reason, I think the chance that they have is still that PA doesn't have a BKB. He might buy one now, or he might just go even harder on the damage. So they can kill Raven with the right combination where everything just clicks. Like you hit a good arrow, you get Silver Edge off, and everyone bursts him. It is really, really hard, though. And I don't think they're going to win the fight if they don't kill Raven first. I think he's just going to slowly kill everyone together with the Tinker.
But there's no way they can do it.
This Manta style was actually a really key pickup. He used it in that last fight at the Roche Pit to remove Fate's Edict. One of the good counterplays EG have to this PA, and it just doesn't exist. When he gets disarmed, he just breaks it and kills the Oracle right away, because Oracle has to expose himself to even get that spell off. And he can get punished really, really hard by Raven. And TNC very well executed game in my opinion here. This is not easy to play. Like when you're playing against a draw lineup and you're this far behind this early, it's difficult. But they found the two fights that they needed, put themselves in a great position, and now it looks like Raven, no BKB planned. He's gonna go for the butterfly once he gets that.
Yeah.
How do you kill this guy?
You don't. It's just that simple. Evil Geniuses can wish, hope, pray that he just goes in solo and away from everyone else from TNC, but they can't control. They don't have that wonderful chronosphere that Universe could bring in game 1. Instead, it's Tims being the aggressor. Tims' Burrow Strike catching out 2-3 heroes every time. He's only now just looking to build up his Aghanim Scepter. He's been hitting absolutely everything. I think he's done more control than we've seen from Sam H. Sam H is almost like that little distraction birdie, the red flag to the bull kind of thing. Go and attack this. Go and try and control this. Crit, you commit your false promise to control that.
It's actually true.
Like you can't.
He's level 15 on Bat Rider, and the Sand King's level 21.
You can't false promise 3 heroes in a line stop.
No. You cannot.
And now you got the BKB at least for Arteezy. He has this, but it's got no way to give distance. Like, there's no, like, also keeping in mind, like, he went for the Shadow Blade, the Silver Edge, to try and counter against the Phantom Assassin. He never was able to get his Hurricane Pike. He never was able to get that repositioning item, which you kind of need to have for Drow Ranger in the fight.
Yeah, it's a fair point that he could have gone for a Force Staff after that Shadow Blade, or maybe even before, and then finished the Silver Edge.
Oh, here they come.
Hurt him.
Moonlight Shadow, they're right on top of TNC. How do they do it? The Global Silence 1437, cancelling them off. Zaya's low. Does he have a way out of this one? Will he survive long enough? The epicenter, BKB at least protects Arteezy for the moment, but Cuckoo into the trees, spamming out the damage, and Raven crits against Samael. Look at the damage! They can't even hit him! They're trying and trying, but the blind are hitting the very, very visible. EG will lose 4 and the game. TNC will get a 1.
Okay guys, before this game ends, actually it's ending now, I just want to, so we are going to watch OG versus DC. And there is an Immortal giveaway 1 hour before today's matches, so to compete in a giveaway you will have to be subscribed on this channel. There is about 20 to 30 people who are competing for a giveaway, so it's a great chance to win free giveaway. There will be another stream today, and you will participate in a giveaway if you are a subscriber. So let's watch OG versus Digital Chaos in this game. This is Ogreboy, and I wish you enjoy on this channel.
5 seconds remaining.
Do against that. You're not going to chase that around. You can't do anything against it. You can't really protect your wave against it.
And he's really quick too, so it's even harder to do it.
Yeah, you just get triangles, you're running around, and you're like, boom. You do it again, like twice in a row with Chakra. Cool.
Well, that's certainly one of the ways that will, you know, help enable them to, like you're saying, all the great things about lane push. And yeah, I'm kind of sort of curious because it was interesting the way that the draft progressed. OG took a really long time for that third pick. It felt like they were trying to wait on, you know, what is it that we really want to take. Are you surprised at all seeing the mid taken this early in the draft in like the first pick of the second phase?
I think OG has to give up something.
Oh.
That's a good pick. They need a lane shove.
Yeah, talk about being able to shove lanes quickly. Just 1 burrow strike, 2 right clicks, and it's gone with Caustic.
Yeah. I think that's really good.
10 seconds remaining.
That was a pretty good hero to just like kind of pair everything together. But I'd say right now, I think OG just felt like they felt comfortable showing the first 2. Because when you play against a Batrider, it's just obnoxious no matter what. It doesn't really matter what you have. Things don't really get easier. Like, you could say, okay, you get a Lincoln's carrier, but even then, Batrider will get 4 staff.
Right.
You have to show something, especially when you're second pick.
Wow. And coming down to the wire at the end of the day, it's going to be the Bristleback Taken. And it is going to be a off-lane Bristle. I'm assuming with Fly there in lane. This is like that classic combo. And I remember, I mean, for a while, you were also... wasn't this like the big thing in Southeast Asia when you guys were playing? Is that correct, or was it?
It was IO Bristle.
Okay.
When we were in there. You bring back dark memories.
I'm sorry, man. I don't apologize.
Who was the combination of people? It was March. It was March's Bristle.
Okay. You know, and I was doing some research about these teams back in that day. It was. Jarek's playing on Hot 6, and I think that he was housemates with Forever at the time too. So
they all
long lost teammates.
They all lived in this like tiny apartment together.
Yeah.
Like all you have to do is play Dota.
That sounds like the dream. Well, from a tiny apartment now to a big old hotel in Seattle, it's time to see if they're going to be able to take game number 1, OG versus DC, 4th match here on the B stream. And do you have a draft that you're particularly favoring? You felt like you really liked that Sand King last pick. Is the Bristle the perfect answer for it, or how do you see this game playing out?
I will say... Okay, I want to hear your opinion first. Who do you think, just bare bones without any analysis, who do you say wins draft-wise?
I would say that DC wins draft-wise.
I think so too, because I feel like the Silencer is one of the most annoying heroes that Bristol can play against. Like if you're imagining quill spam, you just get cursed. People don't realize it, but curse is... Oh, that spell's brutal. Actually, everyone realizes it now. Arcane Curse is insane. Like, that spell is by far one of the most annoying to play against. It just feels like it's on you forever. But at the same time, I think... I do like DC's draft a lot. I feel like they have really comfortable ways to take team fights. They have good late game. They have ways to lane shove. Like, everything on paper looks good, but you always have to take into account that you think that OG might be a better team, right? So maybe they can overcome these deficits in the draft.
I really like this too. This ward placed down, he was able to just get it in time, the Sand King, before the Bristleback walked up the hill. So he'll be able to have vision of the stacks. And they've committed both of their wards, actually, to making sure that they know what S4 is doing at all times.
Yeah.
Well,
that is a heavy commitment, though. I figured they would have placed down a ward mid, but I guess they feel comfortable that Jerax can't really mess with a Queen of Pain. Like, it's a Queen of Pain, right? Abed can always just blink away. There shouldn't be a way that he really dies to any sort of rotation. Because the only way that he dies is if CK makes the rotation over. Which, by the way, No-Tail, out of all carries in Dota, is more than willing to do. Like, this guy will grab level 5, smoke up with the rest of his team, kill mid, take that tower.
A quick little bullion move here by Mason himself is going to force Ana back, and that will mean no bounty rune for him.
That's how you get 3.
Hey. Do it.
Dude, look at that DC immediate gold lead. They take a demanding lead, a commanding lead off the start.
I'd say insurmountable.
Yeah, 300 net worth at 20 seconds into the game. Just think about that. It's exponential.
Yeah, if you have exponential growth, it's going to be 30,000 by 10 minutes. It's over. Well,
what was the point?
I don't know. A couple little things here. The Invoker versus Queen of Pain matchup. I feel like we've seen it so many times throughout this patch and past ones as well. Anything really new evolve with this matchup here?
No, it's going to be really annoying for her Invoker in the beginning. Obviously, the later the game goes, Invoker is just one of those heroes that will shine. That's just the nature of the hero, but pre-Aghanims is going to be the time period where Queen of Pain is just going to fight lane-wise, one-on-one, straight up one-on-one. It should be very easy for Abed to bully this Invoker, which he's doing so far.
Well, bottom lane, actually, they've already found it. Bulba will save the day, though, as Jerax gets stunned by him and takes some tower shots on the way out. But that was setting up to be a really nice play. And, oh, Bulba, maybe getting a little bit too big for his britches now, is going to end up dropping. Well, unless he gets a triple burrow strike, can he actually make his way out of here, though? It seems like it could be quite tough. He will not have another one.
He's got boots. He's got boots.
Run away, little man. Run away, Sunstrike. Oh, no. First blood. Bulba picks it up.
Everything was going so well. If he doesn't make that play, I'm not even kidding. Like, they survive. Look at top. S4, he had to pop his salve. He was getting quite low up there, too. He doesn't like that lane. This bottom lane, Forever was getting the wave shoved into him. This Queen of Pain was doing so... I mean, in CS alone, it's 6-2 against 9-4. If Ana doesn't get that kill, Abed can snowball this lane. But that first blood, it's going to have repercussions.
Yeah, and we saw up there as well, Bristleback just getting level 2 as they decided to go on him, and that, I'm sure, kept him alive. Left only 100 HP after the fact. His back turned the whole time.
But you're still level 2 Bristle with no stacks.
Yeah.
Like this, ideally, let's not overthink this. This is still fine. Let's calm down. Okay. Everything is okay. DC is still in a perfectly fine position. Somehow, they've triple stacked. This is like a quad stack. If they clear this up, this is going to be really good for them, as Fly should be blasting this pretty soon, and you need to ideally do this with like 7, I think. 7 or 8 when you start it. This is just going to leave a lot of creeps behind.
Really unlucky the double Centaur too. They had those like 3 or 4 instances of Cloak Ore on him, just giving so much magic resistance to that Bat Rider too.
Yeah. And they're going to shove the wave out, Fly, which is what he should do. He can even pull it to the side after, which is what I imagined was going to happen, but not actually going to do so quite yet. But you're going to get double range creep, and Forever's just going to get a lot of experience here. I feel like Fly, I thought he was going to shove, but they're going to stun, harass Forever out a little bit, and this next wave, he's going to pull it in. So, gets delayed by a little bit. Doesn't really change too much, though.
Well, meanwhile, mid, you know, Jarek's sticking around as well. They're not going to be able to find a kill onto Forever, like you mentioned, and so that left him free to force a blink out from Quap. The bet has to play a little bit safe for the moment. And of course, it's going to be Bulba still sticking around here. Has that level in Sandstorm, so no extra pressure with the Caustic, but I guess he's going to soak up some of this experience as well. They've been able to pull off one of those range creeps as we miss a kill up top. S4 goes down. Pick up by Mason.
Yeah, very good kill by him. As, again, this is just going to be a really rough lane for this Bristleback. Like, this is not meant to be the easiest time. So laning advantage so far, I would say it goes in favor of DC, just by like a slight margin. It could have been even better though. I'm not going to harp on it too much though. That first blood, things happen.
Right.
As Ana going to get right-clicked. This is a DD Queen of Pain. You want to be careful, but...
Gets her to blink away.
Yeah.
Alright, well, holding back for the moment. Looks like S4 is going to retreat to the jungle. Do you think this is something where it's worth sending a support over to soak experience since you have vision, or just keep the lane under control?
I think you just keep the lane under control for now. Okay. He's going to stack, Dubu's going to stack on like crazy. So just keep the lane where it is, let Dubu get some XP too. At some point what will happen is Dubu will stack this probably one more time, and then when Mason gets his 6, they'll just swap out. And Dubu will get the lane XP and Mason will just farm the jungle camp. And that's how they snowball. That's exactly what they did in the NA quals, and I don't think things changed too hard. And that is exactly what he does. He stacks again, these creeps will die. Because if you just shove the wave in, S4 doesn't necessarily have to be there. You could always just send a support, right?
Yeah.
You could send Fly, he TPs in, just blast the wave back.
I really like this. I mean, you see the stack there going on. You're also seeing right now that Bulba with the Sandstorm has been able to take out a double stack on the hard camp. They're getting a lot out of the map right now, DC, and
they are.
It doesn't really feel like there's a great way for OG to do much to contest this.
Yeah, OG's not getting that much out of this lane right now. Like they, this bottom wave, they're splitting XP between 3 heroes. Doesn't feel that good. And meanwhile at mid, I mean, after this first blood, just had a fine game. Jarex has even sacrificed a little bit of his game by going there, if you noticed in the beginning. So this Queen of Pain getting bullied quite hard. What should be a winning matchup for one side, in fact is not. As Bulba gonna make the rotation around, he's level 3. He does have this level 2 stun, but I mean, you don't really dive a Raindrops, Wand, Invoker.
Yeah. And now it's just a regen up top too, so that'll allow them to, you know, continue to establish a bit more dominance in this lane, I'm sure, after spamming out the spells. Forev, in the meantime, went over to contest the stack. Yet again, it looked like he was able to pick up a few of those big
look at Mason.
Are they actually going to pull back in, though? They're thinking about diving here on the Bat Rider. A whole heck of a lot of damage. They stun him up as well. Sunstrike coming through. Forev actually heads up towards the north, but still will end up dying. And yeah, as you mentioned, Mason doing the stack.
I mean, that's still a level 4 Bat Rider. He's fine. He forced 3 heroes there, and meanwhile, if you look at Bulba mid, they're going to make this rotation on Ana. Doesn't look like they're going to get the kill, as Dubu instead is going to go down, and we talked about No-Tail. If there's any carry that's going to rotate when he's level 5 out of a safe lane to make something happen.
Look at this guy. No-Tail's crazy. He's just like, yeah, I'll come mid. Why not? We'll find a kill.
It's all good.
Well, Abed thinking about going in for that.
Queued that up, but you would die.
Yeah. Well, that's just going to be the Shrine used, getting a little bit of extra value out of that. Still a stun over here on Bristleback. The rotation in from Jarex probably keeps him off. I don't know if they could have killed the Bristle either, but maybe make his life a little bit more scary. But 7.5 minutes in, 3-1, with a little bit of a lead for DC. Do you think that they're liking where they're at in the game? Is there anything they need to be worried about?
No, I think they're very comfortable at this pace right now. Because you know that no matter how much farm Invoker gets, it's empty net worth. In the sense that this hero has always been farm. Like, when you think about the hero, the problem is you think about all the cool combinations he does. But if you think about it, he only does that once he has like 3 items, right? He has Midas, Boots of Travel, Aghanim Scepter. Right. But pre-Aghanim Scepter, this hero doesn't fight. You create space for him, and he just pushes the map in and farms. So for DC, as long as they're not losing anything horribly, they're not getting picked off, I think they're okay with the pace of the game. Because they can press it once this Bat Rider gets blinked really fast.
Yeah.
And OG, they're going to be in quite a pickle trying to fight that out, which is why I liked DC's lineup better.
Well, and we've just been seeing this massive acceleration of farm from Mason, who has 77 last hits at 8 minutes in. And it's not looking like he's going to stop anytime soon, just moving into the jungle. And like you said, giving Newbee over the lane. This is, I mean, like, do you just keep on building up your advantage in farm? Do you think that it's worth it going for like a Blink Dagger afterwards for Mason after Mask of Madness?
Yeah, I think Blink's perfectly fine here. It's a very justifiable build because you want to push the pace. Right. As Newbee up at top, he's going to get dove. That's 5 stacks.
Oh, but he isn't going to be able to get it off that last time. Oh, end up time, Newbee!
There's a Sunstrike.
Oh, be careful, buddy. He's going to TP back home. But
and it's not going to shoot it out. Any Newbees in here? Just one. Oh, that scared me, Gabe. There's going to be a 3-man rotation up here as No-Tail going to lead the way. They've got Sunstrike too.
Oh my god, it's so much damage. Mason throws out the stun, needs to get out, but not going to happen. S4 able to take him down, and now highest net worth hero gets brought down. That's a big one.
Yeah, that is No-Tail in a nutshell. He TPs in mid to save his mid, then he goes and ganks, even though there's an empty lane at top. One of the most proactive carries that you're going to see. By far. This guy creates so much space for his team.
I think, you know, I was remembering back to even when they were doing, you know, all the Radiance Illusion pushing heroes, and people would always say that they played it different than others because he would, like, you know, go into a fight with an Alk or a Naga to make sure that the team was able to buy space for the rest of them. And doing the same type of thing here, going for the treads early on, and now back for the armlet. No need for Midas.
Yeah. He's just like, I need a fight. Let me help my team. We're going to win lanes. There's no other way that you can reasonably bring down that hero anyways, as Bulba.
More help for Ana. Finds himself a Sunstrike. Jerax is feeling it. They're having a good old time. Oh, God. You gotta love the chat wheel. It's too good.
It's the best. I mean, they're probably... It's gotta be because it's Bulba that they got that excited. And the lead finally swings in favor of OG. I mean, it almost was going 1K in the favor of DC, which isn't insurmountable, but still. It's one of those things where, you know, you felt pretty comfortable. Now the CK is just becoming a terror. He's killing everyone on the map. No-Tail gets to do his No-Tail playstyle with this hero.
Yeah, I love the build too. The 4 points in Reality Rift, -7 armor, particularly against, I mean, Sven, you know, has the high armor, but just even for pickoffs, it just transforms all those other heroes into damage dealers. But mid lane, Abed's come back in with Newbee. Looks like they want to put the kibosh on this. Jerax is still hanging out in the area, and hasn't really been a whole lot of concerted efforts towards taking down objectives yet. Do you think that changes sometime soon?
No. I think both teams, honestly, especially DC, like, they're not really going to go 5-man for tower or anything like that. They have very split-heavy of a lineup. So there's no real concern for them. Because they're going to win, or they think anyways, that they're going to be able to win the team fights, right? And once you win the team fights, you can take those towers anyways. The tower that they have to protect is this mid one. If they protect this mid tower, then... I just understood his name.
Mid one? Oh, Blitz. It's amazing. Uh-oh. Newbee. He's in the mid. He's going potentially down here. Not a whole hell of a lot that they can do to stop that.
We talked about it. This mid tower is the one that they have to protect. They're not going to be able to do it.
Well, Mason at least is hanging out here. Getting to the side, but feels like it's quite tough to actually get there in time. Sand King is rotating as well.
You see, this is the tower that they're like all out defending for.
Oh, good play. Reality Rifting to get away from Mason on the Sven. They drop the global as well. Sonic Wave out, trying to find see if they can catch No-Tail, and with the right clicks coming in, it should be the denied coming from Ana. He might end up paying for that one as they do have dust on him. Burrow Strike is going to come through. Bulba finds him. A pretty good Illuminate.
Oh,
and now S4 here as
too.
well. They're all running in, but are they just running to their death? S4 up on the high ground, trying to bring him low.
He's getting low.
It's going to happen. OG lose 3. And my God, that was a hell of a defense.
That Arcane Curse, and we talked about it. You can give up that top tower, Gabe. You can give up that bottom tower, but that mid tower, if there's anything you know about North American Dota, any good team, they're not going to give up that mid. Because if you give up that mid tower, it opens up the entirety of the map. You no longer have to play these really weird smokes. You can just go up through mid every single time. You can cut across. Your jungle no longer becomes safe because you lose access to that entire north-left side. So it's essentially conceding map control. You're saying to yourself, we'll play from this really horrible disadvantage for nearly no reason.
Oh, I'm certainly not wanting that to happen. Granted, the tower is now only at 63 HP.
They're thinking about it. They're like, do we deny this? Because again, it matters so much. It provides vision as well.
Yeah, and the nice part also about having these heroes is they can just run in here in a second, and it looks like Dubu is going to go for the deny.
He feels it now.
Be able to get it, and
gets the blink out though.
Nice play there by No Tail and Jarex. Tried to get the Reality Rift into stun, but didn't quite work.
Did I just say north left? Like, why didn't you correct me?
North left is a thing, sure. I'm not about calling you out.
Yeah, but why could I just say upper left?
Or northwest.
There was a lot of ways that could have gone better, game. 2 North American casters.
Yeah. NA geography.
Lol. NA with direction slash. It was both.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Movement in right now, though. Bulba is not quite in position for the stun. The rest of them are a little bit farther behind, but they will find Ana. Burrow Strike.
Oh, they're going to grab this Invoker.
Can they actually do it? Sonic Wave is a hell of a lot of damage, and Mason comes back in for the swipes.
Oh, they're just getting chunked in this fight.
Can they kill him off a second time now? S4 had the Aegis, but now going to already have it down. He's doing a hell of a lot of damage. Double kill for Mason. DC have been striking back with a vengeance.
Yeah, and it does not matter that you have this Aegis, especially if you're going to get wiped like that. This is what I was talking about. I felt like just the raw teamfight ability. This is what this Batrider plus Silencer gives you. Is even though he didn't get global off, this Batrider's grip, it's always going to win you teamfights. And the ability to kite with Arcane Curse and Sticky Napalm, it's fantastic. It's so hard for OG to take these engagements. And now OG, they're going to lose their mid tower themselves. So the tower advantage evens out, which should favor DC in this sense because they can shove in waves with their core heroes. Dubu going to make his way up the top, and even without that global, I mean, Mason, you called it, he goes for the blink first. He's got tons of utility. He's very strong right now, highest net worth in the game. This Invoker still can't fight.
Yeah. He is only 700 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter and picked up that health talent. We'll see if it will save him from this little rotation as they have the dust, they have the jump, they have the Burrow Strike. Ana in trouble, and again taken down. Right now 2, 3, and 2. Dangerously close to a meme.
I mean, he was in really good position to get such a fast Aghanim Scepter Midas. He was going to get like a 14-minute Aghanim Scepter Midas, and kills like this definitely going to slow things down. 800 gold away now. If he just shoves out that bottom lane, sure, but that was a very good aggressive move by DC. Is, you know, their lineup's still paying dividends as now Forever is going to shove out this bottom lane, and they're still doing this all minus the Blink Dagger on the Batrider, mind you.
Yeah.
And the Batrider, or the Sand King Blink Dagger. Once you have those two, on top of the Sven jump, you're just going to have so much team fight.
It really feels like that's the glory of the Sand King pick.
Oh,
4 points in Burrow Strike is, yeah, they found Dubu. I mean, that's that one that'll happen. But, you know, you have your Tranquil Boots moving at 405 movement speed, 4 points in Burrow Strike, long range initiation. You can just get so much done.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. They're just running around the map killing things, and so far it's been successful. It's Forever. He's waiting here again. They're very patient, but this time nobody from OG is going to fall for it, as they should just let the shove out naturally. They can send out Forged Spirits at bottom if they want, but they've got to be a little bit more careful and protect Ana. Like, you are not going to be able to just farm this Aghanim Scepter for free. People will punish you right now. So the best thing to do is kind of huddle around, which will slow down the rest of your team's farm, but at the same time, it is very key that you get Aghanim Scepter on this Invoker. Otherwise, he's a 3-spell Invoker.
Right. Well, and likewise now, if OG do start to play that more clustered together lineup where you don't let him go too far out and make sure that you protect him, what's the DC answer? Because it feels like they can't find those pickoffs as much.
Yeah, right now for DC, I'm not sure. DC, just wait for Blink Daggers.
Okay.
Like, everything is still fine. Your Blink Daggers are still coming online at a very reasonable time. There's nothing to really, there's nothing to rush in any case. Because as soon as this Batrider jumps in, he's going to be able to kill one core. Like, even if it's the Bristleback. Like, Sticky Napalm plus the Firefly, you just walk in front of him. It's incredibly annoying for Bristle to play against.
Okay. Oh, I like that. Now they do have that Axe done. He had a Yule Scepter queued up, but now it looks like it's going to be a Lincoln Sphere. Meanwhile, on the side of a bed, he ended up going back for the Veil. So, now that you have the Aghanims, does that feel like you're maybe in a little bit of a better position to take fights, or you still want to try and wait for those next couple items? Maybe a bit too scary?
You can set up for a little bit more, but you don't rush things.
Okay.
As up at top, Mason gonna get gone on. Gets
Silence
jumped.
Wearing off a good bit of damage. Sunstrike coming through as well. Gonna connect onto him, and with the Illuminate, all the damage in the world, they take down Big Bad Sven. Newbee, he gets out.
That was pretty close. He almost cleaved his way to killing Fly as well. That's gonna be a massive death. That was a Sven that was well on his way to such a ridiculous game, but now things get slowed down, and DC... They're playing... That was a little bit too greedy, because you've got 3 cores farming in different areas of the map. They're all showing. OG, of course, is going to make some kind of move. They have to. Otherwise, you're just watching 3 cores farm independently. They thought that the Sven global would be enough. You know, you just TP out, but OG... I think he still should have gone for that, right?
I'm not sure.
I'm trying to consider why he was worried about that.
Bottom lane, I'll let you pontificate a little bit further. It's a quick kill on S4 yet again. By the way, simultaneous Blink Daggers picked up right there for both the Slardar and the Batrider.
Yeah.
And now because of that, OG want to try and take this fight without their Bristleback. But DC already away.
Yeah, they're going to get out of this just fine. Nobody greedy. That's such a disciplined play, by the way. Do you notice they leave 1 creep behind? Oftentimes, like, people stay behind and they'll farm that, but just because you're greedy, that's just human nature. You see that creep, you're going to want to farm it. At the same time, DC, a little bit more disciplined. They're thinking to themselves, guys, something's really off. Nobody showing on the map. This mid wave is kind of shoving in this top wave. Nothing's really happening. Like, why is nobody showing on the map right now? What I would like to see DC do anyways is they're going to have this Batrider ulti up again pretty soon. I'd like to see them make a play with smoke. They've got a Blink Dagger up on their Sand King as well. They've got Global Silence coming up in 20 seconds. Like, all their cooldowns are going to line up really nicely. And so this is exactly when you want to smoke, right before they're about to be up.
Oh my god, you're calling it.
So you make a rotation probably into their jungle, and you just scout upwards through that ancient area.
It's like that is indeed like you're an oracle here. What are you doing? It's almost like you're, you know, a coach at some point or something. My god.
But they're kind of hemming and hawing right now. I still feel like this is the play for them to make. Shove in this mid wave. It's your best chance, but instead they're going to make the call and say top wave is shoving in a little bit too hard. And Dubu's going to say they're probably in our top area, but at the same time, like, I feel like there was like a really small window for some kind of play to be made right there, and they didn't really go for it. You notice they sort of sent half the people mid, half the people are going top, because Dubu's saying to himself, like, guys, we have to shove this wave back. Right. So, but right now, I think you should still go for the smoke. After you clear this out, just smoke to Dubu or something. Like, there's still a play to be made here.
Yeah, and it's that window doesn't really like close at any point until it just becomes like less of a strong hit of that timing, I guess.
Yeah. I still think, I mean, you shove this wave one more time, go. You really want to use these cooldowns.
You're getting antsy for them. You're all about this. I love it. I think that that's the perfect move, and now it's heading out. Of course, Global, like you were talking about. Who is it that they're going to run into, though? Because Fly is the only one that's actually going to be even close to showing on the map right now. The rest of OG are all back behind by their Tier 2 tower mid.
This is such a cool move by OG, by the way. You notice, like, because most teams would sit behind somebody at top, right? That's why you smoke to your silencer. But, oh, Fly,
nicely done. Yule Scepter pickup, and Fly going to be punished for this one. It'll take a little while before he ends up going down, and he'll cause some trouble.
Yeah. The problem with that play, Gabe, or the reason why they only got that Keeper of the Light, was because they were just a little bit too slow. Okay. Because once that Queen of Pain shoves in that one more wave mid, it becomes a little obvious.
All right.
The bottom wave's been shoved in. This Queen of Pain blinks in aggressively to clear out that mid wave. Like, what could they possibly be doing? That disengages because they don't have the best vision, but...
Oh, everybody bouncing around. It ends up turning into a 3-person burrow strike. The pushback is nice from the Coddle, and now No Tail trying to see if he can do a little bit more work onto Abed. He lost all of his mana with that, but he still will be able to get that kill and get out.
Yeah, a little bit dicey because DC, you know, they don't have the best vision there, and OG still can't capitalize on that as the rough part. Because normally when a situation like that happens, it's the best time for the defending team to capitalize, right? You see all 5 heroes, you know none of their spells are up, but DC's just a little bit too more farmed. They're gonna 5-man shrine. When's the next? They have another smoke. They could just go for it again. This Batrider's gonna have his lasso up in 20 short seconds. Like you could. This top wave is shoved in. Abed blinks forward aggressively at bottom, shoves that wave in, and the other 4 smoke and connect to him. That's your play.
All right. Even without global down, you think that they're so much stronger that it wouldn't end up really mattering that much?
Because you're not anticipating for them to get into a 5-man. You're hoping you just find 1 or 2 heroes. And that way you're grouped up as well, and nobody gets picked off.
Scary stuff happening now, though, as Roshan is trying to be snuck by OG. Do DC have an inkling that this has happened? They don't have those normal vision-oriented heroes
this
that
is going
they
to be
would
way too fast.
in the clockwork or what have you, but
Fly would be a no-tail up at top.
Trying to
This
go
would
on
be a
him.
good trade.
If they can kill him off, Dubu is there as well, but where's the follow-up damage? They don't really have it. Bulba is trying to come in right now, but Jerix is also going to scout him out. Can he actually find it? Epicenter coming in now, looking for Jerix. Isn't quite on the mark, but they still might be able to make something of this as they've been able to take down that Slardar as well.
Oh, Fly goes down in the background too. Only Ana and S4 are left for this. They might just get kited for this. He gets dusted.
Oh, nice jump forward by Abed. He's able to find him. Now the blink forward and the stun, but Mason stuck in the trees for a moment. Isn't going to matter. They still take down that Aegis, and Bulba able to dodge away from the EMP. Second time around, should not be that big of an issue. Deafening blast to no avail as Ana will die yet again. 4 down, 16-9. DC looking strong.
Yeah, and they're playing really decisively. A lot of teams, they would think, oh, that CK might be a bait or something like that, but they understand it's not. The Roshan falls, they immediately jump on that opportunity. Mason comes in with the backlines as well. DC just all over the map right now, playing a little bit too fast for OG. Not enough team fight on their side, because this Invoker, he still doesn't feel that comfortable fighting. And right now, your CK isn't farmed enough that you can frontline with him, and this S4 Bristleback just isn't that scary.
I guess it's just, you know, again, the sort of the speed of the heroes and the way that they came online causing a lot of issues.
This Batrider, man.
Yeah.
It always comes back. Like, around the time TI rolls around, you're just like, you forget about him. Like, it's kind of a mediocre hero. Bam, Batrider. Right. Because there's no... This initiation is insane. You Batrider, global, team fight is so chaotic for the enemy team. What does OG do? They kind of just have to wait for that 4 seconds. And at bottom, again, they don't even have to commit the lasso this time.
Oh, quick little pickoff again as Slardar gets taken down. I was looking up there at the top also, Dubu just sort of like annoyingly throwing an arcane curse and a last word onto the bristleback and then TPing away.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, contribution.
I mean, it's just sort of like the petty little annoying things, the mental warfare of a Dota 2 game.
Yeah, he's got in-stolen. That's worth gold.
Totally. All right. So Abed down bottom takes the tower, and now the rotation up towards the top. No Tail is here. It does have that cooldown reduction, depending upon what skill he wants to use. Maybe a double reality rift for funsies. But it looks like OG just going to back out now, not wanting to take the fight yet.
But man, DC, 3K lead. It's slowly growing. They're showing that the VP series, no problems at all.
Yeah.
As mid, they pop the global to save him. That play doesn't even work in favor. This is a very farm Queen of Pain. She's going to have a plate mail. Going to be Nyan killable pretty soon.
Yeah, with the Lincoln Sphere as well. Man, so for OG at this point, the plan doesn't really change that much, does it? You've got Coddle for high ground defense along with like a Invoker, but I guess there's still the issue of a Batrider being able to siege high ground as well.
Yeah, because he can just grab somebody. If he grabs Fly, for example, at bottom, which is exactly what he's going to do.
What do you do now?
Goodbye, sweet summer child.
Bulba is going to be able to find that kill. No Tail shows up, though, looking like he wants to battle for Rev. It's a little juke away through the trees. The tornado
You don't want to
will not
overextend
quite
for this.
grip him. Are they going to be running into trouble? Sven is coming in from the back. On the other side, it's going to be Slardar already in a little bit of trouble. They get the Yule Scepter, lift up in the tornado. It's not all going to be able to do it. He's going forward for more. Sonic Wave comes down onto 3. Mason shows up. Big bad man, indeed, with a big old stick. Hitting S4 in the back, able to take him down. Well, actually, he's going to be able to walk out for the moment. The cheese keeping him alive, but Ana already had to TP home. All 5 of DC are on top of S4, and there are Lotus Orbs and Echo shells bouncing all over the place. They all die in the end.
10K himself. Coming in clutch for his team. Oh, that was sick spell casting by DC. Dodges that stun, chases through, gets the kill on Jerax. Manages to get his ulti off, sets the team fight for his team. And the thing is, even though his team wasn't all there right at that moment, they got there in time.
Right.
You're in such a good position there. You killed Fly, you have this Batrider being chased. OG can't really commit to anything. They used their stun and their tornado. He didn't go down. Now you're in a position where you're fighting 3v5. What do you really do? That's perfect fight territory for DC.
And again, like you said, maybe baiting out a little bit of too enthusiastic of a response from OG. DC
they just want to get something, man.
Yeah.
That's just frustration. They're like, we need to do something. We just let our guy get kidnapped.
No.
That's like Taken if Liam Neeson didn't exist.
So who's Liam Neeson then in this analogy?
Liam Neeson? I mean, it's gonna have to be
Mad?
Anna.
Is it Mad?
It's gotta have to be Anna, dude.
Okay, it's Anna.
Anna's their Liam Neeson in this.
Alright, let's see it, Liam Neeson. I believe in you. Batrider, though, looking forward. They're capturing the daughter yet again. Coddle in trouble.
The
Fly
sequel.
going down. It's got the same ending. Abed finds the kill. Unstoppable streak at this point for him. And now can they find any more? They have vision over this. No-Tail spotted him. There's the blink back. Now maybe in a little bit more trouble. Pops the BKB, turns to run away. Another jump forward. Abed wanting to get further aggressive here. Now Mason shows up, but a good stun, keeping him back for the moment. Can they kill off Ana? Liam Neeson is down. S4 also in trouble. DC dive in the base. Dive in every damn thing, and they're not quite able to get that reality rift pullback. Instead, it's going to be No-Tail falling as well. Jerax retreats to the well.
There's no objective for them to take. This is how you know a team's ahead. Like, I was looking at the map, I was like, and they're going to transition into a push. No, they're not. There's still tier 2 towers everywhere.
Yeah.
As far as the eye can see.
Wow. Well, what was, you know, I was looking at it earlier as relatively even in gold, but the big telling tale was that it was 10,000 experience. Now 30,000 experience lead and right around 9,000 gold.
To be fair, though, that gold is a bit skewed because of how far behind the silencer is.
Right.
He's got 3,000 net worth compared to what everyone else on OG has, minimum 6k almost. So he's kind of dragging like 3k behind that. So it was almost closer to like a 10k overall on the course, like the heroes that mattered during that time. Is Forev once again. He's on the prowl. He's got the ult up. He's done it all game.
Yeah, he shows a little bit of restraint there.
That one's a little bold.
Yeah.
You've got a gem. You can just get map control now.
Well, Roshan may respawn in another minute. We'll have to wait for the actual timing on that one. But is there anything that OG can really do to come and contest this next Roshan? How scary is that for their lineup right now?
The Batrider does two things really well. One, high ground, both offensive and defense, and Roshan fights. Because if you think about Roshan, is like there's no high ground area, so Batrider just rules Supreme, right? Because you can just sticky inside the Roshan pit, you can throw out spells, you can try to stun somebody out of it. Firefly is one of the best vision spells in the game against Roshan. Like, that's why every single fight they take around that area, even with the Aegis immediately thereafter, they just get pummeled. But this time, they're going to sit on top of this high ground. They're going to be smart about this. Abed should scream in this mid wave. Yeah. You scream at least once, because you want to shove in waves.
Yeah.
That might have given it away, but you got to do it. I would have done it.
There you go. No-Tail picked up an Arcane Rune also.
Oh, they're going to ping. They notice something up.
They're
going the long way. They don't want to get high grounded. Oh, this is so cool.
Are they actually? I mean, because they have a creep wave here too, and no tier 2 tower.
No, they should take this fight. They're just going the long way around as Mason jumps in. The global's committed.
They're trying to take this fight. He does pull back in. No-Tail, though. Chaos Knight separated from the team, and S4 is down as well. And now OG, nowhere left to go. They break the Lincolns. Ana trying to TP away, but they get the lift off. The gem gave the vision, and now with Invoker, he has to fight his way out of here. But there is just no way that's going to happen. All 5 of DC on top of him. My God.
Yeah, and you saw what OG was trying to do. They were assuming that DC would make the play, which they did, but they thought that they would come from the north, but they didn't. They went all the way around so that it was flat ground no matter what. That is so patient by them.
Certainly feeling the hype right now. DC making the plays they need. Mason wanting to get aggressive there. Got force staffed forward by his own team, and now a tier 3 tower going to be taken. Do they continue to remain patient and go back for shrines afterwards, or do you stick for barracks?
I think you get the racks. No, you take this tower and you reset. Because you're fine. You don't want to lose your gems. You picked up gems. You're fine. Get out. OG's desperate at this point. Any one more push or one more team fight will just be that last little tip, and you're good. Roshan's gonna spawn too. You know that OG every single time they've gone there, disaster. You're about to hit 25 on Abed. Why risk anything? So Roshan is gonna be up. Maybe OG goes for some desperate fight there. They realize things are getting real dire.
Well, and I'm sort of also, it felt like they just, you know, DC put their foot on the pedal and never looked back. This play of sneaking Roshan, do not believe it's going to work. Abed jumps back.
Stun, here comes again.
Ferev's caught him. The Lotus Orb out a little bit too late. That is going to be a kill. No tail going down. Tornado's going to connect onto several, but can they actually find their way out of this? This is so spooky right now. The
he
is
pulls
already
him back.
down a bit, jumps back in. Ana's going to drop the triple kill from Mason.
Boba catches him with the stun in the back too.
Stunning himself as well. S4 is going to fall. Ultra kill from Mason. 35 minutes in, 9-33.
Don't even bother with the Roshan. March down.
Oh my god. DC looking really good. I think a lot of people, I mean, you know, we're saying as if the game's over. It's not quite. There's always high ground defense, but people would not have expected this level of play against a team like OG that's just been so dominant this year.
Yeah, but I think it was the draft, which is why I asked you in the beginning. I said,
right,
independent of what two teams that you see, what do you think the better draft is? But at the same time, like, better draft or not, some of the moves that DC made this game were just insane. Like, the decision to go all the way around with that smoke.
Yeah.
The way that they played this Batrider, I mean, Forev. Ooh. 6-1-25. He's been in 31 out of their 33 kills. And on top of that, he's only died once as Batrider. And that was that very beginning of the game. Remember when he got dove at bottom? And he almost lived through that too. Might be the last fight of the game.
Pop God strength. Mason turns to fight. The jump forward. No tail. His illusions cleared in just one quick cleave. Mason doing the damage. 40 seconds without these heroes here. A big tornado and the EMP comes out, but it's all for naught as they're going to get a triple kill. And I believe they're going to do what you finally have been telling them. Run down mid. DC looking to clean up game number 1 in very fashionable style.
Yeah. They're going to pick up a win. Probably huge relief, especially with the kind of competition that they were able to play against. I mean, this is what happens. Sometimes your draft is a little bit shaky. A team like DC is not bad at all. This is TI. All the teams are very good here.
Well, a big win for DC. OG certainly not what they would have expected, but...
Okay, so guys, let's watch game number 2. Then we will move on. I will play some public ranked games, and there will be a giveaway. So for subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed yet, go ahead and subscribe, and you can win a giveaway easily. There are only about, I don't know, about 30 or so subscribers, so it's a good chance for you to win Immortal. Yeah. So let's watch game number 2, OG versus Digital Chaos, and then I will go and play some ranked games. Not too many. And then we will have Immortal giveaway. Okay? I hope you are enjoying. Okay, so number 2. Digital Chaos is good, man. 10k strikes here. Okay.
They felt really comfortable with that combination, but
let's move forward this.
They're gonna try to save her with the grave. She's gonna get tossed up in the air by
Don't forget
this
to subscribe and
Puck Yule Scepter or
we'll
something
see
like
you
that.
on the giveaway
Get blown up. I don't know.
You're not liking the DP pick, is what you're telling me.
No, I think it's sick, but I can always make the argument, you know, in terms of ideal team fights.
No, that's true. That's fair enough.
We'll make it wild.
And I guess that's the thing, is if you don't find that ideal team fight for OG, you maybe waste an ultimate here or there, and all of a sudden you don't have that much of an ability to fight anymore, whereas DC's lineup, a lot more capability to constantly fight.
That's exactly the point that I was going to bring it. You're so good at
Oh
what you
my
do,
God.
Lyrical.
I just take from the best, and, you know.
You're the new
casting with
capitalist.
you. Oh my God, I don't know what
You're the new
talking
cap,
about. You're
for
outta
sure.
here. Well, I already stole his co-casters, so we're on the right track.
Yeah. You're Ash Ketchum, I'm Pikachu, you chose me, I chose you. You don't know who chose who.
Yeah.
That was great.
You're turning into Owen. You're the rap god now.
Yeah. Nah, definitely not.
But talk to me about it.
It was like, because if you notice OG's lineup, the reason why I was making fun of you is because their team fight has to go well.
Right.
Because they have such high cooldown abilities. Like, when you have Chronosphere and Death Prophet Ultimate, like, you need these things to go right. You cannot mess these things up. Blowing DP ults, especially as a DP player, it's frustrating. Like, it slows down the pace of your game. Like, I know Mad is going to be watching this game very intently and saying to himself, like, these need to go right. Like, I need these team fights to go right. But his team is one of the, you know, OG, one of the best team fight execution teams in the world, which is why they can consistently pull off lineups that maybe other teams can't. All right.
Well, and a last ban now from the Nature's Prophet, another thing that would have allowed that constant team fight to come, and now we're going to get a classic, Jerax Earth Spirit. And we've been seeing a couple teams save their position for last recently. I mean, as you know, coach and all, what's the idea behind that? Is it just sort of the way that the drafts work out now, or is it because you're not going to have last pick, you might as well just throw your mid out there and get the one you really want?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is if you're 4th pick mid, 5th, if you're not last pick, and you're 4th or 5th picking, it doesn't really matter having a core role in that position, because you're going to have to... maybe I shouldn't talk about this.
Okay.
Okay, if you're 4th or 5th, if you're gonna have to consecutively 4th and 5th pick in that sense, and you're not last pick, then you're gonna have to have revealed what you're gonna do anyways in the mid part of the strategy, so it doesn't really matter. Whereas like that's why this last pick option, 2nd pick, is a little bit balanced, because you have this ability to just like nail it. You know, you can look at the enemy draft, like DC can look at OG's draft and say, man, as long as I get Ana in this chrono, they can't stop this black hole, and that's their condition to win at all times.
Yeah.
That's why you can do things like this as the last pick in the Enigma. But in any Dubu's here? I told you, Dubu Batrider.
I was gonna say.
I said it leaves it open.
You ended up going back.
I said pretty good is what I said, right?
Well, talk to me about this. How pretty good is the Faceless Void mid?
Can you see me now?
I know you did it. You called it right at the start.
It was a very shaky call though. I wasn't willing to put my name on it. I think it's good. Because if you think about it, Puck orbs, and he can just time walk. Yeah. And if I know Bulba, and I saw this guy playing the calls, he's gonna sit mid with the Sand King, and Puck does not want to live against that life.
Yeah. Help out his buddy, make sure that Abed has a good start to this game. As you mentioned just a second ago as well, no answer for a BKB black hole with the exception of a Chronosphere.
So as long as you get your Void in, and hopefully, you know, if you're DC, the Void's going to throw it out first. But so I mean, in terms of like the win condition, DC always has one. That's always such a relief, by the way. Like as long as you have some sort of win condition, like it's a lot easier to play. And for people that haven't played competitive Dota, that might be confusing, but it's like there's always this pressure on you, especially at a TI. You have this like inherent like fear, you know, where you're thinking to yourself like, I could always lose. You know, this game, like, well, what are we gonna do if we get a little bit behind? And you start to panic and you make these bad plays because you feel like you don't have a way to win the game eventually. But when you have something like this, like, they'll always fall back on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They might get behind, but they'll say, all it takes is one hole, guys, and that'll up your morale like crazy.
I guess that's the same type of thing with a, you know, no-tail exorcism. I guess maybe not, because they're going to be able to build into armor items. But yeah, I'll be very curious how that works out for them. Also, the Batrider support. So you were talking about this before. You love the pick. What is it that's going to be his job?
Again, you're going too far. You're taking this too far. His job this game is to try to disrupt the team fight.
Okay.
Because if you look at it, this Enigma, he has to play patient with his black hole. Like when Forev gets his items, he has to play patient. So you need this Batrider to be the one to get in there, be annoying. But at the same time, he needs farm. Like you need stacks.
Okay.
The good news though is by putting this Faceless Void, oh, they're actually going to swap completely.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. So what I thought what they would do is they would put Ana mid on the Void because, like, what do you do then? But at the same time, I feel like the Sand King he has a purpose in this game by just going mid and messing with this DP. But I think maybe this is the right call, especially if you just dedicated dual lane.
Oh, Bulba protecting the courier, making sure it doesn't end up going down. What a guy.
Not today, J-Rax.
Well, and Abed still going to be able to have his salve brought... Oh, not quite brought out to him, actually, it looks like. It's still on the courier. Had to make the long way around. Drops the GG branch, going to heal back up. I was wondering if Fly was going to go back in for that. But talk to me about it. So you see that there's this Earth Spirit roaming around. Can he really even like find a kill here onto Forev?
I don't really think so, but I don't even know. This is the first time I've seen this like matchup in a while. Void versus the Enigma. I imagine the Enigma does okay, but it's still Enigma at the end of the day. Your level 1 Eidolons, the mana conversion isn't that great. You're just trying to be annoying as possible.
Oh man, and I mean, also you're talking about the sticky napalm and how annoying that is, and bet even more so for an Earthshaker as that, you know, has to turn pretty long range to throw back the fissures to keep himself alive. And Dubu can just sort of trade hits with them consistently. S4 not having a great time here.
Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about in the pregame. It kind of goes both ways because you can fissure from fog, but at the same time, like, this isn't fun. You're just getting right-clicked. Can't really do much. Earthshaker's not a hero that jungles very effectively either. He does get the enchant totem early level so that he could go back for it if he needed, but still all the same. As Abed, let's take a look at how he's doing mid. Perfectly fine. As Puck, there's very few heroes that he really struggles with in the mid lane, or doesn't match up positively with in any case.
Not to mention that he's also just a very competent player on this one, Abed, and should be able to get the jaunt away. No real danger there.
No-Tail actually used his Spirit Siphon on the creep.
Oh.
Was that on purpose? I can't imagine it was. Maybe that's some next level play where he just continues to heal off the creep.
Maybe.
It worked out anyways.
Okay, it's fine.
It was a net zero. Nothing bad happened, nothing good happened. He forced an orb.
Well, now salve used. So mid lane, you said that the Puck should have a decent time against the DP. Is there any like kill potential with rotations for both of these heroes, or are both of them rather safe?
I think it's much easier to kill the DP, which is why I thought they were doing Void mid, but I guess that was stupid of me to think. Just because Faceless Void would be having a rough time too. Because you're level 1 time walk, what are you going to do every... How long is it of a cooldown? 24 seconds. So you time walk 1 orb and just get right-clicked 8 times? Alright, I was actually really dumb. My bad. I should take full responsibility for making bad comments as well.
I should have just called you out, but I didn't.
You should have, man.
I know, I missed my chance. At the end of the day, though, like, poor man shield too. So Bulma is going to be trying to farm out this camp. He did end up getting a nice little stack on it, and is getting into level 2, might be close to level 3 by the time it's all said and done. But the CS battle going pretty nicely so far for DC. Mason's been able to pull these creeps back away before they get pulled to the camp, and well, it looks like Jarek's coming in time to only get experience from that last Wildkin.
They've got really greedy supports though, on the side of DC. Like this Sand King and this Batrider both need games.
Abed? Dropping low. One more right click. No-Tail solos him. He is going to die. No! They got it in time, Fly. Oh. The dynamic duo. They do it again.
That's some Celine Dion music shit. Just saves him at the last second.
Oh, man. Well, No-Tail, proving that he's still got the mid lane chops, can do it all and then some.
What a beast. Not even his role. Casually strolls up, kills Abed by himself. No help needed.
Man.
That's got to be a blow. That's not supposed to happen.
Right. about a half level ahead because of that.
Yeah.
Is level 6 something, obviously for DP it's a great spell, but sometimes you don't see Exorcism cast until a little bit later. Does it matter all that much?
It's not as big as it is for other heroes. Like when Invoker or DP gets 6, you're not on alert, right?
Yeah.
Whereas with Puck, of course, anybody is liable to die to Coil. At the same time, I mean, they've got a safe lane Void. It's very hard for him to die. He's level 4, doesn't have a single level time dilation up yet. Could level time walk. I think he's just waiting to see right now what happens. Play by ear.
Abed there is just going to use the farming mechanism, backs back out again. You mentioned the greedy support combo. They are going to be rotating mid now. Newbee has 2 points up in Firefly, but it is right as the shrine is being used. So I guess that they're going to try and time this for when he comes back and maybe see if they can make something happen.
That's a pretty strong DP though. He's got two charges of Spirit Siphon. And if he wants, he can level a Silence as well.
Moving in though, the silent Dream Coil is used, not silence yet. He only
got
gets
a stick.
the one off. Can he actually get out of there? The Grave comes, but his No Tail still going to end up being dropped there.
Oh, they might just die fly too. If
Oh.
Abe gets from behind him.
Ton of damage. They're moving in. Bulba doesn't quite have enough mana yet. He's just got it now and had to trade off that aggro.
Bulba, don't die here.
Get punched. Is he going to be able to get out of there? Fly
Jax
still
is
getting
rolled.
rained down. Jax rolls forward. Needs a burrow strike out, but it's going to be brought down. Bulba gets dropped. They do find 2 kills, but it comes at a cost.
Oh, he was so slow for that. As Mason gets a solo pickup on this Earthshaker without even having to commit his ultimate at the same time up at top.
Uh-oh. Jerax
Here.
also found himself a Newbee. A good bit of damage. Is Jerax going to end up going down now as well?
Any Newbees here? Just one.
Man. All right. A flurry of action. Much more aggression than we saw in the last game. Break it down for me. I mean, obviously DC coming out ahead in terms of kills.
Just faster heroes. Much more punishing ability. Jerax, not sure where to go, or I'm not sure where he's supposed to go. Like, he made the best of a bad situation there, but at the same time goes down nonetheless. Puck kind of recovers his game a little bit, and that's the scary thing about Puck is he has this ability to pressure you as soon as he gets that coil.
Well, Coil is back up, but also No Tail's been able to hit 6, and he is going to be popping that Exorcism, doing a bit of damage, and actually they've found themselves a Newbee. He kicks Newbee and not a rock. A little bit unfortunate, and that means that Newbee should get away, I think. Yeah, he shouldn't die there.
DC, they're just going to Firefly up this tower. And this is why the level 6 isn't as key on the Death Prophet. Like, you're going to pop that Exorcism, but like, what does it really do for you as Jerax?
Oh, well played by Abed. Dodges the stun and then able to make the kill happen onto Jerax. So, tower down to about half HP, but they keep it alive.
Yeah. I think this Death Prophet, for sure, this is the way that you should play it, though. You should try to use your ulti, trip it down. Because otherwise, you're just holding onto it. You're not doing anything with it. The downside, though, is it's not that scary like we talked about. It's not like some heroes where you hit level 6 and you're just inherently afraid of that hero.
Right.
Like, this hero needs a decent amount of build-up. Like, you probably need at least one more item. And interestingly enough, it looks like he wants to go for this Veil. First item. Not too typical.
On the DP. Oh, Newbee. Yeah, up top there, moving in now, and with all this big rotations, they are not quite going to kill Newbee off, actually. They can walk in. He does have Echo Slam available if he wants to use it, trying to keep Jerax alive with the body blocks, but they're not going to fully commit to it.
Oh, he didn't get the Grave off either on Jerax.
Now Fly in a little bit of trouble. S4 is still there and does have the Echo Slammy. Thought about the Fissure, holding onto it again for the moment, and Newbee is coming in as well. They're going to separate.
He just continues to kite him with this sticky napalm as Fly trying to close him off into this corner.
Now they get the Earthshaker Fissure block to make sure that Fly doesn't get dove. But this fight has just gone on for so long, and S4 is still chasing him, but now Abed shows up with a haste rune. Oh, S4 dove a little bit too deep here and is going to be punished. The Grave is there, but that might just mean that Fly is dead as well. No way to stop this. S4 dies before the Fissure, and TP's canceled.
This is a pretty significant lead at just 9 minutes. 4K already. Even when last game when DC were just stomping fights, they didn't have this big of a lead.
Uh-oh. And rolling in. Jerax going to be able to play his way out of it for the moment. The Burrow Strike is going to come in as well, and Jerax gets Black Hole.
Even committing
solo. They do not give a damn.
Yeah, they're just like, we're picking up kills everywhere around the map. They got to kill mid. They immediately go get 2 kills top. They get a kill bottom. Everyone on this map in the last minute has died, sans this Void. And now they're committing for this push at bottom, and this has to do something. Because they're going to lose this mid tower. And we talked about last game, Gabe, what we mentioned was the importance of that mid tower. They're just going to have to give this up for free. They're going to take this bottom offlane tower, but Dubu could even just Firefly to try to keep this alive, maybe force the commitment of the Chronosphere. You can do that. Yeah. It would probably be worth it if it stops the push. They're going to commit the glyph to this. Mid tower goes down simultaneously. Not even losing this bottom one.
Wow. You obviously don't want to overcommit here for OG. It's so scary to move in like this. The things that have been going well in this game, mainly that DP and the farm that he's been able to get, but well, tower brought down fairly low. They aren't going to quite get it, as you mentioned. OG forced to back out yet again. And DC, they're just playing so well right now.
They are. This series, it's not even that OG is making any critical mistakes. It's just that DC is making very good rotations. They're understanding their heroes incredibly well. And they're playing fast and aggressively. Like, they're playing to win. They're not playing not to lose. Mm-hmm. They've got this Midas up in this Enigma too. That 5k gold lead is going to snowball even further. This is a hero that usually, like the Invoker, kind of has dead net worth. Because most of the time you just get a Midas and farm, but he's been able to have impact early on. He saved his bottom tower. He was able to get a kill on Jarex.
Look at this. Dubu's playing so aggressively here, and I think that, you know, OG is expecting there's other heroes behind him, but really it's this rotation. Abed and Bulba together, seeing if they can find somebody, and S4, in fact, might be the one that they run into, trying to build towards that Blink Dagger, but he's going to end up being even furthered, pulled down. He actually manages to get the Echo Slam
There's
off.
a silence, too.
What? How does that happen? He still gets the Dream Coil, finds the kill, but that was closer than it should have been, probably.
Yeah. At the same time, they lost top tower. They committed Echo. They either had to save somebody or, you know, at the very least had to not die. That's a big spell committed. They really need this Chrono to be used right now. I think that's the biggest move, is that Ana's been holding onto this Chrono for the last 2 minutes. Something needs to happen on the map for them right now, because this pace is not comfortable. It's 7k. In the last 2 minutes since we've talked, it's gone up another 2,000 gold.
Really impressive play.
And Ana, he's going to get gone on at bottom. There's no black hole, so you shouldn't be too worried about this.
Well, Dubu is still in the area, and he does have Lasso. He's going to walk over the top. They spot that S4 is TPing in, and
you might think about chronoing here. They're bringing a lot of heroes. You should just commit something for this.
Yeah, he does get that Chronosphere, but can he actually take him down? The damage is not quite there, and it is finally going to come as No-Tail shows up.
Yeah. If you commit 3 heroes down there and you don't get that kill, you've effectively ruined your own game.
Right.
So you just have to commit for it. It doesn't feel good because it's only a Bat Rider, but what's done is done at that point. You've committed the TP of 2 of your cores. Make something happen.
Oh no. And now a black hole about to be off cooldown again. I was wondering if Frev was going to go there since Abed had the invis. They did scan out that Abed was moving down to the bottom lane. OG did, but at the end of the day, it's still just really good movement around the map. Like, you look at Bulba here pushing out the creep wave. You've got people mid as well, as long as you don't lose Dubu. And it looks like it might just happen. The roll in, it's not quite there in time. No-Tail able to find him for a moment with the Spirit Siphon, but Dubu should be able to get away from this and maybe going to try and hold on to this mid tower. Yep. Another exorcism used.
You can bring the Enigma over too, if absolutely need be, but Abed has his ultimate. They're even going to drag him back. No fissure quite yet. No-Tail. You don't really want to mess with this.
Silence, keeping him alive, but now the Dream Coil onto 2. They're set up for the black hole. He jumps over to the other side. They're still in danger of running into this black hole and should be able to just secure the kill onto No-Tail regardless. That's going to be one.
Oh,
another one going to Ana. Fly is also getting ran down. The big bad wolf is chasing out Fly on the poor Dazzle, and he is eventually going to fall.
Oh, you might even get stunned too.
They caught out S4. He's going to end up dropping. Silence comes out. DC are just running all over OG. No respect at all. They don't quite kill off S4, but it honestly doesn't matter. They're taking the towers. They're winning the fights. They're doing everything.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to commit the black hole to that. Their big ability, that it's really their only cooldown that's pretty massive. We talked about how they were going to be able to push the pace with their low cooldown abilities, and that's exactly what's happened so far, Gabe. They're able to go around the map, kill people non-stop. There's not a whole lot that OG can do. The one time they were forced to commit the chrono at bottom, They get a kill on a Batrider, but they don't transition it into anything. Remember, they killed the Batrider, then they had it back because everyone moved forward. Abed made the rotation down. He ruins the space that they created by doing so. They're not able to take any of these tier 1 towers down with this Death Prophet ultimate. And the longer this kind of thing happens, the less effective your spell usage gets.
Yeah, it's a real problem. And you just look at the map movements also. It's always like one DC hero in a lane versus like OG are sort of forced to commit several different heroes, and then they're just getting more out of the map, and the net worth lead continues to be accentuated. As far as DC is concerned, like, what's the thing to worry about at this point? How do OG kind of pull themselves back in?
I think for OG, you still have 2 very strong teamfight ultimates, but at the same time, I'm not sure because it's hard for them to match the pace right now because they don't really have the heroes. DC, we talked about it. They have 2 very greedy supports, but they weren't punished very hard. Their laning phase wasn't really punished. Usually, when you have 2 really greedy supports like this, you pick an offlaner that can do something. You pick 2 heroes that can mess with the offlane. But I mean, this Lycan went relatively untouched. In fact, he got a solo kill on S4s.
Oh, roll in. Jarex is there. Can they actually do
this? This is a big kill on this puck.
To make it happen, they will find at least one. Newbee going to TP out now. Looks like he will. Oh! You understand it, but that one hurt.
That one. You did get, in a way, if you want to think about it that way, you got the puck kill.
Yeah.
So that.
I mean, let's be real. The Chronosphere, that one hurt. It was a rough one.
Yeah. Again, here's the thing: is at bottom you could tell he didn't really want to chrono this Batrider.
Yeah.
But you have to commit it for kills. Your entire team is there, especially if your entire team is there. Maybe if it's just you, you'll think twice about it. You'll go for the bash or something like that.
Yeah.
But if your entire team is there, you want to make something happen.
Oh, are they just going to hold this? No, they're going to be able to kill him off without it. Everything's down, and Mason takes down S4. And now with, I mean, Exorcism used, if they can fight immediately after this goes down, this would be such a great timing, or even maybe a little bit before. Abed is silenced, though. He's not going to be able to jaunt away. Does have no blink dagger because he blinked in aggressively. He's in further trouble, and Abed is going to go down. Really good silence by No Tail before the silence came from the puck, or I guess about at the same time.
That's 2 times now that he's died back-to-back. And since he represents such a significant amount of their net worth, like, that's a 1,000 gold lead change that just happens because of that death. Like, 1k flat. They're going to grab this tier 2 at bottom, so, you know, it immediately jumps up. But if Abed wants to secure this game, he's got to be a little bit more careful than this, as top tower is going to go down. No Tail doesn't have that ultimate, and that's why DC, they want to commit for this. They've got the blink dagger and the lasso in 3 seconds.
They wanted to go for Jarex, but couldn't quite get him. They might be able to find a tastier target as No Tail is forward. They'll catch on the fly, and that should be more than enough. I would assume he does still have Grave TP, actually, but with Malefice used, that'll be the kill.
Yeah. And now you've got a 17 minutes and 9,000 gold. BKB's coming up on Forever pretty soon. He's got his Blink Dagger ready. Level 15 talent. Once he grabs that, that's really when Enigma starts to become such a nuisance. Get that cooldown reduction. Can't really do too much. Blink Dagger's going to come any second now on Bulba as well.
They're well set up to become even stronger, and they've been winning these fights for the most part without those big items, without those big timings on talents and such. So we need to see something big from OG, and probably the next Chrono, the next Exorcism is gonna have to bear fruit.
It's not just that, like, it's got to do so much. You got to have like a game-changing impact with those abilities right now. Because winning one fight and then transitioning it into nothing isn't enough, right? Like, you're gonna have to grab quite a bit. As up at top though, Newbee, one step at a time. You've got to peck away at this lead. It's gonna be the first to go down. A kill is a kill at this point for OG.
Maybe just a little bit too cavalier right now, DC, and OG taking full advantage.
For sure they are right now. They weren't making these kinds of mistakes earlier, or even in the previous game, but right now, like Abed, you notice at bottom, doesn't even have his blink or his orb up quite yet, and he's walking in between.
Yeah.
And Ana might even pick him off here.
Oh no, they saw the direction maybe. They get the Yule Scepter lift up!
Just chrono him.
Alright, he's gonna do it. He catches both of his teammates in there, actually, and he's gonna have phase shift, as well as an orb. Blink away in a second, possibly. Times it now.
No problem. That was a little bit closer than you'd like, but you notice that DC, like Abed, is overplaying his advantage like crazy.
Yeah.
He didn't have blink or He didn't have his blink or his orb up quite yet, and he was still walking there, gets spotted. At the same time, S4 gets noticed.
I mean, you can't really go on. If he's not careful, they need to back out again. There's a couple heroes that are rotating in. They're by a shrine.
Yeah, S4's got his blink.
Thought about it. Rev is there. They found him again for the moment. Malefice keeping him back. Weave is going to keep him alive, and with that DC, don't want to overstep their bounds.
DC should just calm down a little bit. Right now, I think they're a little bit too antsy. As a team, you know you're ahead. Like, you have to know. Look at all the items that you have. You can just one-to-one compare net worth, and you'll be able to figure it out in game. But at the same time, you make mistakes like this, it's the fastest way to give up a lead.
For sure. I do like this play, you know, going in for a smoke together. Relatively speaking, Lycan is showing in the lane, or at least he was a second ago. Although Frev is now not with the rest of the team, so it's going to be Dubu and Boba running into Fly. That's going to be a nice little pickoff for him. They should be able to finish off that kill without too much... Well, no, they've used all the stuns.
At the same time, he's... What is he going to do? He's stuck on a cliff.
Oh, yeah, he didn't have... I thought he had a TP, but such luck.
Yeah. They're going to shove out the waves. They probably take out this tier 2 and then go for Roshan. Okay. Probably the play order.
Frev walks forward, punches him a couple more times. And they're playing it now much more safe. You can see stuck together all as a team. They're able to catch now onto the DP. Epicenter out as well, but the Eul Scepter keeping them alive for the moment. Still a good bit of damage dealt. The Spirit Siphon's there, but the Echo Slam turnaround. They're able to interrupt it, and the Black Hole now down immediately canceled. Great play. Chrono onto 2. S4 starting to deal the deeps in the back. He's gonna live just barely for the moment, but Dubu finally brings him down. Ana now trying to deal with this. Bulba's just been doing the sandstorm off to the side, and another great play from Jerix. Finds the stun silence onto Puck, gets the kill. 3 dead for DC, and Bulba, the lone one left, is going to be able to try and TP
in that
out
corner
and makes his way out of there. But my God, the play from, I think Jerix was the one that canceled that black hole there.
Yeah, he gets off everything in that fight. Just manages to clip Nigma with that. Barely gets a black hole off for even half a second. I thought that he was going to be able to survive, though. Did he not grave the DP? Maybe he did, and it just ran out. I thought for a second that No-Tail was actually going to be able to survive through all of that.
Yeah, it was really close.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I feel like he didn't. But in any case, that was quite the fight. Although they did just lose 2 tier 2 towers before that, so you don't feel too good about that. And that's what we said, right? Is if you win a team fight but you don't get any objectives, how much did you really move the needle?
And how much as well if Ana's going to get picked off here. He gets the Lincolns broken, and we didn't see a lasso there. It looked like Batrider's was on cooldown.
His Blink Dagger was.
Yeah.
And at the same time, do you really commit? If you lose another fight like that, that's when morale starts to really go down.
Yeah.
But at the same time, DC, what I was going to mention is they were getting a little bit cocky, and they still didn't have their Enigma BKB yet. If you have Enigma BKB, that is, the fight is won. Like, you're going to chrono 2 targets. Like, nothing's going to be able to cancel it. Void was a little bit too far. Like, that's a fantastic fight for you if you're DC.
Yeah, and they are going to have that brought out to them, I'm sure, in just a couple of seconds here. Obviously won't have buyback, but not the biggest issue. So Roche, is your thought the next big objective on the map for either team?
Yeah. If you get, because Roche has always been the counter to these big cooldown abilities like Doom or Void. If you chrono somebody and he's got Aegis, does it really matter?
Yeah, doesn't at all. And DC sort of lacking the normal vision hero that they would have. They have it still in Batrider at the very least, but he doesn't want to have to like use Firefly to go check Roshan necessarily. And No-Tail is actually the one that's in here with Ana. Are they going to go check it? I have a feeling they will, as the smoke is going to be popped. They move in. Roche is not that low, only about half HP, and Forev is up there on the high ground. He jumps forward. They have that Midnight Pulse down already. The BKB's popped, but he doesn't actually have his Blink there to get into range until 15 seconds until Black Hole is up and online. Dubu being slowed down by the time dilation. They drop down.
That is a lot of damage.
Lycan is there as well. Can they do it? Can they bring him down in time? They are going to kill off the Lycan, but S4 is also going to go down. I know No-Tail bringing out the Grave. He is eventually going to be dropped. Oh, he got the regen! So much regen brings him back to life, and the stun now onto 2. They can't kill off this DP. Forev has Black Hole back up, but where's going to be the rest of the follow-up damage? He's getting ran down by Ana. JerAx is there as well, finds the silence, finds the kill. 2 dead for DC, and maybe going to lose a couple more on their way out.
Oh, DC, this is not the fight that you wanted to take. On top of that, Roshan's half as well, so if they lose this fight, OG just going to march in, take that.
The plays, they come back out yet again. JerAx jumps up to the high ground, wants to find Newbee and run him down, but doesn't quite end up working out that way. So DC salvage at least these couple of heroes getting out, but that one hurt.
Yeah, and this Roshan is going to be the big one. We talked about it. It's going to be their chrono counter, but unfortunately, it should go the way of OG. They're going to orb in there. No-Tail has a little bit too much armor for them to do anything. They're all weaved up. DC, though, they recognize the importance of this. They're going to try to go in anyways.
Burrow.
Bulba going to go for it.
Now Sandstorm's still there. S4 jumps in. They've got the
they move it back!
Abed takes it. There's a big play. They come back in. S4 has already been able to find 1. 2 are down, but you do have Enigma that's going to be coming back into this one. If OG push up high ground, they could be punished quite heavily. They found the Lycan, but can they get out with their lives? S4 in trouble. The Glimmer Cape going to keep him alive for the moment. They jump back forward. No-Tail caught. Trying to TP out of there. He jumps in. Black Hole down. Mason with the double. Make it a triple. The Grave will not save Ana this time. I do not believe, unless he was able to time dilate and keep Abed back, but the Malefice is there, catches him again, and now Ana just trying to time walk away, but the stuns continue. The courier is down, and he can taunt all he wants. The kick away from JerAx, actually somehow saving his buddy. Oh my god, OG, just when you thought that Ana was dead, he turns out he's immortal, and then he jumps back in? That was fine.
Alright, no one's going to talk about it, but Dubu's flame break there to move them, he just parted them like the goddamn Red Sea. Abed just walks in there, claims that Aegis like it's there. It was theirs the entire time. He tries to go for the chrono.
Whoa.
OG.
OG indeed. OG.
If they lose S4 here too, he's a little bit out in no man's land. He does have that echo.
Glimmer Cape keeping him alive yet again, but pulled back in. Going to be lassoed, most likely going to be killed. They keep fly
really far away
as well. S4, everything in the kitchen seat to try and keep him alive, but is eventually going to be brought down. DC just too hard to deal with this point. 15,000 net worth lead, and again they jump in, not able to stop it. Echo Slam is there. Can S4 turn it all around? The BKB TP, Forever's gone.
They're all out of this.
Yeah, Abed dropped down very low, but does have another phase shift. He can maybe get out with the TP boots, the stun. It's not there in time. Everybody from DC gets out. They are looking scary.
And Dubu just hiding in the corner, trying to make his great escape. There's the fissure. They need this. This is a gem too. They're going to commit the echo for this as well. Gets the 4-staff out. In 1 second, he can blink, but JerAx is right there.
Oh no, poor Dubu. Well, they do get the gem now on JerAx.
Ooh, that is still... It really felt like DC was throwing this game away. Like, they took that fight without, like you said, the blink available. They popped the BKB too early on the Enigma. The Roche fight looks like it's going to go in OG's favor. But DC, they're decisive. They're like, guys, we have to go for this engagement. The timing was perfect. Bulba just blinks in. He's like, I have to go for this. Just check how low Roche is. Dubu gets that flame break off. Lifts them away from that Aegis. Abed still has it in his inventory. They open up the map now. They force buybacks. And this is definitively in DC's favor now. 13k gold lead at just 28 young minutes into this game. And Ana's, all of his item progression so far has just fallen off. He's still first in his team, but that's not saying much considering how farmed this Lycan is.
Oh, and they can taste it right now. DC, I don't know if they spotted Ana moving over, but they do have a little bit of vision here. And with Forev moving in with the black hole, he blinked aggressively off to the side. They have it available, thinking about dropping it. And indeed they are. It doesn't quite connect on Ana. Forev, what have you done? And now they got the black hole. The Chronos on to 2. Are they actually going to be able to do this? A silence on to 3. The stun as well. DC, what have you done? Oh, no, 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 no. The grave is there for No-Tail as well. He's going to be able to get the Ewell Scepter lift up. I think he's still dead nonetheless. But that was not the play.
That was definitively not the play. S4 doesn't have that echo. He'd love to have it. JerAx even goes in. Tries to make something happen as Abed gonna blink forward. Graves gonna be cast onto JerAx, but saves him for the time being. Is there any sort of follow-up damage? There is. And now there's no chrono. Maybe that was a crazy
Next level debate.
10,000 level turnaround play that Forev did that made them use the chrono, and he's just thinking like a billion seconds ahead of us, Gabe.
I know, we're not prepared. That's the real reason here. I mean, to be fair, again, like, you want to get that, like, ultimate range one, so that way Dazzle can't come in and, you know, Grave or whatever. It ends up working out, DC.
That worked out, like, way better than it should have. They MacGyvered the hell out of that fight. I thought it was going to be, I was like, that black hole just, that's a game-losing black hole, and somehow it turned out okay.
Yeah. They do realize now that there's a ward up on the high ground. Unfortunately, it was about to expire anyways, but still a nice little pickup there. And with the gem, maybe they can establish some form of map control here.
Yeah, this not losing the gem. They still have it in their possession. They were able to play hot potato with it. S4, he should be able to clear out some of the vision, which has been so key to DC being able to make these plays. But at the same time, like in terms of momentum, it's so firmly in DC's favor right now. Like we said, as long he didn't get it that time, but as long as you catch the void, there's nothing that can break your black hole.
That's true. Oh man.
I still hold by that point. That doesn't count. That one doesn't count.
Well, OG now, they're going to try and smoke up, see if they can make something happen. Chronosphere is there, as well as the Exorcism. This game has felt like it's sort of swinging wildly one way and then the other, but it's sort of been a steady decline into the favor of DC over this period of time, and they are going to be heading across. Looks like Abed is there to break the smoke, and well, all scouted out. He jaunts away.
Oh, that's a big one too. They committed for this. They're even gonna grab him.
Echo Slam ends up being used, but they are gonna be able to break it up with the fish.
the two-man stun
there as well. Can they turn back around?
They really want him dead.
Oh, and Lycan, he's gonna be controlled, but the black hole is down. Ana again able to dodge away from it, but No-Tail is not. He is going to be caught with the grave, keeping him alive yet again. Forev in trouble. Is gonna be dropped. Can they actually make this play happen though? The silence came out just in time. It ends up interrupting the Bro Strike that might have killed No-Tail. DC fallen by the wayside here as they are running into all kinds of issue. Abed?
Did you see what happened? Bulba, right before his channeling epicenter ends, he blinks in. It would have been enough to kill No-Tail after his Yule's ends. Oh, if he just channels that,
yeah,
that's potentially just the game right there.
I think he got silenced as he came down for the Burrow Strike as well. So like he went a little early and then also got silenced.
But if he does it,
yeah,
it shouldn't have mattered.
Yeah,
the damage would have been enough.
Well, these things happen, even to the best of players.
That's going to be... And it's these little mistakes that really make you question whether DC can wrap up this game, because OG, if we calm ourselves down, or at least myself, this is still firmly winnable game for them, because Chronosphere is such an amazing ability. I mean, the only reason I'm getting hyped is because I thought that DC was going to get...
It's a hype game, man.
They were going to get caterwalloped in this game. But it did not end up happening. Like, DC is giving them a run for their money. They've got a 13k gold lead. They just got to do well to protect it. They're going to de-ward some up in this mid area, like you talked about with this gem. And DC, they still have Black Hole up in 50 seconds. We talked about how pivotal that ability was going to be for them. But they need to execute these abilities a little bit more cleanly. Like this Black Hole, this epicenter, like these kinds of mistakes, DC, these are basic errors that they shouldn't be making. And that's why they're going to be kicking themselves. Because from a strategic point of view, they should be pretty satisfied with how they played this game. On the other side, OG, there have been some slip-ups, but the crazy thing is their lineup still allows for that wiggle room because they have so many great abilities, right? Yeah. You've got Jarex who's playing out of his mind. He soaked up, what, like 4 stuns by himself in that corner of the map. Normally that should be enough to be able to win you the fight. They've got Echo Slam. Anytime they get a big Echo off, that could turn the fight. Same with the Chronosphere. You're finally starting to get some farm on this Void. This Manta Diffusal build makes him incredibly strong in terms of just pure damage.
Yeah. Well, and it does really feel like there was that sort of the antsy, want to move, like we're about to win, we're about to 2-0 one of the teams that probably should have been top of the group, and you know that's putting us in such a great position, and then you know a couple of those little mistakes here and there, and now suddenly you're on the back foot. It really takes the wind out of your sails, and it feels like they're sort of reeling from it a little bit. And
yeah,
I guess next Roche is again going to be that thing that they wait for, 30 seconds until it could potentially, well, it will respawn. So that's going to be the next spot for the fight. As far as vision is concerned, looks like Radiant a little bit ahead in that regard because of that gem. They have one ward down up on this high ground, scouting out Newbee. Could be a big pickoff, and they're going to try and find it. Stun down, magnetize as well. They've caught him. Can he actually play his way out of there? Jarek still trying to chase. Mason's shown up. Radiant applying the magnetize onto them.
This is their gem as well. They really don't want to lose this, or they're going to be playing from behind in the vision game, which is really what enables you to get back if you're OG into this game. And Abed just going to phase shift to the side as S4 guesses wrong. And now this is where OG should back out, because the Wolf is spotting them all the while. Forev should make the blink stun forward. He does.
Watching for it, trying to get it. They pull him back in. Haven't committed Black Hole. Forev back off cooldown in 2 seconds. They have a couple other here. If Forev want to go for it, there's definitely an opportunity. The Chrono's down, but they catch the Black Hole onto 2. Do they have the damage to follow it up? It looks like Puck not quite there as well. He was able to get the silence off from the DP, trying to burst him down now as well. There's not going to be a grave, but they do have the Yules. No Tail in some trouble. Can they actually run him down, or is the Exorcism going to tear him all to shreds? Turns around with the Spirit Siphon. No Tail is staying alive. He lands up in the biggest way possible, and now just trying to TP out, but Mason is down. 3 dead for DC. The path is clear for Roshan and maybe more.
And despite that Chronosphere not going their way, Echo Slam not even being expended, it's this Death Prophet. Her ability to just 1v4 that fight right there with Exorcism, like what other hero can do that? Oh, that's so brutal for DC. And I mean, OG, they played that fight so well. They just split the entire territory. They weren't able to focus this Death Prophet down. They didn't really have that much left in the gas tank. They used so much to try to kill Fly and Ana in the backline, and they weren't even able to do it. Like, this Void just does not die anymore. With the combination of the Lincolns, they don't have enough crowd control. Even with him getting hold, where's the follow-up damage?
Right.
That Chronosphere, oddly, was some weird zoning one, because nobody else could get nobody could get through that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Puck ended up getting silenced by the DP or what, but his orb passed right over the Black Hole. It felt like there was an opportunity there for him to jump on it, but it must have just been either silenced or something else interrupted his ability to jaunt to it. I guess the big question for me is, does Puck, when he gets that level 25 talent going for the GPM, I mean, is that like another sort of point where they're going to be incredibly powerful by virtue of like having Dagon level 5, and then you can actually maybe blow up one of those heroes in the space of a Chrono?
I don't think so. I don't know if that changes things nearly as much as like I would have believed, because you've got the 120 GPM talent on this Void, and right now Void's farm means so much more.
Right.
Like, that's what's going to be able to turn this game. And DC, I mean, they could have foreseeably had like a 20k gold lead. They're going to grip Jarex. They're not really fully committing to this. They're going to cast 2 stuns as the Chrono whiffs again.
Well, he caught the Sand King, but he's not doing any damage to follow it up, and now Forev drops down the Black Hole, and Mason is here as well. They need to focus this guy down, take down the Aegis. It's at least one gone. So DC back out, trading 2 for 1 there, 1 being the Aegis.
Yeah. And they still managed to kill the Batrider at the very least. Ana drops the gem. S4 has 1 by himself. It's not the best use of the Black Hole, but getting rid of the early Aegis and not allowing OG to create any sort of tempo off of it is going to be quite big. And now they know that Black Hole's down, they're going to start marching for this. And we talked about how hard it was for them to kill No Tail. Now he's got a cheese, he pops his ultimate, there's no Black Hole down.
Goodness. And, you know, you can split push all you want, but eventually you're going to have to deal these people up on top of your cliff. Thought I heard a cheese get used, but that must have been something else. Yeah, it's still, I mean, it does not feel like, you know, the barracks being down really matters at all in this game anymore. It's just so easy to push out that wave.
No, not really, because you still have to take team fights to try to end the game.
Yeah.
Like, OG have plenty of ways to shove out the waves. They've got so much team fight that it doesn't even feel like they're that worried about anything, as they're going to rotate a lot of heroes down there. Bulba's going to be the one to start it.
Epicenter doesn't get canceled this time. He wants the kill, wants to take down that DP, and indeed, it's going to happen. Now the rest of OG have to back out, but a big pickup there. 75 seconds does have buyback.
Yeah. And imagine if he was able to get cheese off there. Then he just Spirit Siphons his way back. The rest of his team, maybe they make it as DC. Now they start their counter assault. Death Prophet ult down, 40 seconds. He does have the buyback like you talked about, but Death Prophet without his ult is a lot less scary. As there's a Shadow Blade on Ana. He's waiting for the opportunity. They know they don't have the gem This could be huge as Forev gets
just gonna
isolated
get
out.
black hole. There it is. He's not going to be able to get it off this time around, and he is going to drop. And they've already committed forward with a couple other heroes. Boba going to drop as well, most likely after this Eul Scepter. Maybe he can play his way out, but with Ana on top of him, it's not going to happen. There was some split pushing going on at the same time, and now trying to catch out Mason. He's just going to BKB and TP back home. So team fight doesn't go the way they want. Surprise Shadowblade catches him out.
And that's what I mean, that 120 GPM talent, once he picks it up, he starts getting a little bit more fat. That Shadowblade pays for itself almost immediately as gems start to get a little bit more scarce. If you lose another one, I mean, how does the game go? Your supports just have to sacrifice slots to start carrying around sentries. It doesn't feel too good. As Dubu does have the gem.
Oh. And they also
Just a little bit too far.
Do not have buyback on these heroes. Sand King and Enigma, no buyback, and they are moving down mid. They have Exorcism up and bots on No Tail if he wants to use it.
Yeah, and he's got an Arcane Rune.
Yeah. This is a little bit scary. I think this, I mean, is this going to be a lane of Rax?
This very well potentially could be. They do have Black Hole though when he is up, and Abed right now is trying to go for the split push. This is a DD puck. Hits the tower hard. They're going to pop the glyph. And now OG is going to be in a rough decision. Like, do you continue to go for it, or do you start backing up as...
Dubu gets caught up by the Euls. There's the black hole, though. They've caught it. It's still going to be Exorcism going throughout this. And do they have the rest of the damage to burn it down? No Tail is there.
He's
going to be lifted up. They have to take him down. They are going to be able to.
Oh, he doesn't get his cheese off.
Mark, and now Fly also in trouble. He is going to be killed off. Ana also trying to run away. He does have that extended range on the Time Walk, which might be enough to keep him alive. Yeah, I don't think Mason can keep up with him here with ulti down.
Yeah, he's easily going to make his way out.
But also bottom lane. Look at this. Already dealing damage to that Zrax.
Ana is going to get out though, and I mean, tier 2 for, or tier 3 for tier 3, but at the same time you lose the Death Prophet and the Dazzle. Not entirely worth it. Although this almost 20k gold lead that DC once had, which was incredibly comfortable, is just completely slipped away from them.
And Will, now with 50 seconds left before DP, you know that Exorcism is down.
There's no buyback on him either.
Right.
This is your best opportunity to go for Mega Creeps, honestly. DC's gonna go for it here. They've gotta avoid getting chronoed. Like, they can't survive a multiple hero chrono. If there's a really good chrono, they kill like 2, you end the push, then that's really rough for DC. And then you're in the similar situation, right, where you're just marching up and down each other's base trying to force buybacks.
Right.
Alright, here we go. And it does have this...
S4 also has a Shadow Blade, so they have double Shadow Blade initiation. Waiting to step forward.
There's a gem, though, on this Bat Rider. He's looking for it. They're going to spot S4 in that corner, and they're just going to back out.
DP back up, and since it was Arcane Rune and Octarine Core, obviously, Exorcism is actually going to be online again now that he is respawned. Roshan, we are still looking like it could be 2 minutes and 27 seconds before he's even capable of respawning.
He really needs more HP, though, to be able to survive this so he can get that cheese off.
Yeah. Perfect item for that, pick up a heart.
Yeah. But you notice in both fights, like, he barely doesn't get that cheese off. If he does, the fights completely turn around. Because they have to blow so much just to kill him. Maybe after he dropped from the Eul Scepter? I'm not sure what the timing is on that. Because Abed just Dagon 5'd him.
Well, 42 minutes in, 26 to 33. It is all tier 3 towers down currently for OG. None of them still stand. Meanwhile, DC have lost one of their own, so we might see a concerted effort to take down these shrines and stop the ability of DC to fight around that Roche area.
Yeah. And as it stands, DC, they're just resetting the map. They're pushing in all the waves. They're trying to regain themselves, their composure a little bit. Like, this game is still can go either way. I mean, we've been talking about DC a lot, but OG, they're doing a very good job playing aggressively. This Faceless Void Ana has especially stepped up his play. Like, despite some of these chronos in the early game, like, he's still 12-2 and 11. He's still doing a very good job of keeping up in farm. Like, his item progression, I think, is very good. It's like the Shadow Blade pickup immediately paid off.
Right.
For that bottom defense. Like, if he doesn't have that there, maybe they just get killed, wiped, game ends.
Boba came out of his little hole at the wrong time, and now Burrow Strike trying to get away. Eul Scepter lift up, Ana pulls him down, and Well, it's a
they're easily
pickoff.
going to kill him. And you need kills like that to get back in. As this 10k gold lead, of course, inflated by the fact that Puck has this insane GPM talent. So it's going to make things a little bit more more tricky than it seems. But this Void almost has a butterfly on top of everything he's already has. We talked about the difficulty in killing him. Doesn't get any easier.
Trying to look at this, they have a couple of different of these GPM talents. I feel like the 15% cooldown reduction is almost a GPM talent since Enigma had the Midas for so long. He actually looks like he sold it at some point as well.
Oh, mistakes.
Yeah.
You never want to sell that thing.
S4 walking up high ground. Dubu scouts him out with the gem, going to Firefly, jump away, and we'll see if his blink dagger gets canceled. He's dodging away from that. OG can't find an opening.
Yeah, that's a correct move. You don't overextend for just a Batrider anymore.
It feels like this game is just like handing just right on the edge of a knife, where granted it has been a pretty significant lead for DC for a long period of time, but OG are certainly in a great position to just like run down mid if they win a big team fight.
No, for sure. And that's what we talked about is even when it was like 14k gold lead, it did feel like OG was starting to kind of make the moves necessary to come back into this game. Because DC has difficulty going high ground against a lot of these heroes. If you just go high ground without a care against an Earthshaker, you're going to get Echo Slammed, Chronoed, Death Prophet gets free reign, then the fight becomes really complicated. Because this Lycan isn't tanky enough, and you don't have save for him. If somebody gets Chronoed, they're Chronoed. You're just stuck watching from the outside in.
Yeah. Best thing you could do is like Flame Break to push back Void or something, and
yeah.
It's just...
But if you look at OG's team, even if somebody gets Batrider lassoed, you've got Fly with the Grave, so it considerably changes the dynamic. Plus this Dazzle somehow has a Linken's.
Oh my goodness, what a guy.
I
Fly
mean,
has never had so much farm.
He had to have just been getting gold, but still, there's something weird about that.
Yeah, for sure.
It just looks odd.
Big play could have came there. It's DC sort of all grouped up together to make a move. The top, or bottom tier 2 rather, tower fell down in the meantime by virtue of the Ana illusions, but it looks like they're going to back out again. The other thing is AC done for the Lycan, so another way to help mitigate that damage coming in from a DP ulti.
Still, I don't... You get Chronoed, still die.
Well, the illusion certainly died.
Okay, so they're going to see that Chrono and think to themselves, like, guys, go for something.
They're going immediately. This is S4 in a hell of a lot of trouble. My God, the damage is real with that Dagon. And, well, DC, go take Roshan. It's time to end the game, maybe.
I don't know if that's going to be enough to enable that.
Okay.
Maybe you can siege a little bit, because you know that Chrono's down, and you can at least force the S4 buyback. Probably the bigger thing is the Chrono down. They're going to read that situation and say, Chrono's down, let's go for something. Doesn't look like OG just want to give this up for free though, no tail. Gonna just march right in.
All right, Earthshaker buyback. There's the epicenter already at the start. It's down. Black Hole is there. There is a grave to try and keep him alive at the moment. The Eul Scepter able to lift him up to keep him alive. Now, at the meantime, off to the side, they already take down the Dazzle, able to roll away as Jarek's keeping himself alive. But another big Burrow Strike comes forward. But S4 with the Echo Slam turned it in a big old way. It takes down both the Lycan and the Batrider. If they can somehow manage to get out with the rest of these heroes, OG with a huge comeback, making these plays, and it might end up being more because there's no buyback on the Lycan or the Batrider. Oh my God, and the Eul Scepter lift up, Puck in trouble as well. Abed is going to fall most likely. They pull him down, they take him down. OG Dota.
Don't even need the Chronosphere. All it takes is for this Death Prophet. I think he popped the cheese. That's what it had to have been. He pops the cheese at the last second, immediately gets to full HP, and DC's like, oh, this isn't what we had planned.
And now Roshan for them as well. Huge moments.
Yeah, No Tail's been such a beast for them in this game so far. He's got the plus 600 HP talent as well, that level 25, very fortuitous for him. And again, just gets graved during that black hole, uses himself. As soon as he drops down to the ground, immediately pops that cheese, turns that fight around for his team. I feel like they should all just be going down right now for this. Anna goes back for that DD rune, but you've got a while before anybody's alive.
I mean, it was also S4 buying back, and he hit a pretty big Echo Slam there to all those stuff. But yeah, hitting the tower now, or barracks rather. Obviously, if you're DC, you don't want to buy back. Do you think you have to if you're Puck?
This probably isn't worth it, because you're not going to get Mega Creep no matter what. You're only going to get 2 sets of Rex right here.
Jump forward. They pop the Linkage there onto Ana, pulling back in now. In some trouble. Jarex gets the lift up. There's no going to be a black hole, at least for the moment, but they can come back in now. BKB is available. Not wanting to drop it yet. No Tail's doing a ton of damage to Dubu, and Ana's just able to jump back out again. So they're going to lose Dubu. A Burrow Strike again through from Bulba. The black hole's down, but it doesn't catch No Tail. They're going to be able to keep alive Ana. He time walks off a ton of the damage. DC crumbling at this late stage of the game. They buy back on the Batrider. They got to pull No Tail back into the base, but everybody's buying back 4 from DC. Can they get anything from this? They have to take down No Tail. It's too big of an expense not to find this kill, and the Spirits come back in. It doesn't look like it's going to matter. He is still eventually going to be dropped, most likely. Jarek's there as well. Well, actually ends up craving and cheesing.
Oh, no.
He comes back to full HP again. The epicenter is there, but Jarex isn't going down either.
Nobody is dying in this fight. Jarex might finally go down. Fissure comes in a little bit too late as they don't even get fly here. He just TPs out. No Tail casually just walked away. Doesn't have any care in the world.
What has happened?
They just can't kill this Death Prophet anymore. DC had such a considerable lead in this game. I mean, this graph looks insane.
20,000 net worth roughly exchanged over the past maybe couple of minutes. They're going to again try and go into No Tail. He is so tanky right now. They get the Hex on him. The chase, it's still coming. Spirit Siphon, a ridiculous amount of heal. In the meantime, Mason goes down by virtue of Ana. They managed to find the grave yet again. S4 there trying to turn it back around.
This time at least.
They don't have the black hole for another 18 seconds, but they will kill off No Tail.
Yeah, and Jarex is going to buy back.
Ana, now, look at him! Gets the BKB off, but to no avail. They're also going to run down the Sand King yet again. Saves one more rock, gets the stun, another one down, no buyback. Lycan or Sand King.
That might just be the game. I think OG is just going to march down for this. They don't really care about getting Mega Creeps, and they can just end the game. They know that so many buybacks have been expended on the side of DC. This Batrider alone can't really do much. They're going to start marching down. I think Death Prophet, once they get closer to the base, just buys back 2, and they just go for the game.
Well, 38-38, but it's been a hell of a swing back into the favor of OG. 52 minutes in, and like you said, they just never had an answer. Well, they did at various points have answers for the DP, but not when it came down to the end of the game.
Yeah, Forever's going to buy back. Still 2 heroes without buyback. It looks like No Tail doesn't, in fact, want to commit that buyback. Doesn't want to go for any sort of crazy throws. OG just making their way long ways around. Is Anna going to snipe off? Nope. Doesn't quite commit for that either.
I'll send an illusion in, I'm sure.
Yeah. Is there any hero with buyback on the side of DC anymore? That is... Nope.
No.
So any sort of lost fight, like any heroes lost at all, if OG have the numbers advantage, they just march down.
Well, if there was ever a time and a place for a big black hole, it's now for DC, or at least, you know, once everybody gets back up and online. It's certainly in the realm of possibility. But what are those steps that you need to take now for DC? Is it just only like hope for a big misplay? Do you even have to like give up mega creeps to make sure?
So the biggest thing is they are getting black holes off, but they just get graved.
Right.
Like this Faceless Void gets black holed and then he gets graved and then he just time walks to his full HP, and so much for that black hole. Same with No Tail. Like, he just heals so much from this Octarine Core Spirit Siphon. Yeah. But you've got to do something. Can't just give up mega creeps. DC, I'm not sure. They're gonna have to have a multiple man black hole. So far they've had like 3 max. Somehow Forev needs to get 4, and Hope that Fly's not included in that.
Oh, Ana is just too big, and Sand King's going to get caught. They have the black hole into 2, keeping Bulba alive for the moment, but he is eventually going to be brought
Where's
down.
the damage?
Nonetheless, No Tail taking a good bit of it, but the Eul Scepter is going to lift him up, and he is going to actually eventually fall. They kill off No Tail. Okay, 100 seconds with no Death Prophet. S4 now also going to start to get ran down. Ana is trying to make his way out of there, but with the orb going forward, I thought about chasing, but hold off for the moment, showing a little bit of patience.
Yeah. And they don't have this Enigma Black Hole for 76 seconds. There's no Lycan ultimate either, although that should be refreshing pretty soon. But Jerix is going to roll really aggressively forward, goes for the kick. Stone forms that Lycan out of his base.
Oh, Mason, nowhere left to go. He doesn't have BKB for another 8 seconds either, and unfortunately, Black Hole on cooldown. No way to save Mason. Echo Slam, turn around. S4 knows how to finish off these games, and GG is going to get called as OG pull it back from the clutches of defeat and take down DC after being down almost 20,000 net worth at a certain point, 15,000.
OG is so resilient. That is absurd that they won this game. They are so resilient. I could imagine most teams would just say, okay guys, like this is getting out of hand. Like maybe we should call it. It's going to be a long 4-day group stage. Like let's move on. But they're like, nope, we're going to continue to play this out. Guys, we're making mistakes here and there. But DC, I mean, they made some really key errors. They got a little bit sloppy. They had such a wide window of opportunity.
Okay, boys and girls, this is Ogreboy. You were watching OG versus Digital Chaos 1-1 in the end. So there will be a giveaway of Immortal for those who subscribed today on this channel. You have a chance to subscribe, and I will have a few minutes break to eat, 10 to 15 minutes. Then I will play some ranked game. You can watch that on my stream. And after that, we will have a Immortal giveaway. So stay on. I'm gonna let you watch some high MMR Dota here. Before I start some pubbing, I hope you are having a wonderful day. It's almost finished. Let me switch you to another one. Okay, so we will open these treasures. So tier 1 treasure will be first Immortal giveaway, then we will go tier 2 treasure for another giveaway. But the important thing is to stay on and stay subscribed to this channel. So I hope you are enjoying.
Middle tower is under attack. Fortune's changed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Oh, the humanity! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has
Okay, boys and girls, it's almost time for a giveaway. Okay, so that here is how it goes. I will restart the stream to form a new giveaway stream. So you will join that one, and we will play 1 or 2 ranked games, and then I will go and give someone an item, and we will do it fairly, and you will see. So, if you are not informed, there is a giveaway, of course. One Immortal treasure giveaway. You have to stay subscribed on this channel, and yeah, so that's it. So let me see. I need to restart the stream. I hope you don't mind about that. Okay, here I am, guys. Still here. I'm just gonna Okay guys, I created an event, so anyone who is subscribed will get the notification, and we will play some 1 or 2 ranked games now, and then we will have an Immortal giveaway. So I will restart the stream as I just said. So stream is restarted. I hope you are still here with me. Let's get 1 or 2 games, and after that Immortal giveaway for you people, kind people that have subscribed to this stream. Thank you, Lester. Okay, I wish you luck, man. I wish you big luck. Let me stop this music.
Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
Hmm.
10 seconds remaining.
No, don't. No, first. Why? Okay, TA. can be a hard game, but if Terrorblades play well, that would be a great thing. I didn't want it to pick carry here. I'm not in the mood today to play some games, but we'll go for one or two. Then Immortal giveaways. Troll, that one is a good pick for them. That one is a great pick. Ogreboy.
Guess we better
Yep. I thank you.
prepare to battle. Morton.
When can I hit something?
Who's stopping you? Let's go north.
No,
I
south.
hope you're good, Terrorblade man.
I saw a thing.
玩不了了。
Guess we better.
Yep. Yep.
Yup. Running's not as fun as hitting.
30 seconds
Not
to
one
battle.
bit fun.
Hit them, man.
Ow!
First blood. The
Nice
winner
one, team.
takes the first.
I don't know if you're hacking or my game is bugged or something, but seriously.
Stupendous.
What, it ain't started already?
I thought it started.
I'll do legs this time.
Okay. This way.
That away.
Is that a squirrel?
Okay.
Come on. Out.
Okay.
Out of my way.
Hey. Yep.
Yep.
I think
Good idea.
Cause it was
Terrorblade should not have any problems denying the creeps and actually getting the creeps. He had such
Who knows?
faster attack animation. Then
good idea.
this Pudge is it's paper, man. It's paper. Come on, are you kidding me? Nice one.
Let me through.
Ow. You go first.
Yeah.
I'm actually going for runes. Is it okay?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Good idea.
Cause it was mine.
Pull the creeps if it's possible. And be careful.
I'm gonna
Who knows?
steal the rune.
This way.
That away.
Selfish. Yep.
Yep.
Haste bot.
Yes.
Let's kill T.
Take.
Let's kill TA, okay? Hit.
Nice. Push the warded.
No, what happened, man?
Push the ward.
Let me through. When can I hit something?
Who's stopping you?
I let him the ward and he just died. Unfortunate.
Is that a squirrel?
Come on!
I saw a thing.
No.
Let's go north!
No, south.
I'll do legs this time.
Okay.
You can kill Pro. Nice, nice one.
Pull, please.
Guess we better.
I'm gonna bring some wards now.
Right there.
Who knows?
This way.
That away! Guess we better.
Yup.
Illusion?
Push.
Yup. Running's noise
that's
when
a
it's
bit.
hitting.
Not one bit fun.
But it's stacked, so let's go for another one. This one a little bit better.
Good idea! Out of my way!
Okay, he did not took
Is that a squirrel?
the big one here. That's cool. We are doing good stuff here. I just need TP.
Let's go north!
No, south. How many levels is that?
One?
After you.
Stupendous!
My turn!
Hit them road.
Ow!
Okay, I'm gonna go mid now.
Let me
You're
through.
fine, bot.
Okay. Gank TA. Ogre coming, Gank TA.
You go first!
You're out of mana. Fuck.
I'll do legs this time.
Okay.
You don't need mana for killing TA.
When can I hit something?
Who's stopping you?
Good idea.
Cause it was mine. Out of my way.
Hey! I saw things.
I need a sentry here. Hold on.
Okay. This way.
That's away.
Okay, I'm gonna scout for rune.
Every coin helps.
Regen bot, nice.
You go first.
Let's go north.
No, south. After you.
After you. Mine.
Where the hell is this fudge, man? Okay.
That's a twofer.
Running's
Two.
not as fun as hitting.
Not one bit
Two
fun.
of them. Come on, TA.
Good idea.
Come
Cause
to
it
bro.
was mine.
When can I hit something?
Regeneration.
When we get a light. Oh,
Two legs this time.
Careful.
guess we better hurt.
No. I know.
Their bottom tower
Okay, bottom
has
tower is
fallen.
dead, at least. Top almost. Let's get some more wards. I wanna get this. And probably this one.
I think I just got
Let's go for this.
Good idea.
Mom.
My turn.
Yes.
I think TA is coming mid.
Ow!
Hit them low.
Ow! Guess we better.
Yep.
Let's get. Wait, yeah, let's get to top. Silencer. But take care, please.
I'll do legs this time.
Okay.
Go for it. No mana. No mana.
I saw it.
Well done, well done.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Is that squirrel?
Middle tower is nice. Towers.
Guys, keep missing. Fuji and TA tried to kill me.
What are you doing then?
Yep.
Yep. Let me through.
Stupendous.
Yep.
Okay, you can go for it.
Regenerate.
Hit them now.
Nice, nice. Okay, let's go for him. Come on, Storm. No, maybe they have some.
Think they know?
Well, they will. That's way better.
Missing Pudge.
Why there?
Who knows?
So lucky.
Every coin helps.
This Terrorblade is farming a lot. We're not doing too bad. We have 2 towers. That's good. We haven't lost any. Like our towers are almost full. Careful, man.
Hit them now.
Okay, let's go top then.
I saw a thing. Let me through.
Yeah, top. Storm, come on, shrine up and go. There is a observer here. We don't have Storm, man. You should come here with us. You said we go all 5, man.
Suffer the ravages of time.
Just come with us. Careful top. Careful.
I'll do legs this time.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What are you doing?
Yes, way better. Your middle tower is under attack. Because it was mine.
Yes. Oh,
Okay, careful now, no dust. So I think we should wait for metamorphosis.
why there?
Oh no.
Stupendous.
When can I hit something?
Who's stopping you? Good idea.
'Cause it was mine. After you.
After you.
South.
We can go for it. Nice chrono there. And that's time walk. It's so hard. You can't burst the TA that much. Back off, back off. Can you get back? Oh, okay. I have dust, I have dust. Feel that.
I like this part.
You would.
You go first.
Top illusion.
I'll def top.
Because it was mine.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Out of my way.
Hey!
Yep.
Yup.
You can shine in
Every
20.
coin helps.
Careful top, please, Terror Blade, man. Let's shine, guys, no?
Good idea.
'Cause it was mine.
Yes, way better.
Should wait for Rias Blink Dagger soon.
Who's stopping you?
Guess we better.
Yep.
Well done, man.
Oh. Okay.
Take care in the woods, man. Double damage here.
Running's not as fun as it's.
I'll do legs this time.
Okay.
I think you should leave the woods. Go our woods, we have a
Let's go
clear.
north.
No, south. Yeah.
gonna get my arcane boots. Careful, maybe Roshan.
Good idea.
Oh, nice. Careful, careful. We need Wind Ranger here if you wanna fight. Not.
We can split push.
Stupendous.
Careful. Back, back. I could dodge that.
Yes.
Everblade almost got his Manta style. I don't know why we even go there. Okay, guys, Terrorblade got his Manta now. We can fight. Okay, he has got ulti. We can fight.
Yes.
Okay. Just don't split up too much. Keep it together. Around mid, boys. Storm.
Wait. Are we gonna fight? Storm come?
Yeah.
Storm spirit.
Yeah, we're gonna fight. Nice one.
Nice bait.
Go
no
for
chrono,
it, Storm.
go.
Your bottom
Get. Oh, okay, no man. Back up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
radiant structures are fireproof. Your middle tower is under attack.
I think you should just focus TA when Void missed Chrono. I think you should focus TA. He does a lot of damage. Then throw. Storm, dude, go back, man. What the fuck are you doing now?
Not one bit fun.
Come on, man, get serious, please. See what you did now.
Every coin helps.
Don't get greedy, man. You have us on your side. I got smoke now.
Your top tower is
Played. Defend bot. Dude, come on, TP. What the fuck are you waiting for there? Why you fucking farm there? Don't be so stupid. Come on. Like you come late now. They are back now. They are farming their roots here. I have a smoke. Okay, come on, Storm. I'm gonna plant the board here. Okay. Careful. Nice fight. Go take the bot tower now.
Look, if I stay back, what's happening? High ground, fast.
Yeah. Just go for it. Barracks now. Okay, let's go back. Take Roche maybe.
the enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
My dad.
Who knows? I'll do legs this time. Okay.
Stupendous. We're looking at you. My dad.
Thank you.
They have a ward here.
After you.
Now careful, please don't go alone. We can do everything together now.
That's away.
Sorry. Okay, silence wasted, nice.
Go, high ground.
Just go for it, don't wait, please. Back. Go back. Leave me. Okay, troll dive back. Nice. That was a nice. I think you should go straight for this. The throne. Go for throne maybe.
Go.
Nice. This is how we win this game, boys. Just by staying together because Dota is team of play. Okay. Nice, boys. Well played, boys. Thank you for the game. Okay, I think I will go for one more game and then we will have Immortal as I promised. Nice, nice win.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
This one is good, but he only plays like Invoker, maybe. Klings, okay, that's nice. Klings is very good, but I don't know why does he pick. Why first pick, man? That supports the okay.
10 seconds remaining.
Oops. Okay, not my pick. Legend, you carry, or me? But yeah. Oh.
10 seconds remaining.
Sentry and dogs. That's Pick Boys. Necro is going to be a problem here, I think, if he goes mid. And push by center. Void. Okay, well that's, I think it's better because they have got Earthshaker and Necro. They can clear spiders easily. Let's go, daddy boy.
After you.
No, me first.
For anyone who does not know, Immortal giveaway after this match. What the hell is wrong with my camera?
Prepare for battle.
My turn. Yep.
Yup. Guess we better.
Yep. I'll do legs this time.
Okay.
Not too many participants in a giveaway, so
30
there is a
seconds
great
to
chance for anyone to win this. Nice push. I think you should learn a lot. And my ignite, that would be good.
Running's not as fun as hitting.
Not one bit fun.
We can go for it.
After you.
After you. Oh boy, oh boy.
This is gonna be
Away.
I'm gonna let the bot go first, and let's see. Hard piece of thank you.
No,
No, no, no, no, no.
Hey, you were on fire.
why get
Go back to basement, TP out.
Out of my way.
hey. I saw a thing.
Huh?
Is that a squirrel?
Come on.
It will be hard against the Doom now. I think that's a problem. Nice pull.
You go first. Me first. Good idea.
'Cause it was mine.
Yeah.
Let me through.
Ow! Ow!
Okay.
Let's go! Your top tower is under attack.
And
Guess we better. 'Cause it was mine.
Nice one. Take your S. Yes, yes, yeah. Go back, go back.
Let's go north.
No, south.
I'll do like this.
Okay.
Bounty hunter mid.
No. Me first.
Is that a squirrel?
Come on. Yes, we better.
Hit those roads.
Ow!
Why there?
Who knows? Out of my way.
Hey.
Nah, take care about Curry, man.
Running's not as fun as hitting.
Not one bit fun. Good idea.
Cause it was mine.
Okay, I'm coming mid.
After you.
Go necro.
Let me through.
Ow!
Let's go necro, man.
This way.
That's away. Let me.
No, me.
Dude, you could kill him like easily.
Yup. I saw a thing. Yeah.
It's going to work.
Not me.
No, me.
Good idea.
'Cause it was mine.
You go first. When can I hit something?
Who's stopping you? Okay.
When can I hit something?
Who's stopping you?
Okay.
Take your bounty hunter there.
Is that a squirrel?
Come on. Me first.
No. Go for sentries for
I
nothing.
like this part.
Me too.
I'll do like this.
No, 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 leave that. It's too big.
That's way better.
I'm gonna pull.
This way.
That's away.
Actually, there is a ward here. So let me take this one. Fuck. Fucking bounty hunter, man. Fucking bounty. Bounty hunter top. Necrophos missing.
Your top tower is under attack.
I hate the players like Klings. He is not
Dire's
cutting
structures
anything
are
here.
fortified.
He's just playing solo this game.
Your top tower is
You can't play solo, man, even if you are good. What now? 3 top. Nice.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Not one bit fun.
Hit them now.
Ow! After you.
Good idea.
'Cause it was mine.
I saw a thing. Definitely better.
Denied. Good idea.
Cause it's mine. Right there.
Take your top. Take your top. Bounty hunter is mid.
Running's not as fun as hitting.
Not one bit fun.
You go.
I'll do legs this time.
Okay.
He have no ultimate. Go kill him.
Nice one.
When can I hit something?
Who's stopping you?
Please have a tango mate. And
That's away.
I just got my TP, I'm sorry.
Is that a squirrel?
Come on.
Like, this is why not pick first Klings, man.
Okay.
Your top tower is under attack.
Your top tower is under attack.
Hit them now.
Ow! Dire locked down their structures.
Your top tower is under attack.
Uh-oh.
No, no one wants to help you, man.
Good idea.
Your
Leave that
top
thing.
tower is
Go,
under
go
attack.
somewhere other. They can't push up
Exciting.
front.
Your top tower has fallen.
South.
This isn't looking good.
Unless you like watching things blow up. Yep.
Yup. Right there.
Oh no.
What man, leave the top now, you don't have to stay top now.
Your middle tower is under attack. We're not impressed.
Go lane farm man, go lane if you wanna farm, go lane. It's free. Alright, that's an illusion, guys.
Running slow is fun as hitting.
One bit fun.
The Dire have reinforced their
Bottom tower is under attack.
bottom tower is under attack.
No Chronosphere, go back. Why do we fight here? Where the fuck is Klings?
I'll do legs this time.
Yeah, okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They are so bad, man. They are so fucking bad. Well, man, this Klings is fucking joke, man. First of all, he goes mid, picks Klings, and then get countered like shit. This is how you lose a game, man. Of course, they are going to push towers, man. No one wanna help this. Well, I wish I am Klings, man. I wish I was Klings. Okay, farm that diffusal and come and fight. We have a Chronosphere ready. We should not give up to tier 2. The tier 1 is dead, but tier 2 not. So get your diffusal and come bottom. Heartbreaking moments. This is how Necro is strong, man. So strong. He's so strong. And we could kill him mid, but Klings is stupid. Going for hands of meters. Yes, I saw already. He deserves a report if he loses this one.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Dire structures are fortified.
No, so.
Go defend, come
Your
on.
bottom tower is under attack.
No, Rat King. What the hell just happened? connection, bro. Fuck. Well, that was good fight and after all. Like, go back to farm now, go push, for fuck's sake. Classic 3k game. What do we do when we kill whole team? Go back to farm. That's your strategy, nice. Take your top. Now go. I think you should go back, man. We don't have wards. I'm gonna go boots. I need my money. Paczkę for sure. Let's go bottom push maybe.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Take care mid.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We need defend.
Why there?
Who knows?
Careful, Patch.
Guess we better.
Patch.
Good idea.
Cause it was mine.
Okay, come on, cook, cook. Go mid. Go fucking push.
When can I hit something?
Who's stopping you?
Got you too.
Got some good data from that.
I'm gonna place a ward.
Radiant structures are fire.
Back, patch. Go back, man.
Their top tower has fallen. This is true. He is one.
Push bot now. Clinks. I think I need a glimmer for Necro ulti. Let's go bot, maybe. Guys, go bot.
Let's go north.
No, 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 no. Don't fight, you go. Okay. Nice.
The square root of the
Looks like Radiant closed the blast doors.
their bottom tower.
Come to us, come to us, come to us. No. No, 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 go back. Go back. Thanks. I don't know why Void stayed there. I don't know. What was that about?
Squirrel.
Come on.
Can we push mid? Yeah, come on, dude. Okay, no shaker ulti now. PL, come with us, dude. Void, man, come on, you have a chrono now. Go.
Cause it was mine.
Eight gold for Saint Yasha. Nice one. Push mid, push mid. PL, push bot farm. We can get Rosh now with Void and things. Okay. Yeah. Go Rosh now. Go Rosh. Come for buff here, Klings. Let's go Rosh, man. Come on, we need your Vladimirs. Come on, guys, please don't waste more time here. Okay, I'm here. Go Rosh, please. Go Rosh, please. Can you kill these creeps? Badum tss, go Rosh.
I'll do legs this time.
Double damage bot.
Usual Void, if it Void.
Ah, Rosh. Rosh now. Actually, we cannot do without Klings. Who's got the gem?
Right there.
Who knows?
Come on, please. Rush. Nice clings, man.
That's a good one.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We could have won game so far, so Klings needs to listen, man. You fucking cannot win solo this game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You need to listen someone,
The
actually.
Dire have reinforced their structures. Your middle tower has been denied.
Klings hit the creep, man, and let's push mid, come on. Let's go Rosh, fucking thing. Nice, that was so easy here. So easy. Come for buff kill.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, go for it again. Boys, push mid, come on, let's go, let's take Rux. Easy game. Easy game when you listen.
Right there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Did Earthshaker use his ulti? I did not see. Okay. Okay, nice. Let's go back to our... Let's push other lanes.
When can I hit something?
Who's stopping you?
Is that a squirrel?
Come on!
Easy game.
I saw a thing.
Guys, Klings, man, please do not throw. We can win this together. You don't have to go there. Throw incoming. Go back. Go back. Go fucking go back. Take haste. Void. Take haste. Top.
Shut the fucking mouth, please.
Yes, I will shut the fucking up, please. And I will buy some wards. One smoke. And this. Back. PL, come on, we need your gem. Actually saved him. Push bot then. Push bot.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Easy game, easy katka. Okay, Immortal giveaway coming after this game. Be prepared, boys. So man, come on. Let's go top straight. We can do it, boys.
The enemy's top barracks have fallen. You now have mega creeps. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Boosting this account is so good. You can play support and win in this. On this MMR, fuck. Okay, time for giveaway, boys. It's so hot in here. Okay, so I have to prepare. I have to count out the subs and their names. And I hope you are ready. Is this your favorite hero? Well, this is not like. Well, this is my favorite support hero, but and it has a nice win rate, as you can see here. '69 is a good number. Also, Zeus is very strong. I can play it well here, and in this patch it is very strong. Okay, so let me prepare for this Immortal. And we're gonna see a lucky guy. Have to write out your names in this application. There's actually more than I expected. Okay, so a little bit more. I just wrote all of our today's subs. Now let's see yesterday's. See where actually, let me see if I can. I think I can give a Immortal. Yep, I can. Okay, nice. Nice. Okay. So. Okay, Vanilla, welcome. Welcome again. You are not late for a giveaway, so I will add you up here in this list. I just need to look out recent events. I'm not from Russia, I'm from Serbia actually. My battle pass level is I can vote now. Pudge or Rubik? Finals. Okay, I'm gonna let you decide, guys. Fudge or Rubik? Okay, so everyone who is subscribed is on giveaway. If you are not subscribed, then you should do it now, and you will be on giveaway list. I don't want to miss anyone, so I will be searching for these subs. Let's see. Pudge, I think Pudge. We need more Pudge in the game. More dandy boys. Okay, let me count more subscribers here. I don't want to miss anyone here, so today's match, when will today's TI match begin? At the same time as yesterday, so I believe it's in 1 hour. Let me check out that. Yeah, 1 hour and 20 minutes to start of day 2. And I will also stream I will also stream matches. Dead by Bunnies, welcome to channel, boy, and you're entering a giveaway as you subscribe now. I will add you on a list. Okay, so how many names do we got here? Okay, I'm gonna show you the list of the names. I hope I don't miss anyone. And if I missed anyone, please tell me. So there's a lot of guys that who are not here with us. And okay. Okay, so here is the list. The thing is, I cannot find yesterday's subs. So that's a shame. Okay, I think I found them. Nope. That's all there. Okay. Twelve subscribers from yesterday I really cannot find. Joker, you said you are subscribed. Can you tell me when did you subscribe me, please? I wanna start giving some immortals. Okay. Okay guys, Asaman, are you on this list? I cannot see you, man. Maybe I'm blind. I don't see you, man. Oh me. Omian, are you subscribed? I don't see. Okay, I will add you on the list here. Next time we're gonna have a regular giveaway, so I don't have to count these subscribers now. Salman, yes, your name, man. Are you subscribed to this channel? Do you want to be in this giveaway? I don't see your name here on this list. So this is the list I found of most recent subscribers. So I don't see you in this list. If you want to join a giveaway, you should be subscribed on this channel. Okay, then I will add you on this list. Simply as that. Okay, we're almost there. We are almost there. TI stage group will start in 1 hour and 10 minutes. Okay, it's time for a giveaway. My favorite pro team is HellRaisers because they are from my country. At least one player is from my country, so. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna use this tool to pick our lucky guy. But first, let's open a tier 1 treasure and to see what you're gonna get. If we get rare and very rare, I will take that because I don't have it. But if I get duplicate on that, then you can have it too. So that's by your choice. Okay, so let's open this thing. Come on, boys. I wish you luck. I guess monkey. Oh god. I guess no one plays of you, Monkey King. Okay, let's open another, I think. I think no one will want Monkey King. Bristleback, okay. Here we go. Bristle will be your Immortal treasure. Let's see a lucky winner now. Okay, go for it. Floyd. Floyd is the winner. Is Floyd here? I think he's not here. He's on the way home. So he will be pretty happy to win this treasure. So, but don't be unhappy, guys. Don't be sad, guys. There will be more giveaways soon. So you just need to stay subscribed and keep watching this channel. Floyd, congratulations. Next time, maybe tier 2 treasure, like this one. It is pretty nice. It is pretty nice. So this is what is up for you guys. Pick a random again. But Floyd already won this. I'm gonna save this list of subscribers, so you guys will be in a giveaway pool again next time. Randomly. Oh, I'm so sick. Okay, guys. So day 2 of International is starting soon, and I will be casting that. Until then, I will... let's see, do we have time to play one more game? Yes, we do. But no, I'm gonna take a break, and I'm gonna take a break, and I will see you in the cast later. And I wish you more luck next time. Floyd will give me his ID, so that's how I'm going to send it to him. Scam. It's not a scam, man. It's not a scam, man. It's not a scam, everything is legal here, as you just saw. I don't know his ID, so I cannot send it to a random guy in game. He will leave his ID on this, in a comment of this video, and that's how I will send it to him. And then he will return and confirm that he got it. So it's not a scam. Let's see who is late for Immortal giveaway. Server Libra. Welcome to my channel. You're just a minute late for a giveaway though, but there will be more giveaways, so stay subscribed. I love you all. Yeah, need luck. Needs a lot of luck. Next time, homie. Next time. Like, I really like, let's see. Where's my pudge? Here. This is such a beautiful skin. So many things around him. Like he's got a turret. A gun. Another gun. And an anchor chains. And also, where is Kunka? Kunka. Admiral Kunka. This is a beautiful skin too. Sven. Sven is really nice too. Look at this skin, man. So strong. Abaddon, I think Abaddon is nice. Let's see. Yeah. Anti-mage.
Your magic ends here.
And my favorite hero. I really want to master this hero. I've been playing TA a lot.
Watch it.
Like Vipers in Immortal is so stupid. Like, look at this thing, man. What the hell is this? So stupid. Like, I don't know even if you can add anything to his style. Like, that's only like a dragon or bird. What the hell is this? So funny. Brewmaster. It's a good skin too. I don't like to play a Brewmaster. I don't think that it's a good hero in this patch. Link's one of my favorite. Okay, guys. I will restart the stream and rename it to International 2017, and we will watch some games after that. We have a Phoenix set. I don't have a Phoenix set, unfortunately. Phoenix. Not a hero that I play. Like... he has only... yeah. It's kinda nice set. It costs a lot. It costs a lot. The treasury, where is the treasury? For me, the best... okay, so this is the newest treasure. The best treasure that I had was... this maybe? No? I think it does not even exist anymore. Yeah, it was limited time treasure, so in that treasure you could get Sven, this one Sven, Pudge, Kunkka, Brewmaster, Ricky, I did not got Ricky set, so that's unfortunate. This was in the set. So good. Okay, so this is the set, right? Okay, so there is a lot of skins here. Let's see. Budge. Death Prophet. Actually, yeah, Death Prophet. Winter Wyvern. Panda. I got this one too. Huskar, yeah, Huskar, look at him. He's really nice. I got him too. And this one is my favorite, I think. I got one. Venomancer with 5 heads. Kunkka, very nice set. Clock. Pressure regulator. Sman, so awesome. Witch Doctor. Luna. Gyrocopter, Monkey King. Nature's Prophet. Invoker, I got this one. Sand King, I got that one too. Ricky, I don't have it. Nyx, nope. This is rare. Manta, you have seen this before. And Mirana, man, she's so nice. So nice. I wish I can have it. Omni set, I don't have Omni set. I don't play Omni so much. Hello Nikolai. What is going on, man? One hour until the TI group stage starts. Prefer carry or support? Well, I prefer support more than carry, but I like to carry sometimes. I like to carry sometimes. Like in the past I have played a lot of support. And now I have in this early, like few months back, I was playing some mid TA, as you can see. I played Necrophos as a support, and it went up. Like it's a weird thing, you playing a Necro support, but as soon as you get like level 6 maybe face boots, and a blink dagger, the game is yours. This Nightbot, man, what the hell is wrong with him? I guess you should write slow, so he does not ban you. Okay. Yes. More luck next time, Ryzen. Stay subscribed. There will be giveaways, don't worry. This channel is just started doing some streams, and I will decide when is the next giveaway. I will play some ranked, like I will stream myself when I play, so I wish you can come, and then we'll see the near future, so you get informed. Gimbel's Elite, thank you for subscribing, welcome to the channel. Okay, so let's prepare for TI. Okay, I will restart the stream, don't go away, because I want to end the stream here and start a new one for TI group stage cast. Restarting in a few seconds. Okay, I wanna see what our guys did in this game against LGD.Forever Young. Okay, sorry for the dark window there. Let's go.
5 seconds remaining.
Side, if you're going to pick up a support, it's just got to be a lot of team fight potential, but... Whoa!
That is very different.
That is very different. I think it's very cool. Right, because if you can stop the Tidehunter from having his Ravage or the Oracle from having that saving mechanism, then you can actually win that team fight that you're forced into against LF1.
I mean, there's 3 great Doom targets. I mean, here's the way I see it. Even if you were to Doom Super in this game,
yep,
and he doesn't get the Ghost off, even if he gets saved, you're buying yourself like 10 plus seconds of fighting time. You're saying, okay, in these 10 seconds, we get a lasso on somebody else, we kill them, because the Oracle's probably going to be focused on the Doom target, and then you kill that hero. Maybe LFY doesn't feel confident in taking the fight anymore. Maybe they run away. Now, it does make the laning phase a little bit weaker, because we all know that Doom doesn't really offer a ton in the laning phase, but if the whole purpose of it is to just take the fights on your own terms, you have good pickoff potential with the Bat Rider already, you get a lasso, you get a Doom on the right target, there is potential for HellRaisers to win the fights.
And I think what's also really cool about this Doom is that he is a great support to be running in an aggro dual lane. So if you put Doom and Bat Rider together, they're actually going to do a great job threatening this tri-lane, right? Because Oracle is not a strong hero at dealing with pressure, right? He's very similar to Shadow Shaman in that regard. He loves just the solo offlaner that he can sit there with his Fortune's End, just holding onto that Q and then getting a really long ensnare. But multiple heroes he doesn't do well against. Night Stalker wants to be able to roam around. So this pressure that they're going to put in is actually going to be very good at keeping bull supports at top lane, and it still may not be able to fight Bat Rider Doom, even with 3 heroes, just because that's not what the lineup is really meant for. The way I see this is that I think HellRaisers have to do really well in their laning phase, and their team fight execution is a lot harder. Meanwhile, LFY, they're looking to just kind of survive through the laning phase, get to their mid-game swing, and it's not an autopilot, by say, but they are going to be the ones kind of like with a very clear game plan.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. It is a lot easier to just walk down a lane and hit ghosts, and then have your Tide Hunter stand behind, and you know maybe your Sven's helping you frontline as well, and you still have that backup in the Oracle. So yeah, execution-wise, definitely agree. LFY have a clear advantage. It is pretty straightforward. Just walk down a lane, have all your abilities, have the item timings that you want. You know, I guess in this type of game, you'd probably see the mech on the Tide Hunter.
You know, I've been a big critical of in-playing paths. I felt like he's been somewhat of the weakest link for LFY, but I love this play right here. So smart. Picking up the boots, gets to the smoke out. He's going to just pop out and drag that first creep wave away. That gets him faster to a level 2. It kind of resets the creep. With heroes like Batrider or something, but they're probably not expecting it from Tide.
Yeah, and the other part of it too is, if you think that he has the vision, right? Because he plays the ward.
Yeah.
So he knows how many heroes are going to be there, and he understands, okay, can I actually pull the wave or can I not? Am I going to end up dying? Sometimes even dying is okay, because you know you die in a lane, you end up getting a double wave by your tower, you get a ton of EXP. It's just a trade-off all the time. That's what the offlane's all about.
Yeah.
Is trading your life worth it in what scenario, and then you make the best of whatever situation you get.
Especially against this hero. Maledict against any of those tanky offlaners, super annoying to play against. Just because it forces you away for that whole entire time. Just,
you know, you mentioned super annoying. What's happening mid? Super annoying. This is a get me out moment.
Poor Super's like, this is not the game that I like to play. I'm supposed to kind of smother this enemy mid laner, but he's actually being the one smothered by Napalm. Melange is sitting there. Q, 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 Q. And they've got their, they swapped. Because I saw 33 pick up the Batrider, so they must have swapped. This is actually going to be a core Doom and a support Batrider, rather than what they were proposing in the first place.
Well, I think the cool thing about having the Doom in this type of role is he does actually carry items relatively well. You can make Doom incredibly beefy.
Yes.
Like he can be that front line. The big issue with him normally is that his armor is so low during the beginning of the game that even though he has one of the largest health pools, he has one of the worst effective HPs for it because he just can't take a physical hit.
Yeah. Going into the mid game, he's like so cooldown dependent too with Doom, but if you get the items, then you're not so cooldown dependent, right? It's like Doom is nice, but if you actually have the items, Blink Dagger, and have a decent amount of tankiness, you know, a plate mail or something to deal with that loss of armor, then you could just run and just the Inferno Blade and Scorcher with people. Yep. And you're actually still very effective in these team fights. It all just starts with having a successful laning phase. And he starts it off in the jungle, managed to get a troll, so he just created a skeleton army that cleared through creep camps pretty quickly. And he's already level 3 as he returns to lane at 2 minutes in.
He's had a phenomenal start, and I would expect this lane, it can deal a fair amount of damage to him. I think he'll have to be a bit careless to actually die, though.
Yeah.
He's going to take some damage here, but be okay. And I wanted to hit on something, too, since we were talking about Lycan a bit earlier in the day, and mentioning like the difference in skill builds and stuff, and item builds that people now do. Okay, he might actually be dead this time. See if he can perhaps... Nope, TP's on cooldown. He did.
Does he provide some sort of miracle juke? Indeed, he is going to be the first blood. DDC actually wanted to snag it.
Yeah, I was going to mention kind of like swift ending style on the hero playing Lycan. I'm curious if they're going to make the Doom get the Vlads, for example. Sometimes it's nice to be able to save up for the bigger items like the Book 3 or the BKB, for example, instead of buying the little stuff.
Yeah.
But it depends, I guess, on how good of a game 33 actually has.
Yeah, it was either... someone did it in Dream League, so it was either Resolution or it was Matumba Man. I think it might have been Matumba Man. RTZ told me in a pub that he saw Matumba Man do it, and he tried it out, and it just seems really good now. And you provided a couple reasons why, right? There was a attack speed buff or something like that?
Well, the big thing is the build now is about Howl and Feral Impulse because they changed the way the spells work. So you get like the bonus regen. Feral Impulse is just pretty much better than it was before. Howl is better than it was before. And you don't really want to skill wolves because of how good Howl and Feral Impulse are. Right. And you kind of want it for the laning phase. So I think in that sense, it makes the book a stronger build.
Yeah, but when you have like level 1 Necronomicon and you don't quite have the full-on maxed out abilities, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and the other thing too is even though Mask of Madness is amazing, in some games, it just doesn't really feel good to build that item against heroes like Sven, for example. Yeah. Because it's a great farming item. And if you have just like 1 mana regen item, you have plenty to be able to sustain, especially if you're tread switching middle lane.
Super is going to be caught here with that Smaladic. There's no way he's getting out. So HellRaisers do plan a nice gank in the mid lane. Help Kaiser get a bit farther ahead. He's even got a haste rune for the next round if he wants. Meanwhile, 33 in the bottom lane. Try to go on him. Not really getting it, though.
You know, I think a lot of people actually underestimate Doom. I think he's one of the heroes that people just haven't really found the perfect way to utilize him yet. Yeah. Like, they have ideas. Okay, yeah, he's great if you get your Doom off on the right target at the right time. But everywhere between that point where you're casting Doom, it seems like there's a lot of gray area. Yeah. People are, like, unsure about how the best way to run him is. What lane? Do you run him as a safe lane? Because I've seen Ramses play that hero in pubs as a position 1. Yeah. And he owns with it. Like, he just destroys people. He gets max Infernal play, just walks at you and just, bam, hits you in the face. And it's an insane amount of damage. Like, it's 5% of your max health per second for 4 seconds.
I think there's a lot of intricacy to how you want to farm on the Doom as well. Like, how much time do you spend playing off of jungle? Do you max out the Devour? When do you max out the Devour? For example, like, I've seen a couple of builds where you only go 2 levels of Scorcher, and you get maxed out Devour by level 7. Just to really start speeding up that farming process. Because I think Doom, as an offlaner, is definitely a farming one. Right, he's not a super active hero. He plays around his Doom timings, yes, but he is a hero that wants to continue to build up in items, like you said.
And we'll see if he has time to do that this game. Really curious about how he decides to itemize. Might be in a bit of trouble here, though. He does have his teammates behind him.
If anything, he might just bait a bad fight from LFY, but it doesn't look like they're going to take it. Monet even popping the healing salve just to get like 200 HP extra off of that.
Oh, did they actually see the smoke? Because they have a ward by the shrine. I might have missed that. Yeah, I might have missed that too.
But it looks like they're still going to be caught by it. DDC is going to be run over by Milan, but they actually still want to target Monet. But he actually doesn't have Fate's Edict, so he can't protect him against all this magic damage. So DDC either going to have to turn, maybe fight, look if they could just trade kills, because Monet's definitely dying to this Maledict. Last pop takes that kill. Now with the help of Kaiser, they're going to finish off DDC. And Afu, who wrapped all the way around through the dire jungle area and tried to get in between that tower, runs into the fight far too late to do anything but collect the creep experience.
I'm surprised that as long as that took to happen, it still worked. Normally when you have a situation where Monet clearly knew something was up, right? Like, he walked away, he popped his salve, he was sitting like really close to the tower, and that gank still succeeded. It's very rare, I think, at this level of Dota to see stuff like that happen. Because people just play more defensively, you know, they sit behind the tower, they wait, they have TPs. This time around, though, LFY getting caught off guard. Could be again here mid.
With the Maledict, Super trying to get the Spirit Siphon up, but there's just too much burst damage. So HellRaisers really taking it to LFY right now. It's 4-1, they've got over 2K gold lead. Even Swift Ending is standing up very well against the Tidehunter because he's got Howl. As you said, like, in some situations, it's better than Chen heal. So he's just oftentimes standing and fighting against the Tidehunter despite the Anchor Smash. Normally, this 1v1 Tidehunter versus melee hero should go very well for.
The Feral Impulse, I think, is the big player here, too. I mean, it's 7 health regen at level 3.
Yeah.
When it gets to the level 4, it's going to be 10. I think, you know, maybe some of the people who are not as experienced in playing position 1 really undervalue just how much 10 health regeneration actually is. But you know, you think about it this way, a creep wave spawns every 30 seconds. That means every 30 seconds you're getting 300 health back. Like, if you think of it in that sense and not just, oh, I'm getting 10 HP a second, it seems a lot more valuable because you get a random Anchor Smash every now and then. You don't have any regen, you might have to go back to base, right? And that's time off the map. But if you're just able to sit in the lane all the time, it's so much better.
I like the way you think about that. It's like 300 HP you can use to get CS.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't be in the lane, then you're not farming.
Yeah. It's going to be pushed back once again into his tower, but he's done this. Again, Milan and Afu can trade shots between two of them. Yeah, I mean, look, his CS is really not harmed at all, despite the anchor smash. He's currently sitting 57 and 8, compared to the Tidehunter, who's sitting at 2, and the Sven, which is more comparable, 56-19.
Yep.
So HellRaisers, they're up in kills, they're up in CS. Everything about this laning phase is going well for them. But we said that's how it should be, right?
Yeah. The death ball has not yet formed itself on the side of LFY, and that's going to be the real test. How much can HellRaisers do before LFY just run at them? And we do see a fairly sizable ancient stack here being done by Monet. He's got the max points into the Great Cleave. Good amount of income for him. But yeah, it's more about the timings of LFY. You know, when can they go and do something? When are they going to use the first exorcism? Because right now, Super, he's definitely been struggling. It's 71-24 on the Queen of Pain on the side of HellRaisers versus Super's 36-9. So it hasn't necessarily been a close laning phase. But all that can kind of change if HellRaisers decide to try to take a poor engagement around teamfight that LFY have. Or they just are able to get objectives, and they can bring themselves back into the game that way.
It is going to be a bit of a tough fight for HellRaisers in defending those objectives, whether it's Outer Towers or even Roshan fighting into Ravage plus Death Prophet. Bit of a tough proposition. That's why they've got to make the most of the laning phase they're currently in. Looks like Swift Ending is going to be kind of going for the Mask of Madness Echo Saber build. I'm a bit surprised by this, specifically because the Sven, as you were kind of talking about, Inflame getting gone on, had a really lucky paralyzing cast bounce there from J4. Gets brought pretty low from the Maledict, but it's not going to be enough for him to pop by itself. It is only...
Well, the Mask of Madness is still like a great farming tool, if nothing else.
Yeah.
And on heroes that don't have a whole lot of buttons, you're able to just, you know, pop what you want, go in, hit the Mask of Madness, and punch people.
Surprise silence into Monet Stormhammer, but it's not enough. Kaiser is actually going to be able to get away. Again, it's one of those ganks that potentially turn into objective, but they have Glyph and TPs immediately from the side of HellRaisers. They are not going to let Super get an early objective off of this first ulti.
I really love that reaction from HellRaisers. Just TPing, just being there beforehand, you know? I mean, it's only a level 1 exorcism. Ever since they changed the scaling of the ultimate, it used to be like really bad at level 1, and then super good at level 2 and 3. Now it's just kind of okay. It's not super menacing to have only 8 spirits out. It's really level 12 where you start to feel, okay, if we try to push into this too hard, we're just gonna die.
Right.
Because just the sheer damage output of that spell is so freaking absurd. But yeah, great TP. You see stuff like that and you wonder, okay, well, the fight didn't break out. Why did he TP? Well, the answer is just that they know that LFY want to push towers. And if they have a hero in front of the tower, it's harder to push. Logic is as simple as that.
Afu. Oh, he actually gets blocked out there by J4 using the Death Ward. Afu still going to be fine, obviously. Only down to half HP, but he is not going to be able to defend his tower. Not able to catch him there. Looks like he kind of missed the bounce back there. Flame Break. Still, though, it's a tier 1 trade for tier 1 trade. Did you say that, well, maybe not that. Actually,
no, it's
tier
definitely
1 top
not.
lane is super healthy.
Yeah, they don't even have ghosts, so not even a trade, just a straight up tower, just taking the side of HellRaisers. Feeling pretty confident about the way that they're playing this right now. Taking over the side of LFY's map, kind of existing in the jungle, still pressuring the tier 2 here even a little bit.
My question is, when does LFY start doing the same thing, right? When the pushes came from the side of LFY, they put 33 in front of him, right? They had him TP over. Like, okay, he's a big tanky hero, especially with that regen from Scorched Earth right now. Okay, fight into us, we'll see what happens. But when does Inflame start standing in front of these pushes? Well, it looks like it's finally going to happen as Afu makes his initiation. The Ravage goes down, only catching 2, and still not nearly enough to bring down the Doom, that's for sure. They needed so much more many heroes. Oh my goodness, LFY, what are you doing? Where's the rest of them? Here comes the backup, it's finally here. They managed to get the silence. Monet comes in with God's strength, looks to rip apart the Doom. He'll be successful in the first round. Can he finish up more of these heroes? J4 turns around the paralyzing cast, though. That's going to make it hard to pursue. LFY with no creep wave. extremely susceptible to that bouncing stun, so all they get out of that was a Doom.
And the Doom took a ton to kill. Like, the commitment required to be able to take down 33 was massive.
Yeah.
And that he didn't even cast his Doom. Like, he says, okay, this fight's probably lost. I'm going to hold on to my spell, try to live. If I can't, you know, oh well. He's still farming pretty darn well, sitting at roughly the same amount of CS as the Tidehunter, but obviously he's a Doom, so he has the use of Devour. He'll be able to catch up over time. I guess in that sense, Inflame has done a really good job at maintaining a pretty good amount of net worth. And yeah, it's a Tidehunter and a 1v1 against melee. You would kind of expect him to farm, but it's also needed because they need the mechanism to be up. Their 5-man potential needs to be better than it is right now.
They're definitely not expecting this rotation. Swift Endion's going to get caught out here because he actually doesn't have Shapeshift. So Super's going to be able to get in range with a Spirit Siphon. All of a sudden, Swift Endion realizes this isn't a 1v1 honorable man fight. It's a 1v2 where he's going to be the loser. Afu is going to be caught, though. The paralyzing cast bounce over to Super with the help of the burn. Looks like they can get him just in time. Kaiser's going to go down to DDC, though. DDC didn't have his ultimate ready to go. And as a result, both him and the Death Prophet are going to end up going down. Another successful fight for HellRaisers, though it was 2 cores for a core and 2 supports, so it's kind of even.
I would actually still say it favors HellRaisers, just because let's ignore all the heroes that actually died, and let's take note of what abilities were used and how they function with the team. Although, I guess Milan might be in a bit of trouble here. Maybe he turns around and gets caught out.
In trouble. He can't even TP out because they've got the lasso ready to go. So he tries to go for it, and he doesn't even bother using the lasso. He's like, nah, you're going to burn to death, boo.
Stone cold. I think if that last hit didn't crit, he might have made it out. But it's a 40% chance during Shapeshift, so I guess it was pretty good odds.
Over to the top lane. The silence into the slow. The Spirit Siphon, close enough for Monet. Blink in and finish him off.
Nicely done.
But yeah, you were saying top lane fight, they used Exorcism, right?
Yeah, that's the issue, right? It's like this ability has too long of a cooldown to not get objectives at this stage in the game. LFY are doing their best to push the tempo. They've even gone as far as just getting the Blink Dagger straight up on Monet after having the Mask of Madness completed, because they realize, hey, we need to do stuff because our 5-man is not really working out. I'd say if you're running into LFY and fighting into Exorcism every single time, if you're trading and you're losing a core or 2 every single time, it's still okay, because the Death Prophet lineup really wants to push. And you know that your late game, Doom is not a bad late game hero. It's just getting to the late game sometimes can be problematic because he's not a strong laner. A lot of teams like to play fast. But this time, HellRaisers are doing a really good job at bringing the fight to LFY, forcing the ultimates out on their own terms. They're not letting LFY group up and pop ghosts.
You don't even let them get that one tower they're looking for in the top lane. They managed to deny that one. Inflame gets a little bit of revenge in denying the mid tower, but that's never going to feel good. Seeing your mid tower. HellRaisers are going to try and defend their mid tower, but there is going to be a smoke wraparound, one they're not expecting, especially with the Blink Dagger coming in. They're going to try and blow up the Doom again with the silence, making sure no ultimate goes off. And see if they can catch extra here as J4 going to be run down by Afu. Goes for TP. No, sir. Hammer to the face will stop that one. 9-7. That being said, HellRaisers, they may have lost that fight and they're going to lose their mid tower, but it is a lot of space for side lanes, which are aggressively being pushed in.
It's a big break for LFY, though, to get a kind of gift like that. Get the tower, don't have to pop any ultimates. Super really wants to wait until he hits 12, I think, to pop the next Exorcism, because it doubles effectiveness.
Surprise, the come out. DDC's here, though, so he's got the ultimate. They have to focus the Oracle. Oracle saves himself. Managed to get the Sonic Wave out onto both. Kaiser silence up with no mana whatsoever. He does have a magic wand, though. He can blink away in a second, but the silence goes down for the Night Stalker this time around. Follow up the stun. The heal is just barely enough to keep Kaiser alive. Monet is not going to chase with his blink. He knows the Queen of Pain's going to be too far ahead of him, and on top of that, Shrine. So in the end, Oracle did die to that damage from the Sonic Wave. It looks like he wasn't able to heal quite enough.
Man, that was so close. They just need a little bit more damage output, and they would have been able to take out the Queen. Those types of kills are really big when you don't have to commit a lot. So they would have had Ravage and they would have had Exorcism on top of the 2 picks back-to-back that we saw them get earlier. This is one of those games where it's only a 1k net worth lead right now for HellRaisers. And when you're playing into team fight and you have a very even amount of net worth, usually the team fight composition is the one that tries to apply pressure first. And then later on into the game, you'll see a little bit more split pushing. You know, HellRaisers get some extra items on the Leica and the Queen, the Doom. And that's when the team fight lineup starts to feel a bit lackluster because they can't really form up as much as they want to.
Right.
So I'm still looking to LFY and thinking, okay, you got 12 now on Super, level 2 ulti, need to try to get something big.
You've got your Yule Scepter as well as the mech. Like, these are some of the core items for this early team fight push. They've got them. Now you just got to make something happen with it. Especially with the early Blink Dagger from Monet as well. I think that's another like early pickup that's supposed to promote winning some of these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great choice for this particular situation because you really just want to be able to get in and let the Ghost do damage. And in order to do that, if your Tidehunter is the one who's buying the mech, you have to be the initiator.
Yeah.
Because no one else on the team is going to buy Blink. It's your Tide. I think that they have a very good understanding of how to split up the itemization in a way that you have all your bases covered. I mean, every team pretty much should be able to do that, but it's always just nice to see.
This is the kind of discrepancy we're talking about right now. If you look at the net worth of Super, who, granted, had a rough landing phase and all that, but he's a team fight pushing hero that hasn't managed to take any real objectives. Sitting at 5,800. Meanwhile, the Quap, who's free to kind of, go for some of these kills, but also play a lot of split pushing and farming up the side lane, is top of the net worth chart. Only contested by Monet. LFY are currently trying to do Roshan. HellRaisers have become wise to this one, but they're going to be initiated on. Monet managed to get the blink onto Milan, but they get a little bit of save here on the left-hand side. They also managed to get the Doom out onto the Tidehunter. DDC is trying to save as many of them as possible, but they're just getting overrun by HellRaisers. Super keeping himself alive bit by bit with the Spirit Siphon. Now the Ghost comes out. Yule Scepter buys him a little bit of time, and HellRaisers will play that back and forth game that we talked about. They need to be able to play the back and forth. It's the only way they can, because sometimes the team fight potential of a lineup is just too good to beat, and that's what we're seeing here with LFY, with their full Ghost out and the initiation going to LFY thanks to Monet blinking his way forward on the bat. Then the Doom managing to get the ultimate off on the Tidehunter wasn't enough to actually bring anybody down, so in the end, HellRaisers just had to back out.
I think what ended up happening there for HellRaisers, they had the perfect initiation, to be honest. You get the Doom on the Tide straight up, that's the best target. Yeah. You can stop Ghosts from being cast and everything, and that's fine because it's a lot of damage that you're halting, but the control, I think, is one of the biggest issues when playing against this type of lineup. Because the Tide hits you with a Ravage, all your momentum is just gone. But the problem was they doomed the hero, and then instead of just letting him run around with Doom and do nothing, they tried to kill him. Like, killing the Tide is real hard. Yeah. He's got a mech, he's got a hood, he's got 4 points in a Kraken, and he got his ult cast on by the Oracle, False Promise. So when you have that happen, you don't really want to commit damage to him. You want to just kill somebody else. Because Swift Ending was just punching him. And because he got saved, he wasted a lot of time dealing damage that could have been damage to other heroes that would have been fatal.
Right, like the Death Prophet, who went down to like half HP.
Exactly.
That was pretty close. They had overrun the Oracle earlier.
But he was kind of dropping really fast, so I think Swift Ending got a bit carried away. Monet, though, gonna spot out J4.
Hopscotch strength, and see how many swings it takes. Well, that may actually get any. Oh, nice bump back there. Not sure if Milan intended that one, but he bumped him onto the cliff. There really was no chance for Monet to be able to pursue that kill on Witch Doctor.
And this is where it gets a little bit scary for HellRaisers, because LFY are reaching close to, I would say, barring Refresher Tidehunter status. They're getting really close to one of the strongest power points they're going to reach this game.
So, in this point in the game, right, where LFY are kind of reaching a big peak, as HellRaisers, do you still try and force the fight onto LFY to kind of force out bad ultimates? Or?
I feel like you still want to.
Okay.
Because if you can get the Doom on the Tide like that, if you can take that fight, I think you want to.
Milan does have his 4 staffs, so unless LFY are willing to dive this one super deep, which they kind of are, and HellRaisers just looking at this going, at the end, it's a support Batrider. We don't really care that much. He's going to die, but you already see the line being drawn out by HellRaisers. They're like, push down mid, push down bottom, we're already pushing out top. Like, we have the map control. Who cares if they're right here next to our tier 2 when they have to run back to all these other lanes to deal with lane maintenance? Basically what it is, right? These creep waves push in, you have to provide some sort of maintenance to push them back out. Nothing really big gets accomplished by LFY unless they can actually finish up this Roshan.
This is going to be the second time in a row they've popped Ghost for this, so hopefully they can get it this time around. I think they should be able to. Not really much of a commitment here from HellRaisers, just pushing the side lane still. Inflame going to peel off, going to just force Swift ending out of lane, where in the meanwhile, bottom, Kaiser and 33 are just going to sit here and try to kill the tower. So Aegis going the way of LFY. Monet's going to go ahead and pick it up. He's still got a tremendous amount of farm. I think that at the very least, they want to try to get the rest of the towers off the map.
Fu, J4, nice TP immediately after the Void, and Swift ending just gave him a little bit juke around the table. Doesn't buy a TP. I don't know. Yeah, that's one actually.
Oh, they
in the trees, but he does manage to get up his ultimate. Fuel Scepter and the Ensnare coming out from the Oracle. That should give him enough holding time. Kill Swift ending. In the meantime, though, Kaiser is pushing into tier 3, so LFY do have to deal with that eventually.
I think Monet's probably more than enough at this point. Able to force the Queen of Pain back. And just both teams like kind of scrapping it out, just trying to get every single tiny advantage they can, whether it be lane equilibrium, whether it be, you know, popping an ult for Roshan. I think that using Exorcism for Roshan is like okay in this situation, because you're putting a timer up where it's like, okay, 6 minutes. You're not going to want to fight us head on for like 6 minutes. And in that time, you're obviously going to have your ult come back up. Hopefully you can get something done. I mean, the tier 1 bottom is still alive.
It allows Monet to do things like this, right? Like by himself, he can push out the bottom lane. Feels like he has Aegis. We see a lot of teams do this. They don't grab the Aegis and immediately 5-man into a tower. They grab the Aegis and they get map control with it because the enemy team just doesn't want to fight into an extra life. Especially that extra life is on the split pushing hero. Milan, Monet just run him down. Little bump back there with Flame Break. That helps. Tries to just buy as much time as possible. There's no way he's getting out of this one with only a 4-staff, but all right, that's a little bit more time. TP out, nice. That is actually gonna get him.
Oh. No. He TP'd too late.
Yeah, if he'd done that play a little bit earlier with the higher HP, maybe, just maybe, he would have gotten out.
Yeah, it was a weird thing though, because I'm pretty sure Monet had a pathing thing where like he clicked and it sent him back instead of sending him forward. I'm pretty sure that's the only reason that Milan was able to get that far in the first place. But LFY walking down bottom as 5. Kaiser's still doing a split push thing. I'm kind of surprised you don't see more of like the Maelstrom earlier on when Queens play this kind of split pushy style, because Mjolnir is still a great item when you hit level 25. And a lot of the time as Queen, you are getting solo EXP because you're either across the map or you're killing people.
And do you really need the extra defense? Like, you've already got one defensive item in Lincoln Sphere. You already have armor coming out with Veil and Discord. Shiva's as a completed item was going to be nice, yes, but I'm kind of with you on like an earlier Maelstrom if you're going to play this kind of style.
I just think that it lends itself perfectly to the Queen of this meta. It's just you split push a lot, you fight when you have to. You basically play like a position 1 because you're just always in the spot where it's like the most dangerous and you're farming. That used to be the way you used to play cores. Nowadays, maybe it's a little bit different, but for the most part, you're still just soaking up farm, you're split pushing all the time, you have a Lincolns. Really hard for you to die. Swift ending in the meantime, gonna get spotted out.
Swift ending is a tanky beast. He's got 3k HP when he pops on the armlet and strength treads, plus the BKB available. Easy hero for LFY to bring down. That's probably why they're not going to focus him, if possible, and just try and kite that damage as much as possible. HellRaisers continuing to keep those threats, always having one lane pushing in that tier 2 area. Inflame by himself is not going to be enough to stop this push. Kaiser knows that too. He's going to try and force more heroes down here. He's saying, no, no, no. Not going to be scared away by just one of you.
He's still lacking a bit in the mana regen department too. That's one thing about Queen I think that she suffers from a ton, is just you never have mana. Like if you're pushing waves really hard and you're like blanking off cooldown, you need at minimum 2 mana items, I feel, to feel comfortable just using your spells off CD.
Drums popped, a very fast Doombringer starts booking it towards Inflame, but he's already out. The Night Stalker popped Dark. So HellRaisers force some sort of reaction. They're going to TP back to mid. Though, are they ready to defend a tier 2? I really don't think so. Maybe if they had Blink on Batrider and saw an opportunity, maybe they could fight, but without that kind of hard form initiation, I don't think tier 2s are worth it.
It's rough even with the blink, I feel, because of the Oracle.
Yeah,
if DDC is in the right spot, you can end up just owning yourself. You get an immediate false promise, or maybe even just a Fate's Edict could be enough, depending on who else is hitting him inside of the lasso to keep him alive. And HellRaisers being forced back inside of their base for the time being. This is exactly what LFY want. If the team that you're playing against has better split push than you and you can confine them to their base, that feels great. Yeah. Like, you want the Queen to TP back. You want the Lycan to TP back. Whenever you see that, you just smile. You're like, all right, perfect. This is what we want.
Couple of cool pickups here. LFY's Monet is actually going to go for a Lincoln Sphere. And then we've got on the other side of the table, Diffuser Blade on the Lycan. That was the other one. Against the Scepter, Death Prophet. So you don't have that, you know, free 2.5 seconds for Spirit Siphon and Exorcism to do work. Does manage to catch 33 here. He turns around, threatens the Doom, but he realizes there's no point, right?
Yeah.
I'm dead. We're not going to kill anything. We'll just hold on to that ability. But Afu, TP's out.
Very nicely done. Going back to the Diffuser Blade, we can't forget about the all-important Warcry.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, you purge Warcry, that's 12% movement speed and 20 armor that you're removing. When you're trying to hunt a hero like Oracle, it makes a big difference.
J4 tried to TP out, but Yule Scepter will stop that. Now, the 2 cores are nearby. They don't want to fight. Ghost still out.
It's definitely getting to that territory where LFY are feeling like, you know, they want to go in and they want to try to do something about this, just try to end it. I think that Afu realized that Kaiser didn't have a TP scroll because he was kind of sitting around like scouting him out because he knew it was night vision.
Yeah.
He was maybe just looking to cancel the TP. But LFY, they're knocking at the door right now of HellRaisers. There needs to be a response to this.
Kaiser's got to be careful about how he gets back to base. Monet chops down a tier 3. The initiation comes forward. Milan uses a force staff to break the Lincolns, but now he's going to be caught by the Ravage along with 2 of his teammates. He gets blown up. HellRaisers, their 3 cores not sure what to do as the high ground push comes in from LFY, and they just seem kind of unstoppable. 33 comes forward, does manage to use Doom onto Super, stops one Spirit Sight from coming out, but one's already down. Monet is going to be able to survive thanks to DDC. With the ultimate, they're just running down a lot of the HellRaisers heroes. They're going to have to pop multiple shrines here. And even as they heal up to near full, it's still not enough for them to chase down LFY despite the abilities being used. In fact, if anything, LFY are going to be feeling pretty comfortable to go high ground again in just 30 seconds.
That was a... it is so hard to fight into the 5-man of LFY. Even as good as HellRaisers were doing a majority of the game, up until that fight happened around the barracks and, you know, prior to that when they got Roshan, the advantage was only like 2k or 1k. It was not anything substantial at all. And now all of a sudden you're looking at it and it's now 12k. And Afu is going to go ahead and fly himself to safety thanks to the Hunter in the night. But this is kind of the reason why I said if you have even net worth and you're the teamfight team, you normally are the ones who are making the moves. Because you carry the items at that stage in the game just straight up better. Your heroes hit their stride faster, you have this crazy 5-man potential, you just walk down a lane, you try to end the game.
So at what point does HellRaisers, you know, early on they were able to fight in some team fights and it looked okay, but what about now? When can they actually take a 5-on-5 from against LFY? Or can they ever?
Well, before that, might see a Queen of Pain die here.
Did.
Ouch, big crit. That's only with a Chrysalis as well. Still hit for 1100. But as far as when do you fight, I think it's about how the fights break out. So if the Batrider is able to lasso somebody and then you get a Doom on an important target, that is how the fight is won as HellRaisers. You saw what happened when they were fighting around Roche the first time.
Right.
When they popped Ghosts. If they had just focused anybody else but the Tide, I think they would have crushed that. Because they had so long where Inflame couldn't pop the Ravage. And they could have just decimated the supports. They could have killed the Oracle. They could have killed the Night Stalker, you know, whoever else. Just don't attack the hero that's doomed because he can't do anything anyway. And you're playing into what LFY want by attacking the literal tankiest hero at that point in the game. So it's more about, you know, what we could do at that stage in the game more than it is about what we can do now. Because the way they take the fights is still essentially the same. It's just harder.
Gone from maybe a 4k lead for HellRaisers in the early part of the game, and now upward 16,000 gold lead for LFY. one lane of racks down, or at least the important racks down. It's gone from the top lane.
Yep.
Shrines have all been taken. LFI have total map control and are pretty much just kind of like biding their time. If they really want to, they can wait for the next Aegis. There's no real timer for them, right? Because they have a Sven. It's not like Sven, you're like worried about our Sven capping out soon. You know, that guy is a beast late game.
Yeah. All it takes is like 1 or 2 crits and a team fight's just over.
Yeah. It's actually going to be... Is Crystallis?
It's a really good build. Recognizing that he doesn't need BKB this game. That's probably one of the greatest feelings in the world. Being in a game as Sven, being like, wow, I don't actually need to buy BKB.
That's a lot of safe laners, right?
Yeah, it is actually the worst feeling in the world to being like, man, at some point in the game, I just have to commit 4,000 gold to this item.
Yeah.
I just don't have a choice. But I mean, a lot of it also has to do with the fact that he's playing so well around his team.
Milan? Okay, you pulled Afu up onto the cliff. What next, Milan? What next? Because he's just going to fly right down. Wing on wing action, but where was it all going to lead, Milan?
Well, he had an idea.
I don't know what that idea was. Do you, Draskell?
Well, I mean, in this type of scenario, you could probably already say that LFY have the substantial lead, and he was probably just trying to scout out for Roche. And he saw a hero and he goes, oh, maybe I can just clip him. And just, you know, you have that temporary lapse in judgment for like just a split second, and it's already too late. Everyone's been there.
As a result, Darkness has been forced, but forced into a good result for LFY. They managed to get the Aegis and Cheese into their hands once again. Tidehunter holding on to the Cheese Death Prophet with the Aegis.
I think it's just because Monet doesn't want to get rid of any of the items in his inventory. Everything serves a distinct purpose on Sven. Like, you don't buy an item without it being, like, integral to a certain part of the game. So SNY, Blink, and Mask of Madness are all... They're pretty much farming tools, but obviously Blink gives you the initiation as well. And the Linken's for lasso, and the crit for damage. And then that's it. That's all you need. I mean, sure, sometimes you put BKB in probably the place of the Linken's in this inventory, but most of the time Sven's item progression is pretty set in stone.
There goes from feeling like he doesn't need BKB to feel...
I don't need that Aegis. Give it to the Death Prophet.
And after all, Death Prophet and Sven have a similar downside to Aegis, right?
Yeah.
And that they are both have some sort of ability that changes their hero to be very strong. But if they die and they come back, they don't have that ability. Exorcism being down, Death Prophet is just not the same hero. Same goes with God.
Yeah, it's a really good way to look at it. I think that because of how farmed Monet is, he's probably less reliant on his ultimate than, say, you know, Super.
Sure.
But both heroes not really the best of Aegis carriers. Okay, that was a Ravage.
What?
Yeah, I think he just fat-fingered. That's the only explanation.
Oh, well. It's not like they're on a timer.
I think he saw it, to be honest. Because Kaiser was there, and then he saw the tie TP, and he TP'd away. Because he Ravaged a creep wave.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe it's a show of dominance Ravage. It's like, yeah, I know you saw it. Doesn't matter.
Think I care? 33? Trouble. Monet.
Oh
my goodness. Kaiser does get off a good ultimate, but really it's not enough. LFY are tanking enough that Sonic Wave doesn't really seem like much. J4 almost gets one shot there by Monet. They're having used Diffuser Plate charges and now a lasso just to keep Monet from right-clicking, but they can't stop him. DDC throws out the offering, and they are going to be able to heal Monet up to full and let him continue to be the wrecking ball he always dreamed of as a young boy. Catches Kaiser. Lincolns will block that Stormhammer, though. And the rest of LFY will focus on the objective. Super with the Exorcism will make short work of this Tier 3 tower, and HellRaisers, with only 3 cores remaining, don't really have much to be able to stand up. In fact, Swift Ending's going to be gone on without his ultimate. Chop, 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 chop. Wolves. Wood, doesn't matter. Monet will take it all. Kaiser is going to have to blink its way back to the fountain. And LFY are just owning all of HellRaisers' base now. It's all theirs. It's all indeed. Kaiser barely makes it back to his shrine. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Milan is going through shrine after shrine, trying to stay away from Monet, but he won't be able to do it. 33 with the Doom. Still no real good target Maybe he's going to throw it out now. Does throw it out to Inflame while they focus on Monet, trying to get damage in. Trying to get there with this Infernal Blade. He turns around with the God Strength. 2 shots him, goes for J4 as well. Kaiser's damage, he just looks impotent against the rest of LFY. And that is it. LFY take game number 1. It looked like kind of a rough start with that one. The beginning score was like 4-1 with the big CS.
Radiant team back.
I really wanted to watch out for them, and I'm so excited they're here. I think Afu is spectacular. Obviously, we've seen what Virtus.pro can do. It's going to be a super hype match. In your opinion, like, how much do group stages first day really matter? I mean, do they at all? Is this something that we should be concerned about, these two teams going forward?
Yeah?
Yeah?
Who says group stage doesn't matter?
I don't know. Some people say that. You know, you show up at a tournament, people are like, it doesn't matter, it's group stage.
Who cares about $27 million? It's just chump change, right?
Yeah.
You play your hardest. I think if you're less certain about your team, like if you have poor results or you have weak drafts, I think it's especially important for you because you get a lot more tape on these other people. We haven't seen any of these teams play in a month, or a lot of these teams rather. So I think it matters more for the drafting than for, like, I don't know. There's no reason that you should say that these teams are not trying, because I would doubt that.
Yeah, for sure. I guess the other thought there is that maybe, like, you know, a lot can change with the meta developing throughout the course of this, and I'm sure that's something that these teams were probably last night looking at what everybody else was doing, trying to figure out if there's any trends developing. Yesterday when we were casting, we saw some Batrider silencer that ended up working out pretty well for, I think it was DC that ran it. They took a game off of OG as well, but so far VP looking like they want to try and prioritize Sand King first.
I think overall, you might see some heroes here and there that are pretty successful, but I don't think you'll see like any, like, I guess we saw the Pugna strat that was,
right,
I think, widely different than other things that we've seen. But overall, you'll see heroes pop up here and there that you probably wouldn't expect, like Lich in the first phase. Again, by DDC, him and Puppey are pretty much the only two that do it, I believe, in this entire tournament.
Right.
And Lich doesn't really define your strategy, though. Whereas I think the only one that we haven't seen is like Pugna, I would suppose. We've seen Huskar banned out a few times. These kind of like change your entire strategy overall and change the ways your opponent plays.
Okay. That's something to watch for. Oh man, it's bringing it back, the old school. Isn't this like the classic build that we were seeing forever, a dual offlane of Lich Doom?
Yeah, and it's disgusting.
So, I mean, obviously Doom, a hero that doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of armor on him naturally, even though he looks like very jacked right now in his little player portrait thing. What's the strength of this lane? What's the big issue that you run into with it?
I think that Doom actually needs to run around a lot because you need to eat creeps. Although we do see some Dooms get level 1 in Infernal Blade and run a lane. I think sometimes you'll also see them get devoured, and you're actually wasting a lot of experience. There's this common philosophy in this patch that you need someone to sit in lanes at all times, just because the creeps are so valuable and the neutrals are relatively invaluable. Wait, invaluable means the same thing as valuable. I hate English.
Not valuable.
They are not valuable. So yeah, you need someone to sit in lane, and Lich kind of fits that. So you can just run around as Doombringer if you need to. And also the way Inflame plays it, he is just a mega tank. Also, you mentioned that he doesn't have much armor, but a lot of the time, the heroes that we've been seeing has just been majority magical damage. Sand King, Silencer have very, very little physical damage, so the low armor does not matter much at all on Doom.
Yeah. Well, and I guess he also has the, you know, frost armor as well eventually once you get into those levels to make it even harder. I mean, is this just like the lane that we're going to be seeing, though? Is it a Lich Doom, or could it also be something along the lines of like Lich kind of rotating between mid, helping out there a little bit as well?
Well, you have to assume that these two are going to be the supports coming out from Virtus.pro. So you're not actually... Usually you want to put Lich in the lane that's going to have the toughest time on your side, or the hero that you want to keep down the most on the opposite side. Like if you're versus AM, you can just park him in the AM's lane and just slow his Battle Fury down by 2 or 3 minutes just by being there. Or if they have a Storm with easy matchup in the mid lane, then you can also screw him over by just eating creeps in the mid. So that's, I guess, one of the nice things about Lich. You don't actually, because there's always going to be someone you need to keep down, right? It's not like, oh yeah, we want all 3 of their lanes to have free fire. I don't need to deny creeps, right?
Yeah.
So he's always going to be mildly useful.
I like that too. It's the double eat creep strat. You eat some of theirs, you eat some of yours. You're just a hungry bunch of guys, LFY. They're hungry for a win.
The buffet strat.
The buffet strat. I love that.
And then next you just need Helmet Dominator. Just get some Enigmas too.
A little bit of Chen action.
Yeah.
If they don't get any creeps, can you imagine if you had Enigma and Lich and the strat was just like go mid, eat the ranged, and then a melee?
People have tried that, and then you just lose.
Okay.
Because you don't actually do anything on the map. You don't have any people that do anything. And then Tiny can be like the waiter. He can like toss creeps to you, and then you can just eat them.
I love this idea. This is the new strat.
Let's open up a Dota 2 buffet store.
I like that. Third pick coming in now. It's going to be a Tusk. So, I mean, to me, this feels like a lot of early roaming potential with the Tusk and the Doom, honestly. A hero that can sometimes leave his lane. I mean, if you're in the offlane role, does he still have that mobility?
If you have Lich there. I mean, offlaners can move a lot, I would say. They're probably the most flexible of all the 3 cores easily in terms of being able to run around. So Doom can kind of be anywhere. I like that he can wrap around mid a lot. We see that pretty commonly, but yeah, you just grab a creep, run around behind mid, tank the tower up, throw a boulder or whatever it may be, that whatever spell you have, and then kill the mid laner. Depends on what they have though. So we don't really see. But right now, I think it's going to be difficult for Virtus.pro to tackle these lanes. Like, Lich anything is really tough to punish, let's say, because the creep wave is really far back to your tower, and generally you're over-leveled as the Lich team and in the Lich lane, and your allies against the Lich lane are going to be under-leveled and under-farmed, and usually pretty low from the Frost Nova harass. So it's actually pretty hard to take advantage of that.
Yeah, this seems like it could be quite tough, and Virtus.pro are going to have to pick up a couple strong ones. Oh, Weaver taken. Now, obviously, we all have seen Lil Weaver. It feels like that would not be a great pick this game. Like, they're already running into issues with, you know, LGD.Forever Young's heroes doing a lot early, and, you know, Support Weaver needs some time in the jungle to get some farm up. Do you like this pick most likely for Ramses, or is there anywhere else you could see it getting taken?
Their lockdown's awful on LGD.FY. Yeah. Right? So they have one kind of stun in Snowball, which is very unreliable against Weaver. Secondly, he's a natural Lincoln's carrier. Very good. So very good. Pretty much the standard build is very good. We see Lincoln's Diffusal, Lance, those sort of items. And also, I think he is fine versus like the Lich Doom lane. You have those heroes that can just get run down in lane, like Sven, for example. If you have a Sven proc against that lane, you're just going to get Infernal Blade all the time every time you come up to creeps, and you get Frost Nova and probably die. Weaver, you don't really have to worry about so much. Either a support or a core in that lane, Weaver is going to be A-okay.
Yeah. Well, and that's the nice part about it, I guess, is...
And the armor, minus armor against Doom, too, if you want to go some more physical damage. Like, if you want a physical damage mid, you want some way to chew through that Frost armor.
Well, now another answer for you know, dealing out more damage and giving that help around the map. It feels like all of these heroes from LGD.FY kind of buff each other or help each other out in some way or form or fashion. You've got like the Lich armor there to make them all tankier. You've got Snowball saves, and now Howl added into the mix.
So they have we call it a run at you lineup, and run at you lineups are really good versus Silencer, because Silencer just doesn't deal well when he has heroes up in his face all the time. So I'm a little bit worried for the Silencer, and we have seen a lot of first phase Silencers, but I think this is mostly how you deal with it. You don't pick like these intricate lineups where you need to time your skills pulls perfectly. You just have heroes that just need to press one button and then you just run at you. Spirit Breaker, Doom with Scorched Earth, Lycan with his ulti. These heroes don't care about being silenced because they can survive the 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds that you need to in order to do whatever you need to in a team fight before you die.
Yeah. And I mean, like, Doom isn't the worst Guardian Greaves picker-upper either, or like a Lotus Orb on one of these heroes. Certainly feels like good within the wheelhouse to deal with that silence, but very limited time left now for Virtus.pro, a last pick for them, and Drow felt like it could have been quite strong, maybe if they wanted to switch up the lanes a little bit.
I think Drow is a little risky versus Lycan.
Right.
Lycan can just get armlet and just run at Drow the entire time in team fights.
Maybe they're just so confident that's why they banned it out. They don't even care, I guess. But Bloodseeker, actually. All right.
Bloodseeker's been kind of discussed as a Lycan counter. I think Sven is a tried and true Lycan counter. But Bloodseeker seems pretty decent. You can't actually run around this Lycan, which is generally quite bad But they do have Snowball to give them some little bit of extra mobility, and they're also going to have a lot of auras. Even like Tusk Sigil, I would consider an aura. Tusk Sigil, Doom picks up, like we see Drums, Vlad's, plus the Creep aura, Pack Leader's aura a lot in the Frost armor, so a lot of ways to buff up the Lycan in case they do want to all in on him.
I've occasionally seen the Blade Mail Lycan when he gets ruptured and then just run around a bunch. And
yeah, that's awesome.
Kill Bloodseeker. We'll have to see. Wait and find out what it is. LFY now. One more pick for themselves. The Run At You lineup. Guess most likely left is a mid at this point.
Yeah, mid versus a puck, it looks like.
Choose your hero.
Ooh. Super tying it all together with the Medusa. Well, do you think that this is what it takes? It's going to be no one playing the Bloodseeker, actually. So that matchup, you've got a lot of regen and sustain with a Bloodseeker.
I think you're fine as Bloodseeker. I think you can outlast it, the Medusa very easily. But Super isn't known for winning his lane, so I don't really think it matters that Bloodseeker is a okay matchup for Medusa. Decent matchup, I would say.
So what to you is the big thing that this game depends upon? What are we going to need to watch for to find out who it is that's pulling ahead in this one?
I think usually it's Inflame that makes or break the team.
Okay.
Right. He sometimes just destroys everyone, and sometimes he just feeds nonstop like there's no tomorrow. So I think Lich lanes occasionally, like, if 3 heroes run at bottom a lot and you feed into Lich lane, you pretty much, because you just feeding all the experience away that you already had.
Alright, well, as we get set to start this game and get underway, of course, predictions always wonderful to see those. We're just going to put in a bunch of random numbers.
No one?
No one?
Yeah, play with Muslice at 7.
Okay. Oh, okay. I like that, I like that, I like that. Early movements out. We've got Inflame, actually, who headed up top and was able to place down a ward. Silencer, I don't know if he scouted him out. He's still under the cover of smoke, so it looks like the answer is no. And yeah, it looks like Inflame's actually going to get away with this, at least for the moment. Ramses is walking around up here. If they actually manage to find him right now, Ramses, he spots him out, and Inflame caught out in no man's land. I don't know if they're going to be able to kill him. He's still very tanky. They do have a Burrow Strike, though, and no TP for Inflame, but he does have boots. Burrow Strike comes through. He's still got a lot of HP. Is that something where you just check it out?
Ramsey should be able to take him down.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, he's dead. And the intel lost. Oh wait, did he get? He didn't get intel. Wow.
So, I guess that they just knew that that was a place to check, or how did they know? Because they didn't see the smoke, I don't think.
I'm not sure. I wasn't.
Yeah.
I was looking at other places on the map.
Well, Insanity. First blood coming up. You said that he can't feed. I mean, that's not necessarily a feed. I think that's a good play if you can manage to find or pull the creep wave pack.
Yeah, it's normally fairly safe. It's just yeah, Doom's also not the best offlaner. He's tanky, but he can't really escape. And as you mentioned, he has pretty low armor. By low, I mean 0. So no armor.
And he also took the Scorched Earth first. So not going to be able to have the luxury of a creep early on here. But we'll have to wait and see. As you mentioned, the Bloodseeker versus the Medusa mid. It looks like Afu's going to come here, as well as Lil being in the area to try and alleviate some of that pressure.
Man, Lich started off bottom, actually. I wonder what his rationale was for starting up bottom. Like, I think, especially with Doom giving up first blood, or at least in a very difficult position at the start, you might want to help him out. But it seems like Pasha has been the focus of a lot of bans in play.
Oh, man. Good snowball play there. He almost ended up going down. No one was obviously had thirst on him and was able to spot him out, but was able to get the snowball away and gets the escape.
Looks like Lil is trying to look for a chicken or something. Medusa already has a salve, so I don't really think Super really cares about this Lil that's just running around.
I mean, it's a lot of confidence being shown. They know that nobody can come in and really contest this, so yeah, Super having to play a little bit safe there, but he's also not showing that much worry.
So you mentioned Doom struggling a lot. He is not level 2 yet. I guess he can wait for the bounty at least. And he does have an Alpha Wolf creep, so that's kind of nice for him. I wonder if he's going to eat the Alpha Wolf. He might eat the Satyr early, because you're struggling a lot. You're not going to be able to right-click that much. Let's see. Satyr or... Okay, he takes the pack leader. He has no regen left, is what I was suggesting. He might take the Satyr.
Yeah, that aura is always so good. And then, of course, the other nice part is, like, later on, I've seen some people even, like, if they get the Satyr, go for, like, you know, Arcane Boots. Is Pasha in some trouble, is almost going to drop here, and the Snowball Chase is going to connect. Brings him right in.
Nice.
But yeah, occasionally even, like, going for Arcane Boots and then just, like, spamming out the Shockwave onto people. Like, a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, the thing's so mana intensive. Ooh, he did get a ward. On Inflame wasn't able to eat an Observer ward, so that's actually pretty important for him.
Nice.
He blocked that big pull too, so Solo can't get away. Being large and in charge.
He's a big guy, for sure. So yeah, like we're talking about, it's just going to be this Doom up here trying to get what he can. Do you feel like it's sort of salvaged the initial bad parts of that lane, the getting himself a stack there, now getting into level 2, or is it still kind of rough?
It's rough. Because I think he has the potential to die like any second.
Well, we'll see if that's indeed going to happen. Inflame taking a lot of damage, but it's going to be able to back out yet again. Puck, likewise, Pasha is not having the best of time. He actually didn't have an orb for a little while. If Tusk was level 2 there, I think that's a kill with shards.
Monet also went for the Orb of Venom. I think we see this sometimes from like safe lane AMs, but not too much on the Lycan, so pretty useful, I would say, versus Puck. Normally Puck will just kite you incessantly.
Right. Yeah, and being able to keep that track of him and, maybe forcing out an orb or what have you could be quite good as well. We were seeing Super here sort of fall behind a huge margin, 28-13 for the Bloodseeker versus 12-2 for Medusa.
It's just really hard to outlast a Bloodseeker with Quelling Blade, and then a Bloodseeker with Quelling Blade and Rage is even harder. So, and the thing about Medusa is like Medusa doesn't ever threaten kills on no one, so you're not scared about almost constantly blood raging yourself. So you expect this lane to go that way. I would say that's pretty standard for. It's also pretty standard for Super. They don't actually care about his matchup too much because he has that team fight behind him.
I mentioned that Satyr. It is looking like Doom ended up going back for that now with level 3. We have Afu that's rotated in towards mid as well. How many other heroes do they need to find a kill there? Oh no, he's got his bounty rune stolen as well. Solo, a little bit of Grand Theft bounty, and might end up paying for it now. Afu's in the area, does have level 2. They've also brought in DDC. More action coming though as Ramses has shown up. He's gonna maybe bring down the Lich, so they trade 1 for 1. Shard's not quite on the mark to catch Ramses.
They even dropped the Sentry for that. That's a pretty big commitment. Looks like Afu could die here too.
Yeah, they're wanting to go further. A good bit of damage coming through, and Fairy Fire trying to walk away. The snowball save, but it was a little showed up with the Burrow Strike. So they end up finding the kill nonetheless.
But you see how big a liability Doom is sometimes in the off lane.
Yeah.
And I think it is worth it though, putting the lip down bottom to slow him down, because Puck is broke right now. He still doesn't have boots. He's working on his Soul Ring. More and more common offlane build Pucks that we see. But Monet's had a fairly easy game. He will be going for Vlad's first. Vlad's first over Mask of Madness and Armlet.
Yeah, a little bit of a different look there.
Yeah, usually Doom picks the Vlads if they want one, so I guess they know Doom's not going to have a good game. Not a good game yet.
I mean, then are you thinking maybe he just goes for like an early initiation item, probably, or?
I think drums.
Okay.
Usually, the way you play Doom is you just run in. Stop blinks.
Speaking of running in, chasing down a little bit, but did not want to commit an Infernal Blade for that. Not really a great opportunity for him to find a kill. So 2-3 so far. We've had a lot of movement, but not a whole heck of a lot of like really ganking. It feels like it's more oriented towards trying to build a lane advantage. And then Afu ran that solo a little bit. They're coming in with Monet as well. The good block off. And Solo, he's just gone.
That was beautiful from
Dive also up top going on as Inflame is going to be ran at, and he ends up falling also. Ramsey's showing the power of the Swarm early on, even just that 1 point in it. Now they're going to be able to cut this creep wave and wait for the next creep wave to come in and probably deal a decent amount of damage to that tier 1.
Inflame. Still no armor. I would like to see maybe a casual Ring of Prot on him, just so he can maybe tank up a little bit against the Weaver so he can not die again.
Is he really going back down again? They don't have Swarm. They do have Swarm, but they didn't want to use it there. Ramsey's holding off for the moment, and that forces out a decent amount of regen from.
Yeah. I guess the Vlad also helps with that too. It helps with Doom's armor issues. Afu, in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he does have the snowball, trying to save him from that one. He is going to end up going over to the creeps, but the catch is going to be there. Rupture was up for no one, but didn't even need to use it.
Ideally, they would have killed the Lycan though, so Afu's still helping his team out there.
Yeah, they are in the area still. Pasha not level 6 yet, and it looks like Bloodseeker is going to head back towards mid, and he has a Hanamitis queued up.
Yeah, I mean, he's having a really good time. Blade Mail's not particularly good versus their lineup though, so that's one of the most common Bloodseeker builds. We have seen like a 4-staff rush. Probably don't like that too much too. I don't actually know what build you get. SNY? A lot of times people get Manta Diffusal versus Medusa, but I don't know if that holds a lot of value ever since the Ags changed.
Yeah. I mean, definitely the Ags build was something that we saw a lot of in the qualifiers for Bloodseeker. The other thing was Radiance, but it's sort of tough to tell what it is. It feels like no matter what, he can just kind of go whatever build he fancies. Bottom lane, Afu ends up finding the kill onto Pasha.
Pasha's level 4, the Lich effect. Like even Doom, who's died a lot of times, is level 6 at least.
Yeah, and he is getting dove here. Ends up dooming the Sand King, and now Afu coming in as well. They are going to be able to cut him off, so Afu, yeah, he ends up helping out his buddy as Inflame's had enough of them diving him.
Pasha's not leaving the lane though. No, your last Ranger up.
Yeah. I know, it's just going to get eaten away too. Yeah, the Lich effect is definitely real right now. Level 6.
Super almost got a kill on no one. Holy cow, that was close. It was one hit away.
Did he just overstay and like think that he could?
He tried to heal himself up with blood rage, and then didn't get a last hit, and the super just right clicked him down. So I personally like the Treads or the Phase Medusa more than Treads. Treads is way more damage if you're just standing still, but that's the problem with Medusa. You're standing still too much. You need to move around. You need to be able to farm camps quickly, and the move speed for farming camps and just farming lanes that you get from Phase, I think, is worth it over the Treads.
I guess also you can like phase through people. Ooh, no, I'm not gonna do anything with it. You can phase through people to like, you know, go for catching them with your ulti or something like that. But yeah, 10 minutes in, you see that it's 5-5.
Oh, he's going Blade Mail on Medusa.
All right.
Blade, but there's actually a lot of it's damage that you can't control, like Blood Right, for example. You can actually just stand in the Blood Right as Medusa. You don't really care that much. Puck also like has really bad damage control. You can't like not hit Blade Mail targets. It's very hard to. Sand King too. And lastly, Silencer with the Curse. Silencer did just consume the tome, but still not level 6. They're trying to stave off this attack that they predict going to the mid lane. Look at this prediction by VP. They know that a gank is going to happen around mid lane. They have...
Oh, can they actually stop it, though? He's going to drop down that Blood right at the start. The ulti has already been used, but they haven't killed off no one. And now with everybody rotating in, Ramsey's here as well. They're going to start dropping. Super trying to back out as well, but they've lost their other 2 supports. And if he can get away, it would all be worth it. But I'm not even sure if that's going to be able to happen. 3 seconds before Wand, not enough.
That would have been a good time to use Scan. They kind of knew something was up on LFY because the Lich Illusion scouted some heroes, and they were really hesitant about going on no one, but no one did have Strength Treads on, and the poor man shield. He's quite the tanky beast. But yeah, they were just like, they're probably not there. There's no way that they see this gank coming, right? We smoked, we have an Ops Ward on our side, there's no one, we don't see anyone in vision, but joke's on them.
Yeah, now paying for it. And, you know, you're looking at this game and the way that it's developing. You talk about the lack of lockdown that they have on the side of LFY. The big thing is Doom, and he does have it, but Lincoln's is almost up at this point. Not, like, incredibly close, but Ramses has been getting a ridiculous amount of farm. I feel like they need to make something happen on the Weaver.
They can't.
Yeah.
What's the play? How do you actually jump him here? You would have to like 5-man or maybe 3-man snowball, let's say, with a dust, and they would have to have no heroes there, and global silence would have to not be up. There's a lot of things that they need right to actually go for this Weaver, and they don't know if they have ward up there. So yeah, they'd have to like 3-man smoke into a snowball without global up, without the heroes. That's just asking for too many things at once. Just assume he's going to get the Lincolns and try and keep other heroes down, like this Bloodseeker, who has no items really currently, just Midas. Just a lot of attack speed, which is garbage for survival.
Okay. Well, let's see if LFY can make it happen. Knight has fallen. They're going to run into Lil yet again, block him off with the shards, but the Burrow Strike gets him to the other side. Easy peasy for the Sand King.
So we do see the drums build coming out from Doom. So with the double auras up, the Monet having the Vlads and Doom having the drums, I think they can maybe start grouping up and taking towers. They really want this mid T1, I would say. Their Roche lineup is like way better than... Actually, Virtus.pro is not bad, but I would say LFY's is still better. And they need to concentrate on taking objectives now because, as we mentioned before, they can't really kill Ramses. So if you can't kill Ramses, you need to do other stuff around the map. And one of the best ways to do that, pressure them through objectives. If you have stronger team fight, which I don't actually think is a case now because solo is level 6.
Yeah, that's always the spooky thing. Obviously, you know, Chain Frost is a great spell and all that, but these heroes are fairly elusive, pretty quick on their feet as well. Hard to make it happen. And Ramses just took that tier 1 tower in the top lane. So we need to figure out some other way for them to do it. VP in the meantime, though, I mean, as far as they're concerned, game's going great, right?
Yes. As long as Bloodseeker doesn't die into whatever item he's going next. So it looks like he's going for SNY. SNY is a nice middle ground. I don't like Manta Diffusal versus Medusa, even though you do burn the mana. I think the Manta illusions just don't have a lot of value versus when you're not versus Silence and when you're not versus and when she has the possibility of getting Ags. So SNY, I mentioned Blade Mail is not very good here. Force Staff is like so-and-so. Ags I think is more like a second or a third item. So SNY is just good all around in between.
Okay. Well, as a hasted Bloodseeker looking for an opening on the Tusk, wasn't able to find anything on Afu, and it feels like this, you know, early lineup that we had talked about, the pressure that LFY wanted to put on the lanes, it just hasn't quite worked out for them yet.
I would say they lost the early game, even with the Lich. They kept down Puck, but Puck's still like doing okay. He is just farming up with the Soul Ring in these neutral camps, and will have his Blink relatively soon. And then you have the Sand King who just picked up his Blink, and you have no one who demolished Super in the mid lane. So I would say, yeah, that's an overall overwhelming success for Virtus.pro. They were versus Lich. You expect them to be down maybe 1,000 or 2,000 gold right now, and definitely down on experience, but they're up in XP and up in gold. They're on their way to cruise control through the mid game.
And they're up on towers. We're even bringing this tier 2 in the top lane down to about 2/3 HP. It's just Ramses who's been completely left alone, has the Lincoln Sphere being brought out to him right now. And if there wasn't a way to deal with him before, there really isn't now.
Yep, Sand King's in a perfect position too. Oh, they make.
Oh no!
They have a smoke. They didn't see anything though. But yeah, this could be a disaster. Lil is in a perfect position to counter gank this right now.
And I mean, they just saw right now the Lincolns is there as well. So now going on a solo, the global comes out. They're going to walk into a secondary side. It's the Burrow Strike epicenter onto 2. It is all fallen apart. Monet ruptured as soon as he went into ulti form. They get the Dream Coil onto 3, but somehow LFY are still staying alive through this. The Chain Frost did a good amount of damage, but they lost the Doom still, and there's not a whole lot else that they're going to be able to make happen as Ramses is going to try and pick apart Afu. He's found him here off to the side. He's going to even think about going further. The Burrow Strike, the Blood Right. Super is in trouble. He pops the Blade Mail, and that might dissuade VP from going any further, but that was a huge disaster there for LFY.
You don't expect the Blink to come out so soon on Virtus.pro. But Virtus.pro have been reading these ganks perfectly, I would say. Like, they predicted both smoke ganks. The one on No One earlier that ended in a 3-for-1, I think. And then this one, well, that was also similarly disastrous. But Lil has just been, like, spot on with these ganks. Just another kill added in the books of Ramses, and they will continue to fall.
Man, as soon as that Lincoln Sphere and Blink Dagger came out together at the same time, it was just like, you know, snap, turn on, run at him. I mean, Ramses was diving under a tower. He doesn't care, and they're going to be able to take this tier 1. And there's just nothing that LFY can do to stop this right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to play the way more defensive game. They try to make 2 aggressive maneuvers with the Doom, but you talked about how he should try and maybe get an initiation item, but I don't think it would have mattered too much if he like went for a blink first. They thought they'd be stronger with all the auras. That's LFY's gameplay. They have the Howl, they have Doom's 2 auras, the drums, and then the Vlads. Like that multiplied by 5 heroes is generally going to overwhelm your opponent at this phase of the game. But they're just slightly too far behind, and looks like Inflame will continue his feeding spree.
Yeah, this has been a rough one for him. He's going to drop the Doom as well. Sand King is just going to come over and punch him. Actually, might be able to get out with that. That's a nice play.
Oh, wow.
Or not.
My God, that has so much damage.
They do so much damage. Oof.
That's rough.
I mean, it was a good idea at least. You know, you
Yeah.
drop the Doom so you don't die, but... Well, Ben, 17 minutes, 45 seconds in, and it has been an even steeper decline now into the favor of VP. If you're LFY, how do you sort of pull yourself back on your feet after that?
So versus a silencer, generally you want to fight in between globals, but their lineup is actually terrible for fighting in between global because Doom is really long cooldown, so is Stone Gaze. So I don't think that's an option open to them. So what are your other options? Taking Roche out is probably their best option. If they can find any opportunity whatsoever to do Roche, I think they should. I also think they should build a medallion on one of their supports, so because I think that's the only avenue that they can reasonably come back with in the early mid. Because right now, as you mentioned, they can't kill the Weaver. They're getting all their towers pushed down. They can't win the team fight because Silencer is overwhelmingly strong at this moment because they are just slightly ahead. So yeah, I think Roche just split push out. They need to scout with the Wolves. That's actually what they need to do the most, is scout with the Wolves and then outmaneuver Virtus.pro and outfarm them with superior vision.
Yeah, it does feel like it's been much more Monet trying to farm up with the Wolves and you know, get himself into his items quickly, but it's come at the cost of the rest of his team not having as much vision to play around, and now Lil is sort of stalking DDC down here, as well as a couple other heroes in the mid lane, and depending on how this goes, a quick Rupture and Burrow Strike, somebody is most likely going to die. Feels like they can pick off anybody on the map that they want.
The vision has been way better from Virtus.pro too. Solo has had no qualms about dropping many sentries. That fight earlier where Lo was sitting on the high ground, I think they had like 2 sentries placed around that fight before the fight started and during the fight, just to make sure that they would win that fight. And they've been just committing way more into these early team fights with just smokes defensively so they can sit behind heroes and many sentries so they know how and when to get the jump on LFY.
Super here is going to walk forward, and if he's not careful, like you said, get the jump on LFY.
They want him to jump Medusa.
Okay.
I think that's one way that they win the fight, but I don't think VP are that stupid to just jump the Medusa. You jump Medusa, she pops Stone Gaze, everyone runs away, and then you isolate them with shards. I guess potentially you could do it with Global Silence, but Medusa's was one of those heroes that are so tanky that you don't really want to risk being able to kill him in the global.
And I mean, 10 wand charges right now as well.
Oh, he's in a really bad spot though. This tower is about to fall, so they can't fight without that tower around. Okay, they're safe.
Oh, good decision to back out. Keeps him alive. You talked about the Diffuse Blade for Weaver. Does look like that's going to be coming out next.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer build right here.
Yeah.
That build is incredibly good versus their lineup. Like, it's just so much value.
And it really does feel like it's kind of just up to Virtus.pro to go where they want and dictate the tempo.
Inflame has Shadow Blade. I did not know he had that. I guess he got the Devour bonus gold, and this could be a huge move for them.
Oh, the global comes out though. They spotted, I guess, the Tusk in him. Oh, it was the Sentry Ward.
I mentioned that earlier. Solo has just been placing sentries like down non-stop, and it even prevents this like weird case where Inflame doesn't show his
Shadow Blade, and now he's gonna try and get away. Oh no, he's just being pulled all over the place. Nowhere left to go. Inflame is gonna fall. You can see, like, he sticks his arms up in the air. He just wants to doom him, and it's not gonna happen.
Wow, again, so prepared. 3 smoke ganks, 3 failures by LFY. And I don't know if they were just like super obvious in the ways in the timing of it, and Virtus.pro just studied the replays really hard yesterday. But whatever the case is, VP's on another level compared to LFY this game.
And Afu, very low on HP, does manage to get the snowball off, but to what end? It is going to most likely still be a dead Tusk here. Doesn't even manage to get the Walrus Punch off before he falls into the ground. 5 to 14. VP is just looking so crisp.
Yeah, it seems just... I would say this game, yeah, all they really needed to do was to predict the smoke ganks, I would say. That's probably the hardest part. Well, I guess they predicted Doom 2 being up in the trees, so just a lot of small things that they've been doing, just knowing exactly where LFY is, where they're going to make their moves, I think is most important too. That's the thing about some of the laners too. Like Lycan kind of just sits in lane. Occasionally you can like wolf at heroes, but not so much against a puck. And then mid lane is just a Medusa. Medusa has a very little kill potential, so they actually have to like run to the lanes to gank them. They don't actually have any like passive pressure from people just being in lanes. I guess a little bit from Lich, but not when you're losing out in CS.
Yeah, and that's the big difference, is that we've seen how much these heroes are even willing to run around, and after that tier 1 tower went down in the top lane, Rams is also going to do it. Are they going to be able to sneak this though?
Yeah, the Roche is definitely their play though. Like Roche or sit behind. Oh, DDC, you are in a bad spot, my friend.
Quick jump forward. There's the Dream Coil onto 2. Doom is out. The Global is there. No great answer. He is not going to be scouted though, and actually Rupture is already again onto that Lycan. Can they bring him down though? That's going to be a kill onto Ramses, a really key one. That being said, we've also ended up seeing another one go down. Puck ends up falling. Solo is also in a hell of a lot of trouble. Monet's going to be able to TP back home, and somehow, some way, LFY take 4.
Wow. Okay. Well, the one time they didn't have sentries, I can't believe Lich just walked up there and didn't immediately just get blown up. That's what you expect to happen. He gets Burrow Strike and just instantly dead. But they were... I think I know what they expected, though. They actually expected a smoke gank from the Lich. Like, normally you don't see a solo support smoke this late into the game, especially when they've blown a few smokes already. They're super valuable. So what they expected was him running up the hill and then like 2 or 3 teammates to go behind him. So they actually wanted to kill the teammates behind him, but there weren't any teammates because they were all sitting down the cliff. So that was a miracle by LFY.
It just seemed so weird. Like, you sort of walk forward, they burrow strike through, and then it's just like a follow-up damage. It was so odd.
Now they have Wolves to scout out in case they are trying to roach, and they need to wait for the ulti cooldowns to come back up. And Doom is still very high in net worth. He's 0 and 5, but he is very high in net worth. And okay, yeah, let's see. They're working on it. Let's see if the Wolf can scout it out before it dies. It will see. It's... Oh no, I don't think it got vision this time, but they know they're inside right now. Afu.
Shards are there. They're walking forward. They still got Doom. No global, though, for another 30 seconds. Posh up on the high ground. He's going to try and back out again. That mobile ward.
Okay, now they finally get vision of how low Roach is. Now that just means they have to go in and take superior gaze.
Burrow onto 2. They weren't able to get that snowball off in time, and he's silenced yet again. Tusk in trouble is going to drop. The Blade Mill came out from Super.
It's a time to buy back, dude. Afu, man, your team needs you.
Get back in there. I mean, maybe hoping that they can finish off Roche without him. It definitely feels a little bit risky not having him.
They have Stone... Oh my god. They have Stone Gaze. This is such a tense moment.
And Styles there as well. There's the buyback from Tusk. They're waiting for that opportunity to jump in now. And I think that with that buyback, VP, they've got to at least be a little bit afraid. The Swarm does end up getting thrown out. There's the Burrow Strike, and Global comes out at the same time. They've been able to get it. Stone Gaze is still there. Lil coming and trying to steal it. But no, Roche doesn't end up going down. He doesn't have buyback. They end up taking down Rashad, but they actually snatches the Aegis. They were able to get the last hit from Virtus.pro, but it doesn't matter because 3 are dead. Yet again, LFY pulling back.
Dude, Super has had amazing positioning in these fights. Like, it's hard to play Medusa, like stand out as a Medusa, but the where he stands in the fight is incredibly well placed. They couldn't actually go inside the pit. You see how Lil had to like Burrow Strike past him to go inside the pit, and everyone else was like, I'm gonna get Stone Gazed if I run it. We can't actually steal this Roshan. I think it was stolen actually by a bug hit from Ramses.
That's nuts.
Because I saw the puck, maybe Puck right clicked it, but it was one of those two because Puck's burst didn't actually kill it.
Right.
Wow. That was something else.
And LFY now have a little bit of an experience lead. net worth still slightly into the favor of VP, but with Aegis now online for this Lycan, and Necrobook level 3 building towards that AC. Oh no, is Pasha dead? They doom him, they've caught him. They're going to be able to chase it down with some more, and they're just going to end up losing this Puck for free.
Yeah, this blade mail zoning too. I think Puck also comboed the Medusa as she blade mailed, so he was at like 40% before the fight even started. And the Lycan built...
Ramses?
Is that another death?
Oh my god, the stomp from Inflame, that was so sick!
Wow.
Alright, shards from Afu, catches him out, they drop the sentry, catch the Walrus Punch, and stomp all at the same time.
Yeah, that is actually crazy how well they're playing right now. This Necrobook I really like too on the Lycan, because he's likely going to get ruptured in the fight. If you're ruptured, you're not going to do any damage, because he's a melee hero. So he needs alternate sources of damage, which is going to come out from his summons. Summons are great on Lycan. You get tons of value from Howl and from Pharaoh Impulse. So the Necrobook also helps a lot versus the Weaver and the Sand King. DDC can actually buy items. Tusk can actually buy items because they don't have to spend a bajillion gold on sentries and dust or gem.
Man, they have completely turned this game around. I mean, I was ready to call it in and be like, oh man, LFY, one day group stage performance doesn't mean anything, but they are showing why they are top of the group right now.
Yeah, superior team fight. I don't think LFY is ever known for the laning phase. Like
right.
Inflame dies a lot, super, just a static mid laner that gets his farm. And then Monet, you're usually supposed to win your safe lane 3v1 anyways. So like they're not known for their early game. So it's the way they take the team fights. Like the way they sat behind the Lich too. They didn't make the mistake of following the Lich up the hill. If they did follow up the hill, they would have gotten immediately blown up by the Sand King and Puck and probably lost like 2 heroes. But instead, it's just Lich, and they're like, I don't want to reveal our positioning with the Lich. It could be really bad.
Man, so much intricate stuff going on, and it's come to the tune now of less than 1,000 net worth lead, and LFY very far ahead in terms of the experience. Medusa's sitting on 3.5k gold as well at this point in time. I mean, we've already got that Manta style.
Butterfly or Scotty. I don't think she needs more HP though. She's not actually under much duress in these team fights. She's just like, yeah, I can just sit here and just do whatever. If she gets silenced from Puck or from Bloodseeker, you can just Manta out. I saw an unusual build. We see Shadow Blade and Diffusal. Diffusal Blade, one of the best damage item, like gold per damage items you're gonna get versus a Medusa. So I can definitely see that. Even though he doesn't have Manta, I still think is completely fine. The Shadow Blade is the one where I'm a little bit more, I think is a little bit more peculiar. Trying to figure out his reasoning why.
It's sort of tough too, because like it just makes it feel like with all these teamfight heroes you have on LFY that he's just been so ineffective, and it's just the nature of his hero more than anything. It feels like.
For who?
For the Bloodseeker. Like we haven't. I don't know. He's ruptured the Lycan, I guess, a couple of times as well, but
yeah, they need they can't really get past this Medusa though. The Medusa is.
Oh, another Doom came out actually, and they've caught him. The follow-up stomp has been so effective. I really like that choice of taking the Centaur creep.
Yeah, that's actually had incredible value for him. They're also building 2 Lotus Orbs, so you think Bloodseeker was useless before, he's going to be like maybe even more irrelevant now.
Another jump forward. LFY storming the high ground. I mean, just a couple of minutes ago, we were talking about what they had to do to stay relevant in this game, and now they're sieging this high ground. Monet with the Aegis. It's going to expire in 15 seconds, so they don't want to take a fight and have that expire in the midst of it. Monet down very low. They're not even focusing him for the moment. The tower looks to be falling, and he is going to end up dropping. Coming back, though, in just a second. That Aegis. Shards to keep him alive. Super pops the ulti. Now needs to get out. Maybe in a little bit of trouble. Everybody's TPing back home. Epicenter comes through. They might end up actually sacrificing Super here, but the rest of the team gets out.
Super for 2 buybacks, and they got the T3, so shrines are open, and immediately Virtus.pro want to respond. They want to create this chain feed situation, or at least get some value out of the buybacks. I don't think. I mean, they defended the Rex and got a Medusa kill, but I don't think that's enough, especially when Roshan is not up. Well, DD on bottom. This could be their power play right now. These Lotus Orbs are going to be very problematic too. Like the Diffusal Blade on the Bloodseeker, the Diffusal Blade on the Weaver. These will hurt a decent amount. Take off the Global Silence on Silencer. Take off the Silence from Puck. Like Silence is largely irrelevant, and they don't need PKBs to deal with it, which is even better.
Yeah. It's all coming up LFY right now.
The itemized were mass auras though. I think that's where this game really like turned around and was deceptive. Like LFY, they were way lower on net worth, but because they have all these items that are multiplied by 5, the Necronomicon aura, the Howl, the AC now, the Vlads, the drums, like there's just so many things that are multiplied by 5 that it's deceptive of how strong they are despite being 5,000 net worth, right? You're still getting, like Vlad's probably getting like 6,000 net worth out of that item, out of a 2,000 net worth item. Like Lich isn't really getting like the lifesteal, for example, so kind of
well,
throw those aside.
Everything.
Yeah, the armor's good.
So I'm looking at this too now for VP, and it feels like the game has really fallen out of their hands. It's still tier 2 towers down in mid and bottom, but how do you win a team fight? Like, what's that dream fight look like for Virtus.pro at this point?
Okay, because the Medusa is so important to the team fight on both sides. You firstly have to evaluate whether or not you can kill her before she pops her Stone Gaze. And in this case, I don't think it's possible. They simply do not have enough damage to kill her quickly. Even if she gets Blood Rage at the start, I don't think they can kill her before she mances and Stone Gazes. So, because that's not an option for Virtus.pro, you have to bait out the Stone Gaze. The Stone Gaze it makes it impossible for anyone to really kill anyone who's really close to the Medusa without self-inflicting lots of damage as a result of getting stoned. So you have to bait out the Medusa to ult. So that means you need to feign a go on the Medusa. But the problem with that is like Super, he got jumped last time. They tried to bait out the Stone Gaze to kite and then re-engage, but Super actually did not bite. He didn't Stone Gaze the first time at the Roach fight. I think that was also incredibly important for them to win the fight.
Well, they're going to go on Super yet again, and as you said, it's going to be very hard.
He doesn't Stone Gaze. That's the thing. He's like really smart about when he uses it. He's like doesn't use it until the moment he needs to the most. But now he's getting epicentered.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to take him down. As of yet, still so freaking strong. They finally drop it. Global comes out to follow, but just look at the amount of damage that's coming out. No one wants to get out, and they do lose 2 for that.
He is so incredibly patient. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, can they jump the Medusa? They know that they can't. They know that they actually can't kill him, but they still feign a go, okay? Then he's at like 80% with Blood Rage, and then he goes down to like 65%, and then he's at like 60%, and then that little devil starts creeping into your mind, maybe we can kill him before he Stone Gazes. But his entire team's behind him. He pops a stick, he pops his Manta, he pops Stone Gaze, and then everyone just dies. The guy is just incredibly patient with his ultimate. Like he knows that that's the only way for Virtus.pro to win a fight. It's crazy.
LFY understanding what they need to do to win this game, and we'll see if they can make it happen. With Stone Gaze on cooldown for 40 more seconds, there might be an opportunity here. They immediately rupture, going to go after Inflame. The rest of LFY thinking about going in. The snowball save, though, it's able to get him away from the rest of those Virtus.pro heroes. Inflame alive, standing tall.
Wow, that was a sick snowball. Yeah, rupture down. Okay, that's great. And now they can just wait for Roche. And okay, so let's see what is not going to be up for this Roche fight. I think everything's going to be up. Yep. And to think about BKBs too, which I see no one going for, it's useless versus Doom and useless versus Stone Gaze. So he needs it so he doesn't get owned by Chain Frost and all these myriad of spells that they're going to be thrown at him. But versus the main spells in the team fight, it's not going to actually help him out that much.
Well, Solo is still standing here in the mid, and you know, they're trying to do their best. They can push out lanes really effectively on the lineup, but it does feel like they're sort of lacking in other areas. And, well, Doom ends up getting dropped now. It's caught onto the Sand King yet again.
Yeah, they were just like silent too in that early phase of the game where like, oh man, it's looking bad for LFY. They were like super silent. I didn't realize that Doom was farming the entire time with plus 80 Devour bonus gold.
Right.
And that is also a sign of a useful offlaner, one that can get shut down early, like Inflame did, and still have a ton of impact in gold. And like he's almost keeping up with the Midas Bloodseeker, who was top CS early in the game. This Roach is just done for. There's no chance. So I still think they give it to Monet. Super also went for Butterfly too. You remember how you asked what is he going to get next with this gold? He could have gone for Scotty or Butterfly. Scotty, you don't actually do enough damage. So then the way Virtus.pro win the team fight is actually just ignoring the Medusa and killing everyone else. That also happens to be built too defensively, but he went for the offensive item so they don't have that option available to them. If you just ignore the Medusa, she'll kill all of you. So he also balanced the damage and the defensive aspect very, very well. Mjolnir on Weaver.
Yeah, he ended up going for that one next and going for the butterfly afterwards. Again, it feels like they just don't want to take the fights yet and push out those lanes. I noticed this also, the Doom keeping the ice armor up, so stacking with the frost armor from Lich. That is a ridiculous amount of armor. As Puck? Oh, gonna get the blink away. Do they scout him out? The answer is no. He's gonna head down and get himself back home.
He just took a Doom Devour Ancients, or Doom can Devour Ancients talent, so he will...
Ooh, Frenzy probably.
Yeah, well, Frenzy is the one that he's going to look at right now, but I think he usually takes Golem.
Okay. It's about as much as an alacrity as far as attack speed is concerned. Pretty good. But we'll have to watch and see, you know, how they end up using this. It definitely feels to me like it sort of super stands up on high ground, hits the tower, and just tries to stay tanky. Sort of like we've seen Envy play at
There's no tower, though. You can just hit the T3.
I guess that's true, too.
Or
yeah.
hit the racks, rather. He might want to wait for another item, though. He has a lot of gold right now. 3,300 on a Medusa with Aegis. You can buy out without really worrying about it. Like, if you die twice, you probably already lost the game anyways. But let's see, what item should he get next? Maybe, does he want a Scuddy? Scuddy's just generally pretty good. His other options are Bloodthorn, Daedalus,
Rapier.
Scepter Rapier. Yeah, I think I like Scotty the most out of all. But let's see, here they go.
Yeah, moving up. They've got Sand King that's cutting the creep wave off to the side, and still Silence. Gonna pop out that Blade Mail, and there is nothing that they can do. They throw all the auras onto him. A little bit of extra attack speed as well from that Ancient that he devoured, and they're done.
They're going for that aura quest, dude.
That's amazing. I feel like we've seen a lot of teams going for that aura quest. Let's see how long he waits to pop his ultimate. Still hanging on to it for the moment. He's down to so little HP. He just walks away.
They're probably like, why won't this guy pop his ultimate? They're probably so frustrated right now. Like, that he's like so low that they can taste killing him, but it's also just a double calling them. Yeah, and Aegis. That's just one more thing for them to worry about. It's like, okay, now Stone Gaze and Aegis, but he does have a lot of gold, and they did catch out Doom.
Oh, and look at the discipline. LFY backing out yet again. He pops his BKB to try and run away. As I talk about discipline, but LFY, they don't want any part of it. They're just going to retreat. A death is not an initiation, as somebody smart once said.
They do see super.
No. Puck is going to walk away now. It's not the play to go.
Oh, I want to see what item he buys. He has a lot of gold, 5,000. But now he's in that territory where he could potentially die with Aegis and not, or die without Aegis and not have buyback because it's been that long. So Lotus Orb number 2 completed. Tusk was working on this since that first Roshan fight, but he had a buyback, so it stunted his growth a lot. Woof woof.
They want to go, they want to run, they want to fight, and Lil is going to be the one that they find. Abyssal, or rather...
Walk up to an Abyssal Blade. Dang.
And now he's just going to get bashed up. No one, he just died. There's no answer. Holy crap, Monet is big.
I don't think anyone was Blood Rage that fight either. That was ridiculous how not tinky he is.
Yeah, that is, that's a rough one. I mean, I guess that comes back to the Shadow Blade, and like he went into this BKB, so survivability aimed around like magic.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about the Shadow Blade, but 3 birds with 1 stone with a Necro Book, right?
Yeah.
The Shikuchi, the Shadow Blade, and the Sandstorm one, the Sand King. So I actually think it's the Necro Book decision that did a lot for them in the early game. Like it was the item that allowed them to threaten the Roche and won them the Roche fight.
Yeah. It feels like LFY just had like a very clear game plan. They never really felt that worried, I guess. And
no, they were definitely worried.
You think so? Okay,
yeah.
All right.
Their early game was really poor. Medusa probably had half the CS of Bloodseeker, I would say. Monet was having a good time, but you expect him to have a good time. And then Inflame was dying. He died at the start. He didn't have level 2 for a really long time. Gave away a fair amount of int, but Rex number 2.
All right, Frenzy on Medusa. Look at that attack speed. Burrow Strike connects onto 2, but what are you really going to do? There's not a whole lot of answers.
They killed the summons, though, with the Mjolnir, so that's actually pretty important. kill both summons.
Cost them a glyph, and Inflame just keeps walking forward as well, ready to take this fight. But they will be forced back, at least for the moment.
Yep. I wonder if Monet is going to give the cheese to Medusa. I think they actually should. Or let her complete her Scotty. She's still pretty close. Maybe sell Aquila, give her to Scotty, and then give her the cheese. I think she needs a more Monet, but we'll see here.
Lil, oh man, they force out the global. Afu is just going to be able to back out of this for the moment though, and they can't chase, so they had to use that global to save Lil, and it ends up coming back to bite him.
They are no supers, man. They don't hold out on those ultimates.
Oh, I mean, you can feel the frustration almost from the VP side. Like, they were so far ahead, you know, at the early stages of this game, and now just wanting to find something to dig their teeth into.
They can still win. I think what they need to do now is to double silence the Medusa. So you use one silence to bait her out of Manta, and then you immediately silence her, and then you kill her teammates in the back line. I think, especially with a mobile hero like Weaver and Bloodseeker who can run fast if you get the jump on the fight, I think that's their play here.
Man, Pasha, he's in no man's land, and
that's a gem.
All right, well, 77 seconds, no puck. It's feeling like mega creeps are in the works potentially. I end up taking down the Radiant Courier at the very least, but the tier 3 tower already down, and now the racks, and now they caught Ramses. Now he's doomed. He's trying to get out of there. What's Sakuchi for the extra movement speed? But they are all falling apart. No buybacks. GG, well played, called.
That's the... Whew. If you think that Medusa can't be played well, you watch this game, and you watch Super and how he had a crummy early game and pulled them through when they were in.
It's about to have that Lotus Orb finished up. It's going to be really turn the tides of it to get those saves. Like usually, I mean, usually when I'm thinking OG, I'm always looking at Jarax's performance and how much impact he's having as these 4 roles. But this game, he hasn't really had the chance just because of the lineup he's playing versus. He just gets global, and he's like, guys, I can't do anything.
The global has just been so strong in this game. Item-wise as well, it looks like we're actually going to see Ana look for the Diffuse Blade as his next item. Bit of chase down.
So I'll be able to break the Lincolns as well so we can get the Abyssal Blade afterwards.
Sure. Nice against the Ice Armor, of course, as well, as we see that still just such an incredibly strong spell, even at these later stages of the game. Provides so much survivability.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things that the Diffusal Blade is good for in this game. Not only just mana burning more on the Morphling, but yeah, breaking those Lincolns, and of course, yeah, removing the armor can be very nice. Very cool pickup. We've seen Miracle do that build a few times, but the most recent was Dream League that we did cast, and we saw that.
And he normally picks it up earlier, doesn't he?
Yeah, he picks it up like second or third.
Yeah.
But this one, you can see the reason why, so it makes sense for him to actually go for those pickups.
Still yet to invest, and we know these pro players, he still could change his mind.
Yeah.
He has it queued up at least, and definitely.
Absolutely true.
Thing pick it up for. No Tail, of course, yeah, looking for those Lotus Orbs as well, multiple. The side of OG get it done. It's global and such. In fact, OG, they're coming. They're storming across. They want to use this Aegis on Ana.
They had a ward down, so they're trying to get something before Newbee actually saw it. But yeah, Newbee de-wards it, and they all back up very quickly. Bottom lane pushing in pretty heavily. Someone from OG is going to have to respond to that one, get that nice little juicy farm.
I mean, really.
But SCCC's coming in.
Oh,
he's got a replicate at base.
He's going for the rat play. Comes in for a bit of a tickle.
And he's gone.
He's just teasing around with them there on the bottom lane.
I mean, he doesn't see the other 3 heroes, so he can die super easily now with that Abyssal Blade.
There's no point taking pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, what does he do with his slots days? He's got upgraded bots. He's got 6 major items, and he's got 5k gold in the bank.
It's the BKB's the next big one.
Yeah.
And then you just
swap.
You're gonna be having to swap items out a lot. BKB Satanic. I mean, he'll have to just swap them out during the fights. Maybe after he uses Manta, you can switch the Satanic in, or by BKB, or vice versa. Something along those lines. OG, about 40 more seconds left on that Aegis. They're trying to force something, since Ana is extremely powerful right now.
There we go. Nice pickup as well from the Silencer. Has the Lincoln, so more chance to get off that global. Escort with the vision, jumps in, immediately pops the Linkers, but there's the teammate play. Forces Mugi back to safety. He'll get himself back up to the high ground. Does pop the BKB. Doesn't panic too much, and in fact, what with the Winter's Curse onto Mugi? Mugi may just be gone, and he is. Ana jumps up to the high ground. They get the big kill, and that's actually Silencer down for 80 seconds. I'd say the Lincoln Sphere purchase was nice, but it of course means he does not have buyback for this. And that is going to be one down for an incredibly long time at this late stage of the game. 46 minutes in, no Silencer for 70. We saw XtcC trying to react and get a kill off the way on the way out as OG escaped, but he was unsuccessful.
Fly, that curse was just absolutely perfect. Everyone just wailing on him.
Big late game plays from OG indeed.
50 seconds, there's no buyback, so they've got some little bit of time to breathe. And a bottle with the DD rune. Honestly, thank you. So did he decide to switch anything? He just built the Moon Shard. Yeah.
Just went for the Moon Shard. Yeah. Just picked it up now. Still holding off on those other purchases. I mean, we're seeing players, as you say, from Fly. They can set up for those kills as such.
I mean, that's a big swing in momentum. That's a 6k.
Yeah.
It's only 6k gold swing, but it's the fact that OG's that far behind and they're able to do those kind of plays.
It really is. They're pressuring the base of Newbee when they're 20k behind.
Yeah.
Newbee did to stop this. No touch.
Oh, they're going in.
The Hex. They do get it. Gets purged off there by the Legion. Wars punch, but Jerax is in trouble. Jumped on by KP. The jewel's there, but there's the Winter's Curse. Fly buys a little bit of time for Jerax. Does manage to set up for the kill on Kaka. They'll lose Jerax at the end of it all. XtcC now jumping forward. Look at the nuke heroes down. There's the E-Blade into the nuke for the Legion Commander. That's going to be 2 gone. XtcC sets up for the double kill. This time, Newbee able to stick their teeth into OG and push them out of the base. Now they themselves in position to go down the middle lane. Buyback available on both No-Tail and Fly.
Ooh, they really wanted to just jump and instantly blow them up in some form, but that's still a very risky play when you're seeing it. Silencer's about to respawn. You know that these guys have triple 4 staffs. You know they have like solar crests and medallions. There's a lot of defensive capabilities coming from Newbee. Definitely a little bit of an overextension from OG there, and they're gonna have to pay for it.
No-Tail has to buy back.
Buyback.
And that's what Newbee want. They see the buyback, they back off.
Yeah.
They're happy with that. Wait for Roche. In a minute, we'll see when it's back up. Newbee, of course, hoping for the shorter respawn so they can keep the pressure on. Whilst that buyback is still on cooldown from No-Tail. There we have it, as we can see on the graph. What a crazy game it's been. Reaching up to that 26k, and as you say, each of these fights, because of how much Newbee's heroes are worth, OG can swing that back round in pretty sizable chunks because of the value that these heroes are carrying on Newbee.
The one issue is still, though, like, it's anti-mage versus the world still. Sure, they have, like, Hex and they still have the Panda split, but these guys are not really scaling. They're getting, you know, they got Lotus Orb for Jerax on the Tusk, but everybody else is pretty much completely stagnated for a long time. They just look at the net worth. We see Clockwork 9k, Tusk 8k, Wyvern 6, and Panda only at 13. Look at those numbers. I mean, that's the 26k differential that we're talking about here.
Just the numbers we're seeing in some of these individuals. Value at the moment, 7k on that AM. Oogie eyeing up a Moon Shards next. Continues to scale as we've seen pretty well. Obviously, it still suffers when he has an anti-mage and his own team turning against him thanks to the Winter's Curse.
So we've got the Moon Shard eaten by Morphling, and the BKB is inside the backpack, plus buyback gold.
You're going to see OG come over once again to Newbee's half of the map.
They know there's a ward up there now.
That's going to put a bit of a hold to that movement from OG. They don't want Newbee to be able to seize it late.
Next Roche will be the big one.
That move, that D-Ward, OG certainly in the better position.
OG does see everyone
control.
right now.
Yeah,
okay.
this is OG. Good vision advantage around pit. Minute and a half and a couple of minutes until Roshan is back up. Definitely torn bit. Be in, quick. D-Ward. Control back away. play around with this illusion. Then kind of S4 wants to go in. He
committed.
up there, and oh, he's gone S4. He's dead. Just like that. He's in. He did bait the global silence. He's going to be saying job done, and maybe it is. He is going to be back up before Roshan's there, and there is going to be no global. So S4 with the next level plays.
I guess maybe, because Ana, that was bizarre, because Ana blinked on the high ground and didn't have blink up or Manta ready just yet, and S4 just goes in while they hex, but it looked like No-Tail went in and hexed as well, so they looked like they wanted to do something, but something was on a different page there.
Yeah.
Ana has to go back, and now, like you said, pro players tend to switch their item choices. The Diffusal Blade is no longer the item, Bloodthorn is the item.
Bloodthorn. Bigger goal.
Yeah, same kind of concept to break the Lincolns, but then it's an even better, I mean, just a way better item. It's, you know, an actual, like, tier 4 item in comparison to, like, a tier 2 item.
Well, as you know, I was saying, S4 is back. We'll see if they can do anything whilst that global silence is down. I mean, that would obviously be the dream for OG. If they can try and abuse that timing. Still very hard to do so. See, we've seen during this game Newbee very able to still take fights without the global. It's just a bit of an added luxury for them. Situations. No-Tail with the late game arcane boots.
Yep, almost with the Lotus Sword for himself, about 1,200 gold away from that.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Oh no, he wasn't. So no, okay, no, yeah, he's going to disassemble the arcane.
Yeah.
River at the moment. Watched by Newbee.
Newbee's got high ground advantage right now. They break the Lincolns as well.
Picks up an invis. Sentry is down there for Newbee.
They see a DD bottom, honestly. On my way.
I mean, obviously, as we've seen the room play at this stage of the game, it's so game-changing. Yeah, having a DD on your core 52 minutes in, it really does make all the difference.
They may actually just try to go for a jump with it.
Yeah.
Especially because he's invis as well.
I mean, S4 is back, and if there's anyone that's going to want to jump in, it is going to be S4. He's going to be wanting to rumble.
Roche has spawned. S4 continues using rocket flares so they can scout that high ground.
Ana really respecting each and every time that his Lincolns gets popped, he's out of there.
During all this, though, we take a look at this bottom wave. This is a gigantic double catapult wave that OG has pushing in. So at some point, XtcN does have to respond. He does have the replicate, but it could give OG a window to try to make something happen. They do see him bottom.
Look, with the DD, he just walks into the pit and he's ready to go. Newbee, they got to head in and do something about this. It's falling quick. Kaka's in with the vision. Ana blinks out immediately. What are you doing about a third of the life of Roshan? XtcN elsewhere, just getting these lanes pushed back out. He's really starting to amp up the pressure on the top lane.
He's starting to do the split push as well, with playing around with those replicates with that bots too. Threatening top, forcing reaction.
And this is going to pull OG back.
And he's got the replicate in the pit, jumps right in. It's already half HP. They've got the solar crest on it as well.
OG have got to come back down it. Can they get her in time? No-Tail jumps forward with the clap. Kaka is going to have the hex removed. In comes the wall, given vision. Ana jumps in it. Oh, he's going to look for it, but no, he gets instantly hexed. Ana caught out, the chain frost upon him, and Ana's down. Newbee get Roshan, they get the Aegis, and they may even be able to get more. Global silence is out. Jump forward from XtcN as he looks towards S4. The clock's down. Ana's going to buy back for this one. JerAx committing very deep with the snowball, does get the blink out in time. XtcN pops the BKB. Winter's Curse from Fly holds back the team, but no, XtcN still able to waveform away from it all. Ana blinks away despite buying back for this. Can't get his teeth stuck in. So they lose Ana, they lose S4. Ana buys back. Newbee with the Aegis in hand on Mugi.
Aegis in. Now they have 2 cheeses as well on Legion. He just get instantly, after Lincoln gets broken from the track, instant hacks, instant to a global, and no one can follow up to really help him.
If Ana goes down, it could be game over. He gets shoved forward. Blink back. XtcN with the split push, focusing on the top lane. This fortification comes out from OG. 10 seconds until S4's back in. And they hold this. Newbee, they've got strong push with that Morphling. Safe push as well. Back up there, does get hexed up. Immediately though, the saves there from KP as he gets purged off. There's the Ethereal Blade coming out onto No-Tail. It's not quite enough to kill him. S4 jumps forward. XtcN as well.
Ana.
Finish up Ana. Ana's blinked into this. The Cold Embrace and the Snowball Saver there. OG with the classic saving people making questionable plays, and Ana gets back out. Will be able to blink back to safety. JerAx, there's no saving for him. He says, I died for you, Ana. You better not screw this one up, boy. As JerAx is down for 70, he does have buyback. But Newbee, they're ready to push in once more. Up onto the high ground, looking for this tier 3. Ana, is he going to jump? He is. Looks for XtcN. Lincoln's is popped. Tracks out upon him. And Newbee there back up again. Jewel is available. No Tail jumps in, looking for the ult, but immediately gets hexed. Flies there again with the save. Cold Embrace buys time. Jarex has to buy back. Feeling the pressure, feeling the heat. Knows that his team needs him. At this time where the saves are absolutely crucial.
KP passes XtcN a cheese just to reset him up to full. Then keep the siege going. 38,000 gold lead now for Newbee.
Fusel Blade pick up from Ana at this stage. Everything is needed.
He couldn't afford the Bloodthorn, so he needs something to be able to break that Linken's.
XtcN gets another tier 3 up on the top lane, cleans it out. Both tier 3s down. The middle rack starting to take a bit of damage. Newbee with no intention of backing away from this push at this stage. 39,000 gold lead. XtcN looking for Ana, Manta start, a blink out. Plays it safe. But the wave's getting pushed in once again. S4 hooks in, finds Kaka, but there's the jump in for KP. But KP gets focused. Jerax there in time with the snowball save, buying them time around the global silence. KP continue to get focused. Silence onto Ana. He's being caught in brace. Can he get himself out of there? He's healing up. Can he jump away? There's the blink out just in time. But Newbee, they're swarming in. KP jumps forward, looking to finish off Ana. Ana again gets the blink out because Fly's there with the Winter's Curse to hold back KP, who gets taken down by SCCC. Buyback from Fly. Derax is still in the game. S4 buys back as well. No Tails down. He does not have buyback available. Kaka gets blown up by the Mana Void. XtcN waveforms back. Jarex there with a snowball. There's the Hex. And a jump again, trying to finish off XtcN. KP's there with a heal, with a save. Glimmer Cape settles to XtcN, who turns towards Ana. Ana with a blink out just in time. Fly trying to save the anti-base with the Glimmer Cape. They've got the vision. They've got the damage. Ana gets taken down by the blast from the Lich as OG are forced back to the base. GG is called, and Newbee finally seal the deal here with this game one. Whew.
Damn, they played so well around the global though, honestly. I have to give a lot of props to Newbee. OG just stopped, picked the fights, and yeah, they just started progressively getting more and more behind for those tracks, and Newbee overall had incredibly good movements on the map. That first movement toward top to slow down the anti-mage a bit, and then just the way that they siege the towers and able to claim pretty much every single Roshan, it was them dictating majority of the fights. OG tried to make some aggressive plays, but the global just completely destroyed them this game.
Absolutely. Just from the draft as well, just as we kind of felt at the start, just really smart choices from Newbee. That last pick Morphling, and the decision with the lanes working out perfectly, and as you said, that the global silences were absolutely crucial and really, really put a stop to what OG wanted to do. And this is something that we've seen time and time before. We see games where OG comes in and they will ban out that silencer because it just puts such a halt in the way that they play as a team.
Especially if there's something like that in the first two, like the Legion or the Batrider. I think that's going to be big indicators now. If teams do choose those two like big initiators like that, they're going to be wary of banning the silencer in the third, fourth.
Wow, what a game one to start this day here, ladies and gentlemen. And the thing was as well, even though there's that 40k gold lead, it was still, it could, you know, there was the small chance of OG turning it around at the end, but overall, Newbee with the smarter game plan. And wow, game one, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with game two right around the corner.
LFY's turn to pick.
Anyways, on to the draft. Virtus.pro banning a couple Afu heroes, but he actually made some pretty good plays on the Tusk too. I think I saw him one time like Puck was phase shifting and tried to blink out, but he made it so that the shards were passing through him as he came on the phase shift, and then he couldn't blink out, and then he just died, which led to Pasha feeding more than he would normally. So Lich. Puck was a non-factor that game, and this is why. You know, I when I was looking at like teams and doing predictions and stuff, the big thing that I was so worried about, and I asked, you know, the talent here, like, who do you think is the most cocky team in Dota right now? Who's the team that believes in themselves the most? And I think that most people would say it's Virtus.pro. They really believe in themselves, yeah. And like, this is the thing I wondered. They run into a lot of issues in that game. They don't make any changes in the initial draft. Like, if there's a way to beat VP, it's to come up with a strat that they don't I mean, maybe it's that they don't believe it's going to work or what have you, but regardless, they think that they can beat it up straight up. And do you think that, like, Doom is something that you have to be really worried about for VP? Was that the centerpiece of it also, or was it mainly just the Lich? One thing that they did do last game was they didn't actually invade the jungle. So they didn't actually stop Doom from farming. they farmed with their own items instead, right? So they were trading farm when they were ahead, which is not good because he had the Devour talent. So instead they could have gone into the jungle and pressured him and just try to sweep those T1s much earlier. So I think they could have played better against the line that they had. They had a pretty good lead, and I just don't think they controlled the jungle enough. But they will change up the draft a little bit, and as will LGD.FY.
Yeah. So Shadow Demon Kunkka, this was all over the place. Was it like around Kiev Major or was it Boston Major?
I think it was Boston Major. Then Kunkka got nerfed.
Yeah, and the big problem now is that he doesn't have as much damage. So what do you need to like pair together? Is this still like a roaming dual support combo pretty much?
Yes, it is. It's very bad for Puck though. Puck, you pretty much just can't catch him with combo.
Yeah.
Even with an X, it's very difficult to catch him because he could just orb out and then phase, and then you get pulled back and then you just jaunt. So Puck is a very good pickup for them, and it's also very good at controlling the Shadow Demon in the fights. Like when you're playing for Shadow Demon and Dazzle, you want a hero that can silence and blow up their supports, or at least control them so that you can go in their cores, and Puck's the perfect hero for that. So I wonder what they're going to pair with the Shadow Demon. I'd say Luna is one of the most common ones. AM is also pretty good for...
Do you think that this is going to be a Puck that's played by Inflame out of the offlane, or do you think that it's still just like up to whatever matchup they see? I think it's offlane. Almost certain. I would say like 80% plus. And it's just because of that survivability is the big thing.
I also don't think Super plays a center heroes. He used to play more flashy heroes, but now he plays like a lot of the top. He's like, I don't know. He's just. It's weird how to describe his hero pool. It's he's just like he's like the Rock, I guess. He's like he like does a little bit of everything. He hits towers. He has a little bit of team fight. He does damage and he scales, and he often takes a lot. So DK can be put by no one. Looks like their tower hitter on their side.
Yeah. They also take out the DP that you were sort of the same type of hero that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what he plays. He plays Death Prophet, Dragon Knight, and those are the two heroes that I know the most for.
Yeah. Alaskan Medusa, of course, as well. Well, Earthshaker now going to be taking the classic hero that we've been seeing all over the place. Incredibly strong. Can be played in the support role or in the free role. I would agree with you. It'd be very strange if it was a super Puck.
Yeah, it's probably off the Shaker for Puck. So more team fight. Puck and Shaker should be more than enough to that they need. Also, you generally don't want physical damage. I know it sounds obvious, but I think a lot of teams yesterday also just drafted a lot of physical versus DK and they got rolled.
Right, exactly.
Earthshaker has plenty of magic damage, which is pretty good, although it might be difficult to block. They did lack on like team fight items. They had no Vlads, no mech, no pipe, no medallion, and no glimmer cape, no lotus orb. So those are all your team fight items. I'm pretty sure that was the case last game. I don't remember any of those items coming out. And whereas LFY, they had I don't even think they had drums. So they had, and then on LFY you had drums, you had Vlads, you had 2 lotuses, and that was more than enough to propel them. So I would like to see someone who builds team fight items on that offlaner. Darkseer is probably the one that I see a lot from them. They could also do. They could do a Drow strat maybe. Nah,
it's tough. I mean, the other thing to think about is like you look at what right now LGD.Forever Young has, and it's all team fight heroes, and like definitely Centaur is one that's going to be able to do it. But a lot of these other spells are like single target oriented, so we could see something from Monet like a CK or one of those other illusion based heroes. I don't know if it's as good now because they've ended up taking the Centaur, but could be an issue.
Centaur's good here. I think you want a pipe carrier this game versus Puck and Shaker, and he's a hero that can.
5 seconds remaining.
The battle of the initiators is always a funny battle, but Centaur is actually just big and bad. You don't actually care if Earthshaker jumps you. Usually, you're just like, whatever. I can tank. I have 1 billion HP, and you want these like high strength heroes with. He has a magic resist talent too, so he can buy a hood and buy a and buy a pipe and just be similar to tanky to how the Medusa was last game.
I really like this draft from Virtus.pro. I mean, it's 3 strength heroes with really high strength gain, and definitely LGD.Forever are going to be running into damage issues. Razor, it doesn't really give you that burst, but I guess now it's like...
Why Razor? Razor's definitely the most unusual pick of the 8 for me. It's not particularly good versus any of their heroes.
DK and lane, maybe?
Oh, it's superhero. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. But it's like it's okay versus DK and lane. He's physical damage, right? I just mentioned like physical damage versus DK, but you can I guess limit a lot of damage from him. And I guess Kunkka has 1 target ability. I don't like you're not getting terribly great value out of Unstable Current. There's like not that great of link targets because of Stampede. I don't know. He just seems a little strange.
I mean, if there's a person that would know a DK counter, though, it's going to be Super. He probably called it. He was like, come on, let me get this one. And maybe the hope is that they can snowball before Stampede becomes really a huge issue. But, yeah, there are some definite issues with the hero.
Maybe he's going to build a mech or something weird. They could have picked, like, Viper, let's say. I guess Viper's pretty similarly bad versus Centaur. And Razor's better versus DK. Yeah, okay, I can see that. I mean, they could have just Medusa again, honestly. I don't really see a problem with Medusa here.
Yeah.
But I guess they wanted something a little bit faster.
Well, last pick now, or rather the last ban. Anti-Mage, does that still seem at all likely to you?
Anti-Mage is pretty good.
Okay.
But I don't know if Virtus.pro really like playing that sort of style. I think Luna would. Excuse me. I think Luna would also be pretty good. Gives them extra team fight, and they can actually start hitting towers. Dragon Knight plus Luna, pretty old school.
You can also do now with the Shadow Demon damage amp. You could do that with Centaur, and you can like hit that really reliably because it spreads it out evenly amongst all the targets now instead of just on whatever one target it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a lot of damage to be dealt out if there's a rotation in.
He's trying to throw in that patch notes.
Hey man, I gotta do what I gotta do.
I'm kidding.
Kunkka and Shadow Demon are 2 of my most played heroes, which is a really strange combination. But
you're a perfect match for Virtus.pro, my friend.
Yeah, pick me up, guys. I'll take over for a Lil. I'm sure I got it. Gyrocopter.
Gyrocopter fits into the theme, right? It's not good with Shadow Demon. That's the only thing that I think would be surprising. But it's still it's a Shadow Demon Gyro used to be a really old combo. You shoot the rocket and then you disrupt them, and then they get immediately hit by the rocket. It's actually pretty strong. It sounds gimmicky, but it's pretty strong. So you mentioned it as a CK. They don't have that much illusion clear, which is completely true here. And what is going to be last? AM. No surprise there at all.
Yeah, we called those last 2 picks.
AM is not good for CK. AM is actually really bad for CK. If even farm. Like, CK, if it gets his grimy hands on Anti-Mage, Anti-Mage gets destroyed. Long duration stun and tons of physical damage. That is the worst.
Well, a whole lot on the back of the Ramses AM. We'll have to see if he has what it takes. I mean, there is probably still going to be a decent amount of like opportunity for him to farm, though, right? Like, are you going to see Inflame?
He might get liched.
Oh,
remember the lich? The
yeah.
Lich effect, dude. But we did see DDC. I thought he was going to start off top last game, but this game last game he started off bottom. But this game, a Doom can't really catch up as easily as a Puck. So I want to see what. Because Lich is one of those weird heroes. You don't exactly know where he's going to go. He has like a lot of small hidden things. He doesn't get first picked by that many teams. And this team is currently sitting on top of their group. They have, what, 5 wins, I believe, and 0 losses?
Yep.
Currently, 5 wins in 1 game and 2 full. They are. This is the big one.
Big old one indeed, and obviously wanting to make sure that whatever team it is that you make it into the upper bracket would just be an absolute huge win for these squads. Early movements out to place down a couple of wards. If you're a team like VP at this point, I mean, how worried are you? That last game felt like it just was. It was so in hand, and then they were able to pull it back in. They took a long time to get back into the lobby as well. Is that something where you feel like they might be a little bit tilted this time around?
No.
No? Okay.
Their confidence is good in that sort of way. It's like, we lost because we could have done better. It's not like we lost because we're worse than them. That's not going to be their mentality. I highly doubt that.
Right.
Confidence is good to bring you through troubled times, but only if it's well-founded confidence. And I think VP's confidence is well-founded. Solo finds Inflame, so now they know that it's an aggro lane. And Lich is going to be aggroed against the anti-mage. So last game you asked, where is this Lich going to go? What is he going to do? And you always want to see what he's going to be up against. And when you see an anti-mage, that's, I would say, pretty much the only hero they need to keep down. DK is going to get his farm anyways. Centaur can just jungle if he really needs to. And AM is the one that can only lane at the start. He cannot go into the jungle, and he's not resilient. A resilient hero is like DK, who can just, you know, chill with Dragon Blood, Bottle Crow, and he can absorb a lot of pressure. But Anti-Mage is not good at doing that. Not until he gets Battle Fury. Once he gets Battle Fury, he can farm anywhere on the map. But before that, he is a puny Anti-Mage who is getting his range creep denied right now.
I mean, the way I'm looking at this, you're going to have this lane, which is just sort of almost inherently lost because the Lich is going to be down experience unless you find a ton of kills. And then mid, Razor versus DK, I mean, not a great matchup for sure. It seems like they're almost set up to lose 2 lanes at the start. What I mean, do they just need to find a ton of kills down bottom here?
Who, LFY?
No, Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro? I would say top lane's not bad. Puck actually struggles a lot versus Return in that one-on-one matchup, so I think that lineup's perfectly fine for Pacha. He should probably get slightly ahead of him in CS. I would say it's like maybe 10% edge to Centaur. I mean, Lich is going to win his lane, so that bottom lane should be won. And CK's very tanky. Like, I don't really think you can jump it. You can jump the Lich here, but yeah, I think they're fine. Mid's a wash, top's close enough to a wash, and bottom's a win. That's at least break even.
All right. Well, I'm really concerned for VP here. I feel like it could be tough. We'll have to see if they're able to play it out. The creep wave is going to be pushing back underneath now, and some ping's going. They wanted to go into DC, but just outside of range. And well, he actually was able to get the animation for the disruption off, but doesn't quite find it. Now, Lil separated from the rest of them.
They need a pull, but their small pull cam is blocked, which is very troublesome, and they did not expect the aggro tribe. If they expected the aggro tribe, they would have brought a sentry ward. Well, actually, Solo does have a sentry ward. He just hasn't placed it. I guess they're just worried about him perhaps jumping Ramses. And Ramses is really low on level right now. Look at his levels. His creep wave is already dead, too. So, like, these guys are already level 2 on LFY's side. You can already see the impacts of the Lich. Afu going to steal this 2-minute bounty rune to do some even more economic damage. But there is a double stack for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, that's something. And they're going to be able to get that pull off like you're talking about. It still is a very big experience disparity. And Solo could be in some trouble. They're able to find him, pull him back in. Oh, good play there to get the disruption off. That will keep him alive.
And they have bought a stick on Solo, so that should be good. How are the other lanes doing? Looks like Razor slightly edging out DK. Expected. Puck is actually doing very well versus the Centaur. That's a little surprising. Oh, he did go for the Oov build.
Yeah, and Centaur actually ended up taking Hoof Stomp first, so he didn't have return until a little bit later as DDC finds the kill on to Lil. Lordy, lordy. This could be a little bit rough.
For your camera work? For the... I'm just kidding.
Get out of here, Ben. Get taken.
I missed it too, so I knew you missed it. It's like, okay, you're like, what just happened?
Oh my goodness.
They're getting a pull off though. Oh no, they did not.
Oh, trying to go in yet again. They have that damage amp, trying to bring down and kill off that poor old Lich, and DDC ends up paying for his earlier kill.
And sacrifices off cooldown. No.
Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah, that's not as bad as Anamitis, but similar feeling.
I guess that shows that you have to respect the damage that can come out with the amp and torrent and everything else.
Well, he was just caught out on this lonesome.
Yeah.
This pull is hugely contested. Oh, Solo.
Well, there you go yet again. Afu is actually going to be able to turn his back around. Ramsey's almost dead. He's going to end up getting killed by the neutral.
That's like almost worse.
Oh.
Because he wasn't prepared for the death. So he didn't buy before he died. And
it's a longer cooldown, too.
Respawn. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it was like there's so many creeps running around down here, and there's just one troll was like, no, you in particular are
That's
going
prime
to pay.
Echo Slam target. Actually, it's only a 3-stack. If it were more 4-stack, I think you can Echo Slam. That's Echo Slam territory right there.
Maybe by the time he's level 6, it will be Echo Slam territory.
Yeah. Or they have the Kunkka. Maybe it's infinite stacking.
Hey. Oh, if they've been working on that, that'd be pretty cool. We'll have to keep our eye on it. See if they do that at all.
Afu going in for the block.
Oh, man, and no one, just nowhere left to go. 110 damage stolen. Can they actually bring down the Dragon Knight? Need to go for some body blocks possibly, and the Enchant Totem, the damage is going to be there, and Super finds a kill. Lane's not going in VP's favor.
Yeah, you were worried about LFY's lanes, dude?
No, I was saying that VP were set up to lose 2 lanes.
Oh, yeah, but you're expected to lose your switch. It's okay, they have anti-mage, right? You don't expect to win the early game for Sledge. That's just a thing.
Yeah.
That's what the hero is like best at, and then after that you're just a Frost Armor bot.
Yeah, he's
One thing I will say about Lich is I actually think it's a really good hero for a captain of a team. I think that's a very underrated value where I don't want to say he's like a brain dead hero, but he's definitely like a lower skill cap hero. So because you don't like you can just
yeah, well, speaking of lower skill cap, it's Solo in a lot of trouble. He's gonna end up dropping yet again. And Ramses, I mean, he's trying to do whatever he can, but Afu is just gonna walk away yet again.
Yeah, back to finish my earlier thought. Like you can kind of autopilot Lich. Like there's not that much you need to do. You deny range creeps, you Frost Armor important heroes, and you cast your Frost Blast whenever you can. So that means you can devote like 70% of your mental capacity to captaining your team, telling them what to do, where to place your wards, where to smoke, and often I think the movements will be crisper when you are playing a Lich as a captain. I think it actually has a lot of merit.
For sure. Well, and you just saw a solo kill up there, and Flame takes down the Centaur War Runner, and Super is just diving. No one, they don't care. It's the haste rune from Afu, and they finish it off as well. There, no rotations, there's no reactions, there's no nothing. VP is just, they're getting ran at. They're getting VP'd.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. The thing I'm most surprised about is that Inflame's able to solo kill Centaur. Look at his items. He has Bottle Oov. That looks like someone who's in Strug City.
Yeah.
And a magic stick.
Killing spree at this point, 6 minutes in, 6-1. I don't even know what you do at this point. Like, I guess hold out for the AM, but like, who are you going to rotate to make stuff happen?
You wait for Lich to kind of fall off in effectiveness. I think that's what you needed to. Like, right now, denying range creeps is like incredibly difficult to deal with. And he just denied a siege creep too. So Ramses, his CS is actually still pretty good despite getting constantly sacrificed in his lane. And sooner or later, usually like I would say 10, 11 minutes or so, maybe even sometimes earlier, like the laning phase breaks down and there's a lot more ganks that are happening, so Lich can't actually permanent deny creeps. And then after that, AM will get pressure relief because the LFI will feel the pressure to take down objectives, deal with the DK, pushing their towers with Dragon Form.
Yeah. And look at that, the scan catches out the movement from Shadow Demon as well as the Kunkka. And I love the build from Kunkka. It's like what you have to do in this instance where you just focus on damage, but it relies upon Shadow Demon being able to find that initiation.
Oh god, he's level 2, and he's been sitting in lane.
Yeah.
And look at the opposing levels, 4, 4, and 5 on DDC, Afu, and Monet respectively. And then you have, what, level 2, level 3, and level 4. So 4, 4, 5 versus 2, 3, 4.
It ain't good. The math doesn't add up.
No.
Yeah, this is a problem.
That's a liching to you.
Jeez. Well, they have Stampede now. Maybe an opportunity here. They're going forward for this one, but the turnaround fissure blocks it off. Solo and Loa here looking for that opening. They are going to find Afu and try and bring him down. The blink forward. They finally finish him off. A much-needed kill, but that was 4 heroes committed. And in the meantime, Super is still just bullying out and going to take the mid tower.
That is totally worth for Afu. And Puck is going to have a great farm. He's up here alone. It's awesome. That's the life.
Yeah, that was. This is a really hard game. Super, I mean, he goes for the static link again on the solo, ramping up that damage. Afu is coming in yet again. They have the no torrent follow-up, but they will catch the fissure onto Centaur, and he just gets eaten up also.
He does have plus 217 damage on Razor.
Man, and
Rapier
Ramses.
right there.
Oh my god, look at Ramses. He almost got 3-shot. Super does not care. And if he manages to catch back up to him again, they're trying to get that angle and see if they can find him off to the side. That does mean he gets out. Although, to what end?
Chicken?
Oh,
Hello?
no. Chicken. They know he's still in there. They have another plasma field and a couple. And now they see the blink off towards the west side of the map. They're still looking for him, and just all of this bullying. And the whole time, there's like nobody mid farming.
Yeah, because that tower's already down. That's the downside of losing your tower. And Super just takes one tower, moves on to the next, and he went for a hood first. Hood first is very good this game. Wow. Because the only physical damage that you really have is coming out from what, an armlet DK or a farmed anti-mage, and anti-mage is not farmed, and DK is in poverty mode.
Well, 10 minutes in, and it is a 4,000 net worth lead, as well as right around a 4,000 experience lead.
They need to slow LFI's game down. They need to like try and stall the objective taking. I don't know who they do it with though.
That was really good timing by Inflame. He got the jaunt away as the X was expiring, and with a little bit of help there, gets away. And this is just an insane amount of farm.
Yeah, they're hemorrhaging towers though. That's the worst part. AM's main 2 protective towers, the bottom T1 and the mid T1 are gone. So ancient stacks, not a thing anymore. Farming up those camps close to the bounties, not really a thing. DDC gets jumped by Ramses.
Yeah, they're over here in the mid as well, trying to take down Inflame. It's not going to happen. They can't find that kill. They can't find anything. DDC, does he manage to escape, trying to juke away, run around the trees, get out of there? He ends up getting denied by the neutrals. Oh, the smallest morsel of a comeback is not even going to be possible. No silver lining here.
Yeah, combine that with neutrals killing Ramses earlier. This is his worst enemy this game. He didn't get that sweet revenge. Remember what we're talking about? Oh, what's sweeter than being able to kill a Lich? He's denied you tons of range creeps.
Yeah. It doesn't happen. He's left wanted.
And Flame's building like a mid-puck too. Treads, bottle, into Veil.
And Pasha, I think, is dead yet again. He had used Stampede just a little while ago to try and find the kills. It didn't happen. And now they take him down. I mean, Super is just in the mid lane. No heroes on his team around him at all, and he is not worried about a thing.
He hits a hood. Hood? Okay, he did get a 15 agility. 15 agility is just way better. They really need to buff that move speed talent, I think. Regardless, yeah, he's... What damage do they have? Even if he's full soul catchered, by full, I mean, it's only level 2 right now, so 30%. Yeah, even if he's soul catcher right now, I don't really think he cares.
Yeah.
And he has frost armor. So he has armor, he has HP, and he has... Actually, he doesn't have that much HP, but he has magic resistance. It's almost as good as HP.
Effective HP, baby. Yeah. And it's sort of the reason why we've seen Shadow Demon Kunkka fall off a long time ago, is you ran into damage issues. And that hero that you're talking about before, the Luna, would be one of the answers, because then you could, you know, amp up the damage with the right clicks and stuff. But just not the case right now, and I guess the lane certainly didn't go the way that they wanted them to.
The Luna is way worse versus the Razor, though, so you have to keep that in mind. It would have been way better for them in the early game, but later into the game, you pretty much have to get a pike, and you don't really want to have to get a pike on the Luna. You just want to build like Lance and like Manta, Butterfly. You just want straight damage items on her. Well, smoke maneuver onto the bottom. Hello, AM. Where are you going to blink to, buddy?
Yeah, they've got a lot of them. Monet, can he get his way out of here? He does have his ultimate, thinking about going for this. They Stampede is going to pop it. The rest of the team is coming in as well. Can they make this big opening? They're trying to find it. Monet not brought down the Chain Frost. They are going to start bouncing back and forth. They end up losing their carry, but maybe going to find more. All of VP crumbling around them. Echo Slam was used and didn't find a kill, but still a big win for LFY.
That was a value Chain Frost. And that was a great fissure. Apu has consistently been nailing these difficult to hit fissures that should only hit 1 or 2, but instead hits 2 or 3. And he almost has blink, so AM's timeline is getting
he's so poor.
Yeah. Get lich, dude. Yeah. I bet DDC is so satisfied with something. He's like, yeah, I did this. I made your life miserable, Ramses, and I'm loving it. Because position 5s don't get to do that to position 1s very often.
Yeah, it's definitely true. And you see right there as well the potential solo trying to D-ward, but was just not going to happen. And there's really nothing stopping the rest of LFY. It's really interesting too that you talked about shutting down those farms that allow somebody, or towers that allow somebody to farm safely, and they're constantly making sure that they take the tier 2s as opposed to farming out and taking down the tier 1s top.
They are like, has anyone hit a neutral yet this game aside from Puck?
Not really.
Also, another thing that I think is important for VP right now is to switch jungles. This is a very common move when you lose your towers on bottom. You play around the top side of the map as Radiant, you farm the opponent's jungle, and you just give up your own. There's no way they can control their own jungle right now. It's heavily infested with observer wards, and there's no towers down. And top, you still have that shrine too, so even if that T1 falls, there still is that bastion of hope.
Oh man, and the Torrent X is off the mark because he ended up getting stunned, so Lil is going to drop yet again. Boat is now down. From bad to worse to terrible.
Yeah, they were trying to do the shift, and now Ramsey's like, oh, no, I'm out of here, buddy. I am out.
And it's not just, like, even him not dying isn't the thing that's even worse about it. It's like...
Oh, they're setting up for Pasha on bottom. And Flame does have a Blink Dagger. They want to catch him out.
Well, still has that hood, but unfortunately the silence comes out. They're able to Dream Coil. It's only a 1 second stun, but it'll be more than enough. In Flame dominating.
He has no armor on Centaur.
Oh. Also top lane. Super is killing everybody in the world. He took down AM as well as the Shadow Demon. Okay. And GG's called. 15 minutes. Predictions, eat your heart out.
I got my 15 to 20 minute one. Yeah. Oof. Good thing it wasn't prior to 15.
Man, that was just a walloping. Like, we talked about it, as soon as the lanes came out, they were set up to be in some trouble, and ended up just completely...
Play with this once more.
That being said,
There's
though,
the block. They're not going to be able to do a fair bit of damage here. Kaka is there to try and back him up.
Trapped.
It's not enough. XtcC down. Oh. Jerax making the plays, making the rotations.
Oh, they pinged for him too. They were like pinging, saying, "Oh, Jerax coming your way." I guess he just didn't really think that they would be able to get the perfect trap and kill him. Slight little mistake there, definitely coming out from XtcC. And we do see Jerax with his earlier movement. He placed a ward deep inside the enemy jungle to watch whenever the Invoker does go to jungle, because he's like, he's gonna go to jungle at some point because Templar Assassin's gonna crush him so hard in this lane. So being able to watch where he's farming, very relevant.
Up on the top lane, no Tails farm so far, looking pretty good. 16 CS. KP's Void not being too much of an issue really. He's been forced back a couple of times to base. I mean, now he's keeping himself out. Again though, he's still finding the levels like he was on the Legion game we saw in game 1. And definitely, KP being KP, we can expect him to have this slow but steady start. He's not going to feed, and he's still going to be able to offer a lot once he hits the 6. Bottom lane though, S4. Cold feet kicks in, and Newbee, they will be able to catch out the brew.
Having the unstable concoction level, allowing them to connect to that cold feet. S4 just underestimating how much damage it really would do. Do we have ancient stacks during all this? We do, since Jerax has been playing around bottom and mid lane. Triple ancient stack for Ana, and not only that, Jerax has arcane boots already, so he did get that first blood.
He did, yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense.
From that.
I was like, damn, he got those very early. So really good for him and very good for his team, because mana boots in this game are actually really important for all of his heroes. Like PL is a hero that likes to not have their own like mana type item; they only want to have the Aquila. So having arcane boots early on is very good for that, and the Panda, the Brewmaster.
Bottom lane, Kaka actually looking to wrap around, but S4 has his eyes upon him. Kaka holds him back with the telekinesis.
Jerax is trying to come there with the Fissure. 4 seconds, though. 2 seconds, 1.
Oh, Kaka doesn't know he's on cooldown.
So there's the Fissure coming out, and with the collapse slow from S4, they're going to be able to take down this Rubik almost certainly. Tries to get himself up to the high ground, but S4's there with the last touch.
Oh, I don't think he knew that. I think he was like, oh, I'm going to get blocked here on this ramp, but it was still on cooldown for a couple of seconds. So a little unfortunate for him not knowing that Fissure was down.
Jarek certainly making the plays. We saw in the Tusk game, it was not necessarily the start that we kind of expect from Jarek in terms of rotations, but game 2, he's making magic happen on the Shaker.
Yeah, it definitely has changed up already. He's going to keep making those movements, playing around bottom and mid over and over again. Mid now.
It's going to need some help, because Anna is being focused by 3, and here we have, it's a very strong gank. Cold Feet, Telekinesis. There's no way that Anna can escape from that. It's you know, that Jew hits the Telekinesis. The only person that can really kind of save is if they bring a Wyvern in, but still they've got a fair bit of magic on the Sunstrike as well.
Bottom.
SCC's potential, there's Pure as well.
The smoke does break. I don't know if they're going to be able to get in range. They are. Jarex is there with the Fissure as well.
Could have a concoction to throw out and buy himself some time as he tries and makes his way back towards the tower, but indeed it's not going to be enough as the 3 surround him, bring him down. Faith is there trying to find something in response, does actually get the kill onto Fly, but OG looking to punish him as well. No, they're not going to quite make it. Kaka with the Telekinesis holdback keeps Faith alive, and now Kaka's turning with the Fade Bolt. He's only gone and done it. Takes down Jarex in return, and he'll even get the range creep. That's a feels good man for the Rubik, as he holds it off down bottom and is able to get something in return.
Took them a bit longer than they wanted to have to kill that Alcap since he has treads and a helm already. A bit tankier than they had probably initially expected. They also wanted to be able to get a better wraparound. They were walking in with the smoke, and Alchemist actually stepped up and broke it. So they had to get like a weird kind of approach the way they took that fight.
Jarex, see what his movements are to be next. Has that ward. We'll see where he wants to get that place down.
The Ancient stacking continues for Ana. A triple stack on his Ancient camp and so 2 triple stacks on both Ancients.
Oh, look at this
KP
well up top. Yeah, NoTail playing super aggressive. KP has got the shrines back off too. Jarex still in position around the mid lane. Faith is there for Newbee. They are going to try and move in themselves onto Ana, but a quick Fissure from Jarex holds back the play, and Ana will be kept safe. Jarex still hovering around this one. About playing around with Faith. Himself out of range, the Cold Feet proccing. Will be fine, but it's certainly forcing a lot of attention from Newbee's side towards that mid lane as KP continuing to have to deal with the pressure that NoTail's applying, farming the wave right underneath Newbee's tier 1. Not a fear in the world on this PL at the moment.
KP doesn't have too much fear either.
That's true. Yeah, he's not in danger of dying.
Yeah.
But,
NoTail will secure the tower though.
That's just a quick tower as well, pre 8 minutes.
Nice.
So getting away with that pressure. 1,500 gold in the bank. Mugi, of course, still at the top, but he is the Alchemist that's expected.
Yep.
For net worth. And just some big stacks, as you keep mentioning, for Ana. That's going to be where we see him really step up from this mid lane. Yeah. We're getting both camps looking incredibly tasty.
So we've got, what, 1 4x and 1, I think only... Oh no, they're both 4x stacks, so they did get the next one. Bottom lane, the Sunstrike.
Oh, but that Fissure, though, it is going to hold Mugi back a little bit. It gives the time for the Primal Split to come out. Again, Jarex in the right place at the right time to save his teammates. And not only that, by the looks of it, set up for kills. They've got the rotation for NoTail. They're chasing down Mugi. Can they finish this off? One more stun comes out from the Brewling. Jarex looking to close the distance. Mugi has got another concoction to fry. In fact, S4's going to get turned upon. Comes back out after the Primal Split. He's 2 down low. KP's there. Oh, he's got a Chrono, but he hasn't got the mana for it. Could have been pretty big if he had it, as they were so close to each other, but he didn't quite have the mana to turn around for any sort of play.
Those are some very unfortunate missed micro plays that looked up by S4. He switched to go for the courier with his fire thing, and then he went to go for the Rubik as well, but it was just too little damage. He actually ended up like standing still for a second. He was like kind of switching targets back and forth. He pretty much went for more than they could have chewed off. He wanted the Alchemist,
OG
but...
again in a bit feisty. They're trying to play, but look at this wraparound that's coming in from Newbee. They're smoked up, they have the Chrono. KP jumping forward, he'll lay it down. It's only going to catch one of them, but it will mean they secure the kill onto NoTail. They're looking for more, but Jarex is out with the TP. Fly deep amongst the trees down towards the bottom. Will have his TP back off cooldown in 5 seconds. They're coming and searching. Doesn't look like they'll spot Fly out. Fly should be fine, and indeed does manage to TP himself back to safety.
2 unsuccessful rotations, though, for OG, and Newbee capitalizes on it big time. And we see the Faceless Void, he's going for the Dominator build.
Okay.
That's a pretty sweet item choice, actually. I haven't seen it too often, but of course the neutral creep can be very beneficial inside your Chrono.
The success of that one, ready to go for another smoke play, picking it up. AA. We saw Ana clean up one of the stacks. He's now up to 1,300 gold as he, at the moment, has queued up the Blink Dagger, so looking to grab that as his first item. Top of the Blightstone, rather than the Deso Rush.
Yeah. I think he wants to get involved a bit earlier, make space for, so PL can just be that monster that he is, and just farm. Takes that hero a long time to get online. Supports, seeing the Rubik AA getting very close to level 6. AA just actually hits it, while on the side of OG it's level 5s from both supports.
I just now done for XtcC, so still very good timing for him there in that mid lane.
Yeah, they're looking really good.
Try and go with the Ice Blast. He's going to find the connection. Cold Embrace there to buy some time for No-Tail, but the Sunstrike comes in. He's surrounded by Mugi and the boys. Can he get his way out of there? Looks like he can just in time. Cold Embrace buying him the time to do so. S4 is actually looking to go back in on this. He's coming around with the wraparound. Does have Primal Split. Eyes towards Kaka as he forces him back. Mugi still further up the lane. Now gets himself out of there with a quick TP back to base. He won't quite find the kill that they were hunting for, but they do keep No-Tail alive. Ana,
and
back
Ana's
to the stacks. This will be that Blink Dagger gold done and dusted. So, as you say, he can get involved now.
Yeah. And they were, I think Jarax was sapping experience from some of those Ancients, so he does hit his level 6, so they have Echo Slam online for the next fight as well.
Here we have it. They're smoked up. OG with the movement through Newbee's jungle. Jarax looking to lead him with the Echo Slam. S4 has the Primal Split. Mugi would be the big kill. They've got that ward down. Straight in with the Echo. No messing. Is there any way that Newbee can get Mugi out there? Has the chemical range with the arm as well. He may just survive this. There's the backup. KP comes in with the Chrono. Does he catch two of the Brewlings? But it allows Mugi to buy some time to keep him alive. Turns around, chucks out the concoction, and Mugi, I think he might just be able to ward this one off. No, the final rock flies through. They do get Mugi, but OG, they've lost 2 for it. Ana trying to man up against XtcC, but KP's out with the time dilation slow. Zips forward onto Ana. OG lose a 3rd. They may just lose a 4th as well as S4 comes out of the Primal Split. Chased down by XtcC and Faith. Sunstrike is not going to be on point as S4 gets the juke off, but he'll be continued to chase down, and it'll be a painful death as well. He's close to that Blink Dagger gold. He does not have a TP. All he can do is just waste a little bit more time of Newbee.
Oh, spotted.
As Faith's on the hunt. Kaka's there as well. He'll say, I take the kill, boys, as he picks it up with the Fate Bolt. And
OG with a lot of... They're making the rotations, but they're not being successful.
I mean, they get Mugi, but it cost them 3 heroes.
Look at this. Jarax unable to get the fissure up. The Cold Snap 1, 2, 3 times. Then he gets Cold Embrace. Then the TP from KP, absolutely perfect. Two-man Chrono and a Brewling.
They just couldn't kill Mugi soon enough.
Yep.
Then, they do get him at the end, but he gets this chance to BAM to throw out another stun. That sets up for KP to finish off Fly with the help of Faith.
It lets everybody, all of Newbee react in time.
Very deep play from OG, and not to great success. Obviously the reveal as well of Ana's Blink Dagger.
And Ana died right away too. I think Ana actually purchased the Blink right afterwards, but he does reveal it now. Yeah, he reveals it now, but the thing is that this is an over-level Templar Assassin. This guy just farmed 2 gigantic Ancient stacks and then just dies right away, so definitely a big amount of experience going toward the way of Newbee. And I mean, this Void, this is an offlane Void who is with a Dominator already, level 10. He's super farmed.
Ana and Jarax looking to play around with XtcC. Jarax has the setup with the Fissure in the dust, but XtcC getting his way back. Kaka's there with the hold back, trying to buy time for XtcC to escape, and it will work. No, Ana, he's up in deep. He wants to get this, and he will. He gets the kill, blinking in with a Mail Strike, but now Newbee with the wraparound. Mugi gets the concoction out, but there'll be the Winter's Curse to hold back the 2 of them. Jarax with another Fissure blocking off Faith. Means that OG will get away with that deep play this time round. Ana just manning up, and the rest of OG there to back him up and get him out of there.
It looks like Mugi is going for a different type of build, by the way. The old build that we used to see on the Alchemist, the Shadow Blade build. He's getting fissured up, though. TA starting to focus on him. They don't have the damage once the chemical range comes off, though. So he's going for the Shadow Blade build, looking for that ganking kind of build that we used to see Alchemists do in the past. Shadow Blade, you just stun somebody, and then they have the Sunstrike, of course, on top. So can be a option if he wants to go for it.
Okay, there's your Blink Dagger on S4 as well, so he's going to be kitted out to get into better position. Diffusal Blade being closed upon by No-Tail. 2 Blade of Alacrity's done so far. Interesting to see where KP goes next with his build. Just looking to finish off the treads after the helm. We'll see what the next plan is, if he wants to build up some more of these auras like Vlad's and such, or if he sees priority getting the Blink Dagger.
So high level on the Void. Almost level 12 already. It's pretty absurd.
Look at this S4, getting some valuable information there with the invis. No way to instantly cancel that TP, so Kaka will get out. In fact, Ana and Jerax, they found the bigger kill. Again, finding XtcC with the Fissure and the Dust out. Invoker's down. S4 looking to move in deep. Has the Primal Split ready to play. Faith heading back to the high ground. They'll look towards the bigger kill. The controls there onto Mugi, throwing him up into the air.
Make
so
him
he
stun
ends
himself.
up stunning himself. Perfect timing, but KP's there with the counterplay. Comes in with the ultimate. Winter's Curse is down. Mugi's going to be held back though by the Chrono, so it doesn't do too much damage at all to KP. Still alive amongst it all. S4 now losing that Primal Split, is in trouble as KP jumps in, finishes him off. Fissure there from the Rubik, indeed, catching Ana and Jerax. Ana, quick with the blink out, will juke off the Ice Blast with their refraction protecting him for the time being, and shouldn't tick down too low because of that, as he will get out of there. So, I mean, 1 for 1. The more times they kill this Invoker, I think the more times that OG will be happy. Taking a 1 for 1 when you are getting that XtcC kill, I think they'll think that's okay, especially when you're forcing KP to use the Chrono defensively. Exactly. Now you know you've not got that threat on the map.
As long as they can play around the timings of the Chrono whenever they do those type of aggressive plays, then it is definitely beneficial for that. Because No-Tail, during all those situations, he's farming, while Newbee does respond with 5 heroes.
Diffusal Blade complete for No-Tail, so as you say, he's been farming now, he can certainly have the opportunity to turn up and contribute quite a bit.
Yeah, now he can actually start fighting, especially with not only just the Diffusal Blade, but his levels. Level 11, you're able to have your max Doppelganger and your talent as well. So having max Doppel is super important to actually be involved in fights, because otherwise, yeah, you have no real save mechanic.
This is the thing though as well, as you mentioned, Mugi obviously going for this build. Is it good in your eyes, or do you kind of question this build?
I mean, it's a completely different kind of playstyle, right? He wants to be a ganker as well with the Void. He doesn't want to just be like this AFK farming hero. He wants to be more involved. So if he plays it like that, then it could work if he sets up the proper stun strike, because he can actually, like, if he can find an isolated PL, you can get the concoction off, and I mean, you actually do so much damage inside of that 4-second duration stun on top of a stun strike. So it can work. I'm not sure if it's the right choice this game, but we'll see if he's able to make it work.
Desolator complete for Ana as well now. We've seen how much he's been able to do with just the blink. Tesso as well, he is going to rip some of these heroes to pieces, especially, you know, if they can catch the Alchemist without the Chemical Rage.
Yeah, I mean, Templar Assassin's massive with the Desolator. Very low armor.
They may find Mugi here. He's around the corner with KP. KP does not quite have Chrono back and available. They look for the easy kill. They just jump into Faith, a couple of hits from Ana.
Oh, they put a Void? They might actually get the Void?
KP's come up the high ground, does have Time Walk. We'll see if OG want to try and chase this. Jump forward from No-Tail. Has got the Diffusal Blade. KP, oh, that Chrono must have only just come back off. And he does indeed have to immediately use it defensively, to hold them back.
That's a big window now for OG.
Yeah, they're constantly forcing KP to use these Chronos and run. We'll see what they can do with the 2 minutes when there's no Chrono. I mean, Roshan, absolutely, that's going to be perfect.
Yeah. Thinking more about it, the Shadow Blade build, you know, it can work, but I think this game also, the Radiance build's super nice just because there's versus PL and TA, so yeah. I don't know, it's in the eyes of the beholder and how your team wants to play around with the Alchemist, so. They get the stomp on this Jerax, on the Sentry.
Yeah, they see him. Sentry's down. S4's going to try and jump in, but there's the immediate telekinesis to hold him back. Still gets the Primal Split off in time, and of course there's no Chrono. Ice Blast out onto Ana. Sunstrike as well makes the connection. That's going to be Ana taken down. Newbee already with 2 big kills to start this fight, and they look to try and get more, but No-Tail turns towards the AA, brings him down with the Diffusal Blade. KP still running around, of course, no Chronosphere. He's trying to man up and get the bashes onto No-Tail with a Fade Bolt flying through as well from Kaka. It's still not quite enough. Tornado flying in, but the blink out's in time. Doppelganger from No-Tail to juke off the bad weather, and he will get his way out of this one. So again, another 2 for 2. It is OG losing Ana on the TS. That is the big kill there amongst it all. Of course, with Ana being top of the net worth. Yeah, this is brilliant for XtcC. You can see on the net worth as well, XtcC not that far behind this tier at all, which is impressive considering obviously how much Ana got from the lane, from the ancient stacks.
Yeah, and now they have, you know, the Aghanims is finished and online, so now inside the Chronosphere they actually have real damage. It's not just like an AA Blast and a Sunstrike. They have a lot of other spells if the Invoker's in the area.
And look at this build, so it's going to be like, yeah, full punching as we've been saying from the Alchemist. It's going to look towards the Maelstrom.
Yeah, it seems like he just wants to be that like frontlining tank kind of thing for his teammates to be able to do everything else behind, rather than being this just like farmer, AFK farmer.
Yeah, some sort of way to deal with the PL illusions as well.
Different approaches, yeah. We haven't seen the hero in a long time, in particular the safe lane Alchemist, so different play styles. Note almost with Boots of Travel finished up, same thing with Invoker. KP now has Chrono online. They may look for a smoke once Mugi's a bit more healthy.
Yeah, it really feels like if Newbee can actually take the fight themselves, they're going to be in such a great position. Because we've seen it, when they're being forced to use these Chronos defensively, they don't necessarily lose the fight. Yeah. They still get an even trade. So if they can get that sort of jump themselves, it's going to go brilliantly. And here we have the smoke. They know that they have this power play. They can try and use the Chrono to great effect. There's the jump forward, and it's perfect.
Catches Jerax too.
Catches Jerax on the tip. This is going to stop that fish coming out for a bit of time. KP moves on towards the Wyvern. At the end of the day, though, there wasn't really quite enough damage coming in post-Chrono to really finish off the kill straight away. Ana being chased down by Mugi, but Jerax holds him back with the aftershock from the Enchant Totem.
Notel's in the back lines.
He's already cleaned up one. He's taken down the Rubik. S4's looking towards KP. Mugi getting stunned up. Can he get the chance to throw out the concoction? He can, but the cold embrace is there from Fly, keeping Jerax alive. OG claimed the 2 kills. So despite the fact that it felt like Newbee could get something done, I don't know what quite happened there. Was SCCC wasn't quite close enough to lay down a combo?
It didn't seem like he was close enough, yeah.
And nothing happened within it.
Notel came from the back lines and started disrupting it too, and everybody from OG was ready there. The Fissure comes in to, well, the Fissure was about to come in before the Chrono, but he did get trapped up, but everyone from OG was there to respond. The Cold Embrace doesn't heal, but it does prevent the damage ticks.
We'll be spooked out of the pit.
Jerax walking up very aggressively toward SCCC with Notel.
And Notel's looking for this, doesn't have detection though. So SCCC will be able to walk it off. This game to OG. 7-13 at the moment. 1k advantage, very close at the moment between these two sides. KP still working towards that blink.
OG with a big advantage right now, just in this next couple minutes, because
Chronosphere
Chronosphere's on cooldown. They have Brewmaster, they have all of their ultimates ready to go. So this fight should be able to go very well for OG as long as something devastating doesn't happen.
Can Newbee contest this? They are close to the pit. They've got time to get in. They scan it out. Sunstrike's in there. They know the state of play here. Who's going to make the move though? Mugi clearing up the traps from the outside. They're going for the long wraparound by the looks of it, some of them, as they head around from the top. KP's there on the high ground.
The Centaur stun.
It's gone in. It's scouting them out and it's spooking OG out of the pit. Mugi moving forward with the Shadow Blade and the concoction. Chucks it out onto Ana. And there we have it. Beautiful play there with the acid spray to bring down the refraction, get the stun through, make sure the damage connects. Cold Embrace is there, but the telekinesis onto Ana holds him in place, takes him down. Immediate buyback from Ana as he looks to get into this fight. PL's illusions bring down the AA. They've lost one in return. Notel just trying to clean up the Centaur. Now he's going to turn his attention towards Mugi. He got sent up for the time being by S4's Primal Split. There's the Echo coming through. Jerax has the control, allowing Ana to get the damage in to finish off Mugi. Buyback comes out from Kaka as he looks to return to the fray. But Newbee, they're down 2. They're without their position 1. So unlikely to fully go back in on this for the time being. KP does have Chrono back up. He could look to make some sort of incredible play around this pit. SCCC there as well. In goes the Tornado. The EMP as well on target as it connects with Ana and S4. Ana finishing off this Roche. Notel making it very hard for anyone to get in. Jerax is there with a stun. They'll get the kill on SCCC. KP comes out with the Chrono, but again, where's the damage? They've got an Ice Blast. Is it enough? I don't know if it is. The Cold Brace is down, and Jerax, he's going to survive. KP now out of mana. All the meanwhile, whilst this was going on, Ana finishes off Roshan, grabs the Aegis. Newbee just crumbling around the pit. They just can't find the combo. Kaka gets cleaned up top. That's an effective dieback on the Rubik as Kaka brought back for this engagement. And things very, very vehemently falling apart there for Newbee. As now the lead is gained by OG. They're ready to push with the Aegis. Jerax has the Blink Dagger Gold. Mugi's going to try and see if he can get some on the side. But he stuns himself. Fly goes up to the high ground. There's no vision there for Mugi. And now Mugi's just going to get turned upon. Jump forward from Ana. Newbee have just gone full downhill as steep and fast as you can.
That's a big mistake.
As the last couple of minutes have just been a Newbee nightmare.
Oh my goodness, Mugi just trying to make a little sneaky play there, but oh, big mistake. He drops the acid spray and loses vision of the Winter Wyvern for just a second. That Roche fight was crazy though. The decision from Ana there to buy back instantly was
absolutely paid off.
Instantly, what was actually just what won them the fight, because if they didn't have him, it would have been Newbee's all the way. And Jerax getting a beautiful Echo Slam on the 2 main heroes that he needed to. was great setup. And Fly's positioning, he's been getting the ideal cold embraces. Sometimes he just can't save them, but he's been getting very good ones to at least prolong their death to be able to get extra pickups.
There's they're jumping in on Kaka. He's stolen refraction. He's gonna need to be stealing a coffin as well now as he's out and down for 30 seconds. The Rubik is dead, and OG claim another tier 2. It's all looking pretty grim now for Newbee. It just feels like we haven't seen this Invoker Chrono combo come into play. I'm not really sold on this out pick and the play. It's just not. It's not done much at all. Like, sure, he throws out a stun, but at this stage, it just doesn't get a kill. It doesn't matter that he maxed out the acid spray, had the concoction, and he's gone for this fighting build. It's an Alchemist in 2017 at the end of the day.
Yeah, and he's gotten shut down very heavily. I mean, they invaded his lane over and over again. It's hard to fight versus a PL when your only form of lockdown is really a Chronosphere too. No-Tail is literally just going absolutely berserk in the back lines while his team causes such a ruckus in the front. These illusions just mana burning everybody down, and Newbee's unable to really control him at all. But yeah, Mugi is definitely having some trouble now with the build.
As we have seen, though, Invoker can certainly carry a game.
Yes, that's for sure.
And if anyone's to do it, XtcN is certainly one of the players. But already on this bottom lane. They're trying to make something happen, but OG's aware of what's going on. They're in the neighborhood. They're going to see themselves if they can get the catch. Just the tip. Clips onto KP. They'll try and move up for it, but KP's out with the TP away. Nothing to cancel it. KP with the quick plays, quick decisions, will keep himself safe. The rest of Newbee as well get out of there.
Be unable to take good team fights now. They need the chrono. They need a really good chrono with the Invoker spells.
They need
Other
to
than
hit.
that, it's very minimal.
Top lane as well. TP comes through for No-Tail. XtcN needs to use that Midas. My boy.
They do find S4 though, and that's an easy bring down.
So that's the kind of combo that we need to be seeing from Newbee.
Yeah.
Just everything just thrown down onto one hero, and they do have the heavy delete potential.
I mean, that is the idea of, you know, what's what Mugi wants to be doing. He wants to be setting up for those kills, but...
Talking about heavy delete, I mean, OG have got it themselves as well. Jarek's just in with the instant stun and the physical burst from TA.
Not even needing the Echo Slam for that. So now they still have all their ultimates for the fight.
Top lane Kaka, there's no hope for him. TP's out, at least attempts to, but no tails damage at this stage. Yasha, Diffusal level 2. Much too much for that Rubik to withstand.
He's getting way too big, and they don't have good ways to deal with him if he's not inside the chrono. Mugi actually gets blocked by Jerax.
I don't know if this man gets out. He needs some friends, and he needs them quickly. There's going to be a meteor and an ice blast coming on an Ana. That's going to do a fair bit against the TA, but the dust is down to Mugi. Shadowblade's not going to save the Alchemist, and that is your out down for 50 seconds. Ana pots the BKB, and they're ready to dive out to the high ground. No-Tail chasing Faith with the Diffusal Blade, takes down the Ancient Apparition, picks up the double kill.
Monster kill for No-Tail.
This game really flipped over from what we saw in game 1. This is OG this time round, playing with the strat where it's not the 4 protect one. You have Ana and No-Tail, both on heroes that can farm and both on heroes that can absolutely hit hard at this stage of the game, and it's just working out much better.
Yeah, they've got 3 of the same heroes from the last time around, but it's the roles that make such a difference, or 2 of the same heroes the last time, but it does make such a difference in the roles that they're placed.
Jumping with KP, where's the combo? They try for it, but again, Jerax just throws down the Fissure, and suddenly the Magician can't do any darn magic. He's out of it. XtcN up in the air. The disruption is just too high from OG's heroes. XtcN has to just ghost walk, look to get himself out, but Jerax jumps forward, jukes out the tornado, Ana lays down the physical, and that's XtcN down. Mugi heads in, he's trying to do something to push them out of this, but there's no Invoker for 50 seconds. OG have claimed the melee racks once again. Jerax lays down a Fissure to hold them out of this. Ana's trying to get out, the cold feet will tick in. Do they have detection? That's the question. No, he's out with the blink. Ana plays his way out of it. Newbee, they're going to try and chase him down. Ana does have the BKB available once more. And with the traps, though, I think he should get himself out of here. S4's going to be there if help is needed, but Ana doesn't even need it. He's out of there. He gets himself away. Newbee unable to punish. And as we've seen, XtcN just not given the chance to play between getting thrown up into the air by the Brewlings, getting stunned up by Jerax. It's so hard for Invoker to do anything in these team fights.
Way too much control, and they're way too reliant on having the perfect chrono, because like we're saying, that's their only real team fight, their only real lockdown. So if Jerax or if S4 are not caught in the chronosphere, Or actually even Fly, they can completely mess up the whole backlines because they can just either throw a fissure, they can throw somebody in the air with the Panda, or they can throw a curse / cold embrace from the Winter Wyvern. So it's really, the game is super difficult for KP to actually, it's like all the weight is on his shoulders to land the perfect chrono, pretty much.
I mean, and of course you can see this as well. SCCC realizes the exact same problem that we're stating. He's going straight for the BKB next.
Yeah,
he knows something. He has to have that BKB to be able to do anything in these fights because of how well OG are playing their positioning.
Faith in some trouble. Jarek's invis on him and a quick, easy pickup.
There's no help for that, man. It's gone. And at level 22, 16,000 net worth.
Let the siege continue. They don't have... Oh, they actually get the instant echo onto Kyle.
That's a lot of hate for the Rubik.
And they're going to go to the top. Yeah. Get a secondary set of racks, probably. It's
2 arrows down, and neither have buyback.
Both supports, yeah.
I mean, it's just the supports, but it's, you know, an Ice Blast can make all the difference when it comes to defending the high ground. They're going to have it for 20 seconds. A good EMP connects onto Notel and S4.
Yeah.
That will slow them down a little bit. I say a little bit, though. Anna still sticks around, brings the tower down low. And OG, of course, no real reason to play this risky. They know that they can play it safe.
They know Mugi's stunned himself.
Position, and they're going to try and go back in. He stuns himself with the concoction. KP comes out. This could be the combo they needed. Deafening Blast comes through, pushes Anna through along with this Notel. But again, Fly's just there with the cold embrace save. Buys time for Notel. They now turn themselves backs towards SCCC. The Fisher's there locking him down. He'll buy back immediately. Newbee are being forced back to the base though. Kaka losing his faith as AA is down for 40 seconds. And what can they do? There's no chrono. KP's going to jump forward. They have got a fair bit of damage. In fact, they're going to bring him down low, but again, Fly's there with the cold embrace, healing Anna back up. Anna gets the chance to blink out from the side of it all as Fly pops the Winter's Curse down, holding back Newbee, keeping his team safe. Fly making the plays. May sacrifice himself. The Glimmer's there. Timing. Oh, surely he doesn't get out. Sure, there's no way he gets out. I mean, Kaka's going to find him for sure. He has got a cold embrace, and he's not going to get it out. They will finally take him down, but
saves
Fly,
Anna.
I mean, this game and last game as well, despite losing it, Fly has certainly been doing his... He's been putting in the work on these Winter Wyverns.
Yeah, he's gotten some very good cold embraces. This game maybe he hasn't had like the greatest curses in comparison to the last game. He got some nice ones in the last one, but it's not his job. He doesn't need to land big curses in this game. He just needs to disrupt the backlines and save his teammates. That's it. So buybacks coming out from Newbee there was just the Invoker, but the damage was done. One full racks claimed and top tier 3 almost dead as well. And Roche should be respawning within the next minute, I believe, or so. Yeah, 1 minute. And shrines are open.
Quite the lead being created now by OG. 17,000 net worth ahead. No tail with his eyes on Kaka in the jungle. Kaka? Okay. He's got the stolen meld.
Nice.
No tail didn't expect that.
And Noto going for a Shadow Blade build. So he's looking to go for his own kind of pickups on the sides. And that makes him super hard to kill. They've been struggling to carry reveal because their supports are kind of poor. So why not get even more?
I guess. I mean, it's one of those builds that I feel like you only do if you're ahead. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, more than likely.
Shadow Blade on PL. And like, it's one of those builds where, say the game starts to turn around, they start being able to kill Notel. I think you maybe go, did he really need to build a Shadow Blade? But they're obviously so far ahead now. They feel very comfortable.
There's only the Chronosphere to pick him off, though. So if he is split pushing and stuff, it's like with the Shadow Blade, he's like pretty much near unkillable. But yeah, it is more than likely just because he's like, you know, we're ahead. I have the luxury of being able to switch the item build up a bit.
Certainly are. They're looking to force their dominance once more with this smoke up.
They've got Gem on, I think it was the Brewmaster as well. They do.
Get this wrap around on Newbee as well.
We've got full Daedalus. Full Daedalus on Ana. He is
easily two-shotting most of these heroes. Ooh, KP.
KP's stuck in the trees?
Stuck. It's time walked into the trees. He has got to blink out. Looks like they didn't want to jump on him straight away. And in fact, despite that, it felt like OG would get a bit of a better catch there. They may get Kaka. Well, I say may. The Tornado's there to buy Kaka some time. He heads himself back up to the higher ground. I guess it's a bit of a miracle no one on Newbee died there.
Wow.
I felt that. I mean, they had the PL illusion watching the Void. They knew he was there, but they just kind of ignored KP.
Scared of the Chrono, man.
I guess.
No need to force a big fight right before Roche is starting, right?
True. They just want to get them away from the pit.
And just be annoying. Yeah, exactly.
Playing it super safe, OG. Back into the pit they go. And yeah, with the way that they played that, Newbee far too far away of getting over here in time.
Yep. Aegis and Cheese for a TA and a PL at this point in the game when they're this far ahead. 20k gold lead. It's looking very tough for Newbee. All that weight, like we were saying, on KP's shoulders to land those beautiful Chronospheres, and they have to make sure that XtcC is in a good spot to get his spells off, because as we've been seeing, like we said over and over again,
they're
being disrupted over and over.
They're looking to smoke into this. I think they obviously know that with that Aegis picked up, OG are going to want to try and go for this sort of push. So they want to get the surprise jump from the high ground.
Yep.
Obviously, there's the chance that OG may get themselves some high
OG smoking from mid, though. They're smoking through the mid lane.
Long wrap around. This could catch them off guard. There's the jump in, looking for Mugi. Mugi does have BKB available, and he will pop it. Notel immediately looking to make a beeline for the backliners. Kaka getting focused by the Arctic Burn. Jerax jumps forward. Absolutely just whacks down the Rubik there with the enchant totem. That's going to be one down for 50 seconds. The rest of Newbee being forced back, and there's more than enough space here for Ana to just hit into the racks. Notel as well, just setting up the illusions, keeping Newbee forced back to the base as Ana cleans up the melee racks for free, takes the full set as well. As Newbee just seem unable to do anything against this power that OG has built up to. They need KP to get a Dream Chrono. They're using their other smoke. They need a bit of a miracle here. Notel heads forward as well. They'll drop the Chrono. It's only going to catch the PL. They will get the kill, but Jerax is in there on the backlines, lands the Echo Slam. Buyback immediately from Notel as he looks to come back into this fight. Potentially even finish off the game as Chrono's being used. AA is down. OG are forcing down this last bottom lane of racks here. We'll see how safe they play it, but they are almost certainly going to feel very, very confident. Invoker's buyback still on cooldown for 3 minutes. Everything just being thrown out bit by bit, but it just doesn't seem enough to bring down OG. There's finally the BKB on XtcC, but it could be just a little too late.
They're waiting to get healed up before they walk back in. Cold Embrace on is now mostly healthy, so time to siege. Those other side lanes are naturally going to push in, and Newbee under a ton of pressure here. No Chronosphere.
Jerax, there we have one Fisher jump in from Ana, a couple of hits and the Shaker's down. The final tier 3 gone, the last set of racks exposed. What can Newbee do to hold? We see XtcC, he's just having to deal with his illusions. He tries to head forward to do some sort of a tornado play to keep OG off the racks. The illusions are in. There's the Ice Blast flying across. Is it going to make the connection as Notel dukes it out with a doppelganger? Primal splits back up. More than enough space here as OG just clean up the final set of racks. And it just seems Newbee can't do anything, and indeed they can't. GG is called, they tap out, and the first series of the day on the mainstream will end as OG.
Okay, so you just watched OG versus Newbee. I'm gonna restart Dota in 20 seconds. We will watch LGD versus iG.V, so stay on. I'm just going to restart this thing so you can enjoy the nice stream. Okay, it's on now. Don't forget to join the giveaway just by subscribing on this channel. So, Immortal giveaway tomorrow or the day after.
In an instance, in all the Dota games that ever been played, that both of the thrones fought at the exact same time, exact same frame.
I doubt it. I mean that
hasn't. There's so many games though. Even if the probability is astronomically low, there's been an astronomical number of games, Dota games that have played. Pubs and I'm talking about pubs mostly.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I bet that there probably was at least 1 or 2 where it was close, but, you know, a frame, if it runs at 60 frames per second, that means that it's 1/60th of a second would have to be the instances where it would be the difference. And there's been a lot of games, but I don't know if there's been enough games where with 1/60.
How many games have there been? It's like, it's the billions or something, hasn't it? Or is it hundreds of millions? I don't exactly know. I know there's been a lot.
There's been a lot of Dota games.
Okay, let's switch to normal HUD. I'm really bored of this HUD, sorry. Let's just watch the Dota as how it is.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
And then taunt away to his heart's content.
Might be worth it in skill up Gush. They're actually going to miss out a lot on them because of this.
Oh man. Well, 11. They'll find the kill. He's taunting them away and is eventually going to find the kill. Who do they give it to? They'll give it to 11. A nice little boon for him.
They actually pull 11 Tangos and a reserve ward. So he is off to a pretty good start. They actually focus a lot more. I don't see that very often, getting pulled as the offlaner.
In July here, knows the hero well, will be able to move over and steal himself some creeps. There is a good amount of damage onto him from Ame, and with Victoria showing up as well, I mean, they won't quite be able to do it. Maybe with the jump, that would have been well placed, but they scouted it out. In July, Firefly is wearing off, but not quickly enough, and he will be able to get away with a lot of those creeps.
Yeah, I wonder if he was considering blocking him off, or blocking the creeps off so they couldn't follow him.
Man, look at him, though. The LGD, they don't want to give this away for free here. End up making the long trip to even find a deny, and now going to shoot a little wave out there, bring in July even further down.
No, the range creep deny. Yeah, why you do this?
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. So, other lanes. We do see mid, it's going to be the Mirana versus the Death Prophet, with Tusk and Kunkka sort of matching their movements around the map and trying to make sure that each lane gets off to a decent start. You expect, with a Torrent hitting, I mean, what's the sort of, what do you need to find a kill in these lanes?
Mirana to use Leap.
Okay.
But she's not going to. Unless it's for a kill. So maybe.
You have to wait for the sort of moment to outplay him then.
Isn't that how it always is?
Yeah, I guess so. And thinking about going for it, the arrow ended up hitting a creep actually, and that could have been the death of him, but does not end up working out for him. But that's 2 blind torrents hit by dogfights. He's in their head.
2-minute rune on top could be a brawl.
He's getting out of there. They actually do block off Dogfight's path, and with the Orb of Venom, he should be able to run him down here if he can get another touch, but no.
Boots versus no boots.
Well, still Paparazzi off to a hot start. Somebody that a lot of people would probably remember from the DAC mid matchup that we saw where he was able to take the win over Miracle and Sunil and all the others. Uh-oh. That was launching the kill up top as it looks like 11's going to go down. You'll have to tell me what ended up happening there in just a second as they are going to lose the Tidehunter.
I watched this super long-range Illuminate hit on to the Batrider. He wasn't even pounced, too. It was like just the very edge of it. It was great. After he got pounced in Dark Pack.
Got it. Well played there.
That's because he was trying to creep skip again.
Okay. We do also see that over here again, it's the Kunkka who keeps on making these rotations in, but it's showing that each of these lanes has potential to find kills on the offlane heroes.
Yeah, even despite 11 having that pretty good start. I don't know how he got so low. He probably it's probably one of those situations where he got, did his Kraken proc at all during the thing, or did it proc right before and then they went on him?
It must have procced right before because they got the stun. They got the stun out from Sven, and then they found the cold feet immediately afterwards. So they got the full duration stun on it.
In July, looking to wrap around mid. He's gonna meet Victoria though.
Finding him. Yao there as well.
And
And
it's a free deep ward.
that's
Wait, did they see him? I think they did.
well, they're still scouting. And it looks like they are going to be able to go for it. Or not.
Oh, it's a sentry ward actually up there.
2-1 start. Feels like LGD having a little bit better time in the lanes. Some of that is because Batrider ended up heading back to the jungle too and gain a nice bit of farm, but Tidehunter able to stay in lane a little bit longer, is almost level 5 and has a soul ring done.
Ooh, almost hit that. Pounce on bottom lane. Almost has the soul ring done?
He has it done.
Okay. Oh, even with a keeper on his team. Usually you'll just see arcanes, but Hood value this game. You get that item first, 11.
Yeah. He's going to be going for it. It does look like they're trying to set up for something there, but with Coddle in the area also, it would be a really hard kill to actually make happen. They end up getting another deny there as well. But for now, it's just sort of Radiant, mainly allowing Ame to farm freely while they're
going for a kill on mid, though.
Kind of macking around, making stuff happen.
Oh, man, the smoke with 3 people. Maybe he does have 3 Spirit Siphon charges.
We'll see if he can make it happen. He'll have a lot of regen in just a couple of seconds. Doesn't end up throwing him out yet. He has 1 on the ancient apparition, but the regen not nearly enough. And they blow him up. I mean, that's what happens when you bring 3 heroes to a lane.
Yeah, they actually did not need a smoke there, but I'm sure they expected him several more near the north side. I don't even think any hero would have been able to save that.
Yeah. So Yao, in the meantime, can kind of go for trying to pull the creep wave past with Illuminate Blast, but he doesn't know where everybody is, and it's another big rotation in. The combo of dogfights and super, as well as the damage from July. Slark could be in trouble if he ends up stepping too far forward.
He's almost 6. He's really close. Slark also has knifing, so I don't think he cares that much. Let's see what the heck's happening.
Well, another jump in. Cicada forced to retreat. He is fine. But it's still top lane where 11 is just getting everything that he wants. And like Paparazzi has to back out and, you know, use his stun to create that little bit of separation. Old 11 still hanging on to Ravage if he wanted to use it. And with maybe heading up towards the north as well as Victoria, they might just be able to take this tower.
Yeah, I think it's worth blowing Exorcism on. It's not like they're going to lose mid as a result because the keeper is going to be there. But it looks like maybe it's looking in deep for Paparazzi. This is real deep.
Oh my god, they're so far in. Paparazzi will not be found, but like the fact that he's just being bullied out of his own jungle at this stage of the game, it's pretty indicative of how this is going. And there's just been no pressure on Maybe at all. Or Ame, rather. He has the recipe for Midas and, you know, almost has the gloves of haste. So mid lane, Cicada caught, is going to leap, but it's not quite in the right direction. He manages to get the other side of that shards, but the snowball is going to pull him forward. They're up on the cliff. Kind of doesn't matter. Now the stun onto 2. Looks like they'll be able to back out yet again.
No tower damage, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a decent exorcism because they got a kill, but looks like they will just be able to claim the remainders of a stack.
Yeah, and in the meantime, you do have 11 that's dealing the damage to the top tower by virtue of just killing off those creeps constantly. Paparazzi throws out the stun onto Victoria. Maybe he's also in some trouble. They don't have level 6 right now, no other stuns, and the turnaround is coming, actually. A big jump through. Death Prophet healing back up as well. Has all the Spirit Siphons, but not enough to keep him alive, and 11 too late with that Ravage. They end up losing their DP.
So greedy. Try to go in, but his ulti expired. They did set up a pretty good ward there, but that's a shrine value. Holy, 5 heroes.
That's the way you want it.
It's too deep too. They didn't actually get any damage on the T1. I think I would have rather have seen them go for just the kill into the tower, but the shards actually pushed Sakata out of it, out of the gank rather than trapping him inside.
And CS-wise, you can see that all of the top of it is hemmed in by the LGD team. Net worth, sort of a similar story, with the exception being that you do have Mirana as well as Sven. They're still fairly high up there. But Exorcism still in cooldown for 40 more seconds. They might use it to next time around to take down the mid tower and finally finish it off. So next couple of minutes here, how do you see this game playing out for both of these teams? Is Paparazzi just gonna, like, can he fight it all, or?
Not really. Just trying to do ancient stacks as much as he can. I think it's mostly them just trying to deal with the Death Prophet. You kill Death Prophet, you slow down your pushes. And you don't want the Slark to be very big, but you mentioned that he had Midas, he's going Midas, he already has Midas. He went a bootsless Midas too, so it's even earlier than you would normally see. Sakata goes for the arrow onto Yao, but will not connect. And yeah, it's mostly just trying to slow the Death Prophet down, but nobody's top. He just gets a free exorcism on this tower. Maybe he's pretty underleveled though, I would say, relative to some of the other heroes in this game.
Yeah.
But that's what happens when you die and you move around with your team a lot. They aren't able to use the Ravage too. Like, iG Vitality just aren't interested in fighting. No Blink Dagger on Bat Rider, no item set on Sven, so no real good reason for them to fight right now. Unless they want to save their towers, but in which case they would probably get clobbered.
It's really interesting to me because you definitely see a way that, like, LGD is really focused on shutting down the entire span of safe lane towers along the top and then just, like, staying in the jungle. It's the same type of play that we saw in last game from LFY. Like, they're sort of focusing on taking down both of the safe lane towers, both tier 1 and tier 2, before they go for these other, like, even the mid tier 1 tower.
Well, they have the line to do it. With the Death Prophet, you definitely want to use your ulti. You don't want to farm neutrals. Maybe in the downtime boots in your ultimate, but
I
just
mean,
like yesterday when you were so happy that Enigma uses Black Hole. Simple story. You just want to use those skills early. Sounds simple, but oftentimes the tendency is to over.
No. Well, the hood almost completed for now for Tidehunter.
Look at Paparazzi, just farming up that stack.
This
is why you need to take down the T1 so you can stop this from happening. They see it, they have the Observer Ward there, but they can't actually... Ooh, actually, maybe with a smoke?
Wraparound's coming, Ame is there. It's going to be a dead Paparazzi, and no girl, great way to stop that. Sakata is still here as well, the Moonlight Shadow taking effect.
How did Ame wrap all the way around without anyone seeing? I don't actually know the angle that he approached from. I doubt he approached from the tower, so that means he had to come from the left side, closer to the shrine. That's a tough one to give up. Sun's already a kind of slow hero in terms of when he can actually come in and fight. This is going to delay it by a few minutes. And they may be able to take this without exorcism, but I highly doubt it. Especially now that AA is 6.
It's just felt like a very different pace of the game so far, and you've got a lot of farm on these heroes. I feel like it's so hard to just walk into 11 now. I mean, he can basically do whatever he wants. With Kraken Shell up at, 3 points in it, he's got the hood completed.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants. Except for force vitality in the team fight.
Right.
That's what he really wants to do.
He is alone up here in the top lane. They're going to bring in the Ancient Apparition as well. He does have his level 6. So that is something that is going to be at least under the usage of iG Vitality pretty shortly here. And I'll give them another avenue for dealing with the Death Prophet. Like, if DP can't regen from Spirit Siphon during these fights, that's one pretty big thing for him.
Yep. Got to worry about the snowball, though. That's the thing. Like, if they blow other spells too early, they snowball to save, they could be in a little bit of trouble, especially if it comes when that boat wears off. So, still waiting for the Blink Dagger coming out from iG.V. He still is a couple hundred gold away, but looking at his inventory, no Tranquils. I think it's the big giveaway for LGD that iG.V is pretty close to his Blink Dagger and is going to have it pretty soon. So, that's how you kind of gauge what he's going to go for. If he went for Drums, he would have already had it by now because he's been on the map for so long.
Paparazzi again just farming out these stacks. And it looks like we have the rest of LGD walking up the hill. He had just used Mask of Madness, so he can't stun right now. It's just now wearing off that silence, but already a bit too late. And Paparazzi going to fall. That was Exorcism used as well by maybe. He is going to head up towards the north, take down the tier 2 tower. And again, it's the focus on the top tier 2 as opposed to the mid tier 1.
They think they could take both, maybe? Yeah, that is definitely an interesting choice for them.
That's what I was saying. It was the same thing that LFY was doing last game for VP. Like they're focusing on the tier 2 tower top as opposed to the tier 1 mid. I don't know. Maybe we'll see more of that as the TI goes on.
Yeah, maybe maybe they can play it around Roche a lot better. I don't know. That T1 tower is pretty important. But with this, they pretty much have full control of this 1H, I would say. They can wrap around from every which angle.
So Ame now, he is building towards the Shadow Blade as well. They're going to be able to deward this, give that gold over to the Slark. Still not really any way for Vitality to move around the map and make things happen without LGD having an inkling that it's going on.
That Rider is blink, so now he can do it. They just need to smoke up. But that's the thing. Who's going to follow up? Is it going to be a Mirana who rushes Defusal first? That seems really risky by Sakata. I could see this going really poorly for them.
So the idea is that what's the benefit of going Diffusal Blade over something like an Aghanims or what have you?
The Aghanims build has been phased out for, I would say, for the most part. Just because the right click scales a lot better, and I think with Sven on here, you definitely want the leap attack speed. I think we have seen some triple arrows here and there, but overall you'll get way more value for the attack speed. 90% plus essentially. But the Diffusal versus, I would say other right click damage items are Maelstrom, Yasha, and Lance.
Okay.
Maybe I would say like Lance is pretty decent here. There's a lot of stuff that you want to stay away from, like Blinding Light, Death Prophet with her spirits and the Spirit Siphon. But the Diffusal Blade, yeah, Ravage, Snowball. Like there's tons of things that you like get me away from that. I think the thing I dislike the most about the Diffusal Blade, it leaves her super vulnerable to being killed by Slark. You don't want to be in that situation where you're gonna get solo killed by Slark. He also went for the agility talent at 10, so he has very little HP. And one Shadow Blade hit into a Dark Pack Pounce could just spell imminent death. Ame gets scouted out by the Sentry Ward, they drop another one, and they won. Pick up. And he's like full right click right now. The plus side is it will be able to nullify Death Prophet's Yule Scepter, which could be pretty big.
Yeah, now they've caught him just for the moment. The Ice Path is going to be down as well. A hell of a lot of damage. The blast blew up. It does not connect onto the rest of LGD though, and 11's starting to take a good bit of damage, but like I said, that pipe there as well as the Kraken Shell naturally just going to keep him a little bit tankier, and now the X pulls back in 11. The Torrent follow up, the right clicks are there. iG.V are able to make something happen with that Blink Dagger being revealed by the Bat Rider.
Yeah, maybe it was just way too far out there. They need 11 out in front to prevent these like heroes from blinking. And Sakata will just right-click this tower down. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a 1-for-1 tower trade, but it's a big net worth swing in favor of IG Vitality for just a completely unprepared LG.
And it does feel like they've now gotten into an angle where they can start to make things happen around the map. They can find some kills, and certainly needed at this point in time in the game.
I doubt they'll be cut. I doubt they'll be that unprepared though. Like there was just a lot of things that didn't happen in the fight. There was no Ravage, there was no Snowball save, there was no Blinding Light because Yao was pushing mid. There was no Slark to scout out these heroes that need to be able to get the jump. And now that those ultis are down, maybe it was just an intentional sacrifice so that they can get this tower for free. Who knows?
Hey, there you go. That's the way to do it.
I don't think that's the case, but
it is a plus side.
Ame looking for the solo kill.
This is that territory where Slark is just so frustrating to play against. But still, like you said, now without those big ultis on cooldown, off cooldown, it's going to be another moment.
Oh, Sven has Blink Dagger now. This could be really bad. Maybe did not go for any armor item. No Veil, which is pretty commonplace on him. Yeah, Yules or drums, drums or Veil, and no armor on him. No Vlad, no medallion. Oh, Solar Crest is actually very common, but
yeah.
Thought they were going to get blown up there.
Paparazzi with this still could happen. He's showing himself. The blink was already there, though, so they won't be able to at least catch them off guard. That being said, are LGD really going to walk into this right now? Ame is just gone. He ends up getting blown up by the Ice Blast, and LGD are going to follow suit in just a second here. This seems so bold for me. Unless they can find a quick pickoff on Paparazzi and trying to do it the snowball forward, they don't quite catch.
Yeah, he did Dark Pact off the lasso, but he was still hit by AA ulti, so no Shadow Dance for you. And they're just not really playing together as 5. Like at 11, 11's never really there. You said he can do whatever he wants, but he's choosing to farm over helping his team out in team fights. And there is no lasso available to them, so they are getting something out of their ultimates, but they're giving away really big kills. First on Slark and 2 others, first on Death.pro and then 2 others now on Slark. So that's look at the XP. Just completely went to iG.V's favor.
Yeah. Granted, there are still very strong moments in this game when you get your items. Yao is only around 800 gold away from finishing off his Aghanim Scepter, and when Coddle gets that, the siege that we've seen be pretty powerful becomes even more so. But you would love to not be giving up those type of kills at this point in the game. For iG.V, is it just more of the same? Like, it feels as if they're just playing around their cooldowns and then sort of waiting almost for LG to run into them.
Yeah, what LGD are doing, they're like flashing heroes. They're like showing heroes in style. Like, for example, 11 was just farming top, and then they're not really recalling them quickly enough to the fight. So they're seeing these like small opportunities where LGD, they're like, oh yeah, we can farm this lane now, we have recall. And then, oh yeah, we can farm this lane now too. We can get there really quickly. We can just TP it. And then in those seconds where they aren't there and they're getting recalled or they're thinking iG.V strike, they just lose a hero before they can even react on LGD. They also don't have good defensive items. Death Prophet did go for a Hooded Defiance, but he's going to have to deal with the raw break spam from the Murano, and no armor might be his downfall.
Well, top lane is where the LGD team continues to push. Still no Roshan taken. Maybe a little bit surprising. You've sometimes seen teams that run this DP Tidehunter just walk into Rosh and dare the other team to come and fight him, but
AA back.
Yeah, I guess that's the scary
luck.
part. Ancient Apparition is a good hero.
Certainly so.
Ame might just find him as Super walks up towards the high ground. We'll see if he tosses his ulti out. Will indeed do just that, and now Batrider pulls back in the Slark. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to kill him throughout the duration of this, though, as the chase is going to come. The arrow comes out. The torrent ends up connecting. Dogfights makes it happen. Super gives his life for the cause.
Ame just got completely outplayed there. His pals got blocked, and then he got torrented as he was trying to run away. Wow. Normally you see Batrider countered by Slark, but he's playing very well. He knows how to deal with Slark. I'm sure he knows how to deal with every situation considering how many games he has on Batrider.
Yeah. So that tier 1 tower maybe gonna fall now. iG.V have opened it up. The arrow's going to fly out, but does not end up connecting onto anybody. They're feeling good. The taunts are coming back from Mr. Dogfights. He's got a Glimmer Cape as well. Easy peasy. This lane in this game has felt like what was looking really bad earlier. iG.V have really come to be able to respond well.
It's just weird. This is why you don't see the Slark Death Prophet combination that much. Because Slark, he needs a lot of time to farm, and Death Prophet, you naturally would just want to group up and take towers. Same with Tidehunter. So right now it's leaning way more towards what Death Prophet wants to do, but Ame's like, I'm not ready to fight. But he was kind of dragged into these fights earlier where he's like, okay, get vision for us, and then he Shadow Blades, he takes off the lasso, and he still dies, and then everyone just chain feeds on the bottom lane, and they're just on completely separate pages right now, which is kind of a natural tendency, I would say, given their lineup.
I guess, is that also like the Midas sort of indicative of that it was...
Not really, because what other item would have saved them from these fights? Like, Slark's just not an early team fighter. The hero's just not meant for that, so I think like either they need to be way more careful about the way they take 4v5s and then bring the Slark in afterwards, or they just need to not team fight early and just use XtcN for very safe maneuvers.
Yeah.
He does have a Silver Edge now. I thought he was going for a Lincoln Sphere. Changed his mind about it.
Okay. So what's that going to be? Taking off the cleave from Sven is pretty good. And I guess also just the damage mitigation on it's going to be quite strong.
Can you disable the cleave?
I believe that is one of them that you can disable with
cool.
Silver Edge. Oh no. Might Dust more than disable. Ame is there. The jump forward. They caught onto the DP yet again. And everybody is just dropping. Victoria came in to try and save the day. And now they've caught 11 as well. The boat comes out to follow it up. Everybody from LGD is just being torn asunder. And it just doesn't feel like they have an answer at all. They're always being caught out and picked off in these fights.
Currently, LGD are just not looking like a top seed team right now. They just... Their teamwork is just completely non-existent. Maybe it's just been left out to die in the majority of these fights. BKB second item for Sakata. Well, I do like the BKB pickup as a defusal. So you have one purely defensive item and one very offensive item. They are just rolling down towers right now. 2 BKBs. So I don't actually, even if they were there, they can just BKB off the Ravage or BKB through the Ravage, Warcry through the DPL, and just run at the Death Prophet. So this is actually getting quite scary for LGD. Maybe has died so many times that he might be a non-factor, and Sark has also fed away much of his lead, to the point that he is gonna maybe not be able to carry this. Looks a little dicey for him.
Yeah, I wonder if you even like sort of switch up the game plan at this point and just try and like build purely defensive to get to the super late game and wait for those BKB charges to get low. I don't know.
They just need to protect the Death Prophet better.
Yeah.
Like he just gets last zone and dies. There's no counterplay, no snowball, no Ravage. Again. We have not seen a Ravage yet this entire game from LGD. And finally, they will finally group up S5. They do have... Oh, it's the fake? Wow.
Okay. Paparazzi is there. If they go on him right at the start, they Ravage immediately. BKB hasn't come out. They haven't had an opportunity for it. It is going to connect. They do a hell of a lot of damage. Super trying to run away. The Glimmer Cape from the Kunkka, keeping him alive for the moment. And now the Torrent, the boat follow-up, it crashes onto both of them. It's only to make sure the rest of them can get away. So they take a big kill on Paparazzi.
Okay, that was some teamwork right there. Nice fake bag.
They'll get a tier 2 tower as well. I mean, do they go for more? Sven doesn't have buyback. I guess it's just Roshan time now.
They don't have DPL team, so. But they can threaten that same play again. I think going inside a pit, as we mentioned before, is not a good idea before against the Bat Rider in the AA. But when you wrap around like that, you get the melee range Blink Ravage onto the Sven. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, and they had enough follow-up with everybody else that it ended up working, obviously.
Now that's the sign of first seed team. That was sick. I'm expecting more of these big plays that from LGD, where they get the jump, or they protect the Death Prophet. Like she gets the Yules on the Bat Rider as he blinks in or something like that. Or they able to get the Ravage off before they BKB, and it looks like IG Vitality, after those big ults have been taken down, will try and attempt Roche. I don't believe that LGD have any sort of vision, and if they do dare go up, they will get last of the second. Radiant as you scan. It does hit just for a second on In July, but it is way too late.
Yeah, and 11 maybe can walk into there, but he would just die instantly afterwards. Kraken Shell's not going to keep you safe from all 5 of those heroes. So iG.V, they are in a position now where, you know, it's still a little bit of a net worth lead for LGD, but iG.V are ahead in terms of experience. With this Aegis, what do you think their goals are going to be? Finish off all the tier 2 towers? Is it just to keep farming on Sven and get him huge?
They don't really need to group up and fight. They just need to... I mean, they can, definitely with BKB, but they're still farming way better than LGD. And I think Mirana and Sven both scale a lot better than the Death Prophet. So I don't think they're scared to really take it a little bit slow. Only problem is they don't have recall. So I think that's probably a primary reason why they're losing out on net worth, is that recall just ups the farm up on your cores so much by not having to invest in BOTs and not having a TP on cooldown.
Yeah. It has been nice for them to allow that movement around the map, and well, we do see maybe thinking about going for a Bloodstone. This might turn into a Heart. We've seen a couple of those as like a 4th item usually for a Death Prophet.
Could be all 3.
Yeah, that too. But top lane is now where iG.V are deciding to group up and push together. With the ultis back up and off cooldown now, LGD always have that option of taking that fight, but for now it's just keep the lanes pushed out with Ame, try and pressure the other towers, and see if you can force a response.
Taking the fight though during daytime, or during night, is a risky prospect. T1's not worth it for that point. Slark looks like he is maybe going to try and set up though. They do, I believe, see the Sven, but he was just X'd, so I don't know if that was
That was to push the creep wave out.
I don't know if it was spotted out by LGD.
Oh, okay.
Probably, likely. That's the thing. Sometimes you like ping heroes out on the minimap, but you don't actually physically look at the hero, and then you won't see that he was X'd.
Right. Well, and he is hiding right now, staying out of sight.
Yep.
Batrider is up there. Has the gem as well, so no, there's no vision in the area. Sven's still hanging out behind. Do not see him.
So risky by Slark. Batrider could easily be on the left side of the trees and just lasso, and they would die and probably lose a T3. So I'm a very risky play.
Maybe they just aren't expecting that Sven is there again, like you're talking about.
Well, he hasn't shown now, and both their legs are pushing.
Okay.
So now they have to know.
Right. All right, well, iG.V, they back out now. They took 2 tier 2 towers. They can move mid next if they want, and it's kind of all without a great answer that you have from LGD.
The fake back.
Oh, and they might actually catch him out here. Victoria, he doesn't have a blink dagger to get into range there. Going for that wraparound. Don't believe that that was scouted. Just to see if they can find anybody, but it's not going to happen. That lane is still pushing in mid, and yeah, they realize that it's just not going to happen. So 30 minutes in, 7-11, a relatively passive game so far. And it's felt like it sort of had a weird energy at points too, because it's sort of like one team doesn't want to fight, and then they all of a sudden jump in. They try and take a big one because they smell an opportunity to, you know, make a play, and then they sort of back out, and both teams farm a little bit more, and then it's like a flurry of action, and then it again settles down a bit.
It's been strange for sure. It's more so the ideals from LGD that just aren't aligning, let's say. Like, I think they're unsure about when they want to win the game. Stark thinks he can carry this. That's why he was just power farming throughout the early stages. Maybe he's like, I'm not sure if we can take it late. Like, we need to take some towers now so we can farm up more of the map and have a net worth advantage going to the mid to late game. And then Stark probably thinks I have the inherently good matchup, so I don't actually need even net worth. But yeah, it's definitely been a little bit off. Faux show.
In the meantime, while they're all figuring out what it is that they want to do, iG.V has a very clear philosophy. Get paparazzi farm. Sakata helps there, enabling him and eventually getting into that leap attack speed. And with only, what is this, 20 more seconds left for the Aegis, looks like they are not going to press the envelope. They're going to back out and continue another run of farm, which is, as we can see by the net worth graph, really starting to swing down into their favor because they've just been getting so much more out of the map.
Keep in mind, though, a lot of that gold is in BKBs. There's 3 PKBs on the Dire side. 1 on Mirana, 1 on Sven, and 1 on Batrider, too. Batrider even prioritized BKB over the 4-staff. So, looks like Ame trying to lead Vanguard as they push past the shrine, and it is daytime, and the age just expired. A trifecta of good events. However, they don't have detection.
Oh, no, they need to be really careful right now. Moonlight Shadow is down, and we're not seeing any. Oh, wait, Coddle has a gem. So they're all huddling around the Coddle, making sure they don't catch him. And iG.V, are they actually going to make the call to try and push in this top lane and then force iG.V back, or force LGD back? They don't have TPs on several of these heroes.
Well, they can just TP the recall.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Instead, it's going to be a TP towards the bottom lane, and everybody gets out. What a weird sequence of events.
Well, LGD wanted to fight because of all those events that happened, and iG Vitality didn't want to fight because they know they have better team fight if they get the jump, because they can just pop their BKBs and just run at Maybe pretty much. As long as they kill Maybe early on in the fight, should be pretty easy for them. Stark doesn't have BKB, so he can't actually stay in the thick of the fray.
He is going for a Lincoln Sphere next, so more items just to try and keep that guy alive.
25% attack speed over 10% cooldown reduction. I usually see, I think, cooldown reduction.
For which hero?
Stark.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Could have gotten that value out of the Midas, man.
Yeah. I think he's actually pretty cooldown based, too. Any other talents that are worth mentioning? Tide got 150 health over 50 damage. Oh, that lost value in farm.
Yeah, it's true. That, God, 35% experience gain is really good. But I guess against the Sven, it's pretty spooky. Another Moonlight Shadow coming through. 60 GPM of the Ancient Apparition really paying off, and they are going to run into 11 right here. Is that the target they really want? They're instead going to find Maybe yet again. They catch him, they kill him, they bring him down in just a second. BKBs, they're out. No, the Yule Scepter keeping him alive for the moment. Victoria's there for the snowball save, and now they're all grouped up together in July, trying to stay tall in this as well as Ame starts to build up those Essence staff, taking down Dogfights. He is in a hell of a lot of trouble, and Super is caught in by the creeps over there as well. Maybe is doing so much damage with the Spirit Siphons, and Paparazzi couldn't even end up hitting him. Victoria created that separation with the shards. My God, they're getting destroyed. LGD strike back in a big old way, and when the fight finally happens, they win it emphatically.
Wow, Victoria is by far the MVP of that team fight. He kited the entirety of the BKBs on these heroes. Those were 10-second BKBs. That is no small feat. He just sat in the snowball on a very far target, and that was like 5 seconds right there.
What?
Like
Are you? Alright, Snowball, stay in the snowball! Run away! It doesn't matter, he dies when he comes back out, and the gem is actually on the ground as well!
Ame.
Oh, Ame. Yow now. Where's he going? Another arrow is going to get thrown out. They'll able to dodge that one, but...
At least they swapped the gem. That was actually very crucial for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ame just walked up the hill and just died. Okay. Oh man, it's not been Ame's game. I think he should have taken over this game. Yeah, Resolution would have taken over this game.
Damn.
The Rezo's, I think, widely considered by the pros as the best Solarian player.
Yeah.
And he died a lot. He had, how fast was the minus? He went bootless minus, so it was like 7-8 minutes.
I think that I saw it there at around like 8, yeah.
Yeah, and I think is inherently a good matchup versus a lot of these heroes too. Maybe not versus the BKBs early, but he kind of allowed them to get BKBs early too. Yeah, that's a super easy Roche. Slark dead.
Well, what was looking so great for LGD just a couple of seconds ago has now fallen by the wayside, and iG.V continuing to assert dominance over this game. Dataless Sven is done. He's almost at that level 20, so he can get the evasion or attack speed if he wants as well. And then the other big one is Mirana. They don't have an answer for Sakata here, who has his butterfly completed, and Aegis now. He's going to start hitting these towers, and I don't know how LGD stop it.
We'll see. I think, yeah, I don't think you can count on that masterful play by a Tusk again. And that's really only what saved the last fight. I thought they were going to get close that fight. He
leaps away. Yeah, that was the snowball, and then also I think that I saw like a shards blocking the little bit of distance between. That was so good.
The shard block was godly.
Oh, and this is the really nice part too. X and TP's back home, so they... Well, actually now we're maybe going to be a little bit punished by that. Dogfight's trying to TP away to throw out the arrow. Sakata needing to get out of there. He is going to leap away. So Dogfights will be the lone death as the rest of iG.V retreat back home.
Ooh, 20% evasion too. It's unusual. Usually you see attack speed. Evasion is pretty useful for Slark. I highly doubt you can get this. Oh, actually there's Butterfly and Mirana, so yeah, maybe so.
I wouldn't mind seeing, they could go for like a Halberd for Slark too if they wanted. Oh, Lincoln's, there it is. They reveal it now, and now they're going to have to back out. Well, Angelai trying to run away. The BKB pops out. Paparazzi wanting to hit people rather hard, and Ame shows up as well. Maybe has popped his ultimate. They're throwing out a really good Ice Blast. It's going to connect onto the two most important heroes, and Ame getting brought down. Sakata was able to get a couple more right clicks, and the Blinding Light actually pushes the Sven into Maybe, and in July is going to fall 11 with the big Ravage. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Sakata doing a ton of right-click damage here onto Maybe, and Paparazzi starting to drop low. They're all jumped in. The silence is down onto 2, and that's going to be a dead Sven. I don't know if Super is going to be able to do enough when they come back up right now. X is there. Maybe is still in some trouble, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Sakata still staying strong, has a Manta Style ready and turns it now, is starting to deal the damage and is going to kill off Maybe. Wasn't able to survive through all of that right click. And another one comes out. It's more than enough damage from this Mirana, who has just been masterfully played by Sakata.
Those were some excellent Ice Blasts from Ancient Apparition. Those were pretty I think the first one was really long range and the second one was pretty short range, but he connected on this very, very important targets. Holy cow, was that big. Everyone's making plays this game.
I know, it's nuts. 8,500 damage dealt by the Mirana, too. Like, you would expect it to be the Sven in these engagements, but she is just so farmed.
Yeah, they're not doing a good job of kiting the Mirana at all. She doesn't really feel any pressure. He wasn't able to connect with that pounce before when the fight first started, and then she wasn't forced to pop her BKB until later on in the fight. If you get pounced, I think you have to pop your BKB that early, so you don't get ravaged.
And again, iG.V with that lead, now 4K into the bank, and right around the same amount of experience. And when we get to the talent levels as well, the level 25 on Mirana can be so hard to deal with. You just shoot those arrows like crazy. And is now going to be going back for a Mjolnir as well. So wave clear, everything else on her. So that matchup in dynamic between Slark and Mirana, talk to me a little bit about that, because that feels like that's what's going to be the carry role is sort of about.
I think at this point the Mirana is so farmed and the Slark doesn't have BKB that it's just hugely problematic for the Slark. Like, look at the net worth difference between these two. Normally you don't see this Mirana this far ahead, but she is becoming by far the best right clicker in the game. Sven gets kited too much. Mirana, even without her lance, is just almost unkiteable, I would say, at this point. She has the flutter during the BKB too, so she can just right click it at will. Whereas Slark, he just has to pop all his defensive skills very early on. If he gets hit by an Ice Blast, he's out for the fight for like 10 seconds.
And A does have an Aghanim Scepter as well.
Yep.
So long duration on that ice path.
Kuka went for Halberd, so Slark's life is even more difficult. Or you can just pop the links immediately on in the fight. And they really need to stop this Roche from being taken down.
Yeah.
But they've given away 2 free Roches already. Oh wait, no. Yeah, it was 2 Roches. Both of them have been on Sakata.
Now with evasion on 3 different heroes. Uh-oh. That's going to be another jump onto iG.V. He does pop his BKB though, and thought about sticking around long enough to secure that observer ward, and they're actually still in the area. They could still go for this if they want to, but they're going to back out. But yeah, with evasion now on 3 separate heroes, do you think it's worth it for the Slark to go MKB instead of Scotty, or does he kind of have to go Scotty?
Yeah. To be fair, he's not right-clicking that much. Yeah. So Scotty's probably better for him. Especially versus 3 BKBs. So he's mostly there to control instead of actually do damage. And then later on in the fight, once you get your stacks, then you can start right-clicking like a monster.
It's going to walk uphill here. No vision as of yet. Kata does spot him out now as well, and they're doing a good bit of damage. Ice Blast comes in. It actually connects. Ame almost is going to die because of the cleave from that right click. We'll have to keep our eyes on him and see if he drops below the threshold. But Popsarty just pops out and blinks away. They have caught this Kunkka here. He gets the silence out as well. And Ame is going to end up dying off to the side. They pop the Ravage, they pop Exorcism, and they only get a Kunkka kill and lose their Slark. This has gone tragically. And now 11 in a hell of a lot of trouble, trying to back out and get away. But I don't even know if it's going to be enough. They find that kill as well. Godlike for the mighty, mighty Mirana, and Yao maybe going to be the only one who's able to get away from this, but I don't even know if that's going to happen because he has Blink Lasso here as well. No fuss, no muss, not needed. Right clicks are there, and Yao too will fall.
AA Ice Blast destroying the Slark so badly, and now it just looks like Slark is completely useless.
That was nuts. It was like I think that he would have lived if it hadn't been for like the last cleave coming in from Sven as well. All right, leap attack speed is there, and they are all hitting so hard onto this tower. Oh man, LGD. Are they going to be faced with their first loss of the tournament? Looks like the answer might be yes, unless there's something miracle that happens for LGD.
I think it's game over. Just a weird overall play with the dichotomy in between the Death Prophet, what the Death Prophet wants to do and Sun wants to do. I think that's the biggest thing in this game that LGD struggled with, is like when to fight. They just weren't as 5 a lot. None of the tanky, like the Ravage too, like the Tidehunter also I guess fits into the whole Death. He should be on the Death Prophet side, but he was all farming a lot, and the Yao was also farming a lot. We usually see him like, you know, he like split pushes a lot on the Shadow Shaman, but not to this extent where he was almost non-existent for the majority of the team fights.
And you said that difference in philosophy, it's going to be a... You gotta all be on the same page at least. It's tough to tell. It's tough to know what exactly is gonna what's going on.
If it was like, I think maybe the Sven pick threw them off a lot. Maybe they wanted to go for like a Death Prophet Lycan push, and then they were like, no, I don't really want to play Lycan against Sven, and then they went for someone who countered the Sven rather than aided in their strategy. And you can see why we talk about ease of execution a lot in these games, and it's very clear from this game that these 5 players were not of a hive mentality. They were not reading the same book. They were not moving towards the same places. They were not trying to take the same objectives, and they had different timelines on when they thought that they could win the game. It's not over yet, but it's definitely an uphill battle for now. And the captaining too. Maybe it's time to go back to the Yao Lich so you can give your team some orders.
There we go. I take a page out of the L and FY book.
Yeah, this is the fight. If they don't get Roche, they will.
All right, well, let's watch and see. LGD got a lot of damage if they can stay on the targets and get them before those BKBs come down, or possibly kite those BKBs away and then counter-initiate afterwards.
Batrider actually didn't go for force after this game. That's also pretty unusual and coincidental. Okay, here they go. Oh, man, is he going to be able to get the... What? That Triangle's already dead?
They do a lot of damage. They do actually scout these guys out, though, and Super now trying to run away, but they had that ward down. There's going to be the Ravage immediately. Super still alive, manages to get that Ice Blast off. It connects onto several, and now a hell of a lot of damage. Maybe is already gone. Super bought back into the game as well. Victoria's out of there. Everybody wants to run away because the big bad iG.V are going to chase them down and end their life.
Yeah, Death Prophet has just fallen too far behind. Her time to shine was 20 minutes ago. Paparazzi will clean up the remnants of LGD's base.
Last hurrah once more unto the breach. The damage coming from Cicada, and they are going to take down the tier 3 tower. A blinding light pushback. Dogfights there as well. They connect on the stun from Ame, and there's going to be the Ice Blast. Clips through, so it applies the debuff before he comes out of the snowball. And now, no way out, nowhere left to go. Ame will slowly die as he freezes to death. There he goes, and Yao now down as well. Ame's going to buy back. They pop the Exorcism. They really want to fight. They're not having any of it now. In July is going to fall, but already that is going to be tier 3 towers and barracks down, and GG called. iG.V give LGD their first loss of the tournament in spectacular fashion.
I think LGD have to be very disappointed with the way that they played this game. I think they played much better yesterday, and yeah, this was not a team.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to watch and see if LGD can...
About it.
Yeah, you know, but still, you know, it's not a good sign when you when you sometimes play like that, because the captain might not be too happy, too pleased, because he expects you to be 100% every time. You do not underestimate any opponents here.
Yeah. I guess the counter argument is you can't be 100% all the time, so you maybe want to save that full-on focus and mental energy for the closer matches, because this game is currently looking like it is going to go Liquid's way. You don't want to do too much more of that, or it could change, but we'll see what Infamous can put together. They definitely have had some moments of brilliance this game. Some great early smoke movements, but once they ran out of smokes, that's where we really saw them slow things down at a time when they didn't want to slow things down. It was when the Lone Druid was trying to finish his Radiance that they weren't pressuring towers, they weren't ganking, they were just letting him farm, and they didn't have any aggression or pressure on the map.
I mean, right now Liquid just needs to make sure that they don't overextend. They play around. They just need to play around the Radiance bear and wait for Infamous to come in. They do not necessarily need to dive them, you know. Just let the Lone Druid siege with the bear. That's like the safest way. You siege with the bear. You wait for the right moment. They come in, and then you just like try to relocate or try to save your teammates.
They are sieging with the bear, and it is doing a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Darkseer has the Greaves to remove the silence so that he can actually counter-initiate once they come in.
Yep. Bear does get purged, so loses that attack speed buff, but the tower still goes down. He needs some healing, and yeah, GH is like, alright, I'll treat this bear like it's a hero.
I mean, at this point, the hero is not the hero.
The bear gonna TP back, try and heal itself right up. It actually cancels it as the fight breaks out. Infamous have actually initiated here. They take down the IO and then the PA. Great start to the fight. Liquid are not out of the woods just yet. The vacuum comes in after the fight has already kind of started to go Infamous's way. The buyback from the Sand King, he really wants to make sure this fight goes well. Martu is being chased down the Jug with the Purge. It's going to be enough. Benjis is getting very low though and will go down. Kuro's there with the charge. The Puck still looking to clean up. Will take out Mind Control, and Liquid, 1 kill away from a team-wide. Axel will get away from the Spirit Breaker, and Kuro goes down. The Sand King buyback, well worth it in the end. Axel, oh, he dies to the Adaxer illusion. Unfortunate for him, but ultimately a successful team fight is Infamous. They lose their tier 3 tower, they still hold. The concern is still very much their base is slowly falling apart.
But that was a very good read by Infamous. Once they saw the Darkseer, he used his mech to try and heal his to heal the bear, because they tethered to the Spirit Bear. No. They wasted 2 spells. They tethered, they healed the Spirit Bear, and that was the moment where the LC just blinked on the PA, because they knew that the Darkseer could not have used his Greaves to remove the silence to counter initiate. So it was a very good move there by Infamous, realizing that Liquid has used some of their resources.
Yep. They recognize weakness and capitalize on. GH is going to get found by a Sand King Burrow Strike, and the Puck Dagon deletes him.
This is actually not looking good right now for Liquid if they keep giving off the pickoffs like this. The Puck is going to get too strong, and every fight he's just going to be able to instantly kill the IO. That is his job right now in the fights. Remove the IO right away and take the fight from there. And LC should always duel the PA, because the Blademail is just going to kill the PA.
Crush the PA in these fights, and with the global silence there's nothing you can do to protect and save him. That will change when IO finishes this Lotus Orb, which he is just 1300 gold away from. He's actually quite farmed on the IO. Just needs a plate mail to complete it.
So they have a Solar Crest completed on the Darkseer.
And the Bear. Got a couple of Solar Crests. We're going to focus back on the objectives. Going for Roshan. Will Infamous figure this one out? It looks like they are perhaps a bit too far back defending and pushing out the lanes to actually get in and stop this.
Quite interesting though. I felt like they kind of needed a pipe, because the Sand King on the Puck are actually doing so much damage in team combats with their spells.
Yeah.
Like having a pipe would be really good for Liquid. But the supports are not going to be able to build it. If anything, only the PA can build it if they want. Yeah, pipe or the Darkseer. I think Darkseer could have gone for the pipe, because they already have a Solar Crest on the Bear, right? The Bear has a Solar Crest.
Well, defending gets a bit harder now with Aegis. Oh, this Shadow Blade. I don't know if it's been scattered or they realize Vengeance is just invis in. Will find Kuro. Who's he going to go on? Does come out of the invis. Unfortunately, they maybe weren't ready to fight this one. Vengeance forced to scurry away. The global silence not used to fight, but to flee. GH is still being focused here. Has the Glimmer Cape to help a little bit to heal himself back up, and actually relocates himself back to Fountain. By himself, can Infamous punish this? It doesn't look like it. Vengeance scouted things out, but didn't find a good target to go on. Kuro needs to be a little bit careful as he does charge onto the high ground. Miracle going to go back to focusing objectives. No glyph just used. No glyph now. Once that ends, and the problem is these buildings will melt to the Spirit Bear. They have to deal with that bear somehow. In the backlines it is. Okay, they get Kuro with the Dagon Puck. Back in the base, the buildings are going down slowly. Jewel coming out, they initiate now. They really want to get this kill to start things off. Miracle's still alive, hasn't Aegis as well. The Omni Slime dicing on through. Great epicenter with the Pyro Strike, doing some good damage here, but it's still not looking to be enough. The bash through the Blade Fury. Vengeance somehow survives with a Shadow Blade, as Matthew will also Pyro Strike his way out. Will still go down. Tomato gets himself a triple kill. Did not see where that last kill came in. He killed Matu. Matu had a cheese. He did manage to use it and still go down. Infamous lose racks, do pick up some kills along the way.
Yeah, 2 lanes down already.
They're fighting well, but ultimately the damage is adding up, and at a certain point, that point being mega creeps, it is just, it's too much. It's insurmountable.
But still, like, you could see, like, the puck, he just jumps the back line and he kills the supports very easily.
DD Rune.
Without, like, a pipe, like, the supports just die, you know. They don't have anything to save themselves. So that's basically going to happen every fight. Puck's going to look for the supports behind enemy lines. LC is going to duel most likely the PA every single fight.
Big play from Puck to not let the PA bottle that DD Rune or even just pick it up. DD on PA at this stage would probably just be game over.
They have to try and jump on Liquid before they set up base, you know, in front of their racks and just hit the racks.
Even if you win the fight, you're going to lose Magus.
You need to take the fight outside of your base.
Kind of like you're versing the Shadow Shaman, you know, if he drops those wards, your buildings are dead.
Or Shadow Demon Luna. You can't let them do their Disrupt, Illusion and Siege. So you need to take the fight outside.
Yep. Somehow get out there. It is possible. They have got some good initiation tools.
Look at their wards though. They have 2 wards set up outside the lane, so they might be able to get a good opening here.
Multiple blinks.
Smoke. They have a smoke.
Global. They need to use it. They need to use it soon. Perhaps they're already a bit too late because PA is already hitting the buildings with an Aegis. Juggling a Shadow Blade on in. This bear is going to be the big problem. They really need to kill Matu. It feels like the Jewel does go out onto him. And unfortunately, they've already lost the racks here. They will lose the LC and the Jewel, not even close to winning that one. The epicenter on the backlines doesn't do a whole lot. They get the IO kill, but really they need damage for the main fight. And Infamous, they're crumbling, and game 1 will go the way of Team Liquid. The expected result, perhaps not as smooth as expected. The kill score kind of speaks at 33 to 32. Very close on kills, but realistically, a game that Liquid probably feel pretty confidently they had.
See what the plan is here from TNC. It looks to indeed just to be continuing to take these shrines off the map. Very little can be done by Secret due to this. Interesting purchase from MP. Picks up the hood now at this stage. Imagine to pass off to his bear. Yep, the bear indeed has it at the moment. So Radiance and then the casual plate mount into the hood. So doing everything he can to just try and keep this bear alive, I guess, amongst the spam of this Tinker.
So much magic damage coming out from them, so.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Certainly going to stint the offensive potential. The Lone Druid with this sort of a build. So we're 34 minutes in. It's not quite where he would hope to be.
Definitely not.
In overall farm.
We have Kuku now finishes up the Bloodstone. Level 19, so also with that Bloodstone he's able to actually get the level 3 rearm too, which is pretty painful in team fights that 0.75 second rearm, just being able to spam those spells even faster. Also, it's a level 20, so that 75 cast range, even though it's minimal, it's something.
I like that because he did have the hex queued up, but yeah, Bloodstone, it's the more fun item because as you say, you just stick around in the fight for days. Once you get those stacks up, you rarely have to go back to base.
Yeah, when you go for the hex, it's like a specific thing that you need a hex for. It's like, oh, the reverse is an anti-mid, you don't have enough lockdown. The Bloodstone is more for just straight team fighting when when there's no specific kind of situation that calls for.
Because overall, they've got pretty good lockdown. They have the X-Mark Torrent, they've got a Global Silence, they have the catch from the Diffusal Blade PL, they've got the duel. So
they've got more than enough like team fighting control, and he can just.
They just need that tinker in the fights as much as possible.
Yeah, have that mana to be able to spam everything that he can.
Go, Sam H and Raven ready to go. Ooh, quick with the blink out. Secret keep themselves safe. As he won't quite get the catch. I mean, mid one, pretty much playing mission catch tinker at the moment.
Yeah, even picks up a blink dagger.
Yeah. He is just all about trying to make sure that he can punish Cuckoo if he slips up. But we've only seen it happen the once so far, and mid one did need help to get the kill. He couldn't do it quite on his own. TNC coming down, knowing that mid one's going to be looking for that sort of play.
They seem to just be having better reads of the map overall than Secret by a bit this game. It also helps when you take all 6 towers early on, so you're kind of like you have a good understanding of where the enemy team actually can play.
Who up on top? Time again, still feeling safe. No one up there to be able to catch him. One will of course look for the Octarine. Titan. Way to go on it though. A lot of his time has been spent looking to hunt down the Tinker, and that's keeping him behind the farm of both Cuckoo and Raven, who still sits at the very top on this PL. Very, very stacked game at the moment.
Yeah. Going for the butterfly next. It's going to be very hard to kill. Oh, they actually seem to find the Tinker.
There, it pays off eventually, as long as they can finish off the kill.
Yeah,
that's got the Radiance tick. And yeah, he's going to lose these charges. Will deny himself. But that's exactly what they feel they need to do. Just hunt down Cuckoo, catch him out. Same time mid lane, Raven and 1437 will find Japsor alone.
I mean, don't sleep on 1437 Silencer. I've seen this guy get a rampage on a 5 Silencer before when he was like 6 slotted. Look at his net worth. He is now pulled ahead of the Legion Commander, full Hurricane Pike finished up. So he is transitioning very well.
And Midas really coming in play now. Soon. NC want to try and push without that Yapzor Elder type being in the game, ready to hold them back with the stomp spam. See how much they can get through this. 5 seconds and Tinker's going to be back as well to come and join the fray. One can certainly do a good job of holding them off with the tornadoes and the ice walls and such. The bear's around as well. Cuckoo now jumps in, starts to lay down the rockets, beginning to force Secret back. See just this rocket spam causing a huge amount of issues. Obviously works really nicely as well with the PL.
Yeah.
Having the illusions out, having that vision for the rockets to connect.
The blanket of the march over the racks too allows them to be able to siege decently. 2-man stomp.
Tornado follow-up. The MP will look for connection onto Silencer, but 1437's quick out with the Hurricane Pike. The bear in trouble, gets slowed down by the Diffusal Blade. The Shrine trying to keep it alive. The Spirit Lance bringing it down low. Can they save the bear? Looks like they can. They will get the bear back out to safety. Illusions though causing issues for Puppey as he's again forced away from the racks. Yapzor again trying to hold them back with the stomp. TNC will back away.
Too much stall. They had outside vision as well, so they were always able to see where TNC was positioned. Secret did, that is. They placed one right outside their base to know how TNC was pushing. But just look at the wards coming up from Secret. You could see like they're like, we have to play this super defensively in this game. It's because they don't have the map control. Shadow Blade on Kezu. Kind of looking for something here. He does have the gem though.
Get out of it. Obviously finding the Tinker again. Even on his own, he can certainly play around and cause some issues.
They see him though. They just caught a glimpse of him with that ward that they have on the high ground. Kezu's gonna get a view of it though, but they're starting reporting. Is he gonna be able to get out?
Or can they catch him?
Should be able to get out.
They're bringing in Sam H. Sam H trying to close the gap, but yeah, Kezu's already too far away with the Firefly.
Done. Gets rid of that quick ward.
This time and space is allowing MP to catch back up with the Radiance, as the Maelstrom on the bear.
Yep, going for that Mjolnir.
Very close to having it done as well. TI7, as we see, very close to that level 18 as well. A lot out of it. Raven, money for the Eagle song, if he wants to start committing towards that butterfly. They're obviously in a game where KB is not going to be the item of choice on it.
No, I mean, Bear eventually.
Yes.
But yeah, the Invoker is just spell damage. Yeah. And we do have the Lotus Orb now finished up on Yapzor, who's been, you know, he's landed some nice like 3-man stuns, but overall, I would say in comparison to his big shiny performance.
Turn to pick.
Follow through with him on everything, because I think he's a guy that just kind of needs to be left to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I would kind of agree. And I think that Victoria, he's been known for a while as one of the really good Earth Spirits in China, up there with the likes of Dogfights or a Bobica. And now it's going to be kind of a different look. iG.V taking their Sand King and Shadow Shaman early on. You had mentioned that this was the heroes that they really like, but Visage coming out. This is the hero that everybody's been talking about. What makes this hero so strong right now?
His birds are really good. I don't think anyone else is like a good global summon. Like Lone Druid doesn't, like his Bear can't even attack if it's more than X range away from him. So for him being able to split push out lanes without being there is huge. That is, I can't really think of any other hero that can do that right now. Like Lycan Wolves aren't strong enough. Forge Spirit with Invoker, like that used to be a real big broken part of him. Who'd you say? Treant?
Treant maybe.
Yeah, but Treant, that's depending on him getting Ags.
I mean NP. Nature's
Prophet. NP, yeah. NP's pretty decent at that too. So there's very few heroes that can push out lanes while not being there, and it just creates immense lane pressure. People talk about shoving in lanes a lot, and Visage does it better than anyone.
And I guess the other thing too is that it can actually kill heroes if supports get found out by those birds. It really sucks.
It really sucks for Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman just hates life when Visage is in the game.
Well, second picks coming out all around. The plus side that you do have of this lineup so far is that it does definitely, from iG.V, want to push together as a squad. I guess there's split pushing potential too from the Shadow Shaman, where he can kind of go both ways. Like you can either Ether Shock out creep waves off to the side and try and get to a tower and sneak down the wards, or you can just group together as a team and fight around those wards.
They did ban out the bat in the first phase. In July was versus quote-unquote a bat counter, but he destroyed the Slark very badly. And he didn't have that great of a laning phase. He died in a lane, he got his blink relatively late, and they still were able to crush. So, yeah, I think in July, that's his best hero.
As far as like going back and forth with like a split push style or a group up together and push style, is there a way that you would like to see iG.V play it more than the other way?
Yeah, definitely team fight. I think this patch is mostly more about team fight. Yeah, they can pull out AM and win now and then, but I generally, most of the time, I would say AM wins are draft wins. Not just a higher percentage than most other heroes, I would say. So you don't want to rely on draft wins. You want to rely on play wins.
Okay.
Especially at such a long tournament.
Yeah, there's just too much to do otherwise, and so many opportunities for teams to research stuff. You play so many games in such a short period of time, then you go back to what's comfortable, and then if you're relying on something like that, it might not end up working out well. So Visage, Earth Spirit, Shadow Shaman, Sand King, most likely all supports. Do you place much stock in the Visage mid, or is that just sort of more for the pubs that people have been talking about it?
It's alright. It's not amazing. It's hard to kill, but I don't know. It's so-so, I would say. Gimmicky. That's the term I would use.
Alright, I like that idea.
The Sven ban's weird. I think the Chen ban is okay. The Troll and the Clock aren't that strange. It's mostly the Sven ban. Sven ban's weird because they haven't really shown that they have a lot of physical damage. Nor trying to think why Sven.
I feel like I've seen maybe play Meepo once or twice. I don't know if this would be the game for it all, but... Oh, a mag. Interesting.
Mag without a troll. I guess Mag Jug, Mag Void? Mag Void could be a thing. Mag Void actually sounds pretty good here.
It would be Void into a couple of different melee heroes, but they've got a lot of damage to throw into it still. I mean, even Earth Spirit, Magnetize on top of everybody. You've got Soul Assumption, which is a decent chunk of damage too.
Could be Mag AM.
Oh my god.
It's a good combo.
It is a good combo. I mean, you're just going to lose all your towers, though, if that happens, right? I don't know. I hate AM, but that's a different story entirely. Weaver's going to be taken for iG.V.
Could be Weaver Slark, or sorry, Mag Slark. But I don't know. Like, if you're Ame, your confidence is probably a little bit shattered, I would say, after last game. You probably don't want to play Slark after that last one. Unless you want to redeem yourself, but I don't think that's necessarily the case.
It might be Ursa. Maybe he loves to play Ursa.
Yeah, he does. This is a hard Ursa game, though. Stampede, Weaver, it's already like you want it against heroes that can't hide, like Bristleback. Bristleback's a prime example of a hero that just like you're up there, you're out there for everyone to see. Same with Sven. You're not trying to be sneaky about you just run in there, and same with Tidehunter. Like these heroes struggle a lot versus Ursa.
I mean, with Lycan, you could do the shenanigans with the birds again, howl birds, and then you've got. Empowered Lycan.
I thought you said Halberd. I was like, Heaven's Halberd? Where does that fit into this, sir?
You haven't Halberd the birds, and then they can't attack you, right? That's the way that works.
Yeah. That's why they call them Halberds. Halberd.
Radiant team ban.
Legion Commander.
Legion Commander. Another maybe special.
Yeah. Very good versus the Sand King and the Shadow Shaman and the Centaur Warrior. I think the Presty attack is really, really good. And the long duration disable versus Weaver is so-so because Weaver usually gets Lincoln Sphere. Earth Spirit's already really good versus Weaver though, so I don't think this Weaver's gonna have a great game. That's the thing about Weaver versus Earth Spirit. There's no item that you can really build to help you out that much. I guess BKB, but that's not an item that you really want. You can still just get dueled and die. And they don't have any defensive hero. They already picked both their supports and their offlaner on the side of IG Vitality.
It really feels like this is kind of the perfect pick, and I think that it is going to be played in the mid lane, maybe as one of the few players that actually still likes to take it there.
Yeah.
It's going to be a PA as the last pick, so double empowered heroes. They have a decent amount of lockdown once they get their ultimates up, but before that it does feel like it's very dependent upon the Earth Spirit. Do you think that's a problem at all?
10 seconds
That they might not be able to make stuff happen around the map super early, or can they just win the lanes really hard?
I think they can win the lanes. Visage and Earth Spirit are pretty good early game, so I think they're fine.
Okay.
I don't think the Centaur lane I think is not going to go well for them. Ooh, Timbersaw owns here.
Oh man, and that's going to be a mid Timber, I believe.
Yep.
Against the Legion Commander.
That's actually not that bad of a matchup for Legion Commanders. If you get debuffed by Whirling Blades, you just press the attack it off.
Oh, okay.
So I've seen this matchup a few times, and LC usually comes out on top. You can't really harass. Actually, the most of the times I've seen it has been safe lane or off lane. But I think mid lane's still a similar story.
All right, well, we'll see if it's going to end up working out. Very different styles from the drafts, very different philosophies as well, but at least it's not different philosophies within a team. This time around, do you think LGD has what it takes to put them on top? Have they found the recipe for success?
I actually like IG Vitality's draft more. I think the Centaur is very difficult to zone out here. Earth Spirit plus Visage, like I guess you can kind of click on him, but with Poor Man's Shield, he's going to be very resilient. The Weaver, I would say, is my main concern because of the long duration disables from Earth Spirit and Magnus and LC. But the Timbersaw should also, I think, have a very easy game. His lane should be fairly easy, and there's like almost no magic damage for him to worry about. Maybe some soul assumptions here and there, but his max reactive armor is going to pay off heavily.
All right, well, we're getting ready to hop into this game right now. I'm certainly excited. Love to see all these heroes, unique picks and flavors. I don't know if there are any of the ones that haven't been picked yet that have been taken in this game.
I don't know.
Maybe the Legion?
Oh, I can double check.
Okay.
thing I like about LG's lineup in particular is that there's no tower hitter.
Right.
That's an issue.
Yeah, and we'll have to watch and see what it is that they use to try and, you know, have as a tower hitter. I guess the idea could be you just kill them all and then you end up going for it. But, you know.
LC has been picked.
Okay.
CM has not been picked? What?
CM got picked just like the other match. Isn't that insane, though? It was like the most picked here.
Oh, Slark got picked, too. So, Slark, there's another one off the list. Oh, 50 seconds for this.
No problem. I already did my predictions. I'm just clicking randomly. It doesn't even matter. Ame is going to break the smoke that was moving out from iG.V. And are they actually going to... They pinged like they wanted to go around the trees and like dive tower already, but they're just going to secure that they get this rune, head back out afterwards. Maybe is standing guard as well as 11 over here in the bottom lane. And there are some pings that are coming out that there might be people in the area. So Ame playing it safe, playing it fine. Going to hang out here. Burst Spirit is also to go in and see if he can snag this rune away from Paparazzi. 11 is here also. There's an opportunity there. Nah, they're not going to be able to get it, but they do force him back. So trading out the bounty runes. LGD get 2 of them. iG.V get 2 of them. Now we're off to the races.
Checking out the lanes. Nothing unusual as of yet. Victoria does smoke, and it does pop super. Hello. No chicken snipe for you, Victoria.
Yeah, it would have been great. Would have been glorious. They're also sending the courier the long way around right now. They're expecting that dogfights were over there. They are going to roll in and hit onto Sakata, but no luck. So dogfights will not be rewarded, I do not believe, unless they send it the short way back, which they might just do.
Oh, Ame went for level 1 Blink Strike. Cool. That was actually a lot of damage.
With the Blightstone, pretty cool. Dogfights, moving in. They send the courier back, and he won't find it. Yeah, the Blightstone was a cool thing, and now having the Blink Strike, he's getting all those little attacks in on him.
Yeah, pretty good. Sometimes you'll see oof, depending, but yeah, Blightstone I think better when you have supports around, and Victoria already has the oof, so no need for another.
Did you roll in and actually catch onto Injuly? He will get the hoof stomp, making sure that he's able to get away from all these heroes from LGD who have been committed to him. So 3 heroes up top, and as you mentioned, it's sort of tough for them to force Injuly out of lane.
Yep, big beefy Centaur. He didn't go for the poor man's shield though, so he could potentially die because of that. He does have a lot of regen in response, so that's also pretty nice. Dogfights is around, trying to drag the creep wave.
Nice. Yeah, and that means that they won't. Well, do they actually find the pull? They managed to get 3 of those creeps.
Wow, that was a nice pull from Yao.
Yeah, really good reaction there. And in return, it looks like it's going to be Dogfights who is going to move towards mid, but maybe we'll be back up to full as he's just used his salve. And they could potentially try and make something happen here, but it seems like it'd be really tough for them to actually push maybe all the way back.
Yeah, he's missing a lot of XP at the tower. Those range creeps. He wants those range creeps.
Oh, get in there. He's going. He's going for Gloak. And he can actually probably do a decent amount with overwhelming odds. Yeah, it's going to hit him pretty hard. But it's still been Dogfights who hasn't really gotten that much done. Still level 1. Victoria up to level 2 now, and we'll see if this regresses into like something else. He's going to try and steal the creeps again.
Yeah, but in the meantime, they're getting this huge creep, this 5 creep wave into the double spawn. Centaur is very unhappy about that one.
We'll be able to soak up something, but not
Victoria Dogfight's going at it.
Yeah, they're taking the damage. Does also have the stun to follow up if you want to go for it, but they actually lose the creep wave because of that. It'll still head off to the side, and we'll see if Injuly ends up going down nonetheless. They do have another boulder smash if they want to use it, but won't go for it.
I thought he might have tried to boulder him to stop that salve.
Yeah.
Maybe has drained Sakata of all his mana.
We haven't talked about it a ton, but bottom lane, Magnus has been able to get a decent amount for himself. 14 last hits right now on the Mag. He's having a great time as top lane in July again in trouble. They have another soul assumption. The boulder smash is there, and in July is going to go down as Yao draws first blood.
Nicely played, nicely played. Even with all the creep dragon shenanigans, they aren't able to really win out in that. And maybe he's not beating Asakata, but he is not far behind. I guess maybe after this creep wave, they should be relatively even, unless Super gets the shackle.
Yeah, that's really a big problem, and should be the death of him. Not able to get away. No points in press the attack, interestingly enough. So
yeah, that's a little surprising for me, considering the way I've seen LCs try and win that lane over Tim.
Well, Victoria did come mid now. He's going to soak up whatever experience was there. But ganking a Timber feels like it'd be quite tough.
Yeah, that's just not happening.
Also, the bounty rune stolen, it looks like, by Victor, or Super rather, who almost killed off the courier as well. And maybe taking so much damage from this. Man, at level 6, it feels like Timber saw, considering we haven't had any points to press the attack, he's just going to be able to completely bully maybe out of lane. As up top, more damage coming through. They take down Yao. That Visage already gone, and now the Shackles connecting on the Ame. He's also... iG.V have got LGD's number.
Super just appearing out of nowhere in all of these lanes. And Victoria's trying his best to find anyone to gank. Maybe...
Oh, nicely done.
That was a lot of damage.
Should be able to find the in July kill as well, unless the hoof stomp comes out. Long duration, roll in. Victoria's been able to find him, kicks him out of the game.
So hilarious to see. Yeah, your dead body will be desecrated as we shove it across the earth.
What a guy.
Ame has no home. He's a refugee living off scraps in the mid lane. Look at this tower, it's so low already.
I love Timbersaw as a hero. I hate playing against him, but he's so much fun when you get into these types of matchups. There's just not a ton of magical damage. Just do whatever you want.
And heroes that struggle a lot versus like PA struggles massively. Like Blur is useless against a hero that never attacks.
He wants to be attacked, furthermore. Well, in July, he's gotten a ton. The plus side if you're LGD is that you are still getting a lot on your Magnus. He only has 2 points, or 1 point up rather, in Empower right now. It's starting to get more into him, and that's going to be probably the comeback mechanism for LGD. When is it that we need to start seeing, like, you know, a couple of these heroes retreat to the jungle? Is there a time for that, or do they not really even have that luxury?
I think when you have an LC, you don't want to really jungle that much. Maybe 1 or 2 stacks, big stacks, just to get like big items, but I think overall you generally want to be fighting a lot more and getting dual damages.
Like here we go. Now bottom lane, they ended up wearing him down long enough in a fortuitous invis rune.
Yep,
first duel.
Perfect rune. Probably the only rune that actually, yeah, he doesn't have RP, so there was no play. Like if he had a hate. They played the odds.
Azakata, maybe. Like, they just don't have an answer for this. And if Super comes back in and is able to find the shackles, this actually is probably going to be maybe dead right now as he does find those shackles down now and all the damage to the world. He actually doesn't quite have enough there. Needs a couple more right clicks to be able to find it. Maybe they've overstepped their welcome. There's a stun on it too as well. Dogfights trying to get back in a way, and now they find the duel onto him. So IG Vitality so close to being able to make a big couple kills, but instead they lose 2.
He didn't have enough mana there, right, on Sakata?
Yeah.
Wow. That hurts. This situation where maybe you would consider not actually maxing reactive armor first. He actually had damage issues there because he had max reactive. He's actually like tanky enough. I don't actually think he needs any more armor. He actually needs a little bit more firepower. However, I guess it is nice having that feeling of like, yeah, no one can kill me. But then he can kill anyone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're all tanky on iG.V too. Centaur and then Elusive on Weaver.
That's 2 dual damages though.
Yeah.
8 minutes in, 20 damage. That's talent right there for most heroes. For some heroes.
Yeah. Better than a Talon's great.
Yeah, it's better than PA cell. PA only has 15 damage level 10. It's so underwhelming.
God, look at Sakata again. Maybe just... There's no avenue for him to go anywhere. The second round of Chakram is about to be out, and Victoria barely able to get there in time to save the life of that Legion commander. Bottom lane, they're going to take down 11 as well. Well, no great way to stop that, and they can't stop him. The plus side also about this 4 points is now Sakata can just tank tower, and he is getting regen still from it, basically. Trying to juke around. He does find that Whirling Death. Get him within range for this second one. It's going to maybe be the death of him. Is going to find that kill. Silence comes a second too late. Stun a little bit off the mark as well. And iG.V, he doesn't give a damn. Literally just standing there and tanking whatever they throw at him.
Maybe he wishes he got one level press attack now, but the tower's still up. There is no siege creep, but looks like it might get denied fairly soon. Yeah, they can throw like all their spells on him. Probably still won't die. If he has max stacks on.
Keeps on getting it. He's just standing in the creep wave there. Creating so much space for this Weaver too. Like you look at it, you've had 3 to 4 heroes mid this entire time needing to make some type of play. And this meant that Weaver now has, you know, Treads, Aquila, and a Raindrop.
He's had plenty of time. Not to mention the Centaur, who died a couple times early, but now does